Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 251, James vs. Crumb-Crutch. Again. Heaven, third heaven. At the same time the others were teleported away, the rest of the devils and the angels who responded to the breach were also teleported. In an area of third heaven Irene purposefully cleared out with her Universe 1 spell, they all appeared along with all the mass-produced evil dragons. Well, I guess it's clear that Loki was working with Rizavim at one point, after seeing this. Dante said after drawing rebellion from his back. As Dante said, all the mass-produced evil dragons were inferior copies of the sleeping dragon, Midgardsormr. Yeah, but it looks like he's performed some upgrades. Lady said while drawing her own weapons. Yeah, last time they were all only at the middle rank. Mizor said, coating her hands in ice. This time they're at the high rank. Yeah, at the intermediate level, too. Mocha said. Not that that'll make a difference. With that, the rest of James' peerage nodded in agreement. Even still, we should be careful. Shuna said, acting as the voice of reason. We've got several combatants here that aren't at the high rank. Once again, the members of James' peerage nodded in agreement. They knew it would not look good if they lost themselves in the battle and failed to protect the weaker angels. Besides, we need to look after Mom, too. Flora said with a smile. She's not really a fighter. Huh. Leona said with a smile, appearing next to Flora with the head of one of the evil dragons in her hands. Did you say something? Seeing the radiant smile on Leona's face, no one knew what to say. Nope, not a thing. Flora said with a cramped smile on her face. She doesn't even carry weapons, how did she do that? Flora thought to herself while staring at the head in Leona's hands. Ooh, me too. Cheyenne exclaimed excitedly. I haven't got to kill a dragon in a long time. Just don't say that in front of Irene. Shuna said with a wry smile on her face. After that, the group shot off into the group of mass-produced evil dragons, cutting, ripping, shooting, burning, and smashing everything in their path. Meanwhile, the 10-winged angel that was leading the initial defense stared at the group of young devils in stunned silence. It's been so long, I've forgotten how terrifying a group of ultimate-ranked devils could be, the 10-winged angel said apprehensively. Are you sure it was a good idea to let them into heaven? You have nothing to worry about. Michael said after chuckling lightly. Those young men and women have good hearts. That's right. Gabriel said with a smile while she watched the devils. They're all good boys and girls. Boom. At the same time off in the distance, Crumb-Crutch impacted the ground with such force that a cloud rose in the shape of a mushroom. A moment later, James flew over and landed close to the edge of the cloud. Ah. I've been wanting to continue our fight. Crumb-Crutch's voice came from the cloud. This time, there will be no one to interrupt us. That's good. James replied with a battle-hungry smile on his face. Fighting someone as rusty as Surzex wasn't exactly fun for me. On top of that, I didn't even get to put my ability through its paces. Hell, I didn't use it at all. I assure you, I'll make sure you enjoy the battle much more than that one before I defeat you. Crumb-Crutch said as he spread his wings and dispersed the cloud of dust. Really? James asked while tilting his head in confusion. Last time we met, you were getting beat harder than ISE's dick. Crumb-Crutch's eyebrow twitched at the comment. Although he had no idea what it meant, he felt as though he was being insulted. Enough. Crumb-Crutch said solemnly. The time for talk is over. With that, Crumb-Crutch flapped his wings and vanished from his spot. An instant later, he appeared in front of James with his right fist heading for his face. Calmly, James deflected Crumb-Crutch's blow with his right hand and followed up with a jab. Crumb-Crutch used his own left hand to block the punch. Then, James followed up with a low kick to Crumb-Crutch's left leg. Ugh. Crumb-Crutch grunted as the kick landed on a nerve cluster right above the knee. With Crumb-Crutch flinching, James followed up quickly, capitalizing on the momentary opening. With his hands and feet lighting up in flames, James threw a knee that caused Crumb-Crutch to hunch over. Then a right hook followed to Crumb-Crutch's temple. After that, Crumb-Crutch was launched into the air with a left uppercut. In the next moment, James appeared in front of Crumb-Crutch, throwing a right uppercut and sending the evil dragon even higher into the air. An instant later, James was above Crumb-Crutch with both of his feet whipping down at Crumb-Crutch's head. Inferno Dragon's Tail Whip. James exclaimed as his heels slammed into Crumb-Crutch's head. Bang. Crumb-Crutch was immediately shot toward the ground at high velocity. However, before he slammed into the ground, Crumb-Crutch spread his wings and stopped himself midair. Then, he shot up towards James, transforming his arms into a pair of dragon arms covered in pitch-black scales. I think you should have had enough time to warm up. Crumb-Crutch said excitedly. Now, let's get serious. As Crumb-Crutch approached, James dropped into an Iato stance and placed his right hand on Carnage's hilt. Inferno Dragon's sweeping claw. James said as he drew Carnage from its sheath. Clang. The impact between James' sword and Crumb-Crutch's claws caused a sound so loud that it could be heard far in the distance. As Crumb-Crutch swung his other claw toward James, James' left hand found its way to Sixth Sense's hilt as well. Twin fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said while drawing Sixth Sense in a reverse grip. Clang. Another loud sound echoed across third heaven when the blade and claw met. Then, James began to rotate in place with his blades aimed at Crumb-Crutch's torso. Spiraling fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said as he spun at high speed. Clang, 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 swish. After several full rotations while adjusting the position of his swords, James was finally able to break through Crumb-Crutch's defenses and leave a gash on his torso. Unfortunate for Crumb-Crutch, the attack was landed with Sixth Sense, cancelling his regeneration. That damn cursed blade again. Crumb-Crutch said as he was forced back by James' strike. The next moment, Crumb-Crutch flung himself forward again, this time his legs were also transformed into their dragon form. Then, with a swift kick upward, even after blocking it, James was sent flying higher into the air. Then, as James had done before, Crumb-Crutch flashed above him and swung his leg down. Bang. Boom. James was sent barreling into the ground, causing a dust cloud to burst up from his impact. However, instead of a white cloud like the ones the ground was made of, the cloud James made was glowing in a dusk pink color. What is that? Crumb-Crutch asked curiously. It looks like things are going to get more interesting. Just before James slammed into the ground, he activated his Super Devil state and everything in a nearly 33-foot, 10 radius was turned into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. A moment later, the cloud of petal blades split, revealing James with a pair of horns growing from his forehead and curving back to the base of his neck, looking like two extra cornrows, his caramel skin taking on a metallic sheen, and his irises turning completely into a dusk pink color. Senbon Zakura Mugen no Ha. James said, finally deciding on a name for his latest version of Senbon Zakura. Then, James' body and swords dispersed into petal blades and rushed towards Crumb-Crutch with the rest of the cloud. Where he stood before, instead of the hardened clouds that made up the ground, there was a spherical crater. Seeing James approach, Crumb-Crutch quickly shifted his entire body into his dragon form. Before the transformation could finish, however, he was covered by the countless petal blades. For almost 10 seconds, the sounds of clanging blades, scales being ground into, and flesh being cut could be heard. After that, the petal blades dispersed and Crumb-Crutch was revealed. His body was covered in injuries with blood dripping, scales damaged or missing altogether, and a large smile on his draconic face. On the other hand, James seemed to walk out of the large cloud of petal blades, though, in reality, he simply reconstituted his body. Well, damn. James thought to himself after looking at Crumb-Crutch's current state. I did all that and didn't even use any of my Dragon Slayer magic. Hell, I didn't even pump extra demonic power into Carnage and Sixth Sense. Before he could contemplate any further, James noticed Crumb-Crutch approaching once again. So, he once again dropped into an Iato stance. However, neither of his swords were on his hip at the moment. Instead, he reached back a little further and sunk his hand into the cloud of petal blades behind him. However, instead of charging into melee combat like before, Crumb-Crutch opened his mouth wide and spit out a stream of gold and black flames. His eyes now open wide, James grasped at the cloud of petal blades. Then, he swung his arm forward. When he did, the entire cloud flew forward with it and tried to obstruct the incoming breath attack. That's not going to work, partner. Drake said while James injected his demonic energy into the petal blades, and they were pushed back by Crumb-Crutch's flames. I know. James muttered as he continued pumping demonic energy into his attack. But what if I do this? Dragon Slayer Secret Art, Onslaught of the Inferno Blossoms. As James finished, he spewed a stream of Dragon Slayer flames from his mouth that engulfed part of the cloud of petal blades. Slowly, the flames spread to the rest of the blades and began to equalize with the black and gold flames. Then, James' body began to break down into petal blades once again. Once he was no more than a smaller cloud of petal blades. Then, he quickly merged into the larger cloud of petal blades. James then attracted another small cloud of petal blades. Then, injecting a large amount of demonic energy into the new blades, James flew straight into the black and gold flames, splitting the stream of flames and covering himself in his own flames to protect himself from the heat. Roar. After a few moments, Crumb-Crutch released a roar that could be heard across the entirety of third heaven. Then, a dusk pink cloud shot past Crumb-Crutch from below, followed by a line being drawn from his chin to the tip of his tail. A moment later, large amounts of blood began to flow out of that line and fall to the ground. Shortly after that, the flames Crumb-Crutch had been breathing out began to die down. Well played, boy. Crumb-Crutch said just as his flames died out completely. As his flames disappeared, the cloud of petal blades that were contending against them engulfed Crumb Crutch. A moment later, his wings were shredded, and he began to fall from the sky. Boom. When Crumb Crutch hit the ground, the small cloud of petal blades that James turned into and had been floating behind the crescent circle dragon for a few moments, reconstituted James' body. And in his hand was Carnage with its edge glowing brightly. Well, that definitely was much more fun than the fight with Surzex, James said as he sheathed Carnage. His punches hurt a lot more, too. Did you expect something else? Drake asked in a contemptuous tone. Even if he could call himself a super devil, he would never be able to match a dragon in physical strength. James could even feel Drake making air quotes as he said the words, super devil, which made him chuckle involuntarily. Yes, 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 James said dismissively. Dragons are the strongest. What's with that patronizing tone? Drake shouted angrily, letting his voice be heard outside of the boosted gear. Anyway, we've got bigger things to worry about, James said, deciding to ignore Drake's rising anger. What do you mean, anyway? Drake asked. He's still alive, James said, pointing at Crumb Crutch with his finger. Then, what do you plan on doing with him? Drake asked. Are you gonna kill him? Only if he declines my offer, James said with a smile. After that, James began to lower himself to the ground near Crumb Crutch's head. Did you enjoy yourself? James asked with a smile. Indeed, Crumb Crutch said weakly. It was an enjoyable battle. Glad to hear it, James replied. So, I've got a proposition for you. Crumb Crutch did not answer, but James could tell he was listening. Currently, you've got two options, James said, holding up two fingers. The first is to die, here and now. James paused momentarily for dramatic effect. Then, when he saw that Crumb Crutch was growing impatient, he continued. Or, you can become my familiar, James said, feeling Crumb Crutch's killing intent flow over him at the mere mention of becoming a familiar. Take it easy, big guy. I have no intention of binding you like a slave. The only thing that I ask is that you don't harm my people. In return, you'll have a couple strong people to spar with whenever the mood strikes you. For example, me and Scathatch, who is my master. Although Crumb Crutch did not like the idea of becoming a familiar, he really did not want to die. The only reason he worked with Rizavim was so that he could fight strong people and grow stronger from it. If he were to join James, he would be able to fight strong people, and the only price was that he could not attack James' people. Fine, I'll accept your offer, Crumb Crutch said. Then, determination began to burn in his eyes. But only until I grow strong enough to defeat you. When that happens, our contract will end, and you will more than likely die as a result of the battle. I can live with that, James replied with a sneer. Oh, and good luck with that. After that, James initiated the familiar contract ritual. A moment later, the familiar pact was signed, and a mark appeared on the back of James' left hand to signify it. All right, we should get you healed up, James said with a smile. Then, we can put down the rest of those mass-produced evil dragons, since the other ones you came here with are already dead. Chapter 252, They're All Siscons. Heaven, Third Heaven. After James, Scathatch, Cu Chulin, and Irene finished their battles with the evil dragons, they each made their way back to the larger group. When James, who was the last to finish his fight, arrived, the mass-produced evil dragons were all but annihilated. However, when James arrived with Crumb Crutch in tow, everyone went on guard once again. James, what is he doing here? Michael asked with a frown. Oh, you mean Crumb? James asked with a smile. After kicking his ass, he agreed to become my familiar. Familiar? Michael repeated in surprise. Not only Michael, but Gabriel and the rest of the angels were dumbfounded. The group James arrived with, however, was not all that surprised. Now that you mention it, why don't any of us have familiars? Cu Chulin asked. It's obviously because our king forgot, Dante replied. Yup, sure did, James admitted quickly. I mean, think about it. Shit happens like every other week. When would we have time to go to the familiar forest? From what I hear, it only opens to outsiders on the night of the full moon, right? Shuna asked. That's right, Leona replied. The familiar forest is a weird place. And during the night of the full moon, the carnivores and the herbivores don't fight at all. From there, the members of James' peerages began discussing the merits and demerits of having a familiar. On top of that, they even began talking about what kind of familiar they would like to make a contract with. Then, the girls began to gush over how cute Asia's familiar, a sprite dragon she named Rasse, was. Speaking of Asia, do you think she did it? Flora asked while waggling her eyebrows. I don't know, but I hope so, Mizor said exasperatedly. Oh, she definitely did. Mocha said with a smile. If she did, hopefully he'll get his act together. Shuna added. Did what? Cheyenne and Irina asked curiously. Obviously the thing you've been stopping them from doing since you moved in with them. Flora said with a smile directed at Irina. No, no, no. Irina said frantically. You have to wait until marriage for things like that. At the same time, Irina's face blushed immediately. Then, her wings and halo appeared on their own. The next moment, her wings began flickering between black and white. Meanwhile, her halo began disappearing and reappearing at the same frequency. Oh, you're so innocent, Irina. Kahlua said with a smile as she wrapped the younger girl in a hug. It's so cute. Wow, it's amazing that she hasn't fallen yet. Irene said while shaking her head. Yeah, I guess with Big G not around, they get away with quite a bit more. James said. Oh, and Crumb, stop staring at my master like that. We're not going to be fighting here. I know. Crumb Crutch said while staring down Scathatch. At the same time, Fenrir was growling threateningly at Crumb Crutch. Oh, and when we're at the house, I'd suggest you don't cause any trouble. James said offhandedly. Ophis is living there, and she gets fussy if things get too crazy, you dig? Hold on, you live with Ophis? Crumb Crutch asked with his eyes wide open. Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon. Yeah, that's right. James replied with a nod. She's really chill. As long as you don't try to steal her food, that is. In that case, shit can go sideways, real fast. Who is foolish enough to steal food from the mouth of the infinite dragon god? Crumb Crutch asked in abject horror. Then, all the devils turned to stare at Leona, who was chatting animatedly with Gabriel. When she felt the stares, she turned toward them and looked at the members of James' peerage. What? Leona asked with a smile. I know I'm gorgeous, but staring isn't very polite. Who is that woman, contractor? Crumb Crutch asked with shock in his tone. That woman is, my mother. James said. My condolences. Crumb Crutch said sincerely. What the hell do you mean by that? Leona asked with a menacing air around her. I feel a modicum of pity for my contractor. Crumb Crutch said calmly. To be born to someone reckless enough to steal food from the Ouroboros dragon must have led him to a tough life. Now I understand how he could be so powerful at such a tender age. Hearing that, Leona was left speechless. Meanwhile, the others were doing all they could to stifle their laughter. What the? Why would? How could? Leona sputtered for words to retort. Unfortunately for her, she knew that stealing food from Ophis was reckless. Even if it was just fun and games for the residents of the Alaverus estate now, Leona did almost set Ophis off completely the first time she snatched food from the lowly dragon's plate. On top of that, she could sense no malice from Crumb Crutch's words. Because of that, Leona knew that Crumb Crutch was genuinely praising James for his strength. Even if the reason for it was misplaced. Mom, this time it's best to just let it go. James said after approaching his mother and patting her on the shoulder. I know. Leona said, letting her shoulders drop. No matter what I say, there's no explaining this one away. While the devils and the dragon were chatting, the angels looked at them as if they were something otherworldly. Lord Michael, did they say that that woman has stolen food from the Ouroboros dragon? The 10-winged angel asked with his voice shaking. Indeed, they did. Michael replied with a smile. And she somehow lived to tell the tale. The 10-winged angel asked. Do you not see her standing in front of you? Said a male voice that had just arrived. Such a poor display before the devils. After hearing that voice, the angels who were watching and listening to the conversation between the devils, Gabriel, and Crumb Crutch turned back to see Raphael and Uriel standing behind them. Lord Raphael, Lord Uriel. The lower-ranked angels said while saluting their superiors. Nodding in reply, Raphael and Uriel turned their attention towards Michael. Brother, what happened here? Raphael asked. We lost our connection with first through third heaven for a while. The son of Lucifer sent his evil dragons through the breach that connects to purgatory. Michael replied. However, we're lucky that our visitors from the underworld were here today. Otherwise, the losses could have been much worse. How bad could things have been with you and Gabriel here? Uriel asked, not wanting to give the devils their credit. No matter how strong we are, Uriel. Michael said with a wry smile on his face. The two of us would not have been able to defeat a heavenly dragon-class dragon. On top of that, James, who defeated him, also made him his familiar. Wanting to say something dismissive about James' accomplishment, Uriel's words were stuck in his throat after hearing that Crumb Crutch had become someone's familiar. Surely, you jest. Uriel said with disbelief in his eyes. Not only Uriel, Raphael's eyes were also full of disbelief. Even the other angels, who had been here from the start, were having trouble believing what they were seeing. In fact, if it were not for the perpetual kind smile that was settled on Michael's face, they would see the disbelief in his expression, as well. If you are having trouble believing it, Michael said while gesturing at the group of devils, Gabriel, Irina, and Crumb-Crutch. Why don't we go over and speak to them? I'm sure that will clear up any doubts. Nodding in response, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel then led the other angels over towards James and his group. Then, when they were close enough, Michael spoke once again. Gabriel, come and help me introduce our brothers to our guests. Michael said with a smile. Gabriel, after hearing Michael's voice, looked towards the group of angels. Then, when she saw her brothers, she smiled brightly and skipped over to them. Raphael, Uriel, come and say hello to my friend Leona. Gabriel said with a bright smile. You should meet James too. His, Senbin Sakura, is really pretty. Hearing that, Raphael and Uriel could not help but smile wryly. However, Uriel frowned shortly after. The thought of his sister having a friend that is a devil was off-putting for him at the very least. With his distrust for devils, it made perfect sense. Seeing the frown on Uriel's face, Michael lowered his voice and spoke to him once again. Uriel, at least try to speak to them without prejudice. Michael said. Even if you don't trust them, these devils helped us defend heaven against the attack of many evil dragons. *sigh*, we'll see. Uriel said with an exasperated sigh. Meanwhile, James, Leona, Scathatch, Irene, and Crumb-Crutch were watching the interaction between the four great seraphs while the rest of the devils continued to chat and have fun. It would seem that man doesn't like us very much. Irene said with a slight frown. I can understand why he would not welcome me. Crumb-Crutch said with confusion in his tone. But why would he direct so much hostility at you, who helped defend his home and people? Because he is, and always has been, a small-minded fool. Scathatch said expressionlessly. Even back during the Great War, he regarded everyone other than angels and humans as enemies. And he only considered humans as those beneath him. To be fair, most supernatural beings see humans as below them. James mentioned. But other than that, he sounds like an asshole. Should I smack some sense into him? That will just make things worse. Leona said, sounding like the voice of reason. Until she continued to speak. I tried that with some racists back when I was human. It didn't really work. James, Scathatch, and Irene decided that Leona had not said that last part, and proceeded with the conversation as if that were the truth. Crumb-Crutch, on the other hand, did not understand the concept of racism since he was not all that interested in humans as a whole. Anyway, we'll play nice. Leona said. At least for Gabby's sake. Yeah, the thought of making her sad makes me feel uncomfortable. James said with a nod. Scathatch, Irene, and Crumb-Crutch, although they did not hold the same thoughts about making Gabriel sad, they agreed to be cordial. At least for as long as heaven remains so. Leona, let me introduce you to my other brothers. Gabriel said as she dragged Raphael, who was smiling wryly, and Uriel, who was scowling at the thought of speaking with devils, by their hands. Then, when she was close enough, she gestured to her left and continued to speak. This is Raphael. It's nice to meet you. Raphael said politely. Nice to meet you, too. Leona replied, extending her hand for a handshake. Accepting the handshake, Raphael shook hands with Leona briefly before letting go. After the quick handshake, Gabriel gestured to her right. And this is Uriel. Gabriel said with a smile. Instead of a greeting, Uriel only released a disinterested grunt before turning his head away as if even looking at the devils was more kindness than they deserved. Oh, wow. James said in a dramatic tone. To think one of the four great seraphs would act like this. Blowing off one of their realm's saviors because he is biased against a group of devils who have done nothing wrong. Gabriel, it seems it would be better if we leave. That way, we won't cause any trouble for you and your brothers. Towards the end, James changed his tone from a condescending one to a sad and deeply hurt one. Then, he did his best to make puppy dog eyes at Gabriel. When Gabriel heard the tone of James' voice and the expression on his face, she too became sad. James, Leona, and the members of his peerages were invited to heaven by her, helped to defend it, and then they were basically shown that they were not welcomed by her brother. Yes, Gabby. James is right. Leona joined in, making her tone sound sad as well. We would never want to cause trouble for you or your family, so we'll head home. Seeing Leona's sad expression, Gabriel felt as if her heart would break. Then, she looked at Uriel with sad eyes and a pouty face, her tears threatening to spill from her beautiful green eyes. Meanwhile, Uriel was determined not to look at Gabriel after hearing what James and Leona said. He knew what expression she was making. Also, he knew that if he saw the sad eyes she was undoubtedly wearing, his conviction would fail in less than an instant. While Gabriel was staring down Uriel, James and Leona glanced at each other. When they did, they transferred an obscene amount of information to each other. Then, they smiled deviously. "Okay, Gabby," Leona said, making her way over to Gabriel. Then, she pulled Gabriel into a hug while she, once again, wore a sad expression. "It was good to see you again. Hopefully, we'll get to see each other again sooner rather than later." No, Gabriel thought to herself. "I'm not ready for them to leave. My friend finally came to visit." "Yeah, it was really nice to see you again," James said. "Since I didn't get to put on a show for you, next time we see each other, I'll put on a great show with Senbin Sakura." "No, I don't want them to leave," Gabriel thought. Returning Leona's hug, Gabriel finally started to cry. Then, she looked at Uriel and spoke once again. "I won't speak to you again, brother Uriel," Gabriel said in a heartbroken tone that somehow housed a large amount of conviction. "Not until you apologize for being rude to my friends." Hearing that Gabriel would not speak to him anymore, Uriel finally started to panic. Meanwhile, Michael and Raphael looked at him with pity. They knew how stubborn their sister could be about things like this. So, all three of them had no doubt that she was serious. "Wait, Gabriel, we can discuss this," Uriel said, turning towards Gabriel at lightning speed. Gabriel, however, simply turned her head away and refused to look at Uriel. "Yup, confirmed," James thought to himself as he watched the situation unfold. "Another siscon. All I have to do is apologize, right?" Uriel said, wearing an expression that looked like he was about to head onto a battlefield. "Fine. I Apollo. Wow, he's really struggling with this." All the devils and Krumkruch thought as they watched. "I apologize," Uriel shouted at the top of his lungs after several more false starts. "There. Now let them leave. We should also return home." "That was not at all sincere," Gabriel said with a pout. "Why would you apologize for being rude then send them home right after?" Hearing that, Uriel was horrified. He knew there was no way that he would apologize sincerely. On top of that, that would mean allowing the devils to stay in heaven, which he was firmly against. So, for the next few hours, Gabriel and Uriel went back and forth while Gabriel's tears fell in torrents. Finally, Michael and Raphael had to step in because seeing Gabriel cry was too much for them as well. "Yup, they're all siscons," James thought as the seraphs bickered about them. Chapter 253, Rebellion in Baal Castle. It took a couple more hours for Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael to convince Uriel that James and his group were no threats to heaven. In fact, after that rather long discussion, Uriel was interested in having Scathatch help train Heaven's military forces. Say that they would consider it, James and the others finally decided that it was time to go home. Human world, Japan, Kuo. Arriving in their living room after teleporting out of heaven, James and the others arrived in an empty house. Making a few calls, James heard from Sona that they were informed that all the residents, including the vampires and excluding Genkai and Yusuke, who were training in the mountains since Scathatch was gone for the day, were in the underworld. "So, why did they all leave?" Leona asked as she flopped down in her favorite spot. "From what I gathered, Serorg's father made a coup," James replied, taking his own seat on the sofa. He was upset that Old Man Zekrom was replacing him as the head of the Baal clan with Serorg. "Oh, that's gotta sting," Leona said with a smile. "He's always looked down on Serorg. Ever since it was found out that Serorg couldn't use the power of destruction. Yeah, he always thought that he was the chosen one." James replied with a shrug. If it wasn't for the outdated customs of male supremacy, he would have never become the head of the clan in the first place. "Yeah, from what I remember, Auntie Vanelana was much more talented and powerful than her younger brother," Mizor said. Having spent a few years in the underworld when she was younger, she had learned quite a bit about the pillar house's situations. "Either way, it seems like they're not having any issues," James said with a shrug. "And if they need our help, we're only a phone call away." Underworld, Baal territory, Baal Castle. A few hours ago, Cassiel, Rias, and Sona led the other residents living in the Alaverus estate to aid the members of the Baal clan in resisting the coup attempt by Serorg's father, Larnios Baal. When they arrived, they were standing in the Baal Castle's courtyard while members of both factions were engaged in combat. "Mio, raise the gravity in the courtyard," Rias ordered as she surveyed the situation. "Got it," Mio said as her demonic energy began to swell. Immediately after raising the gravity with her gravity manipulation, bloodline ability, all the devils below high rank stopped moving or fell to the ground if they were not strong enough to resist. In the end, the number of enemies and allies alike were reduced drastically. "Make sure you don't kill them," Sona said. "We're not completely sure who's on our side." I'll be careful, Mio said while concentrating. I'm actually surprised you're here, Uncle Cassiel, Aquino said as she began charging holy lightning on her fingertips. Well, even though I'm not really happy about receiving orders from Surzex right now, Cassiel said as he materialized a bastard sword in his hand. I'm still his, Bishop. And while you all were hearing the situation from Keisha, Surzex asked me to assist. I see, Aquino said, firing a bolt of holy lightning at a high-ranked devil who attacked the group. When they first arrived, the members of the three peerages were unsure who to attack, as most of the soldiers on both sides wore the same armor. However, once the gravity was adjusted by Mio, everyone looked at them. When the soldiers saw them, some of them looked relieved after seeing them, while the others looked at them with hostility. Aquino, I think we should let the high-rank members do most of the fighting, Sona said after seeing Aquino's display. Rhea, can you mark the hostiles? Will do, Rhea said. After that, Rhea cast a magic circle that covered the entire courtyard. When it vanished, all those who showed hostility were covered in a red aura that was clear to everyone. Okay, I'm done, Rhea said as she wiped a bit of sweat from her forehead. Marking this many people isn't all that hard, but checking everyone in that brief moment of recognition was taxing on my mind. You can take a quick break to recompose, Sona said. After that, I need you to jump into battle as well. Understood, Rhea replied. After that, all the high-ranked residents of the Alaverus estate rushed into the crowd and engaged in battle with the members of the rebel faction. Meanwhile, everyone at ultimate rank or above watched to make sure that no one's life was at risk. Occasionally, they would also be drawn into battle when another ultimate rank devil would appear on the scene. Why did I even come here? Evangeline wondered aloud. There's no one strong enough to make me take action. I could have been enjoying the last few minutes of sunlight at home. I hope your attitude changes when Master Scathatch returns, Aqua said. Humph, Evangeline snorted. I have no intention of slacking off. But this fight is too low level for me. The only one in this castle who could be a match for me is that old man just watching from the top of the castle. After Evangeline's words, the group of ultimate rank or above beings looked up at the castle's rooftop. There, they saw Zekrom Bale watching the battle in the courtyard while occasionally taking a sip of wine. Seriously? Cassiel asked in disbelief. Doesn't he care about his forces weakening? Probably not, Rhea said while watching her peerage fight. According to Mother, he only cares about strength. He'd probably be happy to clear out the weaker devils and command the strong ones who remain. He's definitely a devil from the old days, Cassiel said while shaking his head. Anyway, where is Serorg? As soon as Cassiel's question fell, a large hole was blown through one of the walls of the castle. When they looked closely, they could see Larnio's bale flying through the air before crashing into the outer wall of the castle, the impact causing the wall to crater. Asterisk cough, asterisk you ungrateful, Larnio said as he pulled himself from the crater in the wall. Ungrateful? Serorg roared. After what you've done to my mother and I for years, you call me ungrateful? Not listening to what Serorg had to say, Larnios created a ball of the power of destruction in each hand. Then, he fired a volley of attacks at Serorg, not caring that there were several soldiers from both sides between him and his son. This guy is a piece of garbage, Evangeline said, snapping her fingers and creating a barrier to save the unsuspecting targets. Seeing the barrier stop his attacks, Larnios looked towards the group of ultimate rank beings who came from the human world with anger. However, after recognizing Cassiel, his face paled. Why are you here? Larnios barked. An abomination like you shouldn't be here. Asterisk sigh asterisk it's nice to see you too, Larnios, Cassiel said in a tired tone. Surzex ordered me to come here to see what I could do to stop this coup. Then you should go and kill that ingrate, Larnios shouted while pointing at Serorg. Hearing that, everyone looked at Larnios like he just grew a second head. He does know that he's the one who started the coup, right? Aquino whispered to Tsubaki. I'm not sure at this point, Tsubaki replied. He probably feels like Serorg stole his rightful position. While Aquino and Tsubaki discussed the situation, Cassiel began rubbing his temples. Then, he looked at Serorg. Can you just hurry up and kick his ass? Cassiel asked. I forgot how much I hate dealing with this guy. He has a knack for twisting right into wrong and vice versa. Gladly, Serorg said. Before Serorg could continue his fight with his father, however, he swung his left hand, covered in Tuki, behind him and swatted away a ball of the power of destruction. Stay out of this, Magdarin, Serorg said, not even looking back. I don't want to hurt you, if I don't have to. Magdarin, Serorg's younger half-brother, was a young man whose looks had a strong resemblance to Serorg, with black hair and purple eyes. However, he was significantly less bulky, as he relies almost exclusively on his power of destruction, completely neglecting his body. Don't speak to me as though you were my better. Magdarin shouted in anger. A disgrace of the Baal clan like you stole what should have been mine by birthright. I should have been the head of the clan after father. Hey, Tsubaki, did he forget that Serorg was the first son? Akino asked curiously. He probably did. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. They really are father and son, huh? Akino said while watching the drama unfold. You leave me no choice. Serorg said before disappearing from where he stood. Bang. Boom. Gah. Magdarin grunted after being blown into a wall. Where Magdarin stood, now only Serorg was there with his fist extended to where Magdarin's stomach should have been. Meanwhile, while Serorg's back was turned, Larnios fired off another volley of the power of destruction at Serorg, not caring that if Serorg dodged, Magdarin would be hit instead. Feeling the incoming projectiles, Serorg turned around and began batting the attacks away. To everyone's surprise, all the batted away attacks landed on an opposing ultimate rank devil. Oh, that boy is good. Evangeline said. Yeah, that was impressive. Cassiel said. Issa only nodded in agreement as he watched the battle progress. Father, this was not my decision. Serorg said while continuing to defend against the power of destruction. If you had such a problem with this, why didn't you take it up with Ancestor Zekrom? Silence, you know nothing. Larnios shouted. I'm just doing what I should have done years ago when you were found to be useless. Shaking his head at his father's outrage, Serorg covered his whole body in Tuki, then he began walking toward his father, not even defending against the power of destruction. Regulus. Serorg shouted. Let's show him a bit of our true power. Very well, my king. Regulus said as he appeared next to Serorg. Balance break. Serorg and Regulus said in unison. The next moment, both Serorg and Regulus began to glow in a bright golden light. A moment later, when the light dimmed, Regulus was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Serorg stood alone wearing a golden plate armor with a lion motif, a golden mane coming out of the back of the helm, and a lion's face on the chest. Balance breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Serorg said with Regulus' voice speaking the same words, in unison. Oh, so that boy was the Regulus Nemia. Issa said, watching Serorg's new form with interest. In that state, he would be able to give most minor god-ranked beings a run for their money. While the others discussed Serorg's transformation, Serorg disappeared from his position and reappeared in front of his father with his hand wrapped around Larinius' neck. Do you realize what you've done, father? Serorg asked calmly. Because of this coup, many of the clan's warriors have fallen and weakened the clan. So, what? Larnios asked, struggling to speak with Serorg's hand on his neck. I was only getting rid of those who were not loyal to me. I would have been able to make the clan strong again in time. That's the issue. Serorg said while shaking his head. The clan's warriors should be loyal to the clan, not the clan head. Deciding there was no point in wasting any more words with him, Serorg tightened his grip on Larinius' neck. Then, until Larnios passed out due to lack of oxygen, Serorg simply held his grip. When Larnios passed out, Serorg dropped him to the ground. That was kinda boring. Evangeline said in a disappointed tone. He could have done that without transforming. What a waste of effort. Actually, I was supposed to use this form in the fight with James a while ago. Serorg said a bit bashfully. But I lost too fast to use it, so I just kinda used it here. You should have at least used it to beat him up a little. Rhea said, also shaking her head in disappointment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Serorg said as he and Regulus separated. Anyway, thanks for coming. Without your assistance, the number of casualties would definitely be higher. With Larinius' defeat, much of the fighting in the courtyard stopped immediately. With their leader defeated, there wasn't much point in continuing the rebellion. Instead, it was better to surrender in hopes of a lighter punishment. Well, since it looks like everything has calmed down, we should get going. Sona said. James called not too long ago and said that they were back home. All right. Serorg said with a smile. Tell James I'll be by to challenge him to another spar soon. Sure. Rhea said in a tired tone. Do you like losing, or something? After that, all the residents of the Alaverus estate gathered. Then, Evangeline invoked a teleportation circle, and they were all teleported back to the human world. Chapter 254, You are not welcome in this house. Human world, Sicily, Cefalu. Hiya. Rizavim laughed after receiving a report about the goings-on in the underworld and heaven. Those fools are all dancing to my tune. I don't know why you insist in playing all these games. But at least there are 4 fewer dragons I have to worry about killing. Acnologia said in a grim tone. But the rest of those dragons, especially the vanishing dragon and the Welsh dragon, have to die as well. It's because attacking heaven and manipulating fools like Larnios Bale are so much fun. Rhysavim said with a smile. And if you add sending you to wreak havoc in Asgard so that I could steal that little lass research, then you end up with a perfect plan of misdirection. Instead of being impressed with Rhysavim's meticulous planning, Acnologia simply looked away, not understanding why he doesn't just crush all those who would stand before him. Noticing Acnologia's dismissive attitude, Rhysavim rolled his eyes before speaking again. Since you're so gung-ho, why don't you go to the familiar forest and kill Tiamat? Rhysavim asked. She is one of the strongest dragons alive, after all. Is that where she has been hiding? Acnologia growled. And why didn't you tell me that sooner? Because she was no threat to my plans. Rhysavim said casually. You should know, if it doesn't affect my plans, I don't really care about it. Gore. Acnologia growled again. After growling, Acnologia stood from his seat at the table on the terrace. Then he walked back into the house. Watching Acnologia leave, Rhysavim narrowed his eyes. That lizard is starting to outlive his usefulness. Rhysavim said to himself quietly. The only use he had was keeping the other evil dragons in line. Perhaps it's time for him to go. As Rhysavim's last word fell, a big, manic smile appeared on his face. Well, that can wait until I've deciphered that little Valkyrie's research on Trihex's seal. Rhysavim said with a gleeful smile on his face. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city, Lilith. Shortly after the rebellion in Baal territory was put down, the four great Satans were seated in their usual meeting room discussing the day's happenings. So, Larnios Baal was imprisoned in Baal Castle's dungeon. After all he did? Ajuka asked. Yes. Surzex responded. Apparently, the idea of killing his father didn't sit well with Serorg. Though from what I hear, Zekrom was all for killing him. Well, he is from the old generation of devils. Serafal said. They are always like, kill first, question later. And stuff like that. That's true. Surzex said. And I can understand that he probably sees Larnios as a liability after the stunt he pulled. Well, that's really not something we can meddle in. Falbium said. ***, the Satans don't have the right to meddle in clan politics. I know that. Surzex said in a tired tone. Otherwise, the engagement between Riatan and Riser would have never happened. Surzex-chan, you're such a siscon, Serafal said with a chuckle. You're really the last person who has any right to say that. The other three Satans thought simultaneously. Ahem. We've also received a report from James. Ajuka said after picking up another report. Apparently during his visit to heaven, they were attacked by a horde of mass-produced evil dragons. That boy again. Surzex muttered under his breath. Then, in a louder tone he asked. How did they even get into heaven? According to Michael, they entered through the connection to purgatory. Ajuka said. And this fact presents a problem of its own. What problem? Serafal asked while tilting her head cutely. Other than heaven, the only place they could have entered purgatory from is the realm of the dead. Ajuka said in a solemn tone. In other words, Hades. Falbium said. Yes. Ajuka replied. The only person who could have allowed them into purgatory was Hades. We need to get a hold of Asgard. Surzex said sternly. We need to know how Loki managed to get free. Hold on. Serafal said, cutting the flow of the conversation. It says here that, there weren't just those mass-produced evil dragons in heaven. Hearing Serafal's interruption, Surzex and Falbium both picked up a copy of the report Serafal was reading and Ajuka was referring to. Then, after reading it quickly, Surzex slammed his fist onto the meeting table. It's Rhysavim. Surzex said in frustration. Why does he have to stick his nose in everything? Why do you sound so surprised? Falbium asked in a tired tone. It's not like he's doing anything different than he has for centuries. Causing pain and headaches to others is what he does. And if he can cause those he affects to suffer, he ends up even happier. I know that. Surzex grumbled. Ooh, it looks like Jaquin got a familiar while he was in heaven, too. Serafal said, exclaiming at the report once again. Once again, Surzex and Falbium looked at the report. Though, Surzex was doing it grudgingly. Then, they saw that Crumcrutch, Azidahaka, Apophis, and Layton led the attack. Seeing that Azidahaka, Apophis, and Layton were killed by members of James' peerage, they were shocked but not all that surprised. However, when they read that James made Crumcrutch his familiar, they were thoroughly flabbergasted. He subdued the Crescent Circle dragon. Surzex said with surprise in his tone. That's impossible. Is it really that surprising? Ajuka asked. Dragons respect nothing more than strength. Why do you think Tiamat agreed to my proposal of protecting the inhabitants of the familiar forest? If I hadn't been able to defeat her, there's no way she would have heeded my request. If you had thrown enough treasures at her, she would have. Sirzek said while shaking his head. No one in all the realms has that many treasures. Ajuka stated bluntly. She wanted half of the Astaroth house's treasury to take the job. Then, she wanted a tribute with a value of a quarter of the treasury annually. Wow, that's one greedy dragoness. Seraphal said with her eyes wide open. Good thing I never asked her to guest star in my upcoming show. After that statement, Seraphal began muttering to herself about the finer details of her upcoming production. Sarah, focus. Sirzek said. The fact that there was an attack in heaven and a rebellion in one of the underworld's most prominent houses on the same day can't be a coincidence. Are you suggesting Rizavim was responsible for both incidents? Ajuka asked while frowning slightly. Although he likes to cause trouble, there would have to be another reason for him to do something like this. I don't know what he's planning. Sirzek said with his fists clenched. But if I know him as well as I think I do, then I'm sure he's up to something. After that, the four great Satans began to hypothesize what Rizavim could possibly be up to. Unfortunately, they did not have enough information to make any solid guesses. Or at least they did not before a communication magic circle appeared next to Seraphal's ear. Glancing at the magic circle, Seraphal grimaced when she saw that it came from Odin. Lord Odin, we are in the middle of a meeting. Seraphal said in a flat tone. I don't have time for your sexual harassment. As much as I'd like to, I have important matters to discuss this time. Odin replied in a solemn tone. Today, Asgard was attacked by Acnologia, who should have been long dead. Hearing that, an unprecedentedly serious expression made its way onto Seraphal's face. Her expression grew even more grave after Odin's next words. While the attack was going on, someone stole my former bodyguard's, Rosweiss, research on the Trihex's seal. Human world, Japan, Kuo. While the four great Satans were discussing the day's events, Cassiel, Rias, Sona, and the others returned to the human world's Alaverus estate. When they got back, they found James, Leona, and Genkai playing video games. While the others were doing their own things around the house. Welcome back everyone. James said with his sight focused on the TV. Is the rebellion settled? Yeah. Evangeline said, flopping down on the sofa next to James. It was so boring. There were only weaklings in the enemy force. I could have stayed home, and the outcome wouldn't have changed. Look how close to James she's sitting. Aquino said while covering her mouth with one of her hands. She looks quite cozy, too. Well, it wasn't hard to see that she was interested in him ever since she got here. Ria said with a bit of jealousy in her gaze. James never treated her like a child, even after seeing her in her child form. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. I'm sure that gained him some brownie points. Rias and Aquino nodded in understanding after hearing Sona's explanation. While Rias, Sona, and Aquino were talking about Evangeline's actions, Mio quietly made her way over to the sofa James was sitting on and sat on the opposite side of Evangeline. Then, she gently leaned on James' shoulder. Oh my, little Mio is growing up. Maria said while dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Oh, they grow up so fast. Damn it. Zenobia muttered under her breath. She beat me to it. Rosweiss had a similar expression to Zenovia's on her face after seeing Mio's decisive move. At the same time, Rias, Sona, and Aquino also noticed that Mio had gotten the jump on them. Then, the three of them, Kaneko, and Ravel began to eye James' lap. However, since he was currently holding a controller and laughing at the beatdown he was administering to his mother in Street Fighter, they quickly realized that they lost their chance for some skinship. At that moment, Scathatch came up from the training room, followed by Crumb-Crutch. When they saw the evil dragon, all the new arrivals went on high alert. What is he doing here? Cassiel asked with his bastard sword in his hand. Hearing that, Crumb-Crutch glanced at Cassiel, followed by Issa. Then, he quickly looked away. Too weak. Crumb-Crutch said bluntly. Then, his sight fell on Evangeline who was snuggled up to James. You, fight me. And why in the hell would I do that? Evangeline said, clearly not interested in Crumb-Crutch's proposal. Because, other than my contractor and his queens. I think that is the correct term, you are the strongest. Crumb-Crutch stated. Even though it doesn't seem like that on the surface, my instincts are telling me so. Oh ho, you have some good instincts. Evangeline said with a smile. It's true I have the ability to fight above my weight class, so to speak. But once again, why the hell would I do that? This time, Crumb-Crutch was at a loss for words. So far, James and Scathatch were all for a good fight. So, he expected everyone in James' peerages to be the same way. However, Evangeline turned that hypothesis on its head rather quickly. I understand where you're coming from, Eva. James said after winning his match against Leona. Then, he patted Evangeline on the head. But it would really be helpful if you could spar with him every once in a while. I still haven't heard a reason as to why the hell I should do that. Evangeline said, narrowing her eyes in pleasure with James' petting. Because, Crum only agreed to be my familiar if he was able to fight strong opponents. James said with a smile. At least until he's strong enough to defeat me. Which, to be honest, is a pipe dream. Besides, it would give me a chance to see your magic, Magia Arabia, up close. I thought you represented wrath. Rhea said with a smile. But it sounds like pride is starting to take over. James could only shake his head at that. Nope, that's not pride, it's confidence. James replied. As hard as Crum may train, I plan to train as hard, if not harder. Hearing that, everyone in the room, other than Crum Crutch, nodded their heads. Over the weeks for some, months for others, and years for the rest, they all knew just how hard James usually trained. Well, if you want to see my magic, I guess I can spar with him later. Evangeline said with a little smile on her face. I wouldn't mind teaching you, Magia Arabia, either. Before the conversation could go any further, however, a magic circle appeared in the corner of the living room. When they looked over, they saw that it had Graphia's mark on it. A moment later, Graphia and Venelana appeared in the magic circle's place. Rias, was everything settled at Bale Castle? Venelana asked as she approached Rias after the teleportation was completed. Yes, mother. Rias said with a smile. Sai has everything in control now. That's good. Venelana said with a hint of relief in her tone. However, before the conversation could continue, once again a teleportation magic circle appeared in the living room. Seeing that it had Serafal's mark on it, James could not help but smile deviously. He knew that the first chapter of Puella Magi Madoka Magica was released today. So, he was expecting her to show up at some point. However, he was surprised when not only Serafal but Ajuka, Falbium, Azazel, and Odin showed up in the living room. Ah. Where is Surzex-chan? Serafal asked after the teleportation was completed. I know he was in my magic circle when we left Asgard. Hearing that, the 4 faction leaders who came with her began to look around like Serafal was doing. There is no need to search. Scathatch said indifferently. Until he makes a public apology, as was stated in the terms of the duel, Surzex Lucifer is not welcomed in this house. With that, the room fell into an awkward silence. Chapter 255, Priceless. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Jakuin, can you please allow Surzex-chan in for this meeting? Serafal said with puppy dog eyes. He is one of the leaders of the underworld. Plus, his mother and little sister are here. Oh, I really don't mind. Rhea said with her arms crossed. He's not the big brother I know anymore. He can't even keep his side of a deal. Unfortunately, I have to agree. Venelana said. Although it wasn't made public, everyone in the know knew that Surzex agreed to apologize publicly if he lost the duel to James. Hearing that, Serafal had no grounds to argue further. Ajuka was also at a loss for words. He had been pressing Surzex to apologize to James. However, Surzex had continuously put it off, citing that there were more important matters to attend to. Well, if you won't let him in, can you at least tell us where he was sent to? Falbium asked, in his usual tired tone. He should have been stopped outside the barrier. Scathatch replied. So, if he has yet to move, he should be standing on the street directly in front of the front door. With that, Serafal, Ajuka, Falbium, and Azazel made their way to one of the windows that faced the street. And sure enough, what they saw was Surzex standing there with a frustrated expression on his face. While Ajuka, Serafal, and Falbium wore expressions that said they had no idea what to do or say, Azazel began laughing uproariously. Ahahaha. Oh, man. Azazel said while holding his stomach. That's a look that I never thought I'd see on his face. Now is not the time, Azazel. Ajuka said in an exasperated tone. We have serious matters to deal with. Hey, don't get mad at me. Azazel said, wiping a tear from his eye. He did this to himself. After that, Ajuka began to scold Azazel, who continued to laugh as if it did not bother him in the slightest. At the same time, Odin was too busy staring at all the beautiful women in the room with perversion flashing in his one good eye. Would you like to lose your other eye as well, All-Father? James asked in a scarily calm tone. No, thank you. Odin replied without changing his expression or gaze. Then, I would suggest you keep your perverted gazes to yourself from now on. James said, letting his demonic power and draconic aura leak. Finally turning his gaze away from the women, Odin looked into James' eyes and could see the wrath building. You really need to learn to take things with a grain of salt, young man. Odin said calmly. you could put our alliance in danger with your brash behavior. Oh really? James asked, his demonic power and draconic aura leaking even further. Then let me ask you a question, old man. Go on. Odin replied. If someone was staring at your women the way you're staring at mine and my mother, what would you do? James asked, still with that calm tone. I'd make sure they live to regret it. Odin replied without hesitation. But there is a difference between you and I. Yeah, I'm not a disrespectful scumbag who comes into someone else's house and acts as they please. James said. Not quite. Odin replied with a chuckle. I'm actually strong enough to stop those who would disrespect my women. Are you saying that I'm not? James asked with his eyebrow raised. For most opponents, yes. Odin answered. For your age, your strength is more than impressive. But when comparing yourself to someone like me, it's not enough. While James' expression became even more calm, Odin thought that James had finally understood what he was saying. Unfortunately, Odin did not know James well enough to know that he was not and truly about to lose his shit. Everyone who knew him well, on the other hand, was wondering how long they would have to live in hotels after James lost it and the mansion was destroyed. Bang. Before the dispute could go any further, Odin was struck in the back of the head by a magical girl wand. Holding onto its handle was Seraphol, frowning in an adorable way at Odin. Lord Odin, you are disrespecting the strongest among the devils. In his own home, no less. Seraphol said, resting her hands on her hips. Does this reflect on how you view us devils? No, I just wanted to let this kid know that he needs to loosen up. Odin said, rubbing the back of his head. I mean, just looking isn't hurting anyone. Before Seraphol could scold Odin any further, another female voice, that sounded almost emotionless, rang out. All-Father, I believe you are misunderstanding something. Scathatch said coldly. Oh, and what would that be, Master Scathatch? Odin said with much more respect in his tone. My disciple is powerful enough to kill you if you aren't careful. Scathatch said. And even if you were, you would not leave the battle unscathed. On top of that, one of his swords is made from the same material as my spear. Which means Gungnir would have little effect on him. What do you think a sword that bends the laws of causality and strikes the opponent could do to me or Gungnir? Odin asked in genuine confusion. All I can say, is you have been warned. Scathatch said, feeling like she gave Odin a big enough hint already. Enough, Lord Odin. Ajuka said, trying to put an end to this. Looking down on the young man because he is still young would be a foolish thing to do. Yeah, don't we have a prime example standing out on the streets right now? Azazel said, trying to hold in his laughter after every peek he took at Surzex. Deciding to drop the subject, not because he was wary of James, but because he did not want to endanger the alliance, Odin looked away from James and focused his lecherous gaze on Seraphol. Hey, did you notice he didn't look at Graphia with that lecherous gaze? Aquino asked Tsubaki. I did. Tsubaki replied with a nod. I don't know why though. It's because my big brother could seriously injure him if he went all out. Rias chimed in on the Queen's conversation. So, did he forget that James beat Lord Lucifer without going all out? Rhea asked. I'm guessing it's because he doesn't think James could do anything due to his inexperience. Sona also added. Then, what does he make of the dragon in human form standing behind James like a bodyguard? Flora asked. While James' classmates discussed what just happened, the rest of the people in the living room looked at everything with shock on their faces. All except for Scathatch, who was eyeing Odin as if she was seriously considering stabbing him with one of her spears, and Crumb-Crutch, who was hoping that a fight would break out so he would have the chance to fight Odin. Anyway, what is this important news you brought us? James asked after finally calming his anger. I'm sure you can give Surzex the Cliff Notes version after we're done here. We're actually here to see Ross Weiss. Ajuka said after shaking his head. The paper you wrote about Trihexa's seal was stolen today. But why? Ross Weiss asked in confusion. The only thing that research paper went over was the theory behind the barrier that sealed Trihexa. It wouldn't be any use since no one knows where Trihexa is even sealed. We have reason to believe that it was stolen by Rizavim Levon Lucifer. Ajuka stated. That guy again. James said in a disgusted tone. We already had to fight his damn dragons today. Why would you think he was behind it? Because Acnologia, the apocalypse dragon, attacked Asgard when the research was stolen. Odin said in a solemn tone. On top of that, we believe that Rizavim was behind Larenius' rebellion as well. Ajuka added. Though, that one is more of a guess than us having solid evidence. It just keeps getting better. James said while rubbing his temples. If you think that's bad. Falbium said. We're pretty sure that Hades helped him get the dragons into heaven today. He's the only one who could have let them into purgatory. And that makes 3 reasons for me to ram my foot up his bony ass. James growled. Once again, James tried to calm down. Then, he looked at Ajuka and asked a question. What do you need us to do? We want to try and gather as many allies as we can for this fight. Ajuka said in a solemn tone. Then, we wish to put together a team to find Rizavim. And you want us to join this team, right? James asked. Correct. Ajuka replied with a nod. Well, I don't really have a problem with that, James said with a nod. Just let us know. I have a score to settle with Rizavim. He tried to destroy all of Sona's hard work, after all. Ajuka, Seraphol, Falbium, and Azazel nodded in satisfaction after hearing James' answer. Odin, on the other hand, was trying not to ogle the women in the room. He knew that things would not stop as easily as they had the first time. Even though he's not afraid of James. In fact, he looks down on him due to his age and inexperience. But even he knows that now is not the time to add tension to the situation. I assume you all are alright with it too, right? James said with a smile. As James' sentence fell, the rest of his peerage showed themselves. After entering the room, they took their places and stood behind James. Rias, Sona, we would like you to join this team as well. Ajuka said. I agree. Rias said with determination burning in her eyes. As Sona opened her mouth to agree too, she was cut off. Come on, Sotan, I know you can do it. Seraphol shouted encouragingly. All of a sudden, I don't want to, anymore. Sona said while hanging her head. Then, in a small voice she continued. I agree as well. Good. Give us some time, we'll find more members for your team. Ajuka said while nodding in satisfaction. When we have the team roster together, we'll contact you. Understood. James, Rias, and Sona replied in unison. After that, the 3 kings and the faction leaders discussed the formation of the team a little more, and James made a suggestion. I think we should invite Valley and his team to this little gathering. James said. It's not like Kuroka's not gonna relay this information to them. You noticed me, Naya. Kuroka's voice rang out from below the sofa James was sitting on. A moment later, a black cat with 2 tails crawled out from underneath the sofa. Then, it jumped into James' lap. When it landed, it began to grow, eventually shape-shifting into Kuroka. Of course, I did, not even I am can escape my perception. James said with a smile while Kuroka snuggled into his chest. So, am I right to assume that Valley and his team already know about this conversation? Yes, Naya. Kuroka purred as James began to scratch behind her cat ears. I broadcast the whole conversation to them. I forgot she was here. Azazel said with a wry smile on his face. Now it feels like we should have invited them before we even showed up. After a little more small talk, the faction leaders decided it was time to go, with Seraphol creating a teleportation circle. However, before they could be teleported out of the mansion, James stopped them. Are you going to leave the abandoned puppy out there on the street? James said, pointing out of the front window. Standing where James was pointing was Surzex. And based on his facial expression, he was seriously considering transforming into his true form to attack the barrier. Oops. Seraphol said while tilting her head and gently knocking on it. I guess we forgot. Then, the 5 faction leaders made their way to the mansion's front door, left through it, met up with Surzex, and spent the next 7 minutes trying to calm him down. After all that, they finally teleported back to the underworld to discuss the team formation once again. Moments after the 6 faction leaders were gone, James could no longer hold in his laughter. Falling to the side and displacing Kuroka from his lap, he lay on top of Mio's lap, causing her to blush immediately, and laughed from the bottom of his soul. With Leona quickly following afterward. Holy shit. James struggled to say through his laughter. Did you see the look on Surzek's face? I know, the way it changed over time too. Leona said, laughing just as hard. Priceless. James and Leona shouted in unison while everyone else, even Graphia, giggled quietly. Chapter 256, To the Familiar Forest. Human World, Japan, Kuo. 2 days after the meeting with the Satans, Azazel, and Odin, in the training room underneath the Human World's Alaverus estate, the residents of the house and the members of Rias and Sona's peerages that live outside the mansion were finishing up another one of Skathach's grueling training sessions. That is enough for today. Skathach said as she looked over the exhausted young people in the training room. It's finally over. Issei said as he lay with his arms and legs spread out on the floor. Here, have some water. Asia said, bringing Issei a bottle of water, even though she was just as exhausted. Oh, Asia, I forgot to ask. James said with a smile while still balancing on a spike. Then, with his eyebrows waggling, he continued. How was your date? While Asia began to blush immediately, Issei began to smile like a fool. Judging from their reactions and the fact that Issei did not ogle the girls as much or as hard as he usually does during training, James had a good idea of how their date went. Irina, who was also training with the peerages of the 4 kings, who live in the mansion, looked at the reactions of her childhood friend with a jealous pout on her face. Then, her wings and halo appeared on their own. Then, like they had done in heaven, they began to flicker rapidly. Seriously, it's a wonder she hasn't fallen yet. Lady said while wiping sweat from her face. The date was awesome, senpai. Issei said while giving a thumbs up. I'm glad to hear it. James said. Oh, girl, you've got some stories to tell, don't you? Mocha said as she wrapped her arms around Asia. Mocha. Asia said with a bright red blush on her face. Don't give me that. Mizor said, approaching her with a gossip-loving smile on her face. You're spending the night over here, tonight. As the second-year girls began to talk animatedly, I.M. approached James quietly. James-sama. I.M. said in a respectful tone. What's up, I.M.? James asked casually as he flipped off the spike he was balancing on. If I may make a suggestion. I.M. said with a slight bow. Tomorrow night is the full moon. Perhaps it is time that we made a trip to the familiar forest. James hummed as he stroked his chin. That's not such a bad idea. Then, looking at I.M. with a glint in his eye, James continued to speak. In fact, it's a really good idea. James said with a cruel smile on his face. Especially for a disgusting degenerate like you. Hearing James' insult, I.M.'s body stiffened. Then, her face went as red as Ria's hair and her body began to shudder. A moment later, her breathing became haggard. Finally, she fell to the floor while writhing in ecstasy. Damn, you're disgusting. James said with a cold expression on his face. Hearing that, I.M.'s eyes rolled into the back of her head while her body began to twitch. Then, she passed out. Once her consciousness was gone, James picked up I.M. like a princess with a fond smile on his face. It looks like she's grown on you. Flora said with a smile. But. Do you really have to do that in front of everyone? I mean, look at Issei. Turning his head, James saw a trickle of blood flowing from Issei's nose while he wore an awkward expression. It was easy to see that Issei found the sight of I.M. getting off arousing. At the same time, though, he found her masochism quite off-putting. This is the best way for me to reward her. James said while smiling wryly. Why don't you just accept her? Aquino asked, feeling a bit awkward. Because. James said, his voice getting quieter as he continued. I don't know much about SNM in the bedroom. I'm afraid of disappointing her. My disciple, you really are quite cute. Scathatch said as she approached James. Then, she placed a hand on his cheek and spoke in a sultry tone. Perhaps, this Scathatch should teach you all that you need to know. Hearing Scathatch's tone, James stiffened immediately. Although she sounded sexy as hell, James was completely terrified at the thought. James was 100% certain that Scathatch meant to teach him about SNM like she said. However, he was also certain that he would be taught from the perspective of the masochistic side. No, thank you. James said with his face paling and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I think I should research about this on my own. Since I'm doing this for I.M. and all. Well, if you'd like to do some research. Aquino said with a smile on her face. I have some materials in my room that might interest you. Perhaps we could watch them together. Why doesn't it surprise me that Aquino has a bunch of BDSM porn stashed in her bedroom? Rias asked while placing her right hand on her forehead. Because you've known her for years. Sona said while adjusting her glasses with a slight blush on her face. As the group continued to chat, they made their way upstairs via the elevator in groups. Then, they all made their way to the bath and got themselves cleaned up. After a nice bath, Issei and Genturu took their leave, while Asia and Irina stayed with the other second-year girls. Mizor, Mocha, Shuna, and Zenobia wanted the juicy details about Asia's time with Issei while they were in heaven or the underworld, while Irina wanted to reprimand Asia due to her jealousy. At the same time, the rest of the residents went about their own business before eventually going to bed. The next day, after another grueling training session. James, I've made my decision. Aqua said in a solemn tone. I would like to join your peerage. Oh, and what was it that prompted you to decide? James asked curiously. I mean, it's not like I've done anything particularly noteworthy, right? Signing a familiar contract with Krumkruch isn't anything noteworthy. Evangeline asked, pointing at Krumkruch, who was still bench pressing the equivalent of 7 city buses' weights. Approximate 294,000 pounds. Or 133,356 kilograms. Touché. James replied with a smile. I'll admit, that was part of the reason. Aqua replied with a nod. But that's not all. On top of that, I've seen how happy that Mocha is with you and how hard you work to improve. Ugh. Another siscon. James thought to himself. I see. James said with a wry smile. But I have to ask you one more time. Are you sure? Once you go through with this, there's no going back. Instead of answering verbally, Aqua nodded her head strongly. Feeling her determination, James then took a step toward Aqua and extended his hand. When he did, a rook and 3 pawn pieces appeared floating over his outstretched palm. You're the same as me. Kahlua said after seeing the evil pieces that answered James' call. And like Kahlua, I think we'll go with the rook. James said, wrapping his hand around the rook piece. After that, the 3 pawns disappeared. Then, James wasted no time pressing the rook into Aqua's chest. A moment later, Aqua closed her eyes as her body began to change. About a minute later, Aqua's changes completed, and a pair of devil wings sprouted from her lower back. Congratulations. Kahlua shouted as she wrapped Aqua in a bear hug. Before Kahlua could squeeze too tightly, James quickly pulled her away from Aqua. James, what are you doing? Kahlua asked with a pout while James held her up by the scruff of her neck. Stopping you from killing my new rook. James said with a wry smile on his face. Your strength is enough for me to feel my bones creak under one of your full-powered hugs. You'd crush your sister, who is only at the ultimate rank, like a soda can. Although she didn't say anything, Aqua nodded at James in appreciation. It looks like we need to increase the training for you, Kahlua. Scathatch said in her usual tone. We need to make sure you can control all that physical strength perfectly. James-sama. Shuna said after checking the time. It's almost time for us to go to the familiar forest. Yeah, I guess it is. James said, checking the clock hanging on the training room's wall. Alright, go get cleaned up. Then, we'll go to the familiar forest. Following James' instructions, the members of his 2 peerages made their way to the baths so that they would be ready to make their trip to the familiar forest. Walking at the back of the group, Aqua let a small smile make its way onto her face. Now I'll be able to go shopping with Mocha. Aqua thought to herself as she clenched her fists in front of her chest. About an hour later, the members of James' peerages met up in the living room. Before they left, James looked at his mother, who was playing a fighting game with Genkai. Mom, you don't have a familiar, right? James asked. Nope, sure don't. Leona replied with a focused expression on her face. Wanna come with us and look for one? James asked. Is that allowed? Leona replied with a question of her own. Actually, that's a good question. James replied. Then, he looked at his father and other devils who had been to the familiar forest. Can I bring people who aren't part of my peerage? I don't see why not. Cassiel replied while reading a book. It's not like that was a restriction in the first place. Yeah, it just makes things more convenient. Rias said. That way, you'd make sure no one gets left behind. After all, outside the night of the full moon, it can be pretty dangerous in the familiar forest. I see. James said. Then, he turned his attention back to his mother. So, do you want to come with? Sure, give me a minute. Leona said without looking at James. This match is almost over. No, it's over already. Genkai said. No. Leona screamed. Looking over to the TV, James could see Genkai's character land a super move to finish the match. Okay, let's go. Leona said in a lifeless tone. Then, she stood up and made her way over to James' group. I want you to get revenge for me when we get back. We'll see. James said with a smile. After that, James snapped his fingers and a teleportation magic circle appeared around them. A moment later, James and the rest of the group disappeared in a flash of light. Familiar forest. A moment later, James and his group appeared in what appears to be a large forest. However, everything looked a little sinister. All the trees, bushes, and the ground were all tinted an eerie red. When they eventually looked up into the sky, they found the reason for the eerie red tint. And that was an equally eerie red-tinted full moon. Well. I've never seen a moon like that. Leona said. It's a little creepy. Yeah, it's just like that one, Tails game. James said. The one with the pirate chick that was way too angry for too much of the game. I don't think that's what's important right now. Scathatch said. Where is the familiar master we were told about? Please don't worry. An unfamiliar male voice said. When I sense your arrival, I came in a hurry. Oh, please tell me he doesn't speak in rhymes. Mizor said. I can see that getting real old, real quick. With Mazor's statement, everyone looked in the direction the voice came from. When they did, they saw a lanky man with red hair tied in a low ponytail, overly pronounced facial features, and brown eyes wearing a white tank top and black shorts with a green sweater wrapped around his waist, white socks, brown sneakers, black fingerless gloves, a dark blue cap, and a yellow backpack. Young lady, there's no need to fret. The unfamiliar man spoke once again. If you're impressed by my rhymes, you ain't seen nothing yet. The rhymes are annoying. Mocha said with a frown on her face. But his fashion sense is hideous. In agreement, all the women in the group nodded simultaneously. The words you speak are hurtful, you make me want to grieve. The men said. I think we should find your familiars quickly, so you all can leave. Before that, mind introducing yourself? James asked with a smile on his face. I'm James Alaverus, nice to meet you. Oh, it would be fine if you call me, the familiar master, Satuji. Satuji said. Like that, the rest of the group introduced themselves to Satuji. Then, for the next couple hours, Satuji led the group around the familiar forest helping them to find familiars of their own. By the end of their tour, most of the group had familiars. Other than James, Scathatch, and the former vampires, who already had familiars of their own, the only one who left without a new familiar was Dante. Mazor found a white tiger cub with blue stripes and a pair of wings that breathed ice that she named Bayako. Siyu Chulin found an eagle that could discharge electricity that he named Zapdos. Lady found a snake that breathes fire and named it Ember. Like Siyu Chulin, Flora's familiar could also discharge electricity. Unlike Chulin's, though, Flora's familiar was a cat with silver fur that she named Kenshi. Ayam found a black mouse that could move at high speed and use stealth magic she named Jinchan. Shuna found a white slug that could assist her in healing. She called Katsuyu. Cheyenne chose a bear cub with super strength, she simply named Kuma. And last, but certainly not least, Irene tamed a small dragon with green scales and bright blue eyes that could manipulate wind that she named Sapphire. Thanks for your help, Satuji. James said with a smile while reaching out his hand for a handshake. Next time I'll have to come by and see Tiamat, though. I wouldn't do that if you value your life. Satuji said with a shiver. Unless you are the type that seeks conflict and strife. As Satuji reached out to take James' outstretched hand, a large explosion occurred in the distance. That came from the direction of Tiamat's cave. Satuji said with fright. You should leave now, before things get grave. Well, I guess I'll be seeing Tiamat this time around, after all. James said with a battle-hungry smile on his face. I get the feeling I'm in for quite the first meeting, as well. Chapter 257, Acnologia vs. Tiamat. Familiar Forest. A few minutes before James and his peerages finished finding their familiars, a tall dark-skinned man with dark blue hair, Acnologia, appeared in front of a cave. When he did, he closed his eyes for a few seconds to sense any form of life in his surroundings. When his scan of the surroundings was over, he opened his eyes with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Finally, I found you, Tiamat. Acnologia said with an insane smile on his face. A moment later, Acnologia was covered in a dark glow. Then, the glow, which was in the shape of Acnologia's outline, began to grow. When the transformation ended, standing in his place was an 82-foot, 25 m, long, from snout to tail, 41-foot, 12.5, tall dragon with round black scales decorated with blue spiral-like patterns, a gray underbelly, a round head with an arrowhead-shaped protrusion on its chin, and a stinger-shaped tip of the tail. On top of that, there were two, feathered, bird-like wings on its back. After standing in front of Tiamat's cave in his dragon form for a moment, Acnologia opened its mouth. In his opened mouth was an orb of swirling black and blue light. Once the orb had absorbed enough energy, Acnologia fired it, in the form of a breath attack, at Tiamat's cave. Boom. An instant later, the entire cave and the mountain it was dug into exploded. However, Acnologia knew that was far from enough to kill Tiamat, as she was only a step away from entering the heavenly dragon realm of power. So, instead of leaving, Acnologia stood and waited for Tiamat to climb out of the rubble. Boom. Roar. Along with the roar, a large amount of rubble was shot into the air. Standing where the rubble used to be, was Tiamat in her dragon form, a large, nearly on par with Acnologia, western dragon with celestial blue scales and dark blue eyes. My treasures. Tiamat roared with lament. Who dares to destroy my treasures? Ha, some things never change. Acnologia said in a tone of derision. Even after dying and coming back to life, you have not changed at all, Tiamat. Hearing Acnologia speak, Tiamat quickly turned her head in the direction his voice came from. When she did, she saw Acnologia in his dragon form. Burning with rage, Tiamat fired a breath attack of her own. Seeing Tiamat's pale and dark blue flames flying in his direction, Acnologia fired another fire breath to counter them. However, even though Acnologia was stronger than Tiamat, her flames were much stronger than his. Realizing that he would be injured if he continued this power struggle, Acnologia flapped his wings and flew out of the path of the flames. After Acnologia dodged, Tiamat's flames blazed through the forest, incinerating everything along the way. Eventually, a more than 656-foot, approximate 200 m, swath of forest was wiped from existence. Damn, chaos karma flames. Acnologia muttered as he looked at the destruction Tiamat caused. As previously mentioned, Tiamat's strength is lower than Acnologia's. However, the chaos karma flames have the ability to burn away karma. Which means that if the target is not strong enough, they would be wiped out of existence, as if they had never existed in the first place. Acnologia, I thought Ophis killed you. Tiamat said in a tone that held both rage and confusion. Then, in a tone without any confusion, she continued. Not that that matters, I'll just kill you again. You'll pay for destroying my treasures. With that, Tiamat shot into the sky, flying towards Acnologia with her claws outstretched. Foolish dragon. Acnologia scoffed as he watched Tiamat draw near. Eternal flare. After saying the name of his spell, a large number of star-shaped magic power constructs formed around Acnologia's wings. Then, he fired them down at the approaching Tiamat. Seeing the approaching projectiles, Tiamat did not alter her course at all. Instead, she began to cycle her magic power around her body. Then, as she neared the first projectile, she swatted it away with one of her claws. As she neared Acnologia, so too did the frequency at which she swung her claws. Eventually, however, she was whipped across the head by Acnologia's tail when she drew close enough. Just before being sent flying by Acnologia's tail, Tiamat opened her mouth and clamped down on the end of the tail, causing him to be dragged away from his spot alongside Tiamat. Roar. Boom. Just after Acnologia roared in pain, due to the force behind Acnologia's tail whip, Tiamat was slammed into the ground, with Acnologia slamming into the ground right beside her. However, Tiamat refused to let go of Acnologia's tail, beginning to thrash around as if she had every intention to rip off the part her fangs were sunk into. Let go of me. Acnologia roared. After his roar, Acnologia closed the distance and began to rain punches down on Tiamat's head, in the hope that she would release his tail. Unfortunately, Tiamat's rage from the destruction of her treasures made it so that she barely even felt the punches Acnologia was throwing. I'll make you pay. Tiamat bellowed in a muffled voice. Then, Tiamat stood and began to spin her body. Eventually, Acnologia felt the force of Tiamat's spin lifting him from the ground. Before Tiamat could make a full rotation, she was swinging Acnologia around by his tail, causing gale force winds to whip up around her. After several dozen spins, Tiamat eventually released her hold on Acnologia's tail, sending him flying into the rubble that used to be her lair. Then, before he even struck the pile of rubble, Tiamat unleashed another breath attack in Acnologia's direction. Boom. Roar. Once again, Acnologia roared in pain. After receiving Tiamat's chaos karma flames, there was not much else that he could do. After a few seconds, Acnologia's pain-filled roars died down as the remainder of the flames burned the pile of rubble. Humph. Tiamat snorted. Serves you right for destroying my treasures. As she mentioned her treasures again, an immense sense of sadness overcame Tiamat. Eventually, she turned away from the wreckage of her old lair and began making her way to another mountain so that she could dig out a new lair. However, before she could get too far, Tiamat noticed that a shadow fell over her surroundings. Then, when she looked up to see what was casting the shadow, she saw a heavily burned Acnologia descending toward her. Damn you and those accursed flames. Acnologia shouted as he slammed his large draconic form into Tiamat's back. With Acnologia, a larger and heavier dragon, landing on top of her, Tiamat was forced onto the ground. Then, Acnologia once again began raining punches on Tiamat's head. Unfortunately, after thinking that she had killed him, Tiamat's rage had been transformed into sadness over the loss of her treasures. So, she could feel the weight behind every one of Acnologia's punches. Roar. Tiamat roared in pain as she struggled to free herself from Acnologia. Unfortunately, due to the unfavorable position she found herself in, she could not budge him in the slightest. All she could do was receive the one-sided beating. Over time, Tiamat's struggles lessened as her scales began to break and her blood began to flow from her wounds. Then, when she was barely conscious, Acnologia let up on the punches and raised his right claw. Now, it is time for you to die, Chaos Karma Dragon. Acnologia said as a ball of energy began to form in his raised claw. Let me show you the power of the end. Once the energy coalesced in his claw, Acnologia made sure that Tiamat could see it as he lowered it toward her head slowly. Inferno Dragon's Tail Whip. Bang. However, before Acnologia could finish the job, he was kicked in the side of his head and knocked off Tiamat's back with James now floating in the spot Acnologia's had previously occupied. He didn't fly as far as I thought he would. James said as he watched Acnologia begin standing again. Only about 100 feet. Approximate 30 m. He's a pretty strong dragon. Drake said. One that I've never seen before. How do you not know a dragon that's strong? James asked incredulously. Because he wasn't even born until a few centuries after Drake died. Irene said, looking at the black dragon warily. So, then I'm guessing you know who that is. James asked with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Not that it matters, I was gonna kick his ass for making a disturbance in the familiar forest anyway. I mean, what would the devils do in the future if that guy had destroyed the forest? I don't think that will be as easy as you think. Irene said. That's Acnologia, the apocalypse dragon. The one who attacked Asgard? James asked. Then, before continuing, he shrugged. They got their asses kicked by a real ugly son of a bitch. At the same time, Acnologia stood up once again and looked at James with hostility and exuding a massive amount of killing intent. It looks like I pissed him off. James said with a smirk on his face. You'd be pissed off too if someone drop-kicked you in the side of your head with flaming shoes. Drake retorted. Indeed. James replied with a nod. But it doesn't look like I did any damage. Of course, you didn't. Drake scoffed. He's only slightly weaker than me at my peak, at the first half of God King rank or the middle of Heavenly Dragon class. Whichever you prefer. I guess that means I need to go all out, huh? James asked with a battle-hungry grin on his face. No, what you need to do is help me get Tiamat so we can get out of here. Irene said in exasperation. I, who am about to awaken. James began his Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive chant without paying attention to Irene. Damn it. Irene said forcefully. A moment later, James appeared with dragon scale-shaped markings on his forehead, and wearing his form-fitting black, sleeveless shihakusho with silver and red accents, and a white sleeveless hori with the word Alaverus stitched into the back. At the same time, Acnologia fired another breath attack at James, Irene, and Tiamat, who had lost consciousness right after she was freed from Acnologia. Get her out of here. James ordered. Then, he sucked in a deep breath of air. Inferno Dragon's Roar. James sent out his own breath attack to counter Acnologia's. At the same time, Irene landed on the ground next to Tiamat's unconscious form, materializing her staff on the way down. Then, she slammed the end of her staff on the ground and invoked her own magic. Universe 1. Irene said, teleporting herself and Tiamat close to the rest of the group so that Shuna could start healing Tiamat's wounds. The next instant, Irene and Tiamat appeared next to the rest of the group with Tiamat crushing a number of trees underneath her. Irene, where is James? Flora asked with concern. He defended against Acnologia's breath attack so that I could escape with Tiamat. Irene said in a frustrated tone. Not that it would have made a difference, he was hell-bent on fighting Acnologia once he saw his attack get shrugged off as if nothing happened. Yeah, that sounds like James. Mocha said with a shrug. As long as it won't endanger us, he'll revel in the chance to fight someone so strong. This time it's no ordinary opponent, though. Irene said with a frown. Acnologia was the one attacking Tiamat. The dragon who attacked Asgard? Scathatch asked, interest clear in her tone. I do not believe I have ever seen this dragon. Perhaps, I will see if my disciple needs any help with this unknown foe. A moment later, Scathatch shot off in the direction where James was fighting with Acnologia. They really are master and disciple, huh? Mizor said with a small smile on her face. Why didn't any of you try to stop her? Irene asked in exasperation. Did she give us the time to? See you Chillin asked. More importantly. Dante said. Do you think any of us could have stopped that crazy woman? Bang. The instant after Dante finished speaking, he was hit in the head with a rock that caused him to fall to the ground. Damn, that really hurt. Dante said while rubbing his head. Then, he looked at Irene and continued speaking. See what I mean? Meanwhile, Shuna approached Tiamat with Katsuyu in her hands. Then, when she was close enough, she flew into the air and placed Katsuyu on one of Tiamat's open wounds. She then channeled her healing senjutsu through Katsuyu, increasing the potency of her healing by a factor of 3. Okay, Katsuyu. Shuna said as she continued to heal Tiamat. Let's take it slow, since this is our first time working together. When we get back home, we'll find out exactly what the two of us can do together. Like that, the rest of the group talked about James' battle and waited for him to return triumphantly. Chapter 258, James vs. Acnologia. Familiar Forest. As James and Acnologia launched their breath attacks at each other, to Acnologia's surprise, they were evenly matched. So, like he did with Tiamat, he flew up and over the flames that would undoubtedly overpower his flames that were no longer being fed his magic power. Once he was out of the line of fire, so to speak, Acnologia put his more than impressive speed to use and dove at James thinking he would have the drop on the young man. Unfortunately, James would never go into a fight with someone who could move faster than most eyes could follow without his presence detection. So, just before Acnologia's jaws snapped around James' waist, James, flash stepped away, before appearing above the back of Acnologia's head in an Iato stance. Inferno Dragon's sweeping claw. James said as he drew Sixth Sense at a speed that even his eyes could not follow. Screech. James' sword streaked across the back of Acnologia's head, causing an ear-piercing sound to echo through the surroundings. Damn, not enough. James thought to himself after seeing the trickle of blood that flowed from the wound. Then, before Acnologia could react, James drew Carnage in a reverse grip with his left hand. Twin fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said as he pumped demonic energy into Carnage. Roar. After feeling the pain from James' first cut, although he was not fast enough to completely avoid the second slash, Acnologia flapped his wings and flew away from James at full speed. TCH. Should have led with Carnage. James said, a bit disappointed in himself. I might be looking at a headless dragon already. That's not the most important thing to be worrying about right now. Drake said, getting James' attention. When James focused on Acnologia again, he saw a large number of star-shaped magical energy constructs forming around his wings. Then, Acnologia fired them at James in torrents. Eternal Flare. Acnologia said with anger in his tone. Right now, Acnologia's usual hatred for dragons could not be compared to what he was feeling for James. As if the kick in the head was not enough, James had cut him, not once but twice. And the second almost removed his head from his neck. On top of that, the wound from the first cut refused to heal. Meanwhile, James continuously used the flash step, trying to avoid Acnologia's projectiles and close the distance. Unfortunately, as James made it closer, it seemed as if the pace Acnologia fired at him increased proportionally. Dragon Slayer's secret art, claws and fangs of the Inferno Dragon. James said as both swords and both feet were covered in flames. With that, on top of using the flash step to dodge, James also used his swords and feet to destroy the projectiles that he was unable to dodge, using his attacks more often as he narrowed the distance even further. Just like in his fight with Tiamat, once James got close enough, Acnologia quickly whipped his tail at James. Unlike his fight with Tiamat, however, James flash stepped above the attack. Then, as the tail passed under him, James lowered Carnage through its flight path while pumping as much demonic energy as he could in that brief moment. Boost, X20. Roar. Fuck. James exclaimed at the same time Acnologia roared. In hindsight, that wasn't the smartest idea. Yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised if you lost your arm, Drake said. As James thought when he lowered Carnage into the path of Acnologia's tail whip, he was able to cut through nearly half of the thick tail. Unfortunately, the counterforce on James' arm was much more than he anticipated, leaving him with a dislocated left shoulder. Crack. Well, at least I still have the arm. James said as he popped his shoulder back into its socket. But I won't be doing that again. The only reason James had enough time to pop his shoulder back in was because Acnologia's spell ended when the pain from his nearly severed tail hit him. Unfortunately, between his natural healing factor and some healing magic, Acnologia's tail did not stay injured for very long. I guess we're back to square one, huh? James muttered as he watched Acnologia heal his tail. Meanwhile, standing atop the highest tree in the area, Scathatch was watching the battle. It was not a bad plan. Scathatch thought to herself as she watched the ongoing battle. Unfortunately, Acnologia is much stronger and more durable than anticipated. As Scathatch watched the battle, James and Acnologia re-engaged. Flashing around faster than most beings at their level or below could see, many melee attacks and magic spells were exchanged. Impressively from what Scathatch could see, neither one took any more damage during this high-speed battle. After fighting at such high intensity, the stalemate was broken, sort of. Flying at James, Acnologia once again tried to snap James in half between his fangs. And just like the many times before, James flash-stepped to safety. This time, however, James did something a little different. After dodging the bite, James appeared next to Acnologia's neck in an Iato stance with the index finger of his left hand pointing at Acnologia. Bakudo number 61, Rikuchikoro. James said quietly. With that utterance, a spark of yellow energy appeared on James' fingertip. Then, 6 plates of yellow energy appeared around Acnologia and slammed into his waist, immobilizing him. After that, James drew Carnage and swung at Acnologia's neck, aiming to decapitate him with one strike. Unfortunately, Acnologia was not immobilized for even an instant. So, before his blade could get 3/4 of the way through Acnologia's neck, James was knocked out of the air by a tail whip. Boom. After slamming into the ground, James stumbled to his feet with his right hand pressed against his left bicep. Damn, the bone snapped like a toothpick. James said, using his healing Kido on his left arm. I've never seen that spell be broken so quickly. Drake said in amazement. I probably would have been enough if I had used the chant. James said while watching Acnologia focus on healing the gash on his neck. But if I had chanted, even while continuing to clash with him, he would have noticed and been more cautious. You're probably right. Drake said in agreement. So, what are you gonna do? I only have one choice. James said in an excited tone. But you've never stress tested this before. Drake said cautiously. Is there a better stress test than this? James asked. You're insane. Drake said. Ignoring Drake, James put all his focus on healing his arm. Then, at about the same time Acnologia finished healing his neck, James was also finished with his own healing. Letting go of his arm, James took a deep breath. Then, he released it slowly. Senbun Zakura Mugen no Ha. James said before he began to glow in a dusk pink light. A moment later, that same glow spread out across the ground in a circle around James, only stopping at a radius of 164 feet. 50 m, then, with James floating where he originally stood with his skin taking on a metallic sheen, a pair of horns growing from his forehead and curving back to the base of his skull, and his irises taking on a completely dusk pink color, the ground began to float up as an uncountable number of cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. What kind of magic is this? Acnologia said in shock after seeing James' super devil form and ability. Instead of receiving an answer, James flew toward Acnologia with his petal blades following behind him. Not understanding the power and limits of this new form, Acnologia felt it would be better to keep James at a distance. So, once again he used the eternal flare, firing many star-shaped projectiles. However, with the many blades floating around him, James was able to destroy all the incoming projectiles without issue. As his attacks were defended against, Acnologia noticed that James was unable to draw past a certain point. Unable or unwilling to draw past a certain point was currently being debated in Acnologia's head, though. Unfortunately, due to James' speed when using the flash step, Acnologia's focus was completely locked onto James' body, not willing to lose track of his position. So, he did not notice that the two of them were slowly but surely being surrounded by the large cloud of petal-shaped blades. Meanwhile, inside James' head, he was currently swearing like a sailor. Fuck. 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 This fucking hurts. James shouted internally. I tried to warn you about stress testing in battle. Drake said in a somewhat gloating tone. I know. James said internally. I feel like if I tried to boost, I would explode. Good guess. Drake said. Although you're used to doubling your power when you use a boost, you've never boosted your full power state. On top of that, your body is currently housing a power that if not equal to, is a bit stronger than your super devil state. So, what you're saying is that I would need a stronger body to handle all of this at the same time without issue. James asked internally. Pretty much. Drake replied. At this moment, James' petal blades had completely surrounded both Acnologia and himself. Then, he allowed his body and swords to break down into another cloud of petal blades before merging with the rest of the cloud. When James broke down, Acnologia finally took the time to look around. When he did, he noticed that he was enclosed in a sphere of dusk pink cherry blossom petal-shaped blades. Realizing that things were not looking good for him at this point, Acnologia began invoking a teleportation circle. Penetrate. At the same time, the entire spear of petal blades rushed towards Acnologia. As all the blades were under the effect of penetrate, there was no resistance when they began ripping into Acnologia's body. However, before they could do too much damage, Acnologia's teleportation circle activated and teleported the Apocalypse Dragon out of the familiar forest. I will kill you the next time we meet. Acnologia growled angrily as he teleported away. When James realized that Acnologia was gone, he, along with all the petal blades, returned to where he first invoked Senbun Sakura Mugen no Ha. Then, he let the petal blades fill in the crater before dropping the transformation and the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. Fuck, my whole body hurts. James muttered before he began to fall backwards. However, instead of his head hitting the ground, he felt the back of his head hit something soft and pillowy. That was quite reckless, my disciple. Scathatch said with a small smile on her face and her arms wrapped around James. But the battle was well fought, considering you had no information about this foe. Thanks. James said with a weak smile. But right now, I'm really tired. Rest. Scathatch said. I'll make sure we return safely. Human world, Sicily, Cefalu. Sitting on the terrace of his beachside villa, Rhizavim was studying the research notes he stole from Asgard. As he made more progress in his research to unseal Trihexa, he could not keep a smile from appearing on his face. However, that smile would soon disappear. Acnologia sure is taking his sweet time. Rhizavim said with a smile on his face. Is he just playing with Tiamat or something? Hiya. Feeling a gathering of magic power in the sky, Ryzavim raised his head and saw a large teleportation circle appear above the villa. What is he doing teleporting back in his dragon form? Ryzavim asked himself after noticing the size and mark of the teleportation circle. When he saw the state Acnologia's body was in, however, his eyes opened wide. Then, he grabbed all the notes on the table as quickly as he could, then he flew away from the villa as fast as he could. A moment later, when the teleportation circle vanished, Acnologia began to fall from the sky. Boom. Thanks to gravity, Acnologia slammed into the ground, losing consciousness on impact. Unfortunately, between the ground and Acnologia stood Ryzavim's beachside villa. My house. You destroyed my fucking house. Ryzavim shouted from the sky. What did you do, you big fucking lizard? Do you know how many weapons and plans I was working on were in there? How the fuck are you going to compensate me for this? While Ryzavim freaked out and continued to swear like a sailor, Acnologia's body began to heal itself while he remained unconscious. Chapter 259, Another One. Familiar Forest. Around the time that Acnologia teleported away from his battle with James, the women in his peerages, who were romantically interested in him, were starting to get worried for his safety. Especially after hearing Irene's horror stories about Acnologia. Maybe we should go and see if he needs any help. Mizor said, her worry evident from her tone. Yeah, I think we should take a look, too. Cheyenne said while gripping the hilt of her odachi. Did you forget that Master is there, too? Siyu Chilin asked while resting his spear over his shoulder. You really need to have more faith in them. What would James think if he found out you don't trust him? Hearing that, all the worried women, namely Mizor, Mocha, Flora, Ayam, Shuna, and Cheyenne, looked at Siyu Chilin with a death glare. And feeling the pressure they were emitting was enough to make him sweat. Surprisingly, though, Evangeline looked quite nonchalant. Eva, aren't you worried? Kahlua asked. I mean you like him too, right? I wouldn't say I like him. Not yet anyway. Evangeline replied. But I'm definitely interested in him. And to answer your first question, I'm not worried because I can feel his presence. Oh, and the other presence just disappeared. Disappeared? Irene asked. Do you mean James killed Acnologia? I don't think so. Evangeline said, shaking her head. There was no dropping in life force like when someone or something dies. Instead, it just vanished. Probably teleportation. Hearing Evangeline's explanation, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. Even though not all of them were freaking out, from those sighs, it was easy to see that all of them were worried to some extent. Well, since the fight is over, I guess all we have to do is wait for James and Master Scathatch to get back. Mizor said. Then we can go home. We should probably wait for Shuna to finish healing Tiamat, too. Leona said. By the way, where is that fashion disaster of a familiar master? Leona. Please. Don't. Evangeline said in a tired tone. I've heard enough rhyming for half a lifetime. Sorry. Leona said with a sheepish smile. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't do it on purpose. Your reaction was hilarious, though. Groan. All the conversations came to an abrupt halt when everyone heard a rumbling groan coming from not far away. When they looked in its direction, they all saw Shuna touching down on the ground. Shuna, will she be all right? Irene asked as she approached the visibly fatigued Shuna. Pant yes. Pant, Shuna replied. Pant I wasn't able to pant heal her completely, though. Pant. Tiamat is one of the strongest dragons alive. Irene said, patting Shuna's shoulder. As long as any life-threatening injuries have been taken care of, she should be fine. Instead of replying verbally, Shuna simply nodded her head while trying to catch her breath. At the same time, Katsuyu was sprawled out on her other shoulder, exhausted from pushing her healing assistance to the limit. Groan, where am I? Tiamat asked groggily. Before anyone could respond, Tiamat's eyes shot open. Then, she tried to stand up. However, due to her injuries and the fatigue from the earlier battle, she stumbled then fell back down on the ground. Damn that Acnologia. Tiamat said while gritting her teeth. He'll pay for destroying my treasures. While Tiamat continued to mutter about avenging her treasures, the rest of the group could only watch her, unsure of what to say. Eventually, Scathatch returned with her spear propped over her shoulder, James hanging from its tip by his clothes. Seeing Scathatch, and the way she was carrying James, once again no one knew what to say. But they were glad to see James was safe. Shuna, can you heal him? Scathatch asked, gesturing to James with her chin. He overexerted himself at the end of the fight. He has many fractured bones and torn muscles. Gore. Tiamat growled after seeing Scathatch and James, interrupting Scathatch's explanation. Then, she roared in anger. Drake. I see you brought another host for me to kill. I knew we should have left her to die. Drake said in a way that everyone could hear him from a green glowing circle on James' left hand. You bastard, what did you say? Tiamat asked angrily. Yeah, if it was up to me, we would have left you to die. Drake said. But my host insisted on saving you. Even after finding out about how you tend to treat my hosts. He even made fun of me for being afraid of you. Drake began to mumble at the end of what he had to say. However, everyone present was strong enough that speaking at that volume was easy enough to hear without straining. I've always wondered why it seems like Drake is scared of Tiamat, too. Mocha said. Well, you know what they say. Dante replied with a shrug. Hell, hath no fury like a woman scorned. Maybe he cheated on her, and she threatened to cut off his manhood. Hearing that, C.U. Chillin clamped his legs shut while even James twitched, even though he was unconscious. Meanwhile, the ladies in the group began to chuckle, until Tiamat put an end to that. The white-haired boy has good perception. Tiamat said. If that were the only issue, I would have let this go centuries ago. Hearing that, not only Dante, but all the others on the scene opened their eyes wide in shock. Everyone knew that Dante was just joking as he usually does. In fact, Lady was even ready to smack him upside the head for saying something stupid during a serious conversation. Haha. Let's not talk about that, okay? Drake asked with a hollow laugh. On top of being a cheating asshole, he borrowed a bunch of my treasures and lost them. Tiamat said, seething with anger. I've told you before, that wasn't my fault. Drake shouted. Maybe if you didn't fight in the middle of a war zone, killing members of the 3 biblical factions without care, I'd still have all my treasures. Though Drake wanted to deny it, he knew what Tiamat said was true. If he and Albion had paid attention to where they were fighting, they would not have been ambushed by the 3 factions. Well, I understand why you have a bone to pick with Drake, but why go after his hosts? Evangeline asked curiously. Because it forces Drake to sleep more. Tiamat replied nonchalantly. I hope you do not intend to repay the Scathatch's disciples' kindness with hostility. Scathatch said while staring into Tiamat's eyes. Scathatch? Tiamat asked with a bit of confusion in her tone. Weren't you bound to the land of shadows nearly 1,000 years ago? When Scathatch first appeared with James, Tiamat did not pay any attention to her because she had detected Drake's aura. So, after noticing Scathatch, she was naturally surprised. In the past, yes. Scathatch said with a nod. However, thanks to my disciple, here, I was freed from that life of solitude. Are you saying that Whelp was able to kill you? Tiamat asked in surprise. That is the only way you could be separated from the land of shadows if I'm not mistaken. That is correct. Scathatch replied with a fond smile. He granted my greatest wish. He allowed me to die a warrior's death. Then, he reincarnated me as a devil and allowed me to see the Aside world again. Nope, not a chance in hell. On my best day, I wouldn't want to fight your crazy ass. And he could kill you in frontal combat. Tiamat said while shaking her head back and forth. Drake, it looks like you're free from me for a long time, this time. Seriously? Drake asked in shock. Just like that. Ha 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 ha. Not only are you my most powerful host of all time, you're also the one I like the most. If that's the case, then I think we need to have Tiamat come with us. James said in a weak tone. Although I'm flattered you feel that way, Drake, I'm not interested in you like that. Pin-drop silence fell over the group and Drake was dumbfounded, caught completely off guard. Eventually, it was broken when Tiamat and Leona began laughing uproariously. And now I remember why you're not actually my favorite host. Drake said in a flat tone. Thank you for reminding me. I'm always happy to help. James replied with a weak smile while Scathatch lowered him to the ground before supporting him to stand. But seriously, I'd really like to have you come with us, Tiamat. James, why are you doing this to me? Drake asked with panic in his tone. It's not always about you, Drake. James said while rolling his eyes. Of course I want her to come with us for the entertainment value. Even if it will seem like she's yelling at me, I'm sure it will be hilarious. If Drake had a face, James was sure that he would be deadpanning at him with all his might. But seriously, I want to make. Hold on. James said, stopping to think. Is it possible to have 2 familiar pacts? A second. Tiamat asked. How dare you? Well, you wouldn't even be my strongest familiar. James said with a shrug. So, even if you don't join, Crom is still a pretty impressive familiar. Crom. As in Crom Crutch, the Crescent Circle Dragon. Tiamat asked with shock in her tone. How did you make a madman like him accept a familiar pact? Well, I kicked his ass then I told him I give him strong people to fight. James answered with another shrug. Oh, I see. Tiamat replied with her eyes lighting up. And what would you offer me to become your second familiar? Slow down, sweetheart. James said while raising his right hand. This is a two-way street. I don't want you as a trophy, or whatever. I want you as someone who can bolster my team's fighting strength. TCH. So stingy. Tiamat said as she turned her head away. So, we can do it like this. James said, ignoring Tiamat's comment. I'll buy you one piece of jewelry from any jewelry store in the human world, once a month, regardless of price. In turn, you'll fight for me when needed. Once a week. Tiamat said, making her counteroffer. Let's go. James said without even entertaining the counteroffer. Some of us have school tomorrow. Wait. Tiamat shouted. 3 times a month. Why are you all taking so long to gather? James asked everyone else in the group. Mom, if we wait too long, how am I gonna take revenge for you tonight? Asterisk gasp, asterisk come on everyone, let's go. Leona said with extra excitement in her tone. Using flash step, Leona appeared behind each member of James' peerages, then began trying to push them towards James in order to speed the process along. Bi-weekly. Tiamat shouted, almost pleading at this point. Usually, Tiamat would have just let James go, however, that regardless of price comment made her change her mind. On top of that, as a familiar, it was up to James to provide for her in other aspects such as food, shelter, and if she chose to take her human form, clothing. Getting free treasures on top of that was too good to be true. However, if James had not been able to force Acnologia to leave, basically forcing her to believe that he was stronger than she would not even be considering the option of becoming a familiar. On top of that, she would probably be dead. Instead, she would be robbing him of not only his wealth, but also forcing him to make money and provide her with a tribute. Or maybe she would have just killed him, seeing as James is Drake's host for this generation. Like I said, once a month. James said when everyone was gathered. I'll even throw in gift-giving holidays. For the next few minutes, Tiamat struggled to agree. Although she knew that this was probably the best offer she would get, she wanted more. You could never have too many treasures, after all. Eventually, after a minute and a half or so of silence, Tiamat finally made her decision. Fine. Tiamat said through gritted teeth. I accept your terms. Nodding in satisfaction, James then gestured for Tiamat to come closer. Oh, and can you make yourself smaller? James asked with a smile on his face. My house isn't big enough for your dragon form. Scoffing in reply, Tiamat began glowing in a celestial blue glow. Then, the outline of her body began to shrink. As it did, she began moving towards James and the rest of the group. When she was only an arm's length from the group, the glow faded and Tiamat stood before everyone in her human form. Asterisk whistle asterisk not bad. James said while admiring Tiamat's human form. Not bad at all. Tiamat in her human form was around the same height as Leona, about 5 feet 9 inches, approximate 1.75 m, with long, straight pale blue hair, dark blue eyes, wearing a navy blue dress, and her fair skin having a light blue tint. Basically, her whole body was covered in blue. On top of that, her dragon aura was overwhelming. Perhaps because it was condensed into a much smaller size. Plus, the cold beauty vibe she gave off was rather appealing as well. We can leave now. Tiamat proclaimed. I expect my first treasure upon arrival. Are you stupid or something, woman? Drake retorted. It is 2 in the morning, there are no stores open at this hour. It's 5 p.m. somewhere. Tiamat shrugged uncaringly. Although that's true. James said with a wry smile. It feels like that phrase is being used in the wrong context, somehow. Chapter 260, Share the Happy Feeling. Human World, Japan, Koho. Even though James mentioned that he had school tomorrow when Tiamat was trying to hold out for more during their negotiations, James was unable to go. After returning home, once the teleportation circle vanished, James collapsed. If it weren't for Scathatch and Lady who were standing next to him, he would have slammed face first into the living room floor. Naturally, everyone was worried for James' well-being. Surprisingly, those who went to the familiar forest, other than Scathatch, were also just as worried. It seems they forgot what Scathatch had told them about James' condition after his fight with Acnologia. Like I said before, after fighting Acnologia and using a power that put a great burden on his body, James has a great many fractured bones and torn muscles. Scathatch said, once again explaining James' current situation. So, once again I ask you, Shuna, can you heal him? I want to, but I can't right now. Shuna said in a sad tone. Right now, I'm exhausted from healing Tiamat-san. I've never healed a being that large before, so I used up too much stamina. Are you saying that I am at fault? Tiamat asked with a frown on her face. At the same time, everyone who did not go to the familiar forest was surprised when the beautiful newcomer responded to the name Tiamat. I'm not saying that it's your fault, Tiamat-san. Shuna replied. I'm just saying that I need to rest before I can do any more healing. Humph. Tiamat snorted before looking away in annoyance. Did she just say? Tiamat-san. Sona asked with her eyes wide open. That's right, sister of Leviathan. Tiamat said. Is there an issue? Stop intimidating my fiancée, Tia. James said weakly. Tia. Tiamat exclaimed with a frown on her face. First, I do not appreciate you shortening my name at your convenience. And second, you are in no position to be ordering me to do anything. Seeing as you're my familiar, I think I have that right. James said. And Tia is more endearing. Not to mention it's cuter. Maybe I'll kill you right now and take everything that you call a treasure. Tiamat said with a scowl. Crom, would you mind helping Tia fit in around here? James asked. As soon as he did, Crom Crutch appeared in front of Tiamat with a burst of speed, pressing his right fist into his left palm with an eager expression on his face. TCH. Tiamat clicked her tongue in irritation. Battle-hungry maniac. I've always wanted to fight you, Tiamat. Crom Crutch said with a smile on his face. I wonder how your flames compare to mine. No. Tiamat said bluntly. I'm not fighting a lunatic like you. Someone, show me to my bedroom. I'm going to sleep, since that murderous dragon interrupted my slumber earlier. After that, Tiamat began to walk away while everyone just watched her leave. Eventually, Sona adjusted her glasses before following her. Then, she led Tiamat to the last available guest room in the mansion. *I* at full capacity again, huh? Leona said. While shaking her head. I guess I'll talk to Lana about getting the house expanded again. Meanwhile, Rias was contacting Asia, since Shuna was in no condition to heal James at the moment. When she got the confirmation that Asia was okay with healing James, Rias sent Aquino to pick her up at Issei's house. After about 10 minutes, Aquino's teleportation circle appeared in the living room. Accompanying her was Asia, who everyone expected to see, as well as Issei and Irina. Holy shit. Issei exclaimed. Senpai getting beat up was true. No, I didn't get beat up. James replied while rolling his eyes. I overdid it and hurt myself while beating up Acnologia. You fought Acnologia? Skyadram's voice rang out from a glowing blue circle on the back of Issei's right hand. Yeah, made him run away, too. James replied with a smile. If I could have used even one boost, he would have been dead. Who's Acnologia? Issei asked curiously. I mean, he must be strong if Senpai had to make himself end up like that, right? In response to Issei's question, Skyadram and Irene took turns introducing Acnologia to those who did not know his story. After a few minutes asking questions, everyone was amazed at everything Acnologia had done centuries ago. So, you were the one who killed him the first time, Ophis-chan? Kaneko asked while nibbling on a chocolate bar. Ophis, while also nibbling on a chocolate bar, took some time to think. Then, after about 30 seconds or so, she tilted her head cutely, while maintaining her expressionless face, and answered the question. Maybe. Ophis replied, not really recalling the event. Well, do you remember how many ants you've stepped on in your lifetime? James asked while Asia treated him. Hearing that, everyone could understand, even if a little bit, why Ophis could not recall her fight, no, judging by Ophis' expression and lack of memory on the event. She probably swatted him away casually and accidentally killed the evil dragon. A few minutes later, Asia was done with her healing. For which, James thanked her sincerely. Like he had been saying, he had school tomorrow. Not that he minded missing it, but school was preferable to being laid up in bed until his natural healing factor took care of his injuries. After a bit more small talk, during which, Sona returned from leading Tiamat to the bedroom she would be using, Aquino teleported Issei, Asia, and Irina back home. Then, Dante and Lady also left and returned to Devil May Cry. After he group talked a bit longer. During that time, Aquino returned. Eventually, everyone decided that it was time for bed. As everyone made their way out of the living room, James was stopped by Leona and Cassiel. What's up? James replied after his parents asked him to stay. The thing is. Cassiel said nervously. Oh, come on, Cass. Leona said while rolling her eyes. Why are you getting nervous talking to your son? This is a big deal. Cassiel said with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. You were just like this when you finally asked me to marry you. Leona said in an exasperated tone. You said you wanted to be the one to tell him, so spit it out already. James was thoroughly confused by his parents' conversation. He could tell that it was not bad news. But other than that, he had nothing to make a guess from. So, he decided to wait for them to tell him what they wanted to say. Well, you see. The thing is. Cassiel continued to stammer while his nevers got even worse due to Leona's stare. Oh, for goodness sake. Leona said, even more exasperated. James, you're gonna be a big brother. Leona, I was just about to say it. Cassiel whined. Then, you should have said it. Leona barked back. While Cassiel and Leona went back and forth about Cassiel's inability to speak, James' mind shut down for a moment. A few moments. No, James' mind had a hard shutdown and a long reboot time. Finally, after a minute or two, he was able to hear his parents bickering again. How long? James asked in a shaky, yet excited voice. Huh. Cassiel and Leona replied, surprised by James interrupting their argument. How long have you known? How far along are you? James asked in a decidedly more excited tone. Is it a boy or a girl? Have you thought about names? Do we need to? Whoa, slow down, sweetie. Leona said with a smile. One question at a time. Meanwhile, Cassiel exhaled a sigh of relief. You're taking this better than I thought you would. Cassiel said, putting a smile on his face as well. I told you there was nothing to worry about. Leona said. I told you about how well he took care of Kunu, right? Yeah, I know. But I couldn't help it. Cassiel said with a wry smile. You know how I get when it comes to things like this. Yeah, you and emotional things just don't mix. Leona said. It's almost as bad as when you have to speak to a beautiful woman that you don't know. Hey, I've gotten better with that. Cassiel said. In the next instant, however, Cassiel knew he said something he should not have said. Oh, have you? Leona asked with her eyes narrowed. I think we need to talk about this in more detail. I done fucked up. Cassiel thought when he saw Leona's expression. You two can talk about adding another wife later. James said, interrupting his parents. Can you answer my questions about the baby? Cassiel and Leona could not help but look at James in shock when he spoke. How did he know I wanted Cass to take another wife? Leona asked herself. I mean, I don't think I told anyone about that other than the girls when we drank in Lana's bar. Well, I found out a couple days ago. Leona said, still a little shaken from James' last statement. And the doctor said I should be almost 2 months along. James hummed in thought while stroking his chin. Almost 2 months ago would put conception somewhere near the middle of October. Then, the baby should be due. James then began counting on his fingers. After a quick count, he spoke again. Mid to late July, I think. More or less. Leona replied with a smile. As for the gender, it's too early to tell. But we won't be finding out until the baby is born. Got it. James replied happily. Well, congratulations. James then pulled his parents into a hug. Feeling the positive emotions rolling off of him, Cassiel and Leona smiled as they returned James' hug. However, the moment was broken when the sound of many people falling could be heard coming from the living room's entrance. Looking over to the entrance, James, Cassiel, and Leona saw most of the mansion's residents laying in a heap on the living room floor and struggling to free themselves from the pile. You know you should have just came in and listened. James said while looking at the rest of his 2 peerages, as well as Rias, Sona, and the members of their peerages that live in the mansion. It's not like I didn't feel you all hiding there. You can come down from the ceiling, too. A moment later, landed behind James silently with her head lowered. James, Uncle Cass, Auntie Leona, we're sorry for eavesdropping, but we were curious. Ria said with an awkward smile on her face. No, you were curious. Sona said while trying to move Ria's breasts off the back of her head. Then, you dragged the rest of us along with you. Oh, don't pretend you weren't curious too, Sona. Ria said with a huff. You were the one shushing the rest of us so you could hear. That doesn't change the fact that you dragged everyone to follow you. Sona said as she began to blush. Like that, Rias and Sona continued to bicker while everyone tried to untangle themselves from the pile. James-sama, I apologize for eavesdropping on your conversation. Said with a strange glint in her eyes. I don't accept. James replied. You need to be punished. Hearing James' cold tone, began to shudder. Then, when she looked into James' eyes, her shuddering intensified. She could see the light of sadism swirling in James' eyes and she was mesmerized. Is it finally the time? Asked herself. Will James-sama finally have his way with me and make me regret my actions? Oh, I can't wait. Then, James looked away from Iam and his expression turned back into a happy smile. Then, he wrapped his parents in another hug. "Congratulations again, Mom, Pop," James said happily. "But for now, I have to punish this poor excuse for a kunoichi." Cassiel and Leona could only smile wryly when they saw the way James treated Iam. Then, their smiles grew even wryer when they saw Iam's reaction to the term, poor excuse for a kunoichi. "Okay, son," Cassiel replied. "Just don't go too overboard." "No promises," James replied in a cold tone as he made his way over to Iam. "Stop that shaking and follow me." "Yes, James-sama," Iam said with a bright smile on her face. Then, Iam followed James out of the living room and up to the second floor obediently. Meanwhile, all the other eavesdroppers looked on in shock. They knew James liked Iam too, but they didn't think this would be the event that flipped his switch. "He's so happy," Leona said happily. "And it looks like he wants to share the happiness, I think." "Hey, do you want to go try and listen in?" Aquino asked with lust in her tone. "There's no way we'll be able to hear anything with James' silencing barrier," Flora said, also curious about how this would play out. "Actually, I think James will let us hear him this time," Aquino said. "I mean, he'll probably be doing some humiliating things, right? That will turn on Iam even more if there were people to hear it. Hell, he might even let us watch." Hearing that, not only Aquino and Flora, but even Rias and Mocha's eyes lit up. Then, they all looked at each other, made eye contact, and nodded in acknowledgement. The next moment, they all ran up towards James' room to see if they could hear what was going on. "I'm starting to have second thoughts about liking that boy," Evangeline said with a frown on her face. "Did James make them like that, or were they always like that?" "Oh, no. You don't have to worry," Sona said in an exasperated tone. "Those girls were always perverts." Chapter 261, Pleasure and Pain, R18. A few moments after leaving the living room, James led Iam into his bedroom. While James was wearing a cold expression with a bit of sadism in his gaze, Iam was showing an expression full of excitement and anticipation. After entering the room, although James' expression said otherwise, on the inside, he was all kinds of nervous. "I've done some research and watched a lot of research material," James thought to himself. "I hope I don't screw this up. Now, what kind of punishment would be suitable for this poor excused of a kunoichi?" James said while stroking his chin and pacing around his bedroom. Meanwhile, Iam's anticipation had resulted in her shivering with excitement. Then, James walked towards his bedroom door and closed it, leaving it slightly cracked. An action that Iam noticed without fail. Is he going to let the rest of the house hear and see my humiliation? Iam wondered to herself as she felt herself getting wet from the thought alone. Does he really love me so much? While Iam was lost in her fantasies, James approached her. Then, he gently grasped the former Satora's chin. In the next instant, he jerked it upward forcefully and made Iam look him in his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about?" James said coldly. A moment later, he gripped the scarf Iam usually wears and tore it off her neck. Cough Iam coughed from the moment of constriction around her neck. Not paying attention to Iam's painful expression, James grabbed Iam's wrists and pulled them in front of her. Then, with the scarf, he tied them together and raised her arms above her head. At that moment, Rias, Aquino, Mocha, and Flora arrived outside James' door and noticed that it was cracked open. "See, I told you," Aquino said in an excited whisper. "We've got a front row seat for this. They haven't even taken off their clothes, and James is already tying her up," Flora said in an amused tone. "If he'll help Iam live out her fantasies, I wonder if he'll do it with me in a public place," Rias said while tapping an index finger on her chin. "Exhibitionist pervert, huh?" Mocha said while she glanced at Rias before looking through the crack in the door again. Meanwhile, back in the bedroom, James conjured a rope using his magic. Then, he looped it around the scarf holding Iam's wrists together. A moment later, he tossed one end up to the ceiling where it stuck as if it were a spider's web, though the rope was not taut. "Now, what kind of punishment do you deserve?" James asked himself aloud. Then, he made a small blade of demonic energy on his fingertip and held it in front of Iam's eyes. In the next instant, he swiped it downward, cleanly cutting the front of Iam's clothes without damaging her skin. A moment later, Iam's sleeveless GI opened to either side, revealing her breasts and abdomen while her shorts and panties fell off altogether. "Kia!" Iam yelped in surprise when her clothes were destroyed, but the excitement in her eyes began to burn even brighter. Seeing Iam's body, a tent began to form in James' pants. Then, he began to explore Iam's body with his hands. Your breasts are bigger than they look with your clothes on," James said while running his hands over Iam's upper body. Then he let his hands run downward while he continued speaking. And this ass is exactly what I was expecting. After rubbing his hands over Iam's ass, James then reached for her tail, a long, slender tail the same silver color as her hair, and ran his hand along it gently. Then, he suddenly pulled it strongly, causing Iam's body to jolt. A moment later, he passed it between her legs so that he could hold it from in front of her. And your tail, the fur is very soft. James said calmly. I can see you take great care of it. Yes, James-sama. Iam said with her breath growing ragged. The way James was appraising her as if she were a piece of merchandise was such a turn-on for her. Kia. Iam yelped again when James pulled up on her tail, forcing it against her pussy roughly. Did I give you permission to speak? James asked coldly while staring Iam in the eyes with ferocity. Once again, Iam began to shudder. On top of that, James knew it was only his imagination, but he felt as if her pupils were slowly turning heart-shaped. Ignoring that for now, James continued to grind Iam's tail against her pussy. Then, he created a spark of electricity on his other index finger and pressed against Iam's right nipple. Kia. Iam screamed. At the same time of Iam's scream, Iam's tail was soaked by the liquid she squirted after she climaxed from the painful stimulation. Meanwhile, outside of the door, Rias, Aquino, Mocha, and Flora did not realize that a silencing barrier was raised around them, so they continued to whisper about what they were seeing. Holy shit. Aquino muttered. That was hot, but I think James was right, I don't want to turn into that. Yeah, a little pain on top of the pleasure is nice. Flora added with a nod. But she's getting pleasure from the pain. Rias and Mocha could only nod in agreement. However, Rias found herself more turned on than the others just thinking that James may satisfy her exhibitionism fetish. So, before she knew it, her right hand found itself playing below her skirt. At the same time, a barrier that obscured sight was erected around the four peepers. In the bedroom, James had pulled his electric-covered finger away from Iam's nipple and released her tail. Then, with her knees weakened from her intense climax, Iam fell to the floor with her arms being pulled over her head by the rope that was now taut. It looks like we've got an audience. James whispered into Iam's ear. How does it feel to be watched like the monkey in a zoo that you are? Once again, Iam's body began to shudder from the humiliating insult she just received. Then, another stream was shot from her pussy while her mouth flopped open with her tongue hanging out. Seeing Iam's state, James felt a bit uncomfortable insulting her like that. But seeing as she was enjoying it, James decided that he would push those thoughts aside for now. So, he stood up straight in front of Iam and slowly unbuttoned and unzipped his pants, an action Iam seemed to miss as she was still feeling the reverberations of her latest orgasm. Then, after freeing his dick from his pants, James rubbed Iam's head, before gripping her by the hair and violently forcing his dick into her mouth and down her throat. Iam immediately came back to her senses when she felt her throat was blocked and began gagging violently. However, she was unable to dislodge the long hard object from her esophagus. There is something I want to know, however. James said while forcing Iam's nose to touch his pelvis. What gave you the idea that you could come without my permission? Then, without giving Iam a chance to think, James began to violently face-fuck his personal kunoichi. As a result, Iam could feel herself ready to come again from the rough treatment. However, she held it back with all her might while her eyes rolled back in her head. Look at his balls smacking against her chin. Aquino said, having also begun to play with herself. I wouldn't mind being treated like that. I love watching James have sex. Mocha muttered with her eyes glowing bright red, and her cheeks flushed. Watching him fuck Master Scathatch and Mizor was great, too. That's not a combination I would expect to see. Flora said while she fondled her own breasts. At this point, Rias was too far gone in her own exhibitionist fantasies to comment on the spectacle in front of her. After having her face fucked violently for a few minutes, Iam's face was covered in tears and drool. Then, James pulled his dick out of her mouth suddenly. Humph. James grunted as he sprayed his load all over Iam's face. Then, he put the tip back in her mouth and spoke. Now, get the rest. As ordered, Iam suckled on the tip of James' dick until the last drop of his cum had been sucked out. Once the cleanup blowjob was complete, James dematerialized the rope that held Iam up, causing her to flop onto the floor while breathing heavily. James then pulled his smartphone from his desk and pointed its camera at Iam. After snapping a picture, he placed it back on the desk. Then, he conjured a ball of water and threw it in Iam's face uncaringly. Splash. Clean up, I don't like my people to have dirty faces. James said as the semen was rinsed off Iam's face before he gathered the dirty water and dropped it in the toilet in his bathroom. James then untied Iam's scarf from around her wrists and wrapped it around her neck properly. Then, choking her slightly, he used it to lift her from the floor and threw her onto his bed, face first, with her legs hanging from the edge. Now, how would you like to play a game? James asked while rubbing Iam's ass. Still trying her best not to come from the rough treatment, Iam could only nod her head weakly in response. Good. James exclaimed. Smack. At the same time, James smacked Iams as hard enough for the bed below her to shake. I'm going to fuck you, Iam. James said, noticing that the juices leaking from Iam's pussy increased in volume. Like, really fuck you, hard enough that your bed would probably break. At this point, Iam was finding it hard to hold back her orgasm. And you're not allowed to come until I'm satisfied. James said in a sinister tone. As he spoke, James slammed balls deep into Iam from behind, with one hand pulling back on her scarf like a leash. And if you come before I'm satisfied, I'll make you watch me make slow gentle love to the peeping toms outside the room. James said. Then, when I'm done with them, I'll do you until you're about to come before stopping and repeating the process. At that moment, Iam was seriously considering just accepting the punishment. However, James' next words put a stop to that thought. Oh, and when I do you again, it will be the most loving, love-making while I whisper sweet nothings into your ear. James said with a sweet smile on his face. In all honesty, that did not sound all that bad to Iam, other than being left hanging. But right now, love-making was not what she wanted. Instead, she wanted to be ravaged, humiliated, and dominated like a possession. So, she did her best to hold back from coming before she was given permission. Smack. Then, let's begin. James said as he pulled on the scarf and began slamming his dick as deep as he could over and over again. MMM. Iam groaned, her body begging for release. Watching James pound Iam from the back without mercy while slapping her ass hard enough to leave a new red handprint with every slap, Rias, Aquino, Flora, and Mocha could no longer hold themselves back. Instead of watching from the crack in the door, they all entered the room, closing the door behind them, and continued to play with themselves. Seeing that the voyeurs could no longer stay hidden, James' sinister smile widened. All of you, climb on the bed and continue to do what you're doing. James ordered. The girls followed James' order without question. Then, they pointed their lower bodies towards James and continued to play with themselves. Now, I want you to really go at it. James said with a smile. And when you're ready to come, don't hold back. You can be as loud as you want. At that moment, James knew he had achieved his purpose when he felt Iam tighten around his dick. Then, for the next 10 minutes, James pounded Iam like his life depended on it while Rias, Aquino, Mocha, and Flora played with themselves, orgasming whenever the feeling struck them. Humph. James grunted. Eventually, James reached his limit, releasing his load into Iam while he slapped her ass one more time. This slap, however, was much harder than any other slap he had given Iam before. Once James finished filling up Iam, she was on the verge of losing her mind. The orgasm that was building up was making her crazy. You can come now. James said nonchalantly as he pulled his dick out of Iam. On. Just as James' dick was pulled out completely, Iam unleashed a scream that overcame James' silencing barrier, though it could only be heard on the second floor. Meaning, other than those in the room, only Sona could hear it, which surprised her greatly. Iam's scream lasted until she expelled all of the air in her lungs while her body shuddered so violently that James thought she was having a seizure. After a few minutes, although she did not pass out, Iam was not capable of making a complete thought for a while. Is she going to be all right? Flora asked, after coming down from an orgasm of her own. Probably. James replied. But we'll worry about that later. James then pulled Flora over to himself, pulled off her panties that were shifted to the side and plunged into her. For the next few hours, he spent his time filling up the 5 girls in his room. He had a lot of excess energy to work off, after all. Especially after a fight like the one he had with Acnologia. Chapter 262, Plans for Christmas. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The following day, James woke up bright and early feeling refreshed. Even though he didn't even get 2 hours of sleep after all the intense sex he had with 5 of his women, he felt great. Damn, my alarm hasn't even gone off and I'm up already. James said, looking at the clock on his nightstand. Well, I guess I'll just enjoy the few minutes of relaxation. While James was laying in his bed with a smile on his face, he looked at the 5 women who accompanied him. Rias, who was on his right, hugged his arm between her breasts. His left arm was wrapped around Flora, who used his shoulder as a pillow. Aquino laid on the other side of Flora, spooning her while acting as the big spoon. Mocha, who laid with her back against Ria's back. And last but not least, Iam, who was laying on top of James using his as a body pillow. This is the life. James said with a content smile on his face. 10 minutes later, James' alarm clock went off, meaning that it was time for him to get up and prepare for the school day. At the same time, the 5 women also began to wake up. When they did, they all gave James a kiss, except for Iam, who was looking at James in disbelief. Did that really happen? Iam thought to herself while staring into James' eyes. Did I really get tied up, shocked with electricity, spanked, bitten, face-fucked, and all that other stuff. Seeing the confusion in Iam's eyes, James knew more or less what she was thinking. So, with a smile on his face, he ran his fingers through Iam's hair, gave her a gentle kiss, and spoke to put her uncertainty to rest. "It wasn't a dream," James said with a gentle smile. "That was my first time doing anything that hardcore. I hope I did a good enough job." As James spoke, the other 4 women proceeded to get out of the bed. Then, Rias, Aquino, and Mocha picked up their clothes and left the room one by one. "I'll see you at school," James yawned. Rias said in a sleepy tone. "Yeah, see you later," Aquino said while wiggling her butt in James' direction. "I'll be ready for morning practice," Mocha said while she also left the room. Flora on the other hand picked up her clothes then made her way into James' bathroom. "If you help me wash up, I'll help you, too," Flora said with a wink. "Sure," James said with a smile. "I'll be there in a minute." Meanwhile, Iam was trying to crawl out of bed. However, as soon as her feet touched the floor, her legs began to wobble. "Are you okay?" James said while supporting Iam to walk. "Yeah, I feel amazing," Iam said. "I didn't think I would come out of that with my mind intact." "That doesn't sound all that amazing to me," James said with concern. "Are you kidding?" Iam asked. "I would have to ask you to help me push my limits another time, James-sama." Although James could not see or feel the appeal of pushing things that far, he simply nodded his head. "If that's what Iam wanted, then that's what you would get. But I'd like to have some regular, wild sex every once in a while, too," James said with a wry smile. "I tried to hide it last night, but I'm not comfortable being that cruel with you." Dropping her sloppy lust-filled smile in an instant, Iam looked at James lovingly. "I know," Iam said with a smile. "And I really appreciate it. I don't mind doing things the way you like, most of the time in fact, but I'll need my fix every once in a while." Smiling in response, James swept Iam off her feet and carried her into the bathroom where he washed her and Flora before they worked together to wash him in return. From then on, the day went by as per normal. Except for the fact that Iam was not shadowing James at school. To her surprise, her legs were too wobbly to follow James as she usually did. She guessed it probably had something to do with all the electric shocks that passed through her body. After the final bell rang at school, however, something out of the norm did happen. Irina called all the devils to the Occult Research Club's club room. So, after they finished their club activities, the members of the MMA club and the student council all made their way to see what it was that Irina wanted to talk about. "Do any of you know what happens next week?" Irina asked energetically after everyone was seated and had a cup of tea or a snack. The last day of the second term, Issei asked, happy that he would get a 10 or so day break from school. "Although that's true," Irina said with some of her enthusiasm slipping away. "That's not what I'm talking about. Next week is Christmas," Asia said with a smile. "That's right," Irina said happily. "And we should do something to celebrate." "So, you want to celebrate a pagan holiday that the Christians usurped into their own religion?" Scathatch asked emotionlessly. With that, the room fell silent. Irina did not know how to continue the conversation, and everyone started to feel bad for her. "Master, I don't think it's about that," James said. "It's about spending time with loved ones and spreading goodwill to those around you, right, Irina?" "Yeah, that's right, James-senpai," Irina said, trying to rekindle her enthusiasm. "We should do something good for the people of Kuo." "And what did you have in mind?" Sona asked calmly. "Well," Irina said with a blush on her face, "I actually didn't get that far. I thought we could brainstorm something together." "Classic Irina," Zenobia said while shaking her head. "A self-proclaimed angel doesn't even have a plan for Christmas." "I'm not a self-proclaimed angel," Irina shouted in irritation. "I'm a real angel. Although I'm not a fan of Christian holidays, I'm interested in doing something for the people in the town I'm in charge of," Ria said with a smile. "We're in charge of," Sona said while adjusting her glasses. "Same difference," Rias replied with a shrug. "So, did you want to do something like giving out toys to kids and feeding people who are less fortunate?" James asked. "Yeah, that sounds great," Irina said happily. "I didn't expect you to be the one who came up with an idea, James-senpai. Although everyone seems to forget about it, but my mom was a human who lived in the state of Virginia in the United States when she was human," James said with a wry smile. "So, I've heard many stories of how she used to celebrate Christmas." With that, the whole group began to discuss what they would do, where they would do it, and when they would do it. In the end, they decided they would give out toys and Christmas dinners to kids and the underprivileged in the park on Christmas Eve. "Are we gonna dress up while we do this?" Yuto asked. "I mean, it would make everything feel more festive, right?" Dressing up sounds like fun. Rhea said while tapping an index finger on her chin. Like Santa and elf costumes? Maria asked with a tilt of her head. Sounds fun to me, too. Hell yeah. Issei exclaimed. Sexy Santa costumes. Everyone sighed in unison at Issei's exclamation. Everyone except Asia, that is. If you want. I don't mind dressing up for you, Issei. Asia said with her face bright red. Issei's eyes lit up as he stared at Asia. Asia also stared at Issei passionately. Eventually, the two of them slipped into their own world. Wow, he didn't even look around and dress all the other girls in sexy Santa costumes with his eyes, this time. Mizore said with shock in her tone. I guess getting some calmed him down a lot. He's still a perverted idiot. Kaneko said coldly. Then, she looked at James and spoke softly. If you want, I can wear a sexy Santa costume for you, too. Looking at Kaneko, whose face was now bright red like Asia's, James could not help but notice how much she had grown since she began using her senjutsu. Although her height had only grown from 4 feet 9 inches (1.46 meters) to 5 foot (1.52 m), she had filled out her frame quite nicely, with curves in all the right places. I don't mind wearing a costume either. Mio said while looking away from James. It's not like I'm doing it for you, though. Would you two pay attention? Irina asked in irritation as she stepped forward and broke Issei and Asia's line of sight. We're discussing something important. After that, everyone agreed to dress up for the occasion. However, sexy costumes would be up for discussion at a later time. After making the rough details for the Christmas plan, everyone went back to the Alaverus estate. No matter how excited for their Christmas celebration, they would not be pardoned from Scathacca's training. During training, they introduced the idea of doing something for the residents of Kuo to the rest of the members of the peerages that did not attend school. I'll pass. Dante said, balancing on a spike with a single finger. I could be taking a job that night instead of standing out in the cold. I'll make a commission for your help that night. James said nonchalantly while balancing on his pedal blades and avoiding concussive spells fired by Scathatch. I'd be glad to participate in such a charitable event. Dante replied with a wide smile. If James wasn't trying to help you pay off your debt, you'd be forced to do this without pay. Lady said with a frown. Whatever, I'm still getting paid. Dante replied nonchalantly. I can't wait till all your money goes to fixing your collateral damage again, Lady said disdainfully. Then, maybe you'll start to appreciate what you have. Is it just me, or did that have a double meaning to it? See-you chillin' asked. Shut up. Lady shouted and shot See-you chillin' off the spike he was balancing on with her pistol. It's never gonna get better, is it? Rhea said while circulating her demonic energy on the surface of her skin, trying to refine her control. That's one of his cute points. Tsubaki said while she smiled at See-you chillin'. If you say so. Rhea muttered to herself. While the group continued their training, Crumb-Crutch made his way over to Scathatch. Smiling manically, Crumb-Crutch spoke when he was standing in front of her. Fight me, immortal witch. Crumb-Crutch said eagerly. Glancing at Crumb-Crutch, Scathatch looked towards Issei. Your shadows are spreading out too far, do it again. Scathatch said sternly. Then, she looked at Crumb-Crutch again and spoke. If you can wait until the training session is over, I wouldn't mind. Excellent, I'll be waiting. Crumb-Crutch said excitedly. At the same time, Tiamat made her way into the training room from the elevator. James, when are we going to a jewelry store? Tiamat asked angrily. I thought I told you that I expect to have my first offering last night after we arrived. Just like Scathatch had with Crumb-Crutch, James glanced at Tiamat then continued dodging Scathacca's spells while jumping between his pedal blades. Don't ignore me. Tiamat shouted angrily. I said I'll buy you one piece once a month. James said nonchalantly. When during the month is for me to decide. Now, stop bothering me during my training. Tiamat stared at James angrily after hearing what he said. As she continued to stare, her draconic aura began to rise. Just before she could lose her temper and go on a rampage, however, she felt a sword on her throat with several small blades pointed at vital spots around her body. At the same time, she noticed that James was no longer standing in the air on top of the pedal blades made from sixth sense. Calm down, Tia. James said in that same nonchalant tone. I never said that I'm going back on my word, but you need to realize that you're not so special that I'll drop everything for you. So, if you don't cut the shit out, I'll end the contract and throw your ass back in the familiar forest. And the next time Acnologia attacks you, I won't give a shit. I don't think that was a good idea, partner. Drake said in James' mind. What's wrong, Drake? James asked Drake internally. Strong dragonesses like Tiamat like strong mates who are strong enough to dominate them. Drake replied. So, there's a good chance that once she's no longer angrily, she may latch onto you as her new mate. But that's against the bro code. James replied internally. I couldn't get with my boy's ex. If you were considering it, you'll have my blessing. Drake said with what James interpreted as a shrug. And if you can get that crazy woman to stop thinking of her revenge on me for losing her treasure, even better. Whoa, now. James said internally. Let's not ask for the impossible. You're stuck with that grudge for life. While James and Drake were conversing, Tiamat began to calm down. Eventually, with a huff, she replied to James' threat. Fine, I understand. Tiamat said. Now let me go, I'm going upstairs and taking a nap. With that, James removed his sword from Tiamat's neck, then the petal blades returned to their spot in the formation that James was training with. I hope you're ready for the consequences of your actions. Drake said as Tiamat made her way back into the elevator. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. James replied with a shrug. Now, let's get back to training before Master turns up the intensity again. Chapter 263, Christmas Eve Preparations. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. What's with the suggestion put forth by the council? Serzex asked angrily. Why would they even consider making James a Satan and turning the 4 great Satans into the 5 great Satans? You really don't read the reports he sends at all, do you? Seraphal asked, her tone sounding a bit fed up with Serzex. Stop acting like a sore loser and act like the Satan you are, Serzex. The other 3 Satans gasped when they heard Seraphal address Serzex without the Chan suffix. Honestly, from the way you've been acting lately, I can understand why Jaquin no longer respects you. Seraphal said. The sound of Serzek's teeth grinding could be heard throughout the meeting room. Ahem. Ajuka cleared his throat forcefully. The reason that the council suggested this was simple. Because of what James did last night. Ajuka then handed Serzex a copy of the report they received from Scathatch. What? Serzex exclaimed in disbelief. He defeated Acnologia. That evil dragon's power is somewhere in the latter half of the heavenly dragon class. Isn't that at the very least in the God King rank? That's right. Falbium said. And that's the reason the council made this suggestion. How did he grow so strong, so fast? Serzex asked in a dejected tone. Because he's just as talented, if not more than any of us. Ajuka said, while making eye contact with Serzex. And he works hard on top of that. Something that none of us have ever had to do. Yeah, everything has always just come naturally to us. Seraphal said with a nod. Serzex-chan, you're not the only one who has let their pride get the better of them. Yawn I've never let my pride get out of control. Falbium said in a sleepy tone. No, you haven't. Seraphal said with a smile. You're just lazy. For the first time, after seeing James do something that he knew, that even on his best day, was impossible for him to do, Serzex finally took a moment to look at himself. And he did not like what he saw. I guess they're right. Serzex thought to himself. I haven't been acting like a Satan at all. I stopped striving for improvement. Wait, did I ever really strive for improvement? I don't think so, it just always came naturally. And the way I've treated James and Graphia, sigh. Human world, Sicily, Cefalu. While the Satans were discussing the possibility of promoting James to their ranks, Rizavim was sitting on the beach under an umbrella reading the research he stole from Asgard. That big scaly son of a bitch pushed my plans back by a couple of months at the very least. Rizavim cursed while reading the research paper. Should I kill him now? I should kill him now, right? Yeah, I should definitely kill him now. Rizavim then looked up from the document he was reading and stared at Acnologia's dragon form and his crushed villa with a venomous glare. Then, he raised his right hand with his palm pointed towards the evil dragon and began to amass a large amount of demonic energy in his palm. However, just before firing it, he dispersed the energy. No, not yet. Rizavim said while shaking his head. That lizard and my other hidden piece will be perfect distractions when I start breaking the seal. Hiya. Rizavim began laughing heartily, looking forward to plunging the world into chaos. However, before he could be happy for too long, he looked back at Acnologia and remembered how much his plans were set back by the big scaly son of a bitch. Then, the cycle of reading, hatred, killing intent, and laughter continued for the next few hours. Eventually, Rizavim decided that he needed a change of scenery, otherwise, he really might kill the weakened Acnologia in a fit of rage. Human world, Japan, Kuo. The next few days flew by. All 3 student devil groups did what they could to cut down their after-school activities after deciding on their plans for Christmas. Since they could not cut down on their training time, something Scathatch would never allow, they used the time they created to get what they would need for Christmas Eve ready to go. Eventually the weekend came. Today, Saturday, December 20th, James would accompany Irina, the ringleader for this Christmas activity, Yudo, and Mio to go shopping for everything they would need. You already contacted the toy manufacturer, right? James asked while the four teens walked down the streets of Kuo. Yes, sir. Irina said with a playful salute. They said they would have everything ready by tonight. That's pretty quick. Yudo said with a bit of amazement in his tone. I mean, we asked for this on such short notice. Well, when I mentioned that the Gremory group and the Citri group would be paying for it, they were, like, super excited. Well, you know what they say, right? James said with a wry smile. Money makes the world go round. I've heard that saying, too. Mio said. But how much food do we need to get? How many people are we planning to feed? Mio-chan, I'm surprised. Irina said as she looked at Mio with shock. Surprised about what? Mio asked in an aggressive tone. You're usually so distant. Irina said, trying to explain her earlier statement. I never expected you to be so enthusiastic about helping the underprivileged people in the town. Humph. Mio snorted as she looked away from Irina. Don't mind her, Irina. James said with a smile. Then, he began to pat Mio's head and continued to speak. She's just at Sundara. Underneath her fierce exterior, she's quite the kind-hearted girl. Initially when James began to pat her head, Mio narrowed her eyes in pleasure. However, once he called her at Sundara, she quickly swatted his hand away. Don't call me that. Mio shouted with her cheeks flushed. If you call me that again, I'll kill you 100 times. Seeing Mio acting like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, James and Irina began to laugh happily while Yudo smiled at the interaction. Stop laughing. Mio shouted, resulting in the group laughing even harder. While James, Yudo, Mio, and Irina were going around the town and gathering the things they needed, Shuna, Tsubasa, Tomo, and Momo were busy in the Alaverus estate making the costumes that the members of the peerages would wear on Christmas Eve. Really, so many of the girls want to wear a Santa costume? Momo asked. But won't it look weird to all the humans when there are lots of Mrs. Claus but only one Santa? I know, right? Tomo said before starting to count on her fingers. Sona Kaishu, Ria Senpai, Akino Senpai, Flora Senpai, Mizore, Mocha, Zenobia, Kaneko, Ravel, and Mio. Isn't that, like, all the girls who are interested in James Senpai? Don't forget Master Scathatch and Roswai Sensei, too. Tsubasa added while cutting a piece of cloth that Shuna had marked earlier. Anyway, if you guys can't chat while you work, you should stop the chatter. Okay. Momo and Tomo shouted enthusiastically. They forgot about me. Shuna thought to herself as she sewed the costume she was working on together. I'll be wearing a Santa costume, too. Hey, Shuna. Momo said. We've seen the Santa costumes, but do you have the designs for the other costumes? Like the elves and the reindeer? I do. Shuna nodded, her hands not slowing down even a little. James helped me draw them a couple of days ago. Can we see them? Tomo asked curiously. Sure, they're right over there, on my desk. Shuna replied. Taking a few minutes to finish cutting the cloth Shuna needed for the next costume, Momo, Tomo, and Tsubasa all made their way over to Shuna's desk. Then, when they saw the pictures of the costumes, they were in awe. James Senpai didn't just draw the costumes. Momo said with shock in her tone. He drew the costume and the person who would be wearing it. Like Momo, Tsubasa was shocked by the amount of thought that went into each individual costume. Tomo, on the other hand, had quite a bit of blood flowing out of her nose. Gasper-kun looks so cute in that elf costume. Tomo began to gush. And it will have a skirt. I might die early from the cuteness overload. Instead of commenting on their friend's fetish for young-looking boys, Momo and Tsubasa pulled Tomo away from the drawings so that her blood stains would not ruin them. Since everyone's measurements and the dimensions each piece of cloth should be cut in were written on each drawing. At the same time, in the mansion's kitchen, Leona, Akino, Tsubaki, Irene, and Issa, who was a surprisingly good cook, were discussing the menu they would be serving on Christmas Eve. Well, we already know that James is going to be picking up several turkeys. Leona said with a smile. But how should we cook it? How many ways are there to cook a turkey? Irene asked. Other than baking one, I've never heard of any other way. Well, you could smoke it or even deep fry it, Issa said nonchalantly. Personally, I prefer deep fried. Yeah, but deep frying a turkey can be dangerous, from what I know. Leona said. If the turkey isn't completely dry, it could explode when you put it in the oil. You don't need to worry about that, Auntie Leona. Akino said with a smile. That's right. Tsubaki added. We can ask Kaisha to remove the water with her magic. That's true. Leona replied with a smile. Magic makes everything so much more convenient. Anyway, if there are so many ways to make turkey, I think we should do some each way. Irene said. You just want to try something new, huh? Leona said with a smile. No, of course not. Irene replied calmly. If you looked closely, though, you could see that her cheeks were a bit red. More important than that. Isa said with his arms crossed. What kind of sides are we going to make? We can't feed people turkey alone, right? Before they could discuss things even further, however, they were interrupted and forced to bring this conversation to a stop for now. You're talking about what to cook for the Christmas Eve dinner, right? Cheyenne asked as she burst into the kitchen. I want to help. Then, maybe James will eat some of my cooking. Then, for the next half an hour, the group of 5 did everything they could to dissuade Cheyenne from participating in this part of the plan. Eventually, Leona was able to convince her that instead of cooking for James, he would enjoy it more if she fed him while he was working. A moment later, after being summoned by Irene in secret, Scathatch arrived and roped Cheyenne into sparring with her. That was dangerous. Tsubaki said. Yeah, none of us want the stigma of a mass murder on Christmas Eve. Akino said while wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Leona, Irene, and Isa agreed. Then, they got back to discussing what they would serve with the turkey. Eventually, they agreed on an American-style dinner consisting of turkey, mashed potatoes and gravy, collard green, sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, and apple pie for dessert. At the same time, walking through another part of Kuo, Siyu Chulin looked through many of the luxury stores the town had to offer, in search of the perfect Christmas gift for Tsubaki. Damn that Irina. Siyu Chulin muttered as he walked out of a high-end women's clothing store. If she didn't bring it up, I wouldn't have to worry about a Christmas gift. To clarify, Siyu Chulin is in no way against giving Tsubaki gifts. However, he knows himself well. And he knows that it will take him much longer than a week to pick out a good gift for Tsubaki. Hell, he usually starts looking for a birthday gift at least 2 months in advance. Now, Siyu Chulin is racing against the clock, and he blamed Irina for it exclusively. Chapter 264, Christmas Eve. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The next few days passed quickly, and Christmas Eve arrived swiftly. The members of James, Rias, and Sona's peerages were gathered in the park with a makeshift soup kitchen set up where people from around the town could come and have a hot Christmas dinner. On top of that, there was a smaller tent packed with toys that the young boys and girls could visit to receive a toy. So far, so good. James said as he took a short break outside of the food tent. Yeah, I'm actually surprised how many people showed up for this. Sona said with a smile. But it feels nice to see so many smiling faces. Does it? Tiamat asked in a disgruntled tone. I can't understand why you would give away things to these people. Because not everyone is driven by greed like you are. Drake said. Well, if I recall, I wasn't like this until a certain cheating mate lost all my stuff during his gay lover's quarrel. Tiamat snapped back. Oh shit, shots fired. James said with a chuckle. Even Sona covered her mouth so as not to laugh aloud after hearing Tiamat's comeback. Drake on the other hand fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to retort. Actually, there was one question I always wanted to ask. Tiamat said with a cruel smile on her face. Were you the top or the bottom? Or is that what the two of you were fighting over? Damn you, Tiamat. Drake shouted angrily. If I had a body, I'd show you what it means to be the dragon of domination. Really? Tiamat asked dismissively. But you couldn't even outlast your host. I mean, ask yourself, honestly, if you could handle 5 women for so long. Whoa. 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 Stop. James exclaimed with his eyes wide open. I mean, hearing you rip Drake a new one is fun, but don't bring me into it. You're right. Tiamat said, agreeing surprisingly easily. I don't need to involve James to explain that you're just a 2-pump chump. Do I, Drake? I don't need to take this. Drake said angrily. I'm going to sleep. After that, no matter how Tiamat prodded him, Drake no longer responded. Well, that would have been absolutely hilarious if you didn't drag my name into it. James said while shaking his head. Humph. Tiamat snorted. Dragon of domination my ass. He just ran away like a little. Anyway, Lady Tiamat, why did you decide to accompany us tonight? Sona asked, doing her best to change the subject. I've never participated in the celebration of this holiday, so I wanted to see it for myself. Tiamat replied. And like I said, I can't understand why you would give these treasures, as insignificant as they are, to people you have no connection to. In response to Tiamat's statement, James and Sona looked at each other as if they were discussing who would respond. Eventually, James sighed, then he looked at Tiamat once again. We're doing it for the people who can't do it for themselves. James said solemnly. I'm sure you know this, but there are no two beings who are born equal in this or any other realm. Tiamat nodded in response and kept her sight trained on James to see what he planned to say next. James then tried to explain the concept of spreading goodwill and such to Tiamat, who more or less embodied a dragon's greed. Needless to say, the conversation did not go very well. No matter how James explained his point of view or the point of view of the masses, Tiamat responded with one thing. If they aren't strong enough to take what they need or desire, then they don't deserve to have it. Eventually, James gave up and summed it up with one simple phrase, which surprisingly gained Tiamat's understanding rather quickly. We're doing it because we want to. James said with a tired smile on his face. I see. Tiamat said, nodding in understanding. That's how strong beings should act. No other reason is needed. Is it just me? Sona whispered into James' ear while Tiamat nodded with a smug smile on her face. Or is she trying to train you? I'd rather not think about that right now. James replied while shaking his head. Then, in a normal volume, he spoke to Tiamat. Anyway, we'll go shopping the day after Christmas, Tia. But for now, Sona and I need to get back to work. Do as you will. Tiamat said, with much more excitement in her tone. With that, James and Sona ended their break and returned to help in serving the Christmas dinners. Like that, several more hours passed. There were many people who were mesmerized by the costumes that the girls wore. Many men felt like they received the greatest gift this year. There were just so many sexy Santas and beautiful elves with low-cut tops and short skirts that they did not know what to do with themselves. If it weren't for the angry glares from the male devils, and the occasional smartphone or digital cameras randomly exploding, there would be quite a few photos of the girls floating around on the internet. As the charity event was coming to an end, before the group completely shut down for the evening, they received an unexpected guest. Irina! Shouted a middle-aged man as he entered the main tent where the meals were served. Huh! Irina, with her wings and halo on full display and dressed in the attire she usually wears when she needs to make a trip to heaven, turned around in confusion after hearing her name called out so suddenly. When she turned around completely, what Irina saw was a middle-aged man with light brown hair, the same color as her own, wearing priest attire. When she recognized this man, her eyes lit up and she smiled brightly. Then, she folded her wings and began to sprint in his direction. Dad! Irina shouted as she jumped at the middle-aged man she identified as her father, and wrapped him in a hug. You came to see me. That's right. Irina's father, Shido Tuji, said with a smile. I just finished a mission here in Japan, and decided I'd come here to see how my lovely daughter was doing. Oh, it's Tuji-jizan, Issei said, in his reindeer costume, while approaching the father-daughter pair. It's been a while. Indeed, it has been a while. Tuji said with a wry smile. I never expected you to become a devil, though. I was hoping you'd become an exorcist like Irina. Instead of replying, Issei simply began to scratch his cheek and look away awkwardly. Like that incarnation of lust could ever become an exorcist. Mizore said in a disdainful tone. After hearing that, Tuji could only maintain his wry smile. I've heard the reports. Tuji said. I wonder how the young boy I knew back then turned into this. I regret nothing. Issei said resolutely. Appay our life. Appay our justice. Appay our truth. Although Issei was certainly not embarrassed by his little impromptu speech, Asia and Irina could not help but blush and be embarrassed for him. Meanwhile, everyone else could only sigh in resignation. Tuji, on the other hand, could not even begin to figure out how he should respond to that. Luckily, he was saved from his predicament when James patted him on his shoulder. If you think about it too hard, you lose. James said with a smile. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. I'm James Alaverus. It's nice to meet you as well. Tuji said with a visibly relieved expression on his face. I've heard a lot about you, Alaverus-kun. Your name rings rather loudly in the supernatural world. On top of that, your title as the strongest devil makes you quite the topic of discussion in the church. I see. James replied with a smile. Well, I'd rather people talked about me because of my manga than because of my fighting strength, if they're not gonna be my enemy anyway. Manga? Tuji asked in confusion. Yeah, Dad, he's Mangetsu-sensei. Irina said excitedly. Oh. Tuji said in surprise. You write/draw quite the interesting and entertaining manga. Thanks. James replied with a smile. After that, Irina introduced her father to everyone present. Then, they spent the last 15 minutes or so handing out the last of the dinners. When it was time to close up, those who were hungry ate the leftovers while everyone else packed up the tents. Luckily, all the toys were passed out pretty early, so they did not have to bring any of those back to the mansion. Once everything was packed up, they all decided to walk back to the mansion, instead of teleporting. That way, they could drop off Issei, Asia, Genchuru, Ruruko, who decided to spend the night at Genchuru's house, Irina, and Tuji along the way. Eventually, around midnight, the residents of the Alaverus estate made it back home. Then, when they made it into the living room, "Merry Christmas!" Those who stayed home shouted cheerfully. Even Yasaka and Kunu had come over to spend Christmas with their new family. However, the first to move forward towards the charity workers was Siyu Chilin. Making a beeline toward Tsubaki, he held out a jewelry box wrapped with a ribbon. "Merry Christmas, Tsubaki," Siyu Chilin said with a smile. "This is for you." Accepting the box, Tsubaki smiled as she opened it with affection in her eyes. Then, when the box was opened, she saw a white gold necklace with a heart-shaped locket. Picking up the necklace, Tsubaki's smile grew wider. Then, she opened the locket. Inside the locket was a small copy of the first picture they ever took together. Seeing that, Tsubaki hugged Siyu Chilin and kissed him passionately. "Thank you, Satanta," Tsubaki said with a beautiful smile. "I love it." Before Siyu Chilin could reply, however, James' hand was clamped down on the back of his head. "For real, Lancer?" James asked in a flat tone. "I tell you what I was planning to get for the girls. Then, you copy it and can't even wait until I've given my gift. Instead, you do it in front of everyone." "Ow. James. Ow. I'm sorry," Siyu Chilin said while flailing his arms. "Please. Ow. Please. Ow. Let me go." At first, everyone was surprised to see how thoughtful Siyu Chilin was when he chose his gift for Tsubaki. Not to say that Siyu Chilin usually gives bad gifts. However, his gifts are usually more on the practical side. So, everyone's surprise was justified. But after hearing what James said, everyone could only sigh in resignation. Lancer will be Lancer, they all thought in unison. Tsubaki, on the other hand, felt sorry for James and was a little disappointed in Siyu Chilin for his timing. As in love with him as she is, even she thought that presenting his gift before James could give his to the girls was a dick move. But she loved the gift so much that she decided that she would not reprimand him for it. For tonight, anyway. After getting over Siyu Chilin's faux pas, James' girls were looking forward to receiving their own lockets. So, wasting no time, James pulled out 10 platinum necklaces with lockets. Each locket had a gemstone on it that matched the color of each of the girls' hair. Then, he passed out the lockets. Some of them had pictures from childhood, while some of them had pictures from their high school years inside. Either way, like Tsubaki, they all had copies of the first picture they shared with James. After that, James pulled out an 11th necklace and locket. This time, the locket was in the shape of a little fox. So, after approaching Kunu, James knelt down and placed it around her neck. Inside the locket was a picture of Kunu being held up by both James and Yasaka, the first family photo the three of them took together. "Thank you, Ota-san," Kunu said happily before giving James a hug. After that, everyone gave presents in a joyful atmosphere before eventually going to bed. Luckily, today was the last day of the second term, so there was no school the next day. Chapter 265, Vengeance. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Shortly after separating from the rest of the group, Issei, Asia, Irina, and Tuji stepped inside the Haida residence. When they arrived and announced themselves, Issei's father and mother, Goru and Miki Haidu, were quick to welcome them. Naturally, they were pleasantly surprised when they noticed Tuji, who they had not seen since he and Irina moved overseas 10 years ago. After some small talk, catching up, and the exchange of Christmas presents, which took a little more than an hour, Tuji decided that it was time for him to return to his lodgings, a hotel near the abandoned church. Sad that her father was leaving so soon, Irina chose to walk him outside. However, just as they were saying their goodbyes, they were interrupted. "I've finally found you, Shidu Tuji," a man with long black hair said as he approached the father-daughter pair. While the men approached, both Irina and Tuji noticed the black tachi, Japanese long sword, in his right hand. Seeing that sword, they knew that this man had no good intentions when he approached them. While Irina immediately went on guard, Tuji was confused and surprised after he recognized the man's face. "Who are you?" Irina asked while materializing a sword made of light in her right hand. "Masaomi," Tuji asked with shock in his tone. "But how is this possible? I saw you die." Yagaki Masaomi, formerly an exorcist of the Protestant church who lived in Japan. He was also the lover of the former overseer of Kuo town, Cleria Belial, before they were both killed due to the forbidden love between a devil and an exorcist. "Of course, you did," the man, Masaomi said with venom in his tone. "You were the one who killed me, after all. Not before betraying me first, though." "Dad, you know this guy?" Irina asked as she glanced at her father while keeping her senses trained on Masaomi. "He was a member of my squad of exorcists when we lived here in Japan." Tuji replied, still not understanding how Masaomi could be alive. Your squad, huh? Masaomi said with a creepy chuckle. I guess they can't be called that anymore. Seeing as you're the only one left. What do you mean? Tuji asked while furrowing his eyebrows. They're all dead. Tuji said with a manic smile on his face. I killed them all. And I'll kill you too. All of you who took me away from the woman I loved have to pay. With that, Masaomi decided that talking any more would be pointless. So, he charged forth with his sword aimed at Tuji. With his revenge so close, the insane smile on his lips grew wider. However, before his sword could pierce its target, it was intercepted. Clang. The sound of the collision echoed around the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Irina was surprisingly pushed back, while her sword of light was destroyed as she crashed into her father. Tuji had not even reacted as he was still in shock from seeing the friend he knew to be deceased. At the same time, many of the residents in the neighborhood were alerted by the loud sound. Quickly standing up, Irina materialized another sword of light, spread her wings, and shot forward at Masaomi. Making sure not to block the sword directly, instead doing her best to either dodge or parry strikes, Irina and Masaomi engaged in high-paced, close-quarters combat. Unfortunately, Irina was unable to gain the upper hand. Even though she had grown to become a six-winged angel under Skathaka's training, she could not overpower her opponent. Who is this guy exactly? Irina thought to herself as she exchanged sword strikes with Masaomi. He's at least at the intermediate level of the high rank. And that sword, it feels like a holy sword, but I don't know which one it is. Eventually, Irina and Masaomi separated. Something that Irina was thankful for. While Irina observed Masaomi, Masaomi looked at his sword with a happy smile on his face. He was right. Masaomi said. I really do have the aptitude for holy swords. And seeing as I'm Japanese, there's no better sword for me than Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. What? That's impossible. Irina exclaimed. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi broke centuries ago. Ha ha ha. Well, it's fixed now. Masaomi said with a manic smile on his face. Then, he pointed the sword at Irina and spoke once again. And it's been upgraded. 8-headed snake bite. After Masaomi's shout, 8 serpentine dragon heads grew from the sword's tip and shot forward at Irina. Naturally, Irina was surprised. But she did her best to cut down all the heads. Although she was able to deal with 7 of the 8 by cutting them off or deflecting them away, one of them made it through her guard. However, it shot right past her. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit down on Tuji's left arm. Gah! Tuji shouted in pain before falling to his knees with his face going pale instantly. Dad! Irina shouted in panic. Before Irina could move toward her father, however, the street where Irina and Masaomi were fighting was engulfed in shadow. Then, Masaomi and Irina were pulled into the shadow. A moment later, the shadow disappeared. Then, Asia ran out of the Hayate residence and began treating the injured Tuji. A few minutes ago, just as the first clash between Irina and Masaomi rang out, Issei and Asia were laying in Issei's bed cuddling. Ever since they crossed the line while Irina was escorting James and his peerages up to heaven, Asia had put her foot down and stopped letting Irina influence her actions when it comes to Issei. Just as the two lovers were about to get frisky, the loud clang of 2 swords colliding could be heard. Immediately, Issei jumped out of bed in irritation and quickly got dressed. Asia followed suit, though with much less irritation. When they were both dressed, they rushed down the stairs to see what was going on outside. When they opened the front door to see what was happening, they were just in time to see Tuji get bitten by a serpentine dragon head. Asia, contact Bucho. Issei said while the shadow claws appeared on his arms. Tell her that I'm taking an enemy to the outskirts of the town on the south side. Then, I want you to take care of Tuji-jizan. Got it. Asia said as she created a communication magic circle. Be careful, Issei. Don't worry, I will, Issei said with a perverted grin on his face. I'm still waiting for that Christmas gift you were talking about. After that, Issei sank into his shadow, leaving a heavily blushing Asia in the house's entryway. Then, Issei expanded his shadow and engulfed Irina and Masaomi, whisking them to the town's outskirts, not too far from Devil May Cry. A few moments later, Irina and Masaomi rose from a shadow outside of the town. Naturally, Masaomi was confused. Irina, on the other hand, knew what this phenomenon was very well. She had spent a lot of time training with Issei, after all. Where are we? Masaomi asked while looking around. Who did this? Not that it matters, after being injected with Yamada no Orochi's poison, Tuji will die for sure. I finally got my revenge. Ha ha ha. While Masaomi laughed uproariously and had tears of joy flowing down his cheeks, Issei rose from Irina's shadow. Irina, who is that guy? Issei asked, a bit put off by the insane laughter. Issei, my dad was bitten. Irina shouted with tears forming in her eyes. He said that it was Yamada no Orochi's poison. Don't worry, Asia is there taking care of him. Issei said, doing his best to comfort Irina. She unlocked her balance breaker recently, remember. Tujijizan will be fine with her healing ability. With that, Irina calmed down a bit. The concern in her eyes could not be hidden, however. On top of that, Masaomi seemed to hear what Issei had to say. Though instead of acting aggressively, Masaomi began to laugh even harder. You think healing Yamada no Orochi's poison is that simple? Masaomi asked. You would need a sacred gear, like Twilight Healing. It would take its. At that moment, Masaomi fully registered Issei's words. Did you say Asia? Masaomi asked. As in former Holy Maiden, Asia Argento. So, what if I did? Issei asked, taking his fighting stance. Issei, you have to be careful. Irina whispered as she took her own fighting stance. That's a holy sword he's holding. The strongest one from Japanese lore, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Seriously, this could be bad, Issei said, remembering how strong even the fragments of Excalibur were. I hope Bucho and the rest get here quick. Back when Asia ran out to Tuji with the communication magic circle floating next to her left ear, Rias was just as irritated when she was interrupted by an incoming communication. As a matter of fact, just like Issei and Asia, James and all his lovers were about to have a good time for Christmas. The fact that Irina's father was attacked outside of Issei's house put a damper on that, though. Quickly, Rias and Aquino conjured some clothing. Then, they contacted the rest of Rias' peerage and rushed to the southern outskirts of the town. Naturally, the rest of the group were no longer in the mood for some sexy time. So, they also got dressed and prepared themselves just in case they were needed as backup. Seriously, who causes trouble like this on Christmas? Mizore asked with a pout on her face. Someone who feels they have nothing to lose. Mocha replied. James-sama, would you like me to go ahead to the battlefield and perform surveillance? Ayam asked. I hate to ask this of you on Christmas. James said while running his fingers through Ayam's hair. But if you could keep us updated on the progress of the battle, I'd appreciate it. Of course. Ayam said. Then, she leaned in and kissed James on his cheek. A moment later, Ayam disappeared from her spot while blushing lightly. At the same time, Rias and her peerage were flying towards the southern outskirts of the town. When they arrived, Masaomi had just asked about Asia. If you intend to harm my cute servant, we'll have to put a stop to that right here and now. Rias said as she landed. A moment later, the entire Gremory peerage landed behind her, standing between Masaomi and the town. Hey, Issei-kun. Aquino said with a smile. Wouldn't it have been better to put yourselves between him and the town? That way if he wanted to rush back to Tuji-san, he would have to go past you. Hearing Aquino's question, Issei's eyes opened wide. Then, he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. I guess you're right. Issei said with a sheepish smile on his face. I guess it's good he was too confident in the poison, then. What poison? Rias asked with a frown on her face. Irina then explained that the sword in Masaomi's hand was Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi and how it could create the 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi to attack. Also, that those heads could inject the evil dragon's poison into those they bite. While Rias and the others were conversing, it was obvious that Masaomi was having a breakdown. However, it was clear to anyone watching that it was not just any mental breakdown after failing a task. Instead, his aura was fluctuating. One instant it would be that of a high-ranked human. Then, in the next instant, it would be that of an evil dragon at the peak of ultimate rank. No. I won't let you have my body. Masaomi shouted, putting an end to the devil's conversation. I, Yagaki Masaomi, will be the one to exact my revenge. Not only those traitorous exorcists, I will take the lives of those devils connected with Cleria's death too. After Masaomi's rant, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi began to pulse with a deep purple light, as if it were responding to Masaomi's outcry. No, this body is mine. Masaomi shouted again. And I don't need your help taking my revenge. Has this guy lost it? Issei asked. No, you moron. Skyadram said in Issei's head. It's obvious there is a soul inside the sword. And if I'm guessing correctly, it's probably Yamada no Orochi, or part of it at least. Seriously, Issei exclaimed. Issei, what's wrong? Rias asked. Skyadram thinks that if not all of it, then part of Yamada no Orochi's soul is inside the sword. That makes sense. Irina said, having finally been able to calm down. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi was broken centuries ago. But if the soul of the dragon it was made from was added to it, then it makes sense how it was repaired. No, I'll get my revenge myself. Masaomi shouted before dashing at the group of devils standing between him and the town. Everyone, get ready. Ria said as Masaomi drew closer. Chapter 266, Pull My Devil Trigger. Human World, Japan, Kuo. On the outskirts of the town, Rias and her peerage, along with Irina, were confronting the former exorcist, Yagaki Masaomi after his attempted murder of Irina's father, Shido Tuji. Everyone, get ready. Rias said as she fell to the back of her group's formation. While the Gremri peerage arranged themselves to intercept Masaomi, who was charging towards them in a bid to re-enter the town, Yudo was the first to step forward. Balance break. Yudo said as a sword with a black and white blade appeared in his hand. Sword of the Betrayer. Once his sword manifested, Yudo put the speed from his knight piece to use. Charging forward, Yudo swung his sword, which was blocked by Masaomi's aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Clang. Unlike Irina, when Yudo met swords with Masaomi, he was neither pushed back nor was his sword destroyed. Instead, they both found their momentum coming to a complete stop. Just as both swordsmen paused, Kaneko appeared on Masaomi's right with her fist reeled back and ready to land a devastating punch on Masaomi's ribs. Noticing the incoming blow, Masaomi injected some of his magic power into the sword in his hand. Then, a serpentine dragon head shot out of the blade and intercepted Kaneko's fist. After that, it tried to bite her. Luckily, she had heard Irina's explanation of how dangerous the fangs of this dragon head were. So, she quickly distanced herself from Masaomi. Unfortunately, the dragon head had no intention of letting her go. So, it began to follow her with its neck elongating. Crack! Just as the dragon head had finally got close enough to bite her, Kaneko was saved when a flash and a bolt of lightning landed on the dragon's head, causing it to dissipate. Holy lightning! Akino said, holding her hand up toward the sky. Thanks, Akino-senpai. Kaneko said as she charged back towards Masaomi. At the same time, Issei rose from the shadow that was created on the opposite side of Masaomi due to the bright flash. Then, he thrust his two clawed fists at Masaomi's side. Reacting quickly, Masaomi used aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi to deflect one of Issei's gauntlets while he kicked out at the other, successfully avoiding the simultaneous incoming attacks. In the next moment, Masaomi parried another incoming slash from Yudo, while simultaneously blocking a slash from Zenobia who was wielding Durandal, with two dragon heads. Unfortunately, the dragon heads were quickly cut down by the destructive holy aura Durandal radiated. However, it bought enough time for Masaomi to once again disengage from Yudo and jump back, avoiding Zenobia's slash. Just after landing, Masaomi felt his whole body growing heavy, an effect of Mio's gravity magic. A moment later, Maria appeared in front of him and threw a right hook at his solar plexus. Although his movements were greatly slowed, Masaomi, after circulating his magic power through his body, was able to block the punch with the flat of his blade, though he was sent flying backwards due to the force behind the blow. You damn brats! Masaomi shouted in rage. For getting in the way of my revenge, you'll have to die. Just as gravity was about to pull him back to the ground, Masaomi felt everything around him stop. When he looked around, he saw a young girl, no, a young boy wearing female clothing, staring at him with glowing red eyes. Although Gasper's sacred gear, Forbidden Baler View, does not generally work well on holy sword wielders, Gasper found a way around it by stopping the time of the air around the holy sword wielder. So, even though they were not stopped completely, it took quite the effort to move through the stopped molecules in the air. Burst destruction. Ria said as she fired several orbs of the power of destruction at the immobilized Masaomi. Knowing that he would not have enough time to dodge the incoming attack, Masaomi materialized all 8 of Yamada no Orochi's heads. Then, he wrapped them around himself like a cocoon. After that, Ria's first orb of the power of destruction landed on this makeshift defense and expanded to about double its original size of a softball. Then, the next softball-sized orb landed on the first and doubled it once again. This process continued until the 9th and final orb landed and completed the attack. Once Ria's attack concluded, Gasper stopped his sacred gear. Then, a smoking heap fell from the sky as Ria's attack dissipated. Boom. Debris was kicked up when the smoking figure, Masaomi, made contact with the ground. Did we get him? Gasper asked. Dude, you just chanted a revival spell, nice. Issei said while shaking his head. Huh. Gasper exclaimed in confusion. Before anyone could explain what Issei meant, a peak ultimate rank aura radiated from where Masaomi landed. However, unlike before, this aura was draconic in nature. Then, the cloud of debris was blown away and they could see Masaomi's figure. Other than the tattered clothing and burns on his skin, Masaomi's figure had not changed much. There was a major change, however, and that was the fact that his right arm had been replaced by the blade of aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Did he fuse with the sword? Akino asked with a concerned expression on her face. It looks like it. Ria said. Everyone, don't drop your guard. Ah ha 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 ha. A creepy voice laughed out from Masaomi's mouth. Finally, this body is mine. Ah, it feels good to have a body again. I really should thank you, young devils. And what better way to thank you than killing you all swiftly? An instant later, Yamada no Orochi, who seemed to have taken control of Masaomi's body, appeared in front of Kaneko with his bladed arm slashing down at her. Unfortunately, Kaneko was unable to react to the much higher speed. Kaneko. No. Ria screamed. Clang. Bang, 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 bang. Lucky for Kaneko, a large western sword appeared between her and Yamada no Orochi. Then, the Evi dragon was forced leap away when several bullets peppered the spot in which he was just standing. After not feeling the pain of a holy sword slash, Kaneko looked up and saw a tall white-haired man with ice-blue eyes holding out his sword, Rebellion, in the path that Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi had just taken. Dante, thank you. Kaneko said in a relieved tone. No problem, kitty cat. Dante said with a smile and tried to pat Kaneko on her head. Don't call me that. Kaneko said as she swept Dante's hand away. Only James Nee can call me that. Dante, stop fooling around. Lady said as she aimed her pistol at Yamada no Orochi. Why shouldn't I? Dante asked. It's not like we're even getting paid much for this job. Issei, is this why you brought them here? Maria asked. Yeah, I knew that Devil May Cry was on the south side of the town. Issei said with a nod. So, I thought that we would be able to get some backup if we needed it. That was surprisingly smart for a perverted idiot like you. Mio said while crossing her arms under her breasts. Kaneko nodded in agreement while shooting a disdainful glare at Issei, who stared at Mio's breasts for a moment before shaking his head and focusing back on Yamada no Orochi. Anyway, I think you all should leave this to me. Dante said while resting his sword on his shoulder. I'm not trying to downplay your abilities, but this guy is above your pay grade. Although it hurt to admit it, Dante was, for once, not just being a sarcastic ass. With Yamada no Orochi at the peak of ultimate rank, while the strongest member of Rias' peerage, Rias herself, was only at the peak of the intermediate level of the ultimate rank. Although it would be possible for Rias and her peerage to come out victorious, the chances of some of them getting severely injured or even killed was high. Fine. Rias said in a frustrated tone. We'll provide backup if we can. Thanks, but there's really no need for that. Dante said with a confident smile on his face. Then, Dante began to walk forward towards Yamada no Orochi. As he did, he reached into his coat with his free hand. When he pulled his hand out of his coat, Dante was holding a small music player. Let's rock. Dante said before pressing the play button on the music player. BGM, Devil Trigger, Casey Edwards. Once the music started playing, Dante activated his bloodline ability, Devil Trigger. Then, his eyes turned red, and cracks appeared on his arms and legs. Then, once his transformation was complete, Dante shot forward with Rebellion pulled back ready to be stabbed forward. When he was within range, Dante shot Rebellion forward, only to have it blocked by Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. However, instead of pulling back for another attack, Dante continued to stab forward in a rapid-fire manner. When his flurry of stabs came to an end, Dante swung Rebellion upward, knocking Yamada no Orochi into the air. Then, Dante followed him. In midair, Dante slashed Yamada no Orochi nearly 20 times in the span of 3 seconds. All the while, he seemingly teleported around the suspended foe before dropping a heel kick that sent the evil dragon back to the ground. Boom. Bang, 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 asterisk. After Yamada no Orochi crashed into the ground, and using the momentum of his kick, Dante flipped himself upside down, sheathed his sword on his back, drew his pistols, and began to spin as he rapidly pulled Ebony and Ivory's triggers. Gah! Yamada no Orochi shouted in pain as he was shot. I'm going to kill you. Ha. Dante laughed as he holstered his pistols and spread his wings. Dante then shot down toward the ground, drawing Rebellion once again along the way. Then, when he was close enough, he swung his sword with all his might. Boom. Due to the impact, a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust was shot up into the sky. Damn, was Dante always this strong? Issei asked while covering his eyes from the debris. Well, he is the son of Sparta. Ria said, also covering her eyes. And this is the first time we've ever seen him use his devil trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Pull my devil trigger. The lyrics of the song Dante played rang out as Dante, back in his human form, walked out of the dust cloud. Then, he pressed the pause button and stopped the music. That was some seriously stylish slaying. Dante said in a tone that suggested he was feeling refreshed. You're so over the top. Lady said while rolling her eyes. A few moments later, the dust cloud settled. When it did, the group could see the outcome of Dante's last attack. Laying in the bottom of a crater was Masaomi, unconscious, with the broken aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi lying next to him. You managed to break the sword? Irina asked in awe. Yeah, no biggie. Dante said with a smile. Once again, Lady rolled her eyes at Dante. However, because it was Christmas, she decided not to rain on his parade again. However, before they could continue, a tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man appeared next to Masaomi. Who is that? Zenobia asked while she took her stance again. Is that the son of the original Lucifer? Rias asked. Hearing that, the rest of the group also went on alert. I wasted all that time resurrecting you. Rizavim said. And this is what I get for it. I should have let the eight-headed snake have control from the beginning. Once he finished speaking, Rizavim raised his hand and pointed his palm toward Masaomi. Oh, well, let's return you to where you should be. Rizavim said as demonic power began amassing on his palm. Before Rizavim could fire his attack, which was strong enough to wipe the entirety of Kuo off the map, his wrist was grabbed. Then, his whole arm was forced upward just as he fired his attack. So, the son of Hades' abomination is here already, huh? Rizavim said with a nihilistic smile on his face. Is it really a good decision to give me another reason to kick your ass, Rizavim? James asked with a battle-hungry smile on his face. Chapter 267, King Pieces. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Just before Rias and her peerage arrived at the battlefield on the outskirts of the town, I arrived to observe the battle. At the same time, she contacted Dante and Lady so they could provide backup if needed. While Rias and her peerage fought with Masaomi, I relayed the battle to James and the others as if she were a radio broadcaster at a sporting event. Until Yamada no Oroki took over Masaomi's body, neither she nor anyone back at the mansion thought there was anything to worry about. However, when Yamada no Oroki gained control, they started taking things more seriously. On top of knowing that the foe was now out of Rias and her peerage's league, I also noticed that there was someone else watching the battle. Though, she was unsure when they showed up. In fact, she would not have even noticed them if they had not gotten excited when Yamada no Oroki took control. After telling James about the second observer, I also informed Dante and Lady that they should step in. While Dante fought Yamada no Oroki, James spread his perception from the mansion, encompassing the entire town as well as its outskirts. Then, he added his soul sight to his field of perception when he could not sense the extra presence I was referring to. Only then was he able to find the second observer. Immediately after finding them, James rushed toward the battlefield as well. Why the hell is someone in the major god rank just watching a fight between a bunch of ultimate rank and lower beings? James asked himself while he, Flash, stepped toward the battlefield. Eventually, when James arrived, the battle had ended, and everyone was approaching the crater where Masaomi lay. However, James noticed that the hidden observer was also approaching the crater and at a much faster pace. Then, when the observer arrived, just like Rias, James recognized him to be Rizavim. So, he sped up and made it just in time to stop Rizavim from killing Masaomi and wiping Kuo off the map. After James asked his question, Rizavim forced his arm out of the young half-devil's grasp. Then, he smiled carefreely. I've seen you fight, and to be honest, it is rather impressive for someone of your age. Rizavim said in a carefree tone. But you are delusional if you think you can kick my ass as you so elegantly put it. Oh, really? James asked with an eyebrow raised and a smile on his lips. Why don't we put that theory to the test? With that, James threw a swift jab that landed on Rizavim's chin, causing his head to rock back. Then, James followed up with a right hook and a left uppercut that sent Rizavim into the air. A moment later, James appeared in front of Rizavim, locked his fingers behind his head, and threw a knee into Rizavim's face. Before the knee could connect, however, Rizavim raised his hands and blocked the knee strike. Then, he locked his arms around James' leg and began to spin midair. A moment later, he released James and threw him toward the ground. James, however, spread his wings and stopped himself from colliding with the ground. Not bad, Rizavim said with that same carefree smile on his face. But that's far from enough. Oh well, we'll have to put this off till next time. I've got more important things to take care of. It's a pity I couldn't kill that failure, but it's not a big deal. While Rizavim was speaking, James placed his right hand on Sixth Sense's hilt while dropping into an Iato stance. However, before he could charge forth again, a teleportation magic circle appeared around Rizavim. Then, as he waved at James, he vanished along with the teleportation circle. Seeing Rizavim teleport away, James inhaled a deep breath. Then, he slowly exhaled it while unwrapping his fingers from around Sixth Sense's hilt. Damn it. James muttered as he lowered himself to the ground. When James landed, Dante, Lady, Rias, the members of Rias' peerage, and Irina surrounded him. Dude, why didn't you go all out from the start? Issei asked. There's no way he could have escaped from you if you used the boosted gear. In response, James only shook his head with a wry smile on his face. That wouldn't have worked, Issei. Rias said. Rizavim, the son of the original Lucifer, has the ability to negate the use of sacred gears. We only know it as Sacred Gear Canceller. Seriously? Issei exclaimed. What kind of bullshit cheat ability is that? Seeing as Lucifer was basically the antithesis to anything originating from heaven, for someone from his bloodline to have a power like that makes sense, I think. Irina said. Anyway, I need to get back and see how my dad is. That's right. Rias said with a nod. *I** on top of that we have a lot of work to do and a lot of memories to erase. Things were just getting good back at home, too. Aquino said with a pout. Then, she looked at James with a seductive smile. We can pick up where we left off when we get home, right? I don't see why not. James said with a smile. But we should hurry before the other girls get sleepy. Hearing that, Rias and Aquino smiled. Then, they spread their wings and flew up into the sky. Come on, my cute servants. Rias said with a smile. We've got work to do. While most of Rias' peerage flew up and followed Rias, Issei stayed on the ground. Come on Irina, I'll take you back to the house. Issei said, extending his right hand toward Irina. Let's go check on Tujijazan. Okay. Irina replied with a smile and a light blush as she reached out and grabbed Issei's hand. The next moment, Issei and Irina sank into a shadow and disappeared from the spot. You did a good job, Dante, lady, and I am. James said with a smile as he walked over to the crater Masaomi was laying in. You all can head home and get some rest. I'm pretty sure Riri and her peerage will take care of the town's memories. Good enough to get a bonus? Dante asked with anticipation. Smack. Is money all you ever think about? Lady asked after slapping Dante upside the head. It doesn't hurt to ask. Dante replied. The worst he can say is no. There will be no bonus. James said with a smile. But don't forget to come to the house for dinner tonight. I've got gifts for all of you. James then picked up Masaomi's comatose body and sucked the broken aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi into his personal storage. A moment later, a teleportation circle appeared beneath him. Before he could activate it, though, I am appeared next to him, also standing in the teleportation circle. I guess you're coming with me, huh? James asked with a smile. I'll have some work to do in the underworld. Yes, James-sama. I am replied. I'll act as your escort. If you say so. James said with a shrug. Since this is an official visit, could you contact Master and Irene for me? Yes. I am replied. An instant later, James and I am disappeared from the crater. When they did, a magic spell circle appeared over the crater, as well as the first one Dante created during the fight with Yamada no Orochi, then after a flash of light, both craters were filled in. They looked as if nothing had ever damaged the ground. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. A moment later, James and I am appeared outside the Devil Council building. A few moments after them, both Scathatch and Irene also teleported to the Devil Council building. Then, they discussed the matter of Masaomi, Yamada no Orochi, and Rizavim appearing in Kuo as well as discussed how they would report it to the Council and the Satans. After that, Scathatch contacted the representatives for both parties. Once Scathatch finished letting the Council and the Satans know of their visit, James led the three ladies into the Devil Council building, and they all took seats in the waiting room outside the Devil Council's meeting room. Bakudo number 1, Sai. James said with his right hand's index and middle fingers pointed at Masaomi. A moment later, Masaomi's arms were bound behind his back. On top of that, Scathatch placed a runic sentence on him that sealed his magic power. So, even if he woke up, he would be no threat. However, before the Satans and the Council arrived, Masaomi did in fact wake up. Where am I? Masaomi asked in a groggy tone. Oh, Sleeping Beauty is awake. James said with a smile. To answer your question, you're in the underworld. So, even Yamada no Orochi lost to those devils. Masaomi muttered. Well, if it weren't for us devils, you would be dead. James said with a shrug. By the hands of the one that resurrected you, Rizavim Levon Lucifer. Hearing that, Masaomi hung his head and gritted his teeth. So, wanna tell us your story? James asked. Masaomi chose not to speak. Well, whatever. James said with a shrug. They'll find out one way or another. Oh, and I heard what you said about wanting to kill the devils responsible for Cleria Belial's death. Well, they are already dead. What? Masaomi exclaimed. Yeah, all their crimes got exposed a few months ago. Then, most of them were put to death while the couple that weren't were sentenced to life in prison. After James' words fell, tears began to well up in Masaomi's eyes. Then, he completely broke down and began to cry loudly. He must have really loved her. Irene said, feeling sorry for Masaomi. It would have been nice if my husband was so devoted. After seeing the sadness in Irene's eyes, James, completely by instinct, held Irene's hand softly. When she felt her hand being held, she glanced at James before looking away quickly with a slight smile on her face. "Thank you," Irene said quietly. A few minutes later, Masaomi was able to stop crying. Then, he looked at James. "Does that mean the matter about the king pieces was exposed?" Masaomi asked. Cleria and I figured that the king pieces was the real reason that Cleria was hunted down by the devils. The king pieces? James asked in confusion. Not only James, but Scathatch, Irene, and I were also confused by the term. After exchanging confused glances, they all turned their attention back to Masaomi. "It looks like that wasn't made public," Masaomi said in a disappointed tone. Then, after shaking his head, he continued. "The king piece is an evil piece that only a few of which were made. The kings of peerages could absorb them and have their power increased from ultimate rank to minor god rank." "Oh, I can guess where this is going," James said in an exasperated tone. "They were eventually shelved because the kings that used them wouldn't be showing off their own power," Masaomi said. However, from what Cleria gathered, a lot of the top rankers in the rating games were using these king pieces to gain an unfair advantage. "Yup, that's exactly what I was expecting to hear," James said. "Do you have any proof of your claims?" Scathatch asked in her usual tone. "There is proof," Masaomi replied. "One copy was hidden by Cleria. I know where she hid it, but I don't know if it's still there." "What about the other copy?" Irene asked curiously. "Cleria said she was sending it to someone she could trust," Masaomi said. "But she never told me who it was. For safety's sake," she said. "This is kind of a big deal," James said while stroking his chin. "I don't want to go into the rating games. You know you're too strong for it to even matter, right?" Irene said, cutting off James' sentence. "That is true," Scathatch said with a nod. "They may not even allow you to participate with your level of power." "Seriously?" James exclaimed in surprise. Then, his shoulders slumped in disappointment. "Whatever. Master, can you take this guy to where the evidence was hidden? If it's there, bring it back. Then we'll present it before the council. At least I can make things easier for Riri and Sona when they decide to participate in the rating games." "Ah. You're so sweet," Irene said in a teasing tone. Chapter 268, Giving the Report. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Half an hour later, Scathatch re-entered the waiting room with Masaomi, who was still bound and had his magic power sealed. In Scathatch's hand, there was a small device that resembled a USB thumb drive. According to Masaomi, that device is where the evidence of the king pieces usage was held. "So, where was it?" James asked as he accepted the device from Scathatch. "It was behind a loose brick on the lower level of the train station," Scathatch replied in her usual tone. "Not a bad place to hide it," James said while examining the device. "There's a lower level to the train station?" Irene asked curiously. "Oops," James muttered as his attention turned to Irene. "I forgot about bringing you through the official channels." "Oh well, we'll take care of that next time. This time it should be fine," Scathatch said indifferently. "This is a bit of a rushed case. Not to mention, no one in the underworld is strong enough to make a big deal out of it. I guess," James said with a wry smile. "But I'd rather not blatantly break the underworld's laws if it's not necessary," James said. "The only one who would probably make a big deal about it is Ria's older brother, right?" Irene asked. "Probably," James said with a shrug. "We'll just have to wait and see. Anyway, we need something that can read this device," James said. "It wouldn't be very smart of us to go into this meeting without knowing what we're presenting, right?" With that, James called for a staff member of the council building and asked for a tablet or something that could read the storage device. After the staff member left, James, Scathatch, and Irene continued to chat while I stood behind James like a faithful attendant. Meanwhile, Masaomi could not wait for the information on that device to be disclosed. Then, any other devils involved in Cleria's death would be incriminated. About 15 minutes later, the staff member James spoke with earlier returned with a tablet then went back to his duties. After having Scathatch check it with magic, it was determined that there was nothing connected to the tablet. So, James inserted the storage device into the tablet and began scrolling through the information. "Damn, for real," James exclaimed after seeing the information. 4 of the top 5 rankers in the rating game are using one of these king pieces. Really? Irene asked, squeezing closer to James so that she could read the tablet as well. Yeah, look at this guy from the Abaddon house. James said, pointing to a profile. He's only at the high rank. But somehow, he's been in the top 5 for centuries. Oh, and look at this Roygun Belphegor. Irene said. She's actually only at the advanced level of ultimate rank. Yet they say she's on par with Graphia Lucifuge or Seraphal Leviathan. Like that, the group continued to look through the information, until they finally got to the part that said who was involved in this fraud. Let's see, he's dead. So is he, him too. James said as he began looking through the 9 devils who were supporting and gaining the most from the rating game, participants using the king pieces. It looks like there is only one still left alive. A member of the Baal house. Is there a member of the Baal house other than Zekrom Baal on the Devil Council? Scathatch asked. I don't think so. James replied. Maybe he's a retired member. This information is over 7 years old. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Irene said. I'm actually surprised that Zekrom's name was not on here. From what I can see, Zekrom does not do anything overly shady. James replied with a shrug. But he does have the nasty habit of enabling those who do. A few minutes later, James and his entourage were called into the meeting room. When the call came, James pulled the storage device out of the tablet, stood up, placed the tablet on the seat he was occupying, then led the rest of the group into the meeting room. When James, Scathatch, Irene, Iam, and Masaomi entered the meeting room, they could see the 4 great Satans as well as all the members of the Devil Council seated on the second floor of the meeting room. It looks like the number of members on the council is almost filled up again. James thought to himself as he looked up at the balcony. Only 3 more to go. But I gotta admit, I don't like how they're looking down at us like that. What happened that you needed to call us all together like this so hastily? Serzex asked as he made eye contact with James. His expression looks different from Tay last time I saw him. James thought to himself with a bit of confusion on his face. Whatever. I've come to make a report. James said in a confident tone. Rizavim Levon Lucifer made an appearance on the outskirts of Kuo in the human world. That announcement was enough to cause everyone on the balcony's expressions to change. Then, many of the members of the council began to whisper among themselves. Silence. Zekrom said sternly. Let him continue. With that, James reported on everything that happened after the devil split up after the Christmas Eve charity event. How Masaomi, who was kneeling next to James, attacked a priest, who happened to be the father of the angel representative in Kuo, Shidu Irina, with aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, that was thought long destroyed. Then, how Rias, Pawns, Issei Hayadu and Asia Argento intervened, saving the priest's life in the process. Then, how Rias and her peerage, minus Asia, fought Masaomi and had the upper hand. When James made it to that point, Serzek's expression turned into one filled with pride for his younger sister. Seeing that, James could only continue while he thought to himself. At least we know he really loves her. James thought to himself. Even though she doesn't see him in the best light right now, her achievements still bring him joy. James then went on to explain that Yamada no Orochi's soul, or at least part of it, was sealed in the repaired aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi and how it took over Masaomi's body. At that point, the enemy's power rose to a point that Rias Gremory and her peerage could no longer contest with. James said in a professional tone. So, my knight, Dante the son of Spara, stepped in to assist. He then swiftly defeated the enemy. You said that Rizavim Levon Lucifer was involved. A member of the council said impatiently. Let him finish. Seraphal said with a smile. I'm sure Jakuin would not cry wolf. Humph. Continue. The councilman said in an irritated tone. Dude, get over yourself. James thought to himself. If I were like one of those Shinshia protagonists, I would have made you slap yourself 100 times for your disrespect. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. James said before continuing from where he left off. Seeing the councilman gritting his teeth made him smile slightly as he continued to speak. After the enemy was defeated, Rizavim Levon Lucifer appeared and attempted to kill him. Why would he do that? One member of the council asked. It's obviously to sever any loose ends. Another councilman said. Yamada no Orochi died long ago by the hands of Susanoo. So, he was obviously resurrected at the same time as the other evil dragons. Silence. Zekrom ordered once again. Please continue. Yes. James said with a nod. Before he could kill him, though, I arrived on the scene and stopped him. Unfortunately, after a short engagement, he was able to escape. I see. Ajuka said. Then, am I correct in assuming that that man is the assailant from tonight's incident? That is correct. James replied. Raise his head, so we can see him. Zikram ordered. Instead of James raising his head, however, Masaomi took it upon himself to raise his own head. Then, he glared at the members of the Devil Council with venom in his gaze. It's you. Zikram said in an even tone. So, Rizavim even resurrected you, huh? And I'm glad he did, now I have the chance to get revenge on those who killed Cleria. Masaomi said in a murderous tone. Well then, you are destined to be disappointed. Zikram said without changing his tone. They are all dead. Even the fool from my house who used to serve on this council. I killed him myself. That surprised everyone present in the meeting room. No one expected that Zikram would do such a thing. Why do you all seem so surprised? Zikram asked. His name was mentioned quite heavily in that report of the council's wrongdoings, after all. Just like Zikram thought, Masaomi was quite disappointed. He knew that he would never have the opportunity to kill Tuji, the only exorcist left on his hit list. On top of that, all his targets among the devils were already dead. At the moment, he felt he had nothing left to live for. Although they are all dead. James said calmly. We found evidence of another crime that did not show up in those reports. Oh, and what would that be? Seraphal asked, leaning forward in her chair. This. James said, holding up the storage device. This is the real reason those old members of the council wanted Cleria dead. Basically, she found out something she shouldn't have. Something she shouldn't have? A member of the council asked. And what would that be? She found out about the king pieces and their usage in the raiding games. James said. The most shocked by this news was naturally Ajuka. He was the creator of the evil pieces and the king pieces. He was also the one who stopped their production due to the danger they could put the users in. Although he knew that 9 of the 12 recalled pieces went missing. However, he did not know that they were being used by current participants in the raiding game. Would you mind letting us see the data? Ajuka asked impatiently. I don't mind making a copy. James said. But I'd rather the information did not just go missing while it was in your possession. As James spoke, he glanced at Surzex in a not-so-secretive way. This naturally caused Surzex to clench his fists and grit his teeth. Damn it. Surzex thought to himself. I already feel guilty about what I did to Graphia. You don't have to rub it in. Besides, I already have a public apology scheduled for how I treated you, too. Can't you give me a break? Unfortunately, Surzex forgot that he chose to keep his apology a secret, so it wouldn't look like he was trying to create hype. So, there was no way that James would know that he had a public apology scheduled. I am. James said in a calm tone. Yes, James-sama. I am replied with a slight bow. That tablet I was using earlier. James said while holding the storage device in his hand. Go see if it's still in the waiting room. If it is, please bring it in here. I will copy the data onto it. Yes, James-sama. I am said before turning around and making her way out of the meeting room. Not even a minute later, I am returned with a tablet in her hands. Just like last time, James had Scathatch check it with her runes before inserting the storage device in it once she gave the all clear. He's really cautious. Seraphal said. Surzex-chan must have really left a bad impression. Ugh. Surzex groaned quietly. You brought this on yourself, my friend. Ajuka said. A few moments later, the copying of files was done. Then, James handed the tablet to an attendant, who quickly left the meeting room. It was assumed that he was going to print out the contents of the new files. While they were waiting for the files about the king pieces and their usage, James decided to speak once again. Also, I want to hand this guy, Yagaki Masaomi, over for interrogation. James said while pointing at Masaomi. I don't think you'll get much out of him, but it's better than nothing. What makes you think that? Falbium asked in a sleepy tone. Because he was resurrected in the Teep's castle, then set free to get his revenge. James replied. So, I doubt he knows where Rizavim's hideout is. Understood. Falbium said with a nod. Men, take him into custody. Oh yeah, you can have this, too. James said as he opened his personal storage and dropped the remains of Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi on the meeting room's floor. Bring something that can suppress a holy sword, too. Falbium ordered. With Falbium's order, several guards came and apprehended Masaomi. Then, after also securing the pieces of Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, they escorted them both out of the meeting room. Well, that's all for my report. James said. ***, I've had a long day today. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go home and get some sleep. I know the feeling. Falbium said. Ignoring Falbium, who always wanted to get some sleep, the rest of the Satans and the Council gave James and his entourage permission to leave. Then, after leaving the Devil Council building, the quartet teleported back to the Alaverus estate in the human world. Chapter 269, Christmas Morning. Human World, Japan, Kuo. That was not how I expected to start Christmas Day. James said just after he, Scathatch, Irene, and I am teleported back into their home. Agreed. Irene said. On top of that, sunrise is only a couple hours away. Yes, I believe it would be best if we all got some rest. Scathatch said. Nodding in agreement, I followed James up the stairs along with Scathatch. Meanwhile, Irene headed to the elevator to get to her own bedroom. I guess, you two plan on sleeping in my bed tonight, huh? James asked with a smile. Not that I'm complaining. That was the plan all along. Scathatch said. Although, I doubt we would have only slept before we were interrupted. Yeah, I get the feeling things would have been rather exciting. James said with a lecherous smile. After a few moments, the trio reached James' bedroom door. After opening it, James was caught off guard when he found Rias, Sona, Aquino, Mizor, Mocha, Flora, Shuna, and Yasaka sleeping in his bed. Well, I'd say this is a pleasant surprise. James said with a smile. Before James could admire the sight any longer, Scathatch pushed him into the bedroom, I am following closely. Then, she closed the door behind them. I in the meantime, started helping James get undressed like a dutiful wife from feudal Japan. Damn that Yagaki. James said with a pout. Tonight would have been a good night. But that little motherfucker ruined it. Do not fret, my disciple. Scathatch said after kissing James on his cheek. There is always tonight. Scathatch then turned away from James and began walking toward his bed sensually. Seeing the way Scathatch's hips swayed from side to side, James seriously considered waking all the women in his bed up and giving them a Christmas treat. However, after feeling Rias and Aquino's magic reserves, he decided that they needed a good night's rest. So, after I finished helping him get undressed, James brought her to the bed before crawling into bed and making himself comfortable between Rias and Yasaka. A/N, I don't know if this is explicit enough for an R18 tag, but it is NSFW. You have been warned. The next author note marks the end of the NSFW scene. The next morning, James woke up shortly after sunrise, around 6:50 a.m., to a pleasant feeling around his crotch. When he looked around, he saw that Rias and Yasaka, who slept on his right and left, respectively, were still asleep and hugging his arms between their breasts. Then, when he looked down, he could see quite the large bulge under the covers. Unfortunately, with his arms occupied by the sleeping women on his sides, he was unable to pull the covers aside. So, instead of stressing about it, he decided to just enjoy the feeling. At the same time, he found it fun to try and figure out who the wonderful gift could be coming from. Slurp, slurp, gag, slurp, slurp, gag. The first thing James noticed were the sounds that were coming from under the cover. Although it was quite obvious by the sensations he was feeling, the sounds made it even more evident that he was receiving quite the sloppy blowjob. At the same time, on top of feeling a mouth wrapped around his manhood, he could also feel that each of his legs were being straddled. So, there are 3 of them, huh? James thought to himself as he enjoyed the sensations. On top of having his dick sucked, James could also feel a pair of tongues gently massaging his balls. Plus, there was the feeling of warm, damp cloth sliding up and down on H's shins. Based on the size and shape of the body on my left, I would guess that is Mizor. James thought to himself. And that guess was correct. As the shortest of all of James' women, Mizor's size is the easiest to recognize. Then, James focused on his right leg. Unfortunately, many of his girls had slim and busty figures, so determining who was straddling his right leg by body shape alone was a chore. What did stand out, however, was the wavy hair that was tickling his upper thigh. This must be Flora. James thought to himself. And I don't even have to guess who it is that's sucking me up right now. Only Aquino likes to take it that deep over and over again. For the next few minutes, without moving, James enjoyed the great morning service. However, when he felt something soft and fluffy brushing against his left shoulder, he figured that the morning service would quickly come to an end. To his surprise, however, Yasaka, whose ears twitched after hearing the sounds from under the covers, hugged James' arm more tightly. Then, she forced his hand between her legs and began to grind on his fingers. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. James thought to himself with a smile on his face. But I'm not complaining. A few more minutes passed from there. By this point, James was reaching his limit. On top of that, he had inserted 2 fingers inside of Yasaka and rubbed her insides vigorously. So, she was trembling while biting James' shoulder to keep her moans quiet. A moment later, Yasaka's body stiffened while her breath hitched, and her muffled moans grew louder. James could feel Yasaka's juices dripping out onto his hand, as well. Humph. At the same time, James reached his own limit, grunting as his toes curled and he released his load into the warm mouth that was wrapped around him. Gulp, 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 slurp, pop. Yummy. Aquino whispered from under the covers. I knew she wouldn't leave any for the rest of us. Mizor complained. She really is quite greedy, isn't she? Flora said. Tee-hee. Oops. Aquino said in the cutest manner she could muster. Are the 5 of you done yet? Scathatch asked from her spot on the bed. Master Scathatch, X3. With that, the 3 under the covers sat up straight, pulling the covers off of most of the bed. Eventually, when they pulled the covers from over their heads, they noticed that not only Scathatch, but all the girls were awake. They were even more surprised to see the flush on Yasaka's face. It was clear that she just climaxed. Good morning, everyone. James said with a bright smile. Did you sleep well? In response, most of the girls rolled their eyes. Ayam, on the other hand, looked at James with excitement in her eyes. I was forced to listen to 4 other women enjoying themselves with James-sama. Ayam thought to herself. Yet, he paid no attention to me. It was so hot. Neglect play for the win. Somehow, I feel like I can tell what Ayam is thinking. James thought. Even though she probably couldn't be further from the truth. I don't think I'll break her illusion. Well, you girls can go ahead and get cleaned up. James said. I'm gonna go and get a workout in before breakfast. With that, James pulled himself free from Yasaka and Ria's grasp. Then, he went into the bathroom and washed his face and brushed his teeth. After that, he made his way out of the bedroom and headed down to the training room. And there he goes. Sona said while shaking her head lightly. Well, if those 3 hadn't jumped the gun. Rias began to say. Jumped the gun and took all the shots, too. Aquino interrupted. Shut up, Aquino. Rias said in annoyance. Anyway, if it weren't for you 3, we might have all got some morning action. Calm down, Rias. Sona said, putting her glasses on. Don't forget we've got a surprise lined up for tonight. Hearing that, all the ladies in the room began to smile seductively. Then, as James suggested, they made their way back to their own rooms, except for Flora and Yasaka who don't live in the estate. And got cleaned up. Flora and Yasaka, on the other hand, used James' bathroom to get cleaned up. A/N, end of NSFW scene. While everyone else in the mansion was either bathing or still sleeping, James was in the training room pushing his body to the limit. In his fight with Acnologia, although he won, not only did he allow the evil dragon to escape, he also almost destroyed his own body in the process. Without his super devil form, James' physical body and demonic energy are strong enough to sustain Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive 4 hours in combat. However, when he adds his super devil form into the mix, the strain on his body, even when it is broken down into petal blades, is more than he can handle. As stated previously, if James could have boosted, even once during his battle with Acnologia, he would have had no issue taking the Apocalypse Dragon's life. Unfortunately, if he had boosted his power, he would have more than likely exploded, painting the familiar forest with his blood and innards. To make up for this shortcoming, James has been raising the intensity of his physical training exponentially. On top of raising the weight when lifting, James also had Scathatch put runes on him that raised the force of gravity he experienced by 20 times. Dragon Ball is bullshit. James grunted while squatting 200 tons. No matter how strong I am, the pressure the extra gravity is putting on my inner organs is ridiculous. And Zenkai boosts are manga's greatest cheat ability. As James did his workout, he complained constantly. At the same time, he knew that he was strengthening his body at a much faster rate than he was before. At some point, after she finished bathing, Scathatch came down to the training room. His dedication to growing stronger is awe-inspiring. Scathatch thought to herself as she watched James train while listening to his complaints. Soon, I, too, will step into the major god rank. And I think my runes are the key. Like that, time flew by until it was around 9 in the morning. By now, all the residents were awake and those who were responsible for cooking had made a breakfast big enough for everyone in the house, and a few more, to enjoy. Are Tatsuya and Miyuki coming over today? Leona asked while making a plate for Cassiel. Yeah. James replied while piling eggs onto his own plate. Tatsuya said they wouldn't be going to their family's main house. Apparently, they don't get along well with their aunt, who is their guardian, too well. That's a shame. Evangeline said after taking a sip of orange juice. Why don't you invite them to join your peerage, James? At least they wouldn't have to worry about being alone on holidays anymore. I planned on it, actually. James replied. I'm not sure what pieces they'll end up with, though. The uncertainty makes it kind of exciting, though. A moment later, 2 teleportation circles appeared in the mansion's living room. A total of 7 people came out of those 2 teleportation circles. A few moments later, Venelana, Zeoticus, Graphia, Milicaes, Rhea, Dante, and Seraphol made their way into the dining room. When Sona saw her sister walk into the room, she expected to be hugged and smothered relentlessly. To her surprise, however, Seraphol rushed over to James instead. Jaquin. Jaquin. Seraphol shouted excitedly as she ran over to James. Your new manga, I love it. And mommy is adorable. Let me read what comes next, please. Hearing Seraphol's exclamations, not only James, but Mizor, James' manga assistant, also smiled mischievously. Nope. James replied with a smile. You have to wait patiently like everybody else. Jaquin, you're such a meanie. Seraphol eyed with a pout. Don't worry, Saratan. James said while patting Seraphol on the head. I guarantee, you've never seen anything like what's coming next. With that, James went back to eating his breakfast while Seraphol continued to pester him for spoilers. At the same time, Mizor looked at James and Seraphol's interaction and couldn't help muttering under her breath. James, you're so bad. Bad, what do you mean? Venelana asked curiously. Don't worry about it, Auntie Venelana. Mizor said. If I told you, then I'd be spoiling the surprise. At that moment, another visitor arrived in the dining room. Mizor. Shirayuki Tsurara shouted after entering the dining room. Ka-san. Mizor shouted back after hearing her mother's voice. Then, Mizor shot out of her seat and dashed to her mother. The mother-daughter pair then hugged happily, before Tsurara whispered into Mizor's ear. Is he willing to help us repopulate yet? Tsurara asked in a hushed tone. Ka-san. Mizor whined. I thought we agreed to drop that topic. You can't blame me for asking. Tsurara said with a giggle. He would help raise the potential of the Yukiana. Ka-san, just stop. Mizor said in an exasperated tone. Like that, Christmas breakfast went by in a very happy mood. Chapter 270, James' Personal Maid. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After breakfast, like always, everyone gathered in the living room of the Alaverus estate. Once everyone was settled, Scathatch made her way toward Kunu. When Kunu noticed Scathatch's approach, a bright smile made it onto her face. Scathatch-basama. Kunu said with a smile. Smiling in return, Scathatch held her right hand forward. Then, a spear, bigger than what Kunu should use, appeared in Scathatch's hand. I crafted this for you as a Christmas gift. Scathatch said. I know that it is too big for you to use, right now. But when you have grown, it should be the right size. This is for me. Kunu said with an even brighter smile. Thank you. Not only that. Scathatch said with a small smile of her own. After talking to your mother, it has been decided that you will stay here for the rest of your winter break to learn the spear under me. Hearing that, Kunu's eyes opened wide. Then, she looked at her mother for confirmation. It's true. Yasaka said calmly. Following Yasaka's confirmation, Kunu jumped up and wrapped her arms around Scathatch, hugging her tightly. Then, after releasing Scathatch, she ran over to her mother and hugged her just as tightly. Thank you, Ka-san. Kunu said as she buried her face in Yasaka's chest. You're welcome. Yasaka said with a smile while she patted Kunu's head. And as long as you keep up your grades at school, I'll let you come over here on weekends to keep learning from Scathatch. Really? Kunu squealed in glee, pulling her head back to look into her mother's eyes. Have I ever lied to you? Yasaka asked while poking Kunu on the nose. After once again receiving confirmation from Yasaka, Kunu hugged her tightly one more time. Then, she rushed back to Scathatch and grabbed her hand. Come on, let's go. Kunu said, trying to pull Scathatch toward the elevator. Let's start the lessons. Smiling gently, Scathatch let herself be pulled toward the elevator by the excited little nine-tailed fox. At the same time, everyone else in the living room looked upon the two with gentle smiles. Damn, that was cute. James said happily. Yes, and it proves my point. Seraphol said proudly. Cute is justice. No one was arguing that point. James said with a wry smile. So, you should let me read the next chapters of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. Seraphol said while grabbing James' arm with a desperate expression on her face. Nope. Stingy. Once again, the majority of the group in the living room smiled. This time at the interaction between James and Seraphol. After that, the group broke into smaller groups. Some played video games, some played board games, some played cards, some simply chatted, and some joined Scathatch and Kunu in the training room. With time passing like that, eventually the first guests of the day arrived. Ding dong. After the doorbell sounded, Graphia, being in maid mode, took it upon herself to answer the front door. When she returned, Issei, Asia, Irina, and Tuji were following her. Naturally, the newcomers joined the groups who were doing the things that interested them the most. Then, about 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang again and once again, Graphia went to answer it. Maybe we should get a maid. James muttered to himself as he watched Graphia leave the living room. Oh, my. Venelana said from her place among the other mothers. Are you thinking of having Graphia as your maid? Although that sounds nice, isn't she already employed as the Grimory's head maid? James asked with a tilt of his head. True that may be, Venelana said with a smile. I'm sure we could work out some kind of agreement. Although he was not sure what that smile meant exactly, James was sure there was more to it than just happiness or goodwill. Did I hear that someone was in the market for a maid? A female voice said from the entrance of the living room. When everyone looked toward the source of that voice, what they saw was a silver-haired, purple-eyed beauty with horns, pointy ears, and facial features that were nearly identical to Neru's Maria's, wearing a white, lacy dress and a choker. If that's the case, the silver-haired woman said while gesturing behind her grandiosely. May I present to you? She then pointed behind herself to a tall, tan-skinned woman with gold-green eyes, white hair, a rabbit tail on her lower back, and horns shaped like rabbit ears, who wore a black and white, low-cut, French-made dress that stopped just above her knees and fishnet stockings. Mama? Maria asked absent-mindedly. Then, she stood up explosively and dashed toward the woman with a nearly identical face to her own. Mama. At a speed no one had seen her reach before, Maria bolted toward her mother, Sheila, jumped, and wrapped her arms and legs around her. Then, once she was latched on properly, Maria began rubbing her cheek on Sheila's. It's good to see you too, Maria. Sheila said with a smile. Hey, Sheila, long time, no see. James said, waving briefly at the new arrivals as he was in the middle of an intense match of Street Fighter with Genkai. You brought Zest with you, too. Although James was nonchalant about seeing her, Flora, Shuna, Mio, and, eventually, Maria all went on guard after noticing Zest, who had beaten all of them to within an inch of their lives when they last met. Now. There's no need to worry. Sheila said with a smile. Since Zalgier no longer has a head that he can use to give Zest orders, you have nothing to fear. But what if she relapses? Mio asked with her arms crossed under her breasts. Well, most of the people in this mansion are stronger than she is. Sheila pointed out. So, I'm sure she won't last very long if she gets out of line. Just as Sheila said, Zest was only at the initial level of the ultimate rank. Exactly the same level of power she was at when she first attacked the girls. And by this point, both Flora and Shuna were also in the ultimate rank, so things should not go as they did last time. On top of that, with my master-servant contract and education, I'm pretty sure I've removed all of Zalgier's influence from little Zest. Sheila said as she patted Zest's cheek. Your education? Maria asked. That's right. Sheila replied with a proud smile on her face. With my education, I am confident that little Zest here is now the best maid throughout the realms. Though most people in the room dismissed Sheila's claim, one silver-haired, red-eyed woman wearing a blue and white French-made dress narrowed her eyes as a competitive glint flashed in her eyes. Oh dear. Venelana said while covering her mouth elegantly with one hand. What's wrong, Lana? Ria asked after setting down her teacup. That woman just claimed that her protégé was a better maid than Graphia. Venelana said. Oh, this might be fun. Leona said with a mischievous smile on her face. Especially since the only one Graphia has ever recognized as a better maid than herself was her mother, the late Lady Lucifuge. Venelana continued. So, this could get interesting. It looks like we're gonna have two maids, for a little while at least. Leona said. But how will that son of yours react to this? I really don't think it will matter. Venelana replied. The divorce is almost finalized. So, Graphia is free to do as she pleases. While Leona, Venelana, and Ria chatted, James finished his match with Genkai. To his surprise, it ended in a draw. You're getting better, Master Genkai. James said with a smile. I'm looking forward to our next match. As am I, kid. Genkai said with a small smile on her face. Next time I'll be the winner, though. We'll see. James said with a confident smile on his face. Then, he turned his attention toward Sheila. So, you really brought her back, huh? I told you I would. Sheila replied. And I do what I say. Indeed. James replied with a nod. So, what do you think? Sheila asked. Since it seems like you're in need of a maid, might I offer you Zest? That depends, what does Zest think of that? James asked with a slight frown on his face. She hasn't made her opinion known yet. Well, tell him what you think. Sheila said to Zest with a smile. I would be honored to become your maid, young Master Alaverus. Zest said while bowing her head. Also, if you would allow it, I would like to be a part of your second peerage. In response to Zest's request, James could not help but raise his eyebrow. Seeing the confusion in James' expression, Sheila clarified. Because of the way Zalgier created her, Zest cannot grow in strength past what you see now. Sheila said. Then, that means she has no potential for growth. Evangeline said, cutting into the conversation. What benefit would that bring to James? Actually, I've hypothesized that joining a peerage may change that. Sheila said. Unfortunately, neither I nor Zalgier were strong enough to add Zest to our peerages, so I have no proof. As Sheila said, both she and Zalgier were only at the high rank, so there was no way that either of them could have added Zest to their peerage. Although that is a pretty good hypothesis, without any proof, James could end up in a trap. Evangeline said with a severe expression on her face. A frowning Evangeline and a smiling Sheila locked eyes. As the time went by, the tension in the air thickened. However, there was one person in the room who was not affected by the tension in the least. Eva, you're so cute. Kahlua said excitedly as she wrapped Evangeline in a hug. You're acting just like a protective wife. Kahlua, let go of me. Evangeline said as she struggled to free herself. How many times have I told you not to just hug me out of the blue? And what do you mean a protective wife? And just like that, the tense atmosphere was broken. Well, I guess she did have a point, though. Sheila said with a look of contemplation on her face. Well, if what Evangeline said is true, I don't mind having her traded to my peerage. Venelana said with a smile. If she's as good as you say she is, I wouldn't mind having her as a personal maid. Once again, feeling that her position was being challenged, Graphia narrowed her eyes for a second time. Why are you riling her up like that? Rhea asked quietly with a smile on her face. Because it's interesting. Venelana replied just as quietly. That's not a bad solution. James said while stroking his chin. But Auntie Venelana, are you sure? Why not? Venelana replied with a shrug. Other than Graphia, my peerage is completely empty. I see. James said while turning his attention back to Sheila and Zest. Well, I don't mind trying. With that, James stood from the sofa and walked toward Zest. When he was little more than an arm's length from her, James held out his right arm, palm up. A moment later, 2 pawn pieces appeared. Well, it looks like you do have some potential left. James said with a smile. I guess Zalgier just did not know how to bring it out. Or it was locked during your creation. Then, without waiting, James pressed the 2 pawn pieces into Zest's chest. Being a devil to begin with, after closing her eyes, Zest's process of joining James' peerage took almost no time at all. Once the process ended, Zest opened her eyes. Then, clenched and unclenched her fists a few times. She could clearly feel that, although not by much, she had gotten stronger. Then, she dropped to one knee with her head bowed. Thank you, Master. Zest said in a solemn tone. I will dedicate my everything to you. Mind, body, and soul. Yet again, Graphia narrowed her eyes. This girl really may be a threat to my position. Graphia thought to herself. She's completely serious about that vow. Stand up. James said with a wry smile on his face. I appreciate your dedication. I really do. But the whole kneeling thing is too much. Zest stood up as she was ordered to. Then, Sheila hugged her with a smile on her face. Congratulations, little Zest. Sheila said. Does that mean you are accepting her as a maid, too? Yeah, I guess so. James replied while scratching the back of his head. Then, I'll leave her in your care. Sheila said with a smile. In that case, I'll stay here for a few days, too. Venelana said, smiling at James as she spoke. That way, Graphia can check her work. It looks like Lana is making her move. Rhea whispered to Leona. You should have never opened that door for her back then. I assume that means your divorce has been finalized, Lana. Leona asked in a whisper with her eyes narrowed. You don't need to worry about that. Venelana said while waving her hand dismissively. I would not try and live under an assassin, trained by Master Scathatch, who hates NTR's roof otherwise. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. In response, both Graphia and Zest began walking toward the front door. However, when they each realized they were not the only one moving, they looked at each other and locked eyes. Feeling the competitive atmosphere that was beginning to build, James called Zest back. Zest, until you're familiar with the mansion, let Graphia handle things. James said in a tired tone. We'll get you up to speed tomorrow. Until then, just enjoy the day. Yes, master. Zest said with a bow. Taking one more look at Graphia, who was headed to the front door, Zest turned back and moved to stand behind James. Having both of them here is gonna be more trouble than I expected. James thought to himself. Chapter 271, Buy One Get One Free. Human World, Japan, Koo. After Graphia left the living room to answer the front door, she returned a couple of minutes later with the Shiba siblings trailing behind her. Naturally, everyone noticed Tatsuya and Miyuki's arrival and greeted them warmly, with Mizore talking animatedly with Miyuki about the use of ice in battle. At the same time, while talking with Miyuki, Mizore stealthily winked at James, an action that no one missed. So, in conclusion, it was not all that stealthy. On the other hand, James could only smile wryly at Mizore's attempt. At least she's trying. James thought to himself. It's actually quite cute. In the end it's not all that useful, though. As long as I can convince Tatsuya to join my second peerage, Miyuki will follow without fail. While Mizore pulled Miyuki along with her to chat with the other girls, James approached Tatsuya with a smile on his face. Thanks for coming, Tatsuya. James said with a smile. I'm glad you could make it. Well, I'm sure Miyuki would enjoy coming here more than spending today at the main house. Tatsuya said in an emotionless tone. Either way, thanks for the invitation. No problem. James replied. Anyway, there's a few hours before I have to start preparing for dinner. Wanna get a spar in before then? Sure, why not? Tatsuya replied without changing his expression. Although there were no changes on Tatsuya's face, James could see the competitive glint that appeared in his eyes. Not being able to beat me yet is still weighing on him, huh? James thought to himself as he walked toward the elevator. Naturally, Miyuki, who always had at least part of her attention on Tatsuya, was the first to notice James and Tatsuya heading for the elevator. Are they going to spar? Miyuki thought to herself. I hope Oniai-sama will win this time. Hey, Mizore, I think Oniai-sama and James-san are going to spar. Miyuki said with a gentle smile on her face. Do you want to go watch? Hearing that James would be sparring, all the chatting girls agreed to go and watch. This led to a chain reaction in the living room. Eventually, everyone in the living room made their way down to the training room to see the spar between James and Tatsuya. Meanwhile in the training room, while Scathatch was still teaching Kuna the basics of the spear, Siyu Chilin and Tsubaki looked at them in utter disbelief. Who is that woman, and what did she do with Master? Siyu Chilin asked in a whisper. This is a bit different from the way she usually trains us, isn't it? Tsubaki replied. No matter what you say, I won't believe that woman is Master. Siyu Chilin retorted. Are the two of you here to train, or to spectate? Scathatch asked in a harsh tone, a sharp contrast to the tone she was using to instruct Kunu. If you are only here to slack off, I will help you make up for the lost time during our next training session. Never mind. Siyu Chilin said as he began training properly. That is definitely Master. Nodding in agreement, Tsubaki began swinging her naginata. At that moment, James and Tatsuya exited the elevator. When Kunu noticed the new arrivals, she smiled in James' direction. Oto-san. Kunu shouted. Learning from Scathatch Bazin is so much fun. Hearing that, the smile James was wearing while he spoke with Tatsuya cramped visibly. Then, he looked at Scathatch questioningly. To his surprise, she turned her head away, not making eye contact with him. Seeing Scathatch's reaction, James could not help but smile. Cute really is justice, huh? James thought. Even Master can't bear to be harsh with Kunu. Seemingly hearing James' thoughts, Scathatch turned her head back in James' direction with a fierce expression on her face. Why have you come here, my disciple? Scathatch asked in a colder tone than usual. Tatsuya and I decided to have a little spar before I have to cook dinner. James replied with a shrug. I see. Scathatch replied with a nod. Oto-san, you can cook? Kunu asked with her eyes shining. Usually, no. James said with a smile. But I'm pretty good when I use a grill. You should look forward to it. I will. Kunu said while excitedly nodding her head. Then, once she realized that James was walking with someone she had never met, she spoke once again. Oh, who is that? Oh, this is my friend and the one I made a magician pact with, Shiba Tatsuya. James said with a smile while gesturing towards Tatsuya. Then, he gestured towards Kunu. And Tatsuya, this is my stepdaughter, Kunu. It's nice to meet you, Shiba-san. Kunu said while bowing her head politely. It's nice to meet you, too. Tatsuya said in his usual tone. And it's fine to call me Tatsuya. Since my little sister is here, too. Yes, Tatsuya-san. Kunu replied with a smile. Well, now that the introductions are out of the way. James said while turning his attention to Scat Hatch. Do you think you could put a seal on me to limit my abilities to the same as Tatsuya's? I can. Scat Hatch replied with a nod while her right index finger lit up with demonic energy. In the next moment, Scat Hatch began drawing runes around James' wrists, ankles, and finally on his chest over his heart. Once all the runes were drawn, Scat Hatch's palm lit up before she slapped it on the runes over James' heart. Then, all the runes she had previously drawn sank into James' body. Yeah, even though I wore seals like this one for, 7 years, this is a feeling I will never get used to. James said while moving his arms and legs around to get used to the restrictions. While James adjusted to his new level of strength, the other people in the house began trickling into the training room. Around the time James and Tatsuya were ready to begin their spar, everyone who was currently in the house had made their way into the training room. Once everyone was settled and the two young men were in the sparring ring, the spar between James and Tatsuya began without delay. Taking the initiative, Tatsuya dashed forward towards James. Once in range, he threw a right palm strike at James' solar plexus, which James deflected downward with his right hand. Then, he followed up with a right elbow strike aimed at Tatsuya's chin. Leaning back to avoid the strike, Tatsuya used the momentum from throwing his head back to perform a backhand spring, forcing James to avoid his feet that were flying up toward James' chin. However, James recovered quickly, stepping forward as Tatsuya straightened up and clenched his hands around the back of Tatsuya's head. Before James could control Tatsuya's movements, however, Tatsuya threw both his hands forward, landing two palm strikes on James' chest. Unfortunately, that did not force James to release his hold. Instead, James jerked Tatsuya's head downward and raised his left knee towards Tatsuya's face. Retracting his hands quickly, Tatsuya managed to place his hands between James' knee and his face. Unfortunately, his own hands were smashed into his face. Before James could lower his leg, however, Tatsuya wrapped his left arm around James' leg. Then, he threw an uppercut at James' chin. To avoid Tatsuya's uppercut, James released his clinch. Then, he leaned back as far as he could with his left leg still in Tatsuya's grasp. The instant Tatsuya's fist passed by his chin, James jumped with his right leg and flung it at the side of Tatsuya's head. Due to the timing, Tatsuya was unable to pull his right arm back to guard and took the kick squarely. Although he did not lose consciousness, it was clear to everyone with some fighting experience that Tatsuya had received a concussion. Because of that, Scat Hatch called an end to the spar. Damn, those palm strikes really fucking hurt. James muttered as he rubbed his chest. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, James leaned his head forward, avoiding a smack upside the head from his mother. Then, smiling wryly, he looked at Leona. Sorry, Mom. James said. But that really did hurt. Well, it should have. Leona said while shaking her head. There's no way getting hit with that much force in the chest wouldn't hurt. And if Tatsuya had the physique of a supernatural race, that spar would not have ended so quickly. I know. James replied with a knowing smile on his face. We might be able to do something about that sometime soon, though. At the same time, while James was chatting with Leona, Asia was healing Tatsuya. Luckily, it did not take much effort to heal a concussion. While he was being healed, Miyuki was standing next to Tatsuya while glaring at James. Miyuki, there's no reason to be mad at James. Tatsuya said. He beat me fair and square. He even had a seal placed on himself so that he couldn't surpass a certain threshold of power. But Oni-sama, he already had an unfair advantage as a supernatural race. Miyuki argued. If you had a physique like his, you wouldn't have lost. Maybe, maybe not. Tatsue replied in a noncommittal manner. We would only know if that were true if I were of a supernatural race. Well, if you wanted to find out if that were true, all you would have to do is ask James. Irene said, appearing next to Tatsuya and Miyuki. But the process would be permanent. When did she? Miyuki asked as she flinched at the unexpected voice. Though Tatsuya did not flinch, he was surprised at how close Irene was able to get before he noticed her. I assume you mean by joining his peerage, right? Tatsuya asked. That's right. Irene replied with a smile. But I thought his peerage was full. Tatsuya said in a skeptical tone. I guess it has been a little while since you visited. Irene said. Due to his feat of defeating the Crescent Circle Dragon, Crumb Crutch and capturing a fugitive of the underworld, James was granted a second peerage. I see. Tatsuya said before falling into a state of contemplation. If I joined James' peerage, I would be free from the Yotsuba clan and my aunt. Tatsuya thought to himself. Then, he looked at Miyuki with concern in his eyes. But what about Miyuki? She would be left all alone. Understanding what her brother was thinking, Miyuki looked at him in return and smiled. Oni-sama, wherever you go, Miyuki will always follow. Miyuki said. With that, a glint of determination appeared in Tatsuya's eyes. At the same time, Irene stealthily raised a thumbs up towards James, who smiled in return. A moment later, Tatsuya thanked Asia for the healing. Then, he began walking toward James with a purposeful gait. "Hey, good spar," James said as Tatsuya approached. "But are you alright after that kick?" "I'm fine," Tatsuya replied. "Argento-san's healing took care of it." "Good," James said with a nod. "James, I just heard that you were granted a second peerage." "Yeah," James said, pretending to be unsure of what Tatsuya was getting at. "Could I join your peerage?" Tatsuya asked straightforwardly. "I would like to join, as well," Miyuki said after her brother. "Just like I thought, Bogo for the win." James thought to himself. "I don't mind. In fact, I would be happy to have you," James said with a smile. Then, his expression turned reluctant. "But will that cause conflict with your family?" "It might." Tatsuya nodded in acknowledgement. "Especially since Miyuki was chosen to be the next clan head." "That doesn't matter," Miyuki said. "If Oni-sama is going to leave the family, then so will I." Instead of responding, Tatsuya simply patted Miyuki's head gently. Then, he looked at James with resolve. "We can deal with that when it becomes an issue," Tatsuya said. "If you're sure." James replied with a shrug. After shrugging, James held up his hands in front of the Shiba siblings. Then, floating above his right hand, which was in front of Tatsuya, a pair of pawn pieces appeared. Meanwhile, floating above his left hand were a pair of pawn pieces and a bishop piece. With his right hand, James grasped the two pawns, while he grabbed the bishop with his left. Then, he pressed the pieces into the Shiba siblings, reincarnating them as devils, making Tatsuya a pawn and Miyuki a bishop. "It's rare to see someone add 3 members of a peerage in one day," Venelana said with a smile. "Yeah, and yet we've seen James do it twice," Ria said, also with a smile. "Actually, this is the 3rd time," Leona said with a smug smile. Then, she started counting with her fingers. First was Mazor, Lancer, and Mocha. Then, it was Kahlua, Irene, and Eva. And last is Zest, Tatsuya, and Miyuki. Meanwhile, while Tatsuya and Miyuki were undergoing their race change, Issa started approaching Serafal with trepidation. I want to be able to walk under the sun like my daughters," Issa thought. "Unfortunately, Cassiel doesn't have a strong enough piece to reincarnate me. On top of that, he only has 1 pawn left. Whatever, I'm sure Lady Leviathan isn't as bad as the rumors make her out to be." Chapter 272, Serafal's Queen and Christmas Dinner. Human World, Japan, Kuo. While Tatsuya and Miyuki were undergoing their transformations into devils, everyone noticed that Issa was approaching Serafal. Most of them knew that Issa was approaching to see about joining Serafal's peerage. So, they were interested in seeing how things would turn out. On the other hand, the ones that knew Serafal well were feeling a bit of pity for the old vampire. "Lady Leviathan, good evening," Issa said with a polite bow. "Oh, you must be Issa Shuzan," Serafal said with a smile. "I heard about you from Grafia-chan. You want to join my peerage, huh?" While Serafal spoke, she paced around Issa in a circle, inspecting him from every angle. "You would be perfect," Serafal said with a nod of appreciation. "But I want you to call me Leviathan from now on." "Huh?" Issa exclaimed in confusion. Without answering his confusion, Serafal began pacing around Issa again. "So, how do you feel about being on television?" Serafal asked. I'm not sure," Issa replied honestly, though the confusion was evident in his tone. Serafal nodded as though she understood something from Issa's answer, an action that confused him even more than he already was. Then, Serafal paced back to a spot in front of Issa and extended her right hand forward with her palm up. In the next instant, several evil pieces appeared floating above her hand. "Wow, you cover all the bases, don't you?" Serafal said as she inspected the pawns, rook, knight, bishop, and queen that appeared above her outstretched palm. "Now, what do I choose?" After pondering for a short while, an action that gave Tatsuya and Miyuki enough time to finish their transformations and join the crowd of onlookers, Serafal made her decision as she grabbed the queen piece, causing the other pieces to disappear. "I choose you, Issa Shuzan," Serafal shouted as she wound up and threw the queen piece at Issa's chest in an overly exaggerated manner. Bang. A moment later, the queen slammed into Issa's chest, throwing him backward across the training room. While Issa sailed through the air, the queen piece sank into his chest, just before his back slammed into the wall behind him. Boom. Asterisk cough, asterisk. While sliding down the wall he slammed into, Issa coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same time, everyone could tell that Issa's body was going through its metamorphosis. Then, they all looked at Serafall incredulously. Oopsie. Serafall said in a cutesy tone while tilting her head and knocking on it with her right fist. Tee-hee. Knowing that there was no point in reprimanding Serafall for her actions, most people just pretended like nothing happened. James, on the other hand, stopped to think about it. I stopped watching Pokemon a long time ago. James said in a contemplative tone. But I'm pretty sure you're supposed to say that when you release a Pokemon for battle, not when you catch them. Hearing James' comment, Serafall's expression fell. Asterisk gasp, asterisk you're right, Jacoin. Serafall exclaimed. I was so excited that I messed up the reference. What do I do? What do I do? Serafall then dashed towards James, wrapped her arms around his torso and began to sob loudly into his chest. While James found it hilarious, outwardly, he only smiled wryly while patting Serafall on the head. Meanwhile, Sona looked at James and Serafall suspiciously. What's wrong, Sona? Rhea asked after noticing Sona's gaze. For some reason, I'm getting the feeling that Big Sister and I are going to become sisters again. Sona said with an unsure expression on her face. Naturally, Rhea was taken aback by that statement. However, when she stopped to think about it, she could see where Sona was coming from. Since Serafall arrived at the mansion, not once has she clung to Sona. However, this is the second time she has clung to James. Sarah. Rhea said nonchalantly while shrugging her shoulders. No pun intended. Are you serious, mother? Sona asked with her eyes wide open. It's better than her dying alone. Rhea said while watching the interaction between James and her eldest daughter. I mean, it's clear she enjoys her time with him. But. Sona stuttered. Are you afraid your big sister is going to steal your fiancé away from you, Sona? Rhea said in a teasing tone. There's not even a snowball's chance in hell that could ever happen. Sona said with a pout before walking away from her mother. A moment later, Vanillana walked over to stand next to Rhea, watching Sona walk away and mingle with her friends. You know she's always had an inferiority complex towards her sister. Vanillana said. It's only natural she reacts like that after seeing how Sarah is acting with James. I know. Rhea replied with a nod and a smile. But I also know how much she wants Serafall to be happy. She may be acting like she doesn't like it right now. But if sharing James with her sister is what it will take for Sarah to be happy, then Sona will agree happily. Even if her expression says otherwise. Well, you're their mother, Vanillana said with a shrug. So, you're probably right. Besides, the one I really feel pity for is Rhea's. Rhea said while glancing at Vanillana from the corner of her eye. How is she going to react when you do what you're thinking of doing? I don't know. Vanillana replied while shaking her head. Then, she smiled brightly and continued. But isn't that the fun part? You spend too much time with Leona. Rhea said with a wry smile. Around the time James was able to calm Serafall and get her to let him go, Issa finished his reincarnation. Then, he approached Serafall again while rubbing his chest and back. Thank you, Lady Leviathan. I don't know. Issa began to speak before he was interrupted. No. Serafall exclaimed while wagging a finger in front of Issa. Call me, Leviathan. It's Leviathan, got it. Naturally, Issa was utterly uncomfortable with referring to Serafall that way. However, since she was his king, he felt that he really did not have a choice. Leviathan. Issa stuttered out. He immediately felt shame and embarrassment after doing so. Good. Serafall exclaimed happily. Now, as I was saying, you would be perfect for the main villain role in the magical girl show I am creating. Oh, and I will be playing the starring role. Serafall then struck her favorite magical girl pose while a magic wand materialized in her left hand. Issa, on the other hand, felt the blood in his flushed face drain to a point that he was even paler than the average vampire. Never in his wildest dreams did he consider that he would become the main antagonist in a magical girl show. He could feel his dignity slipping away bit by bit, yet there was nothing he could do about it. At the same time, Aqua, Kahlua, Mocha, and Cocoa could not help but giggle. Congratulations, Dad. Mocha said with a smile. You're finally gonna get to be the head of your own faction. That statement caused not only the Shuzan sisters, but everyone present in the training room, to laugh uproariously while Issa's face switched between being crimson red and pale white. A few minutes later, after everyone was done having fun at Issa's expense, Tatsuya challenged James to another spar. And just as Miyuki said, this one lasted much longer. However, the outcome was still the same. Tatsuya lost. Naturally, Miyuki was dumbfounded. She had never seen her brother lose to someone in his own age range before. Yet, he has never beaten James in one of their spars. It's not a big deal, Miyuki. Tatsuya said, patting Miyuki on the head after seeing her pouty expression. I'm improving every time we spar. So that's good enough for me. Instead of responding, Miyuki looked at Tatsuya in utter shock. For the first time, possibly ever, she saw Tatsuya smiling from the heart. Something that should have been impossible thanks to the magic their mother used on him during their early childhood. Did reincarnation fix his emotional deficiency? Miyuki thought to herself as she got lost in Tatsuya's smile. If so, then Alaverus-san might have just given me the best Christmas gift I could have possibly asked for. Looking at his sister's expression, Tatsuya could not tell why she was looking at him with that lost look. Though he could feel there was something different, he could not tell instinctively that he had regained his full emotional range. Though, it probably would not take long for him to start realizing it. Hey, Mom. James shouted across the training room. I'm gonna go to the roof and start grilling for dinner. Actually, you should do the grilling in the backyard. Venilana shouted back in reply. If you use the roof, Zio and my gift will have to wait a while. James initially tilted his head in confusion. Then, he shrugged his shoulders. Either way, I'm gonna start the grill. James said with a shrug. Grafia, can you come and assist me? Zest, you go with my mom and help her prepare the sides. Yes, young Master James. Grafia and Zest said in unison before glaring at each other for a moment. Then, they both followed James' instructions. Once Grafia was next to him, James teleported the both of them to the roof. Once there, he picked up the large refrigerator where the meat he would be grilling was marinating. Then, he teleported them both to the grill in the backyard. Immediately after they arrived in the backyard, James pulled out several more grills from his personal storage. Then, Grafia arranged the grill so that James would be facing away from the house. Though James was unsure why she did that, he did not think about it too much. Instead, he began separating the cuts. Considering that he is using meat from Azidahaka, who Irene killed in heaven, there was a lot to separate. After working with Grafia for about 25 minutes, James finally got all the meat separated. Then, he used a single grill for each cut. There were ribs, tenderloins, shank, chuck, brisket, which he bought a special magic smoker for, and many other cuts. Then, for the next 2 hours, James and Grafia grilled the meat, uninterrupted. When those 2 hours passed, Leona, Zest, Irene, and Issa carried out the sides that would accompany this dragon feast. That's a lot of delicious-looking meat. Issa said, staring at all the cuts that had been grilled or smoked to perfection. That's what she said. Leona said with a big smile. Pause. James said at the same time Leona spoke. Grafia, Irene, and Issa could only stare at James and Leona with blank expressions due to their immature comments. Zest, on the other hand, simply stood behind James at a respectful distance. Though, no one was sure she even got the jokes. After another half an hour, the rest of the people in the mansion began making their way out to the backyard. When they saw the spread, most of them were completely dumbfounded. Is James trying to fatten us up? Rias asked while nibbling on her index finger. If he is, it's gonna work on me. It's all gonna go to your breasts anyway. Sona said with a huff. It would be nice if some of that nutrition went to your brain, though. What did you say? Rias snapped back. While Rias and Sona bickered back and forth, James just smiled wryly. I'm not expecting it all to get eaten, you know. James said. Then, he pointed at the end of one of the tables that was filled with food. See, we have take-home boxes over there. He really is trying to fatten us up. Ria said in a dramatic tone while covering her mouth with her hand. Just not all in one shot. Venilana said, mimicking Ria's posture. James simply rolled his eyes in response. At the same time, Dante, Lady, Genshiru, and Ruruko arrived. A few moments later, everyone was seated. Since Dante and Lady don't live in the mansion, they were the only members of his peerage who did not receive their Christmas gifts just after midnight. So, James decided now would be a good time to give them their gifts. Dante, Lady, these are for you. James said, pulling 2 large boxes out of his personal storage. Thank you, James, Lady said as she received the gift, which was surprisingly heavy. Dante, on the other hand, received his gift and began opening it without a word. When he saw what was inside the box, though, he froze. Then, he looked at James with confusion in his eyes. How? Dante asked in a shaky voice. Inside the open box that Dante was holding was his father's sword, Sparta, which shared the same name as his father, which should have been in the Temenen Igru, sealing the path to the netherworld. Oh, I went back to the tower and completely destroyed the path connecting the human world and the netherworld. James said nonchalantly. Then, I took the sword. This explanation left Dante speechless to the point that he did not even say thank you. He just continued to stare at the sword in bewilderment. While Dante was confused, Lady also opened her gift. What she saw what was inside, she pulled it out of the box and hugged it. I felt so naked without having you on my back. Lady said while rubbing her cheek on the weapon she pulled out of the box. In Lady's arms was a bladed missile launcher similar to the one she used in the Temenon IGRU incident. This one, however, could be reloaded with demonic energy. And if magic was used in the creation of the ammo, the missiles could have different effects when they explode. Well, it looks like they're both happy with their gifts. James said with a smile. Then, he spread his arms wide open and continued loudly. Now, let the dragon feast begin. Chapter 273, Something Seems Off. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After handing out the gifts, dinner went smoothly. And after a couple of hours gorging themselves on cuts of dragon meat, everyone was more than satisfied. Instead, the surprise came after the meal. While everyone was eating, somehow, no one noticed the veil that fell over the mansion. So, when they were done eating, they were more than surprised to see an even bigger and taller mansion standing where the old one used to be. Merry Christmas! Venelana and Ziotica said in unison when they saw the dumbfounded expression on James' face. Yeah, I can see why cooking on the roof would have made it hard to give me your gift. James said absent-mindedly. In response, Zioticus laughed heartily while patting James on the back. Then, Venelana approached and gave him a hug followed by a kiss on the cheek that was a bit too sensual. Naturally, James' mind blanked for a moment when he received this kiss. When he regained his wits, he looked at Ziotius questioningly. In response, Zioticus simply shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. A moment later, James felt Rias glaring at him and her mother. So, he quickly distanced himself from Venelana. A moment later, Rias stormed forward towards her mother and grabbed her by the arm. Mother, what are you doing? Rias asked in a fluster. We can talk about that tomorrow. Venelana said with a smile. From what I've heard, you have something to prepare for tonight, right? Although she was not happy that her mother was putting off something this important, Rias reluctantly agreed with what Venelana said. Then, Rias along with the other 9 girls who were in an official relationship with James made their way back into the new rendition of their home. Although he was thoroughly confused by Venelana's actions, James felt like something good would happen tonight after seeing all his girlfriends and fiancés disappear into the house together. However, what was decidedly less good was that even though he did most of the cooking, he was somehow picked to do the dishes as well. What kind of bullshit is this? James asked no one in particular while he stood in the newly renovated kitchen, scrubbing away at the plates and silverware everyone used during dinner. Although he was more than a little upset at having to cook and clean up after such a large meal, James was also quite surprised when he arrived in the new kitchen. First of all, the kitchen was much bigger in size. Secondly, there were several grill tops that he could use and not have to go outside to cook. What made it even better was that there were state-of-the-art venting systems connected to the grill tops, so smoke would not accumulate in the house. Even if everything in this kitchen is amazing, there's still no reason to make me clean up after all this. James said with a pout. After washing dishes for an hour, Graphia and Zest both entered the kitchen. When they did, they took over the task of washing dishes. However, instead of washing by hand, they simply put the dishes in the dishwashing machine, something that James was told he was forbidden to do. What the hell? James exclaimed in exasperation. Ignoring James' exclamation, Graphia and Zest both bowed politely. Young Master James, today has been a busy one for you. Both maids said in unison. Might we suggest you head down to the baths to relax? These two have been glaring at each other all day. James thought to himself as he glanced at the maids suspiciously. But now they are in perfect sync. Something fishy is going on. Shrugging his shoulders indifferently, James decided to take Graphia and Zest's advice. A nice hot bath would be nice, regardless of the situation. Fine, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. James said with a smile. Then, James made his way out of the kitchen. Before he could leave completely, though, Graphia spoke up once more. I would suggest going to bed early, as well. Graphia said in her usual tone. You have to take Miss Tiamat out shopping tomorrow. Ugh. I know. James replied without turning around. With no more interruptions, James made it down to the basement floor where the large bath was housed in only a few minutes. However, when James entered the bathing area, he noticed something that was not present before. Sniff sniff. What is that smell? James asked himself with a slight frown on his face. Is that sulfur? After identifying the scent, James walked closer to the bathing pool. When he saw that the water was a bit murky and the sulfurous smell increased in potency, he was thoroughly surprised. Now there's a hot spring in my fucking house. James asked with his eyes wide open. In the next instant, James rushed over to the showers and washed himself thoroughly. Then, he returned to the bathing pool. Testing the water temperature, James slowly dipped his foot into the water. "Oh, shit!" James exclaimed when his entire foot was in the water. This hot spring is magical. Although it sounded like James was over-exaggerating with his hyperbole, James was, in fact, on the money with his statement. The hot spring that was being pumped into the Alaverus estate was actually being teleported from the underworld. It was connected to a natural hot spring that was found in the new Alaverus, formerly the Lucifuge, territory, and had the attribute of quickly recovering fatigue and demonic power. Although cooking and doing dishes did not leave James all that fatigued. It is a fact that he did not get much sleep last night after returning from the Devil Council building. On top of that, he sparred with Tatsuya twice this afternoon. So, James spent about half an hour soaking in his new hot spring bath. Then, after his relaxing soak, James walked out of the bathing area back into the changing room and dried himself off. Instead of the clothing he left in a basket, he found a red Santa-themed robe with furry white trim in their place. "Well, considering today is Christmas, it's quite fitting," James said as he slipped on the robe. A few moments later, the elevator doors were closing in front of him after he hit the button to the second floor. "I still feel like something is off," James thought to himself. "First, all my girls disappeared right after dinner. Then, I was forced to do the dishes without the dishwasher for an hour. Next, Graphia and Zest were perfectly in sync. Finally, I was told to take a bath and then go straight to bed. There's definitely something up." Instead of an expression filled with suspicion, however, James' face adopted a lecherous expression. Then, he looked down at his robe, the Santa-themed one, and smiled even wider. "Haha. Looks like tonight is gonna be fun," James said to himself. A moment later, the elevator doors opened. Then, he walked toward his bedroom with a smile on his face and some extra pep in his step. After reaching his bedroom door, James stopped for a second. Then, after taking a deep breath, James opened the door. And what he saw did not disappoint him. Sitting at the foot of the bed, facing the bedroom door were, from right to left, Rias, Scathatch, Yasaka, and Sona. All of them were sitting with their legs crossed. With Rias and Scathatch crossing their right leg over their left. While Yasaka and Sona sat with their left crossed over their right. On top of that, they were all wearing black, thigh-high stockings and no shoes. Also, they were all wearing sexy Santa suits. Though, there were some slight differences among them. First, Rias and Sona wore short skirts. Paired with the thigh-high stockings, the white absolute territory that was created was breathtaking. Scathatch and Yasaka, on the other hand, wore ankle-length skirts. Though they both had a slit that started from the hip and ran the full length of the skirt, with Scathatch's slit showing off her right leg and Yasaka's showing off her left leg. All of their tops were sleeveless and held closed with a shiny black leather belt with a gold buckle. Their tops were also all open in a way that showed off as much cleavage as possible. Seated next to Rias and Sona in Saiza, with the fingertips of their index, middle, and ring fingers pressed on the mattress, were Akino and Shuna, respectively. Their costumes were also different. They both wore short-sleeved, short kimono-style Santa costumes with black thigh-high stockings. The kimonos hung loosely off their shoulders and were tied shut with a black obi. Like the previous four, they also showed as much cleavage as they could without showing off any of their naughty bits. The last four, Ayam, Mocha, Flora, and Mizor, knelt behind Rias, Scathatch, Yasaka, and Sona, respectively. Unlike the ladies in front of them, who wore tops and skirts, the four in the back row wore Santa-style dresses with shiny, black leather belts that highlighted their slim waists. Each dress had a V-cut neckline that went down to their upper abdomen, showing off a substantial amount of their breasts and cleavage, and were sleeveless. Each dress also had a slit, or two. Ayam's slit was on the left. Mizor's was on the right. Meanwhile, Mocha and Flora had slits on both sides. Also, while kneeling behind the other four, they leaned forward, calling extra attention to their breasts. Naturally, after seeing such a splendid sight, James was gobsmacked. So, he stood in place with awe in his eyes while they roamed over all the women who were currently occupying his bed. At the same time, the ladies were enjoying the enraptured gaze that James was giving them. However, they knew that this could not go on forever. They had people to do and things to see, after all. "Merry Christmas, James. The ladies said in unison. That call pulled James out of his entranced state. Then, a lecherous smile replaced the shock he was wearing when he first opened the door. A moment later, he took a couple of steps forward. Then, he closed and locked the door behind him. After that, he snapped his fingers, causing a silencing barrier to cover the room. "My disciple, it seems you've grown quite impatient in a rather short time," Scathatch said with a smile. "Can you blame me?" James asked with the lust in his eyes visible to every girl in the room. If I didn't get all riled up after seeing all of you like this, what kind of man would I be? As he spoke, James approached the bed. Then, when he was standing right at the foot of his bed, he reached out his arms to pull Yasaka and Scathatch into his embrace. However, each of the ladies grabbed one of his wrists, then they placed a hand on his chest to stop his advances. Huh! James exclaimed in confusion with an abandoned puppy look on his face. Now. Don't look at us like that. Yasaka said with a giggle. She is right. Scathatch added. This is our Christmas gift to you. So, let us pamper you, tonight. With that, Scathatch and Yasaka stood from their spots on the bed. Then, they stepped to either side of James and turned him around. Next, they sat him down at the foot of the bed. At the same time, Mocha and Flora, who were kneeling behind Scathatch and Yasaka, moved backward toward the headboard. Once the space was freed up, Scathatch and Yasaka gently pushed James back so that he would be lying down on his bed. And finally, all the girls grabbed onto him and pulled his whole body onto the bed. Now, laying in the middle of the bed, surrounded by his women, James looked around at all of them once again. And as he expected, seeing them from a different angle was just as amazing as his initial view. All of you are absolutely gorgeous. James said with sincerity. They all smiled happily at James' compliment. Then, 20 hands descended on James' body. In this situation, flattery will get you everywhere. Sona said seductively. Chapter 274, Christmas Night IR 18. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After making sure James was comfortable on his bed, the first thing the ladies did was to strip him of his robe. When they did, most of the younger girls gasped in admiration. The only ones who acted differently were Akino and Flora, who licked their lips in anticipation instead. Then, there were the older ladies, Scathatch and Yasaka, who reacted very little. Although appreciation was clear in their gazes. The next thing that happened was, Rias and Sona crawled to James' hips. Then, Rias squeezed James' dick between her breasts. At the same time, Sona allowed a stream of saliva to fall on the head of James' dick, that was poking out from the top of Rias' cleavage, lubricating Rias' tit job. After that, Sona began licking and suckling on the tip of James' dick. Oh shit. James moaned out in pleasure. Shortly after Rias and Sona moved, the next to move were Mizor and Shuna, who moved to James' chest after spreading his arms out to the side. Then, in unison, they both began licking James from his collarbone to his nipples and back again. After them, Akino and I surprised everyone by moving to James' feet and sucking on his big toes as if they were dicks. What surprised everyone even more was how much I seemed to enjoy it. However, they quickly realized that she was probably imagining James telling her to lick his feet or something similar. Mocha and Flora were the next to move. Making their way to James' hands, they both gently took one of his hands into their smaller hands. Flora, with a seductive smile on her face, gently and sensually kissed each of James' fingers. Then, the back of his hand, and finally his palm. On the other hand, Mocha wrapped her lips around the tip of James' index finger. Then, she slowly sucked more of the finger into her mouth. After Mocha and Flora made their moves, Scathatch and Yasaka decided now was the time for them to enjoy themselves as well. Scathatch, who James could not see over Rias and Sona, made her way between James' legs. She then crawled forward until her head was right next to one of Rias' breasts. After a moment, she lowered her head and raised her butt into the air. Then, she wrapped her lips around James' left nut and began to massage it with her tongue. Ooh, mmm. James moaned in pleasure with his eyes closed, due to all the stimulation he was receiving all over his body. While James' eyes were closed, he felt a soft and warm sensation pressing against his lips. Reflexively, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a slender white neck with strands of golden blonde hair falling from a pair of narrow shoulders. When he trailed his eyes upward, he saw a pair of massive breasts with an equally deep ravine of cleavage. Instantly he knew that Yasaka was kissing him from above. As James had suspected, Yasaka had made her way towards James' head when Scathatch moved toward his groin. Positioning herself above his head, Yasaka then leaned forward and kissed him in an upside-down position, keeping her sight on Rias and Sona, who were enjoying James' dick with their breasts and mouth, respectively. If there weren't so many of us, I could be doing both their jobs by myself. Yasaka thought as she felt her pussy get even wetter. As Yasaka slipped into her fantasies of pleasuring James, she slipped her tongue into James' mouth. The two then swapped saliva as they passionately explored each other's mouth with their tongues. Oh shit, I'm gonna come. James thought to himself as he enjoyed the treatment. A moment later, James' toes, which were being sucked and licked by Akino and I curled and his back muscles stiffened as he came for the first time this evening. Because they were unable to see his face as they usually would when they pleasured James, both Rias and Sona were caught completely off guard when James' cum was sprayed all over Sona's face and Rias' breasts. A moment later, after they both processed what had happened, Sona leaned forward and began to lick the cum off of Rias' breasts, while they were still wrapped around James' dick. Rias moaned softly as Sona's tongue lightly brushed over one of her nipples. Once Rias was cleaned up, she then began to lick and kiss the cum off Sona's face. Meanwhile, Sona removed James' dick from between Rias' breasts and stroked it firmly. She had to make sure that it was ready for what was still to come, after all. When Sona's face was also clean, Scathatch stopped massaging James' balls with her tongue. Instead, she rose up, gently pushed Rias and Sona to the sides, straddled James' hips, and raised her skirt. Then, after lining his dick up with her pussy, using her free hand, she plopped down, sheathing James inside her. On. Scathatch moaned loudly, lightly coming from the insertion. At the same time, Yasaka broke her kiss with James. Looking down at James with lust and love swirling in her eyes, Yasaka straightened her back. A moment later, she raised up on her knees. Then, she shuffled forward, straddling James' face. Like Scathatch, she also raised her skirt. Then, she lowered her pussy onto James' lips. Gasp, MMM. Yasaka moaned as James' tongue began flicking at her lower lips, occasionally sinking between them. Seeing Scathatch and Yasaka take their places on James' dick and face, respectively, Rias and Sona each chose one of James' thighs and began to grind on it. At the same time, they each placed a hand on Scathatch's lower back and fondled one of her breasts with the other. Like Rias and Sona, Mocha and Flora also wanted to feel pleasure after they realized that the foreplay was over. So, they each took James' fingers out of their mouth, folded his thumb, index, and pinky fingers, lay his arms flat on the bed, briefly made eye contact with each other, then sank James' middle and ring fingers into their pussies. Rias and Sona moaned as they grinded their pussies and clits against James' thigh. On. Mocha and Flora moaned as James' fingers penetrated them. Before Scathatch and Yasaka had even started riding James, Aquino had already been fingering herself vigorously. Ayam, on the other hand, refrained from pleasuring herself because James had not allowed her to do so. Meanwhile, Mizor started rubbing her clit with passion after seeing that everyone else was getting their own dose of pleasure. At the same time, Shuna also began pleasuring herself, shyly inserting a finger into her pussy. This feels great. James thought to himself while he flicked his tongue on and around Yasaka's pussy. But this is not what I want. With that thought, James slid his fingers out of Mocha and Flora, to the girls' dejection. Apologizing in his mind and promising to make it up to them, James also pulled his toes out of Aquino and Ayam's mouths. Then, in front of the four stunned girls, James placed his hands on Scathatch's waist and planted his feet on the mattress, which raised his knees into the air. This caused Rias and Sona to have to dismount James' thighs. James, you. Scathatch muttered while her eyes opened wide. Pausing for a moment after getting into position, James gave Mizor and Shuna time to reposition themselves. Though, they did not stop kissing, licking, and sucking on his nipples. Once the two girls had moved, James bucked his hips upward, hard. On. Scathatch moaned as she threw her head back. As James began thrusting his hips upward, the thrusts were spaced out. Yet, each one was as hard and fast as he could muster from this position. As time went on, however, the interval between thrusts decreased while Scathatch's breathing grew more labored and her moans got louder. Once James reached his maximum speed, Scathatch's moans were constant. It was clear that she was beginning to run out of breath. At the same time, it was clear to everyone that she absolutely loved it. Humph. James grunted as he came deep inside Scathatch, while sucking on Yasaka's clit and massaging it with the flat of his tongue. On. Scathatch screamed as she came before losing all strength and falling forward with her head resting between Yasaka's breasts. On. Yasaka also moaned as she came for the second time due to James' tongue work. By the time James came, Scathatch had come 4 times while Yasaka climaxed twice. Like Scathatch, after coming her body also began to fall forward. However, due to Scathatch's position, she was propped up, unable to fall forward. Noticing that James' violent movements had stopped, 7 of the other 8 girls, who had been furiously masturbating, moved quickly to remove Scathatch and Yasaka from James. Ayam, on the other hand, who had refrained from masturbating, was too busy rubbing her thighs together to help the other girls. Once James was free, his right hand shot out as quick as lightning, grabbing Mocha by the hand. Then, he pulled her toward himself, laid her on her back, pushed her legs back so that her feet were on either side of her head, and plunged balls deep into the silver-haired girl. On. Mocha moaned after being filled up. James then pounded Mocha into the bed without taking the time to warm up. On. Yes. Fuck me, James. MMM. Mocha screamed in ecstasy. Just as Mocha asked, James fucked her hard and fast, causing the bed frame to creak under the force. Then, after about 15 minutes, in which Mocha came 5 times, James filled up Mocha like he had done to Scathatch. After pulling out of Mocha, James reached out for Flora. Then, he dragged her out of bed and forced her back against a wall. A moment later, he raised her up with his hands gripping her ass. Oh, hell yeah. Flora screamed as James slammed his dick into her. Like with Mocha, James spent no time letting Flora get used to his hard and violent thrusts. Because of that, Flora held on for dear life while James fucked her into the wall. With the force behind each thrust, the onlookers were surprised that the wall didn't break. 15 minutes later, just before coming, James noticed that Iam was finally about to start touching herself. So, he pointed a finger back at her. Bakudo number 1, sigh. James said without breaking his rhythm. However, in the next instant he came inside Flora. Humph. When James came, Flora came along with him, marking her 4th orgasm. Then, she slumped forward, her head resting on James' shoulder. James then walked back to the bed, lay Flora on her back, and pulled his dick out of her. Then, he pulled Sona toward himself and lay her on the edge of the mattress with her ass hanging off it. Resting Sona's calves on his shoulders, James lined up his dick with her slit, he pushed it inside of her slowly. Not stopping until his head kissed her cervix. Then, just as slowly, he pulled back until the head was still inside. A moment later, he slammed inside once again. Give it to me, James. Fuck me. Harder. Sona screamed in ecstasy. For the next 18 minutes, James pulled out of Sona slowly before slamming the full length of his dick back inside her, causing her to come 7 times and nearly pass out after James came inside of her. After coming inside of Sona, James pulled out slowly. Once he was out, he grabbed Rias by the wrist and pressed her hands and breasts against his bedroom window. A window that could be seen clearly from the street. This, naturally, scared and excited Rias in equal parts. Just the thought that she might be seen turned her on to no end. Feeling her nipples being flattened against the cold glass and James' hot hands gripping her waist, Ria's pussy clenched hard when James pushed his whole length inside of her from behind. Then, as he began to thrust in and out of her, her moans grew louder and longer. Oh my Satan! Rias screamed as James' cum filled her up. Rias came a total of 8 times by the time James emptied his 6th load of the night inside of her. Then, after pulling out of Rias, James picked her up like a princess and brought her back to his bed. All the while, he stared down Akino, Mizore, Iam, Yasaka, and Shuna with a predatory glint in his eyes. Chapter 275, Christmas Night 2. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Running his predatory gaze over Akino, Mizore, Iam, Yasaka, and Shuna, James was trying, and failing, to decide who would be next. I really wish I had more dicks in situations like this. James thought to himself as he let his gaze run over the ladies who were still wearing their Santa costumes. Then, he looked at the other 5 women and noticed that they too were still dressed. Damn, I didn't take any of their clothes off. Well, they do look good in those Santa suits. But it feels weird that I'm the only one in the room who got naked. Shaking his head to rid himself of the stupid thoughts, James focused on the 5 women who were hoping they would be next. Well, 4 of the 5 women were hoping that they would be next. And James decided to ignore the one who he knew wanted to be ignored. You, come here. James ordered, pointing his finger forward. When she saw James' finger pointing at her, Mizore smiled. Then, she crawled towards him quickly. TCH. Akino clicked her tongue in disappointment. Don't worry, Akino-san. Yasaka said with a smile. You know we'll all get our turn. I know. Akino said in a frustrated tone. But this itch really needs scratching. Ignoring the pouty Akino, Mizore continued to crawl across the bed. When she reached the edge of the bed, in front of James, James turned her around and raised her dress up over her ass. Then, he began to massage her ass with his right hand and run his finger along the lips of her pussy with his left. Stop teasing me, James. Mizore whined while wiggling her hips. Put it in me, I'll read. On. With James' sudden penetration, Mizore's eyes and mouth opened wide as she moaned loudly. Then, she felt James grip a handful of her hair and make sure that her face stayed pointed toward the 4 women he had yet to have sex with. While pounding Mizore from behind, James looked at the other 4. This is what you want, right? James asked with a smile. Don't worry, you'll get your turn. But you have to count how many times everyone else comes or... He. That chuckle at the end of James' speech sent chills down everyone's spine. However, was wondering if it would be worth it to get the number wrong on purpose. That chuckle made the punishment sound absolutely delicious. After his statement, James completely ignored once again. Instead, he focused on getting the most out of every stroke and making Mizore feel as much pleasure as he could. Finally tired of just waiting around, Akino rose up to her knees and made her way over to James, climbed off the bed, and pressed herself against his back. Once in position, she wrapped her arms around his torso and began kissing up and down his neck and nibbling on his earlobe. "Fuck her, James," Aquino whispered sensually. "Fuck her hard. Make her scream." Although he agreed with Aquino and wanted to really give it to Mizor, James had given everyone about the same amount of time. A minimum of 15 minutes, basically. So, he did not want to speed up his pace and end up coming faster than he had with everyone else. "Oh. My. Fucking. On." Mizor shouted as she came again. "I'm coming." "Humph." James grunted as he came with Mizor. However, it did not feel like a long time passed when James came inside of Mizor, bringing their session together to an end. When James pulled out, Mizor slumped forward with her tongue hanging out of her mouth. Having come 7 times in 15 minutes, there really was not much else she could do. Without wasting time, James turned around, still in Aquino's embrace, then picked her up off the floor and slid himself right into her. Aquino moaned from the swift insertion. Then, James began bouncing Aquino up and down on his dick. While he did so, he turned around so that Yasaka, and Shuna could watch his dick slide in and out of Aquino while her ass was gripped in his large hands. "Ooh. I've been waiting for this." Aquino moaned as her ponytail waved in rhythm with her bouncing. Unfortunately for Aquino, James decided that she would not get to come like the other girls. Every time he felt her pussy tightening around his dick like it usually does when she reached a climax, James would stop, or at the very least slow down, his thrusts. Which earned an annoyed groan from Aquino. After about 14 minutes, however, James kicked things up a notch. With the extra forceful pounding, Aquino came in seconds. However, instead of letting her come down from her orgasm, James continued to pound away for a full minute. By the time James came, Aquino had passed out with her eyes rolled back in her head, her tongue sticking out of her mouth, and her body convulsing violently. Laying Aquino on the bed next to Mizor, James pulled out of her a moment later. Then, he climbed back onto the bed and made his way over to Yasaka. James then laid Yasaka on her side, pulled her top down a little lower, causing her breasts to pop out, and raised her skirt. Then, he propped one of Yasaka's legs over his shoulder and straddled the other one. After that, he slowly pushed himself inside of the 9-tailed fox. "By the gods." Yasaka gasped. Once James was inside her, the first thing he did before thrusting in and out of her was pulled on one of Yasaka's tails, which received a yelp in return. Then, he slapped her ass crisply. After that, he began to piston his hips. Starting at a slow pace, James increased his speed just before Yasaka could ask him to do so, every time. By the time James was pounding her at his full speed, Yasaka was gripping onto the sheets tightly while her entire body moved with each of James' thrusts. On top of that, her ass was now red thanks to all the spankings James gave her whenever the urge struck him. "Fuck me, James. Fuck me. Fuck me." Yasaka screamed as she came for the 5th time. Just as James felt himself about to come, he pushed Yasaka's leg to the side and leaned down toward her ear. "I wonder what Kunu will think of being a big sister," James whispered into Yasaka's fox ear. With her ear twitching after feeling James' breath, Yasaka's pussy tightened far more than it had at any other point tonight when she heard his words. At the same time, James grunted from the extra stimulation and emptied his 9th load of the evening into Yasaka. Once the last drop of cum exited his dick, James leaned forward again and kissed Yasaka on the cheek after seeing how happily she was smiling. Then, he pulled out of her with an audible pop. James then turned his sight to Shuna, who seemed to be sitting in a puddle of her own juices. "You're the last one, Shuna," James said with a gentle smile on his face, purposely ignoring the last girl in the room's existence. Shuna, who was too excited from waiting and watching, forgot the fact that there was still one more girl in the room. On the other hand, who had either been forgotten or ignored, was feeling touches of both heaven and hell. Heaven because she was totally ignored by James, and hell because the itch in her lower lips was close to unbearable. On top of that, she was unsure if her count on how many times the other girls had come was right. James then crawled over to Shuna, who had untied her obi by now and laid on her back. Once James was close, Shuna spread her arms invitingly. "Come, James-sama, I am yours," Shuna said with a smile and a heavy blush on her face. Unlike the other women, Shuna enjoyed making love more than fucking. So, as she enjoyed it, James took on a slow pace with Shuna. Instead of immediately thrusting his hips as hard and as fast as he could, James first grinded his dick all over the inside of Shuna's pussy. After reaffirming all her sensitive spots, James began stroking those spots at a slow yet forceful pace. "Yes, James-sama," Shuna moaned with her arms wrapped around James' neck. "Right there, keep going. On." As time went by, James slowly increased his pace. By the time James had been inside of Shuna for 25 minutes, Shuna had come 3 times and James had reached his usual pace. Then, in the next 5 minutes, Shuna came 5 more times with her nails dug into James' back and her legs wrapped around his waist the whole time. When James finally came, Shuna came one more time while screaming at the top of her lungs. Then, all at once she lost strength in her body and passed out. Seeing that, James smiled and kissed her softly. After pulling out of Shuna, James got off the bed and walked over to the fridge in his bedroom. After opening the door, he looked inside for a moment, then pulled out a bottle of water. He then closed the door to the fridge and walked over to his desk, where he took a seat and screwed open the bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Asterisk sigh asterisk that hit the spot. James said after emptying the bottle of water in one go. Then, he spoke again, seemingly randomly. How many? 2. 21. I said through labored breathing. Huh, I didn't think you could count that high. James said in an uncaring tone. Whatever, come on over here then. Following James' instructions, and after he released his keto, seemed to simply melt away from her spot on the bed. In the next instant, she was standing next to James, shivering, thanks to the insult, and looking at his dick eagerly. Smiling at her enthusiasm, James sat on his lap, without putting his dick inside her. Though, she could feel its shaft pressing against her pussy lips and clit. While was waiting for James to do anything to her, James reached back and pulled open a drawer on his desk. Once the drawer was open, he shuffled around inside it for something. After finding what he was looking for, he pulled it out. A moment later, could feel James taking the necklace he had given her early that morning from around her neck, which actually made her worry that he was throwing her away. However, that feeling disappeared when she felt something made of leather wrap around her neck before being buckled in place. This is proof that you belong to me, James said in a somehow cold and simultaneously loving tone. That way you'll never forget whose toy you are. Then brought her hands up to her neck and felt a slim, soft leather collar wrapped around her neck. Then, when her hands got to the fastening buckle, she felt the locket was now hanging from it instead of the necklace that it originally hung from. Surprising not only James, but even herself, began to silently shed tears. Then, she suddenly turned around and kissed James passionately. When she ended the kiss, she saw James smiling at her gently, which made her blush and turn her face away in embarrassment. While was looking away, James smiled wryly. She gets all sexually excited when I treat her like shit, James thought to himself. But when I'm gentle and loving with her, she blushes like a high school girl making eye contact with her first crush. After that thought, James turned his expression indifferent. Did I tell you that you could turn around? James asked in a cold tone. Hearing his tone, Iam's whole body stiffened. Then, she turned back around so that her back was facing James as quickly as she could. Please forgive me, James-sama, Iam said with her cheeks red for a different reason. Without responding, James raised Iam off his lap and lined his dick up with her pussy. Then, he lowered her, causing the head to penetrate her. A moment later, he hooked his arms under Iam's knees and lifted her off her feet. Iam fell back, causing her to rest her back on James' chest. Then, James began thrusting upwards so fast that she could not even regain her balance. Instead, all she could do was moan unintelligibly for the next 15 minutes. On top of that, every one of the 6 times she came in that time period, James would slip his index finger under the back of her collar and pull, restricting the blood that made it to her brain, which intensified the orgasms. By the time James came inside her, Iam was little more than a drooling mess with a sloppy smile on her face. Asterisk sigh asterisk and that's everyone, James said as he pulled his dick out of Iam. As soon as his dick was freed, however, he felt it enter another warm and wet hole. Slurp, slurp, gulp, pop. Do you expect this scat hatch to be satisfied with only one round? Scat hatch asked from between James and Iam's legs. This is going to be a long night, James thought as he looked at the bed and noticed that more of his girls were beginning to stir. Chapter 276, After shopping with Tiamat for a day. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Evening of the next day, Leona, Venelana, Ria, and Yasaka were seated in the living room of the Alaverus estate while Grafia stood behind Venelana to fulfill any needs the ladies may have while they chatted and drank tea. I feel like I have to call foul, Leona said after finishing the contents of her teacup. What do you mean? Ria asked curiously. She's just jealous at how gentle Master Scathatch is with Kunu, Venelana said with a giggle while covering her mouth elegantly. I know she's cute, Leona said while shaking her head. Then she put on her most innocent smile. But I'm cute too, right? Instead of responding, the urge to drink some of Grafia's magnificent tea overcame the 3 other ladies. At the same time, Grafia decided that the tea she had brewed not even 10 minutes ago had been sitting too long and became stale. Right? Leona asked again. Still, there was no response. Leona even noticed that Ria's cup was empty. However, she kept drinking and making slurping sounds like the teacup was being liquefied as well. Ahem. I really don't know how Kunu does it. Yasaka said after the silence became a bit too uncomfortable. I mean, she can even make my stoic guard captain, Sesshomaru, crack a smile in her presence. You mean the tall white-haired guy with the crescent moon on his forehead? Leona asked curiously. I mean, if you told me that he had never smiled a day in his life, I would have believed it. Good, she dropped the subject. Yasaka thought, mentally wiping sweat from her forehead. Stealthily, Venelana and Ria gave Yasaka thumbs up which Yasaka smiled at in response. The ladies continued to chat as Grafia returned with a fresh pot of tea, noticing that Leona was no longer asking about being cute or not. Although none of them would argue about Leona being beautiful, all the pranks she has pulled, ever since James had his change of personality at 6 years old, have stolen the right to be called cute from her permanently. After a short while, a teleportation circle appeared in the corner of the living room. Noticing that it was James' magic circle, the ladies stopped their chatter and prepared to greet him, Tiamat, and Zest. However, when they became visible, the ladies were surprised to see the dead look in James' eyes. Zest had the same blank expression on her face as usual. Tiamat on the other hand was holding a platinum tiara with 6 diamonds of different colors slotted into it. Okay, James, your first tribute has been accepted. Tiamat said excitedly. Then, Tiamat began to skip away in happiness. Meanwhile, James began to sway with fatigue. Luckily, Zest was standing right next to him, catching him before he could fall. James, what happened? Leona asked, standing up to approach her son. James is unable to answer the phone right now. James said in a daze. Please leave a message after the tone and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thanks and have a great day. After speaking in a loopy tone, James closed his eyes and passed out. Seeing this, the 5 ladies who were already in the living room were more than surprised. Meanwhile, Zest lifted James and brought him over to a sofa and laid him down on it. As soon as James was laid down, Grafia placed a cold towel on his forehead. Then, when she raised her head, she met eyes with Zest. At the center of their gazes, the other ladies in the room could feel lightning beginning to spark. The rivalry is strong with these two. Leona said with a smile of amusement. I know, right? Ria replied with a nod of her head. In the centuries that I've known her, I've never seen Grafia act like this. I guess Sheila's declaration of Zest being the realm's best maid really lit a fire under her, huh? Venelana said with a giggle. Zest, can you tell us what happened? Yasaka asked, deciding that she wanted to get to the meat of the matter. And why is James so lifeless? As you wish, Madam Yasaka. Zest said, turning away from Grafia and bowing. Over the course of 15 hours, young Master James, Miss Tiamat, and I visited 100 jewelry stores all over the world. But that would mean they only spent 9 minutes in each store. Ria said after doing some mental math. How is that enough time to look at anything? Ugh. That's all the time it took for Tia to assess the value of every piece in each shop. James said from his spot on the sofa in a weak tone. And when I say every piece, I mean every piece. Even the ones that were not on display. Seriously? Leona asked. Yeah, and we only went to the 100 highest-end shops all over the globe. James said with his eyes closed. So, everyone looked at us like we're crazy when we would enter the store. Tia would make a once-over of what they had on display, and then close her eyes. Close her eyes? Why? Venelana asked as she raised James' head and took a seat so that he could use her lap as a pillow. Damn, that was smooth. Leona muttered while watching Venelana's actions. Ria could only nod in response to Leona's mutterings while Grafia remembered a conversation at Venelana's bar in the Gremory estate. Is she? Yasaka asked, not receiving an answer. I'll remember this for the next time young Master James seems exhausted. Zest thought to herself while she watched James. Yeah. James answered Venelana's question absent-mindedly. After closing her eyes, she would use magic to hypnotize everyone in the shop. Then, she would walk into their storage room and start browsing at high speed. I had to pay extra close attention to her at those times, so she didn't just pocket something she liked. Flashback. Human World, USA, New York City. In the Tiffany & Company shop on Times Square, Tiamat had just finished looking over each piece of jewelry in all of the display cases. Although there were several pieces that she liked, especially a white gold ring with 7 small diamonds set in it, she knew the shop had more to offer. She could feel it. So, she shut her eyes. Then, James and Zest felt a burst of magic spread out around her. A moment later, everyone in the shop stopped in place and had a dazed look in their eyes. Then, Tiamat opened her eyes and began to walk toward the back of the shop. Naturally, James and Zest followed her. When they finally made it to a storage room, Tiamat used magic to unlock the door and disable any security measures that might be on the door or in the room. Ha. Tiamat laughed. The good stuff is definitely in here. Tia, I don't have to worry about you stealing anything, right? James asked skeptically. Why would I have to steal anything when you're gonna buy it for me? Tiamat asked with a bright smile on her face. Because your greed for treasure knows no bounds. Drake said from James' left hand. Huh. I thought I heard a cheating homo dragon who loses other people's stuff say something. Tiamat said while looking around with a confused expression on her face. James, did you hear anything? What did you call me? Drake growled. Drake. Tiamat asked innocently. I never said your name. Maybe you have a guilty conscience. Damn it, I should have stopped him from saving you at all costs. Drake grumbled. At the same time, James' hand shot out at lightning speed and stopped Tiamat from putting a bracelet somewhere. Probably a spatial device or something similar. What was that about not stealing? James asked with his eyes narrowed. Tee-hee. Tiamat laughed cutely. Sorry, I promise it won't happen again. It's just an old habit. And you know how those die hard. Flashback end . Human World, Japan, Kuo. That Tiffany's was only one of the stores we went to. James said tiredly. And that wasn't the first time I stopped her from stealing something. But I had to stop her 14 more times in that storage room alone. And I'm guessing the other 99 shops had similar experiences, huh? Yasaka asked, looking at James with pity. Yeah, James replied with a nod. And don't get me started on the constant bickering between Drake and Tia. Since she knows she can't kill me, she does everything she can to get under Drake's skin. Oh, I bet that was glorious. Leona said with a smile, imagining all the insults that Tiamat must have thrown. It was, at first. James said. Until she started trying to seduce me to get to Drake. Although that was annoying, I don't think that was just to get under my skin, partner. Drake said so that everyone could hear. What do you mean, Drake? James asked in a confused tone. Well, you're exactly what a dragoness would look for in a mate. Drake explained. Strong draconic aura, more powerful than her, and wealthy. That makes sense. Rhea said with a nod. Anyway, I'll think about that later. James said. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, we did that for a total of 100 stores. Tia also made me take pictures of and note down where the pieces she liked the most were. But she did not pick a single one of them at that time. But she clearly picked something. Venelana said in a confused tone while running her fingers through James' braids. Yeah, after we left the last store, she spent another hour looking through all the pictures I took before settling on that tiara you all saw her holding. James said. Then, we went back to the store where she found it. Then, we bought it and came back home. Just how much did you spend? Leona asked curiously. 12.2 million US dollars. James replied unsurely. It was $12,198,456.99, young Master James. Zest said quietly. Yeah, what she said. James added. Leona, Venelana, Rhea, and Yasaka looked at him like he was crazy for spending that much on a familiar. Grafia, on the other hand, had an idea of what the number in his account looked like. Since she had been working for the Four Great Satans as a secretary, she knew about the bounties James had received for capturing Diodora, killing Chow Chow, capturing Loki, etc. In liquid assets alone, James was richer than the 3 richest men on Earth combined. And that doesn't include anything that he decided to invest in after he turned 18. Well, with all those notes and photos, at least you shouldn't have to worry about going through every store again, right? Yasaka asked with a smile. In other words, the experience won't be as torturous as it was this time. James could only shake his head at Yasaka's naive thought. Then, he began to shed tears at the thought of doing this again next month. James, what's wrong? Venelana asked as she used the cloth on James' forehead to wipe away his tears. Could I have another cold cloth to ease James' suffering? Just as Venelana's request fell, a pair of slightly damp, cold cloths appeared in front of her. When the women holding the new cloths, Grafia and Zest, noticed that they were not alone in offering a cold towel, they made eye contact and stared at each other fiercely. Thank you both. Venelana said with a wry smile on her face. Venelana then took both towels and placed one on James' forehead. Then, she placed the other on his neck. Damn, she's good. Leona whispered. She really is. Rhea agreed. Is she really? Yasaka asked again, still not receiving an answer. Once James was able to control his tears, he took a deep breath. In a month, there is no way that each of those stores won't have received some new merchandise. James said sadly. On top of that, some of, if not most of, those pieces she liked will have been bought by other customers. Oh, that makes sense. Yasaka replied with a nod. So, that means you get to go on another fun shopping trip with Tia next month. Leona said with a smile. Once again, tears began to flow from James' eyes. This time, however, his sobs were not silent. Instead, he let out such a heart-wrenching wail that everyone who heard it felt bad for him. BGM, Cupid Shuffle, Cupid. At that moment, a smartphone started ringing, surprising everyone with the hook to Cupid Shuffle. However, it surprised everyone even more when Venelana took out her smartphone and answered it calmly. Hey, Zio, what's going on? Venelana asked with a smile after seeing the surprise on everyone's faces. If you can, turn on the news. Zeoticus' voice rang out from the phone. The four great Satans and the Devil Council are about to announce something. All right, I understand. Venelana said before ending the call. At the same time, Leona picked up the remote for the TV in the living room and turned on the Underworld Nightly News. When she did, she was just in time for a big reveal. Zikram Bale, standing in front of a podium with the four great Satans flanking him, spoke into a microphone. The Devil Council and the four great Satans have come to a unanimous decision. Zikram said from the television. From this moment forward, the four great Satans will be known as the five great Satans. And we name James Alaverus as the fifth of the five great Satans. What the fuck? James exclaimed in confusion. Chapter 277, A New Satan. Human World, Japan, Kuo. What the fuck? James exclaimed loud enough that it echoed through the rest of the mansion after hearing the announcement on TV. Did Old Man Zikram just say that I would become a Satan? That's what it sounded like to me. Leona responded absent-mindedly. Lord Zikram, why would such a youngster be given a place among the best our devil race has to offer? An obvious pure-blood supremacist reporter asked with obvious distaste in his tone. His merits speak for themselves. Zikram said without changing his expression. He has defeated and captured many enemies and fugitives of the underworld. I'm honestly surprised that Old Man is speaking so highly of James. Venelana said while still running her fingers through James' hair. Whether he's supporting me or not, who the hell thought it was a good idea to make me a politician? James asked in exasperation. I thought it was obvious I hated politics. James Alaverus, as powerful and accomplished as he may be, does he have the experience to lead a government? Another reporter asked. Honestly, I would imagine that he does not. Zikram replied with a shake of his head. Then why? The first reporter asked angrily. Giving a half-breed such power is a disgrace to our devil society. At that moment, the other reporters standing around the pure-blood supremacist began to distance themselves from him. They still remember the last time James was humiliated publicly. And as everyone expected, James pulled out his smartphone and made a memo. That way, he would remember to make that guy's life a living hell in the future. The young man will be placed in a position that suits him. Zikram said, completely ignoring the fool who insists on insulting the strongest devil in the underworld. Although his vote on each subject will count as much as any other Satan's, he will be the external enforcer for the underworld. Meaning, whenever a fugitive escapes or an enemy attacks the underworld, it will fall to James and those under him to bring in or eliminate the threat. At that moment, the elevator door opened. Scathatch, Irene, Evangeline, Rias, and Sona walked out of the open elevator doors with some level of concern on their faces. James, what was that? Rias began to ask. However, when she saw her mother giving James a lap pillow, her thoughts froze. Although not as bad as Rias, the other four were also surprised to see the position James and Venelana were in. It was even more surprising how happy Venelana looked while running her fingers through his hair. However, James did not seem to realize what position he was in, if one were to notice his expression. Why did my disciple shout so loudly? Scathatch, the first to recover from the surprising sight, asked. Instead of answering with words, Leona, who was still in shock, simply pointed at the television where Zikram was answering questions about the announcement. When the ladies turned their heads towards the television, on top of seeing Zikram answering questions, a caption across the bottom of the screen read, James Alaverus to become the fifth great Satan. Seriously? Rias asked, temporarily forgetting the position her mother was in with her fiancé. How? No, why did this happen? Sona asked while adjusting her glasses. I don't know, but this is a good thing, right? Evangeline asked curiously. Why do the two of you seem so out of it? Well, could you imagine James stuck behind a desk doing paperwork? Sona asked in return. Not really. Evangeline replied with a shake of her head. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Yasaka said with a smile. Lord Bale made it clear that he would be a fighter through and through. What do you mean? Irene asked. Yasaka and Ria then took turns explaining what Zekrom said about James' position. With their explanation and Zekrom answering questions on the television, all the newcomers quickly understood the scope of James' responsibilities. So, he'll basically be doing what he's been doing? Rias asked. However, instead of just stumbling into fights, he'll be sent into them, right? Something like that. James said quietly. Now, during this press conference, Lord Surzex Lucifer would like to say a few words. Zekrom said after answering all the reporters' questions. With that, Zekrom stepped away from the podium. Surzex then stepped up to the podium with an expression on his face that made him look constipated. Then, he adjusted the microphone and looked over the gathered crowd. A moment later, he tapped the microphone a few times to make sure it was still running. Can we just turn this off? Leona asked, getting irritated at the sight of Surzex. No, let it run. James said, still laying on Venelana's lap. I want to see that constipated look a bit longer. Say. James. Can I ask you a question? Rias asked in an agitated tone. I know what you want to ask, Re. James replied. And to be honest, I have no idea. I went jewelry shopping with Tia and Zest. Then, when I got home, I passed out. And when I was conscious again, I was already laying here. After James' reply, Ria stared at him skeptically for a few more seconds. Then, realizing that James was telling the truth, she turned her skeptical gaze toward her mother. And why are you? Rias began to ask, however, the sound of her brother's voice coming from the television cut off her question. Citizens of the underworld, I, Surzex Lucifer, am here today to congratulate the underworld's newest Satan, James Alaverus. Surzex said with a solemn expression on his face. Although the crowd and most of the viewers seemed to be skeptical about the claim, they still cheered at his words. Other than that, besides congratulating him, I also have to offer him an apology. James, please allow me to apologize for the way I embarrassed you during the ceremony when you were awarded your second peerage. If hearing Surzex apologize publicly was enough to make everyone in the living room widen their eyes, then his subsequent action of bowing his head made their jaws drop and slam into the floor. James, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes when Surzex began to congratulate him. Then, when the apology came, he started studying his expression. But when Surzex bowed, he sat up from Venelana's lap with surprise clear in his expression. I guess it's time for me to bury the hatchet. James said with a slight smile on his face. This is only his first strike, after all. Irene, could you send a message to Surzex that I would like to talk to him? Whenever he's ready and our schedules are both free, I'll meet him in my art studio. Why does it sound like I'm your secretary? Irene asked while rolling her eyes. In a peerage, that's what a queen is for a king. Graphia said quietly while her eyes were focused on Surzek's image on the television. If only you hadn't waited so long to come to your senses. Graphia thought to herself. Then, you, Milicias, and I would still be a happy family. Lord Lucifer. A reporter said with his hand raised. Once he received a nod from Surzex, he asked the question on his mind. Speaking of what you did to Lord Alaverus, did you know the mic was on when you made that statement? Yes, I did. Surzex replied after a moment of hesitation. Why did you do it? Another reporter asked after getting permission to ask her question. My pride got the better of me. Surzex answered while shaking his head lightly. As all devils know, one of the 7 deadly sins tends to guide our actions and thought processes. Most of us can keep that particular sin from affecting us too much. I, on the other hand, had been loved and respected, not to mention been told I was the strongest, for so long that I took those things for granted. I would always be loved by the people, and I would always be the strongest devil in the underworld. In my mind, those weren't just what people thought, they were facts. Laws of the world. Everyone at the venue fell silent once they heard what Surzex had to say. Most of the people watching the live broadcast fell silent as well. Then, what brought on this change of heart? Yet another reporter asked. Was it losing the duel? No, not at all. Surzex replied, shaking his head once again. It was when I realized that I was losing everything because of my pride. I was even told on 3 separate occasions that I was not worthy of my title. And after a lot of soul searching, I realized they were all right. I was nothing but a man-child with an inflated ego. It looks like the old Surzex is back. Ria said with a smile at Venelana. It looks that way. Venelana replied with a smile. Even if he has learned his lesson, I'm still gonna slap him for humiliating my baby in public. Leona growled. I'm sure he's expecting at least a few slaps, Venelana said, not losing her smile. Then, she looked at Graphia. There's no need to worry, Lady Venelana. Graphia said in her usual tone. After our conversation in the infirmary, he, himself, destroyed what we had. Hearing that, James, Rias, Sona, Irene, and Yasaka opened their eyes wide with surprise. Scathatch, although she was also surprised, did not change her expression. Zess did not know Graphia well enough to care, so her expression did not change either. Meanwhile, Leona and Rhea already knew about the divorce. I guess we should have expected that when he blew up about the misdeeds of the former council members getting out to the public. Sona said. But what about Mill ICAs? Rias asked sadly. I've talked to him about it. Graphia said, not going into any further details. While the occupants in the living room were talking, Surzex answered questions from the on-site reporters. When the final question was asked, Surzex stepped away from the podium and Serafal took his place. Hello everyone. Leviathan is here. Serafal shouted into the microphone with her hands waving at the crowd excitedly. While Serafal interacted with the crowd, Issa could be seen standing behind Serafal's initial spot. It was clear to see that he was doing all he could to not facepalm on a live broadcast. On top of that, if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were a bit bloodshot and there were some gray hairs sticking out among his head of pitch black hair. It's only been a day since Issa became her queen, why does he look like that? James asked, trying to hold back a chuckle. I can only imagine what that poor man has gone through with my sister. Sona said while shaking her head. Well, I'm sure it couldn't be that bad. Rhea said in a quite unsure tone. Leona, what are you doing? Yasaka asked after seeing Leona tapping buttons on the remote. I'm saving this press conference. Leona said. Hearing that arrogant ass apologize on loop will be a great sleep aid. Plus, letting Mocha and her sisters see their father's current appearance should be good for a few laughs. You may be the most devil-like of all the devils I've ever met. Yasaka said before turning her attention back to the television. While the group in the living room chatted, Serafal went on to talk about everything she could think of that did not involve what she was supposed to announce. So, when Serafal said something about turning her, queen, into a magical girl like herself, Issa could no longer take it. He appeared next to her in a burst of speed and pulled on her twin tails, which she struggled to escape. Lady Leviathan, Issa began to say. Call me Leviathan. Serafal shouted in protest. You've forgotten about the announcement you were going to make about the new Satan. Issa finished without minding Serafal's complaint. Immediately, Serafal stopped struggling. Oh, you're right, Issa-chan. Serafal said with a grateful smile on her face. You really would be a perfect magical girl. Look at how you just saved the day. Instead of responding, Issa walked back to where he was standing originally with heavy steps. Anyway, I, Leviathan, am here to announce that from this day forward, James Alaverus will no longer exist. Serafal said in a grandiose fashion. From now on, he will be known as Lord James Sataniel of the Five Great Satans. Chapter 278, The End of Winter Break. The day after it was announced that James would be the fifth Satan, he and Irene headed down to the underworld to fill out the necessary paperwork. Yasaka returned to Kyoto, as the 72-hour limit that she could be away from the ley lines was approaching. And Scathatch, although she was also one of James' queens, stayed in Kuo so that she could oversee the rest of the group's training. Unfortunately, the trip to fill out paperwork turned into a more than a week-long affair. James not only had to fill out paperwork to take over the position of Sataniel, he also had to fill out the paperwork for ownership of his residence in the Satan territory. Then, there were the papers for changing his surname, getting a business account for his activities as a Satan, and examining the members of the team that was supposed to be put together to find rise of him. James did not even get to spend the new year with his family because of all the paperwork and political stuff. But there was nothing he could do about it. During James' time in the underworld, something of note did happen. Surprisingly, Odin sent a message of apology to James. Irene figured that Odin had heard about how James repelled Acnologia single-handedly and rethought his attitude, and James agreed. However, James did absolutely nothing in regards to the letter. He did not reply, nor did he snort in derision. Instead, he just continued to go on with his business. That day, when Odin had disrespected him in his own home, James lost a lot of respect for the former king of Asgard. However, since the underworld was currently in an alliance with Asgard, James decided to do nothing about it. Instead, he would keep all interactions with the god of wisdom and war to a minimum and let Serafal deal with him. By the time James was finished with all the things he absolutely hated about being placed in a position of power, it was the day before the third term of his senior year in high school. Although he recognized that going to school at his point was beyond useless, James felt that stopping at the final push would invalidate all the time he spent at Kuo Academy. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The day before the third term began, Scathatch was in the training room with all the members of James, Rias, and Sona's peerages pushing them to their limits. In fact, after Christmas, Scathatch had been training them much harder than she usually does. Which made sense, she did not have to worry about her job as a teacher at Ko Academy and none of the students had to go to school. Damn, this is the first break from school that I wish I never had. Issei said while lifting weights with gravity runes on his body. I mean, I didn't get any time to have fun. Other than sexy time with Asia, he. Having heard Issei's comment, Asia, who was trying to integrate the power of Fafnir's dragon jewel, that she received from Azazel, after he realized that she had a knack for taming dragons, into her balance breaker state, began blushing. Although Asia was skeptical about her knack for taming dragons, since she had only tamed one dragon, Rase, the sprite dragon she made a familiar pact with, Azazel said that there was a second, Haidu Issei, whose dragon aspect had been growing as he synced with Skyadram. Azazel also mentioned that she got along with James better than most, which is absolutely true. James had even made the opportunity that allowed her and Issei to take their relationship to the next level. Meanwhile, Irina, who also heard Issei's comment, gritted her teeth in jealousy. So, like they've done on several occasions before, Irina's wings and halo appeared and began to flicker. Seriously, how has she not fallen yet? Evangeline asked while working on the fine control of her magic. I don't know. Aquino replied while doing the same exercise as Evangeline. I'm sure there is at least a minor miracle at work, though. Maybe Michael has more control over Big G's system than he lets on. Rhea hypothesized. He probably has quite the decision-making power over who falls and who doesn't. That actually makes sense. Evangeline replied with a nod. I mean, Irina is his ace, right? More important than that, Master Scathac's super intense training we've gone through for the last 10 days has been very effective. Sona said. Like Sona said, everyone who joined the training that was below the minor god rank, rose in power by at least a level with some rising by 3. Rias and Sona had even reached the threshold before minor god rank. The same could be said about Mizor, Mocha, and Iam as well. Meanwhile, Dante had broken into the minor god rank a couple of days ago. Yeah, getting stronger is great and all. Rias said dismissively. But I miss James, when is he coming back? We all miss James, Rias. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. But instead of whining about it, we're working hard so that he'll be proud of us when he comes back. Excuse me. Rias exclaimed. I've been working hard. I haven't even complained about this hellish training. Yeah, but as the one among us with the most natural talent, why have you had the least improvement? Sona countered. Before they could argue any further, they could feel the gaze of an apex predator fall onto the both of them. It seems your training is too lax. Scathatch said as she approached the group of mages. If you have the energy to argue, then it is clear that your training should be dialed up a notch. Then, without giving the two heiresses time to protest, Scathatch slapped another restriction seal on each of them. This in turn made it so that they would have to put even more effort into controlling their demonic energy when creating magic or using their bloodline abilities. Although neither of them said a word, the glares that they were giving each other said it all. It was clear that they were blaming each other for their misfortune. Those two are such good friends. Evangeline said with a gentle smile. I know, right? Aquino said with a gentle smile on her face as well. It warms my heart every time I see them together. After hearing Evangeline and Aquino's words, Rias and Sona directed their death glares away from each other and looked at the ex-vampire and half-fallen angel with enough heat in their glares to set a rainforest ablaze. After punishing Rias and Sona, Scathatch made her rounds around the training room. Eventually, she made her way over to Asia. When she arrived, it seemed that Fafnir, whose soul was inside the dragon jewel, was making things difficult for Asia when it comes to using his powers. Asia, summon Fafnir. Scathatch said in a tone that left no room for discussion. Having concentrated too hard on the dragon jewel, Asia jumped when she heard Scathatch's voice. Master Scathatch, there isn't enough space in here. Asia said with a bit of worry in her tone and expression. Won't Fafnir be uncomfortable? Your kind heart is your best quality, Asia. Scathatch said with a small smile on her lips. In the next moment, however, that smile disappeared. But in this case, that overgrown golden lizard is taking advantage of your kindness. Now, summon him. I will have a few words with him. Yes, ma'am. Asia said before taking a deep breath. Then, she held the dragon jewel in front of her chest as though she were praying to it. Fafnir, Gigantes dragon, I summon you. A moment later, the black dragon jewel Asia held in her hands was covered in a golden light. Then, that light, along with the dragon jewel flowed out of Asia's hands and began to grow until it took on the form of a large, wingless, western dragon with golden scales and a horn on the tip of its snout. On that horn, there was a pair of panties hanging. And judging by their size, they probably belonged to Asia. Asiatan, have you prepared the offering? Fafnir asked with clear excitement in his eyes. Panties, I want Asiatan's panties. As Fafnir spoke, Asia reached into the satchel she almost always carried with her. When she pulled her hand out, she was holding a folded pair of her panties. However, before she could hand it over to Fafnir, Scathatch placed her hand on Asia's shoulder. "There will be no offering, you degenerate dragon," Scathatch said in a sub-zero tone. "You will either cooperate with Asia without issue, or we can have a discussion about it." "Who dares speak to me, the Gigantes dragon, like that?" Fafnir said angrily. Then, he began searching for the source of the voice. "I will crush you and burn your soul with my FL." At first, Fafnir spoke angrily and was ready to make good on his threat. However, when he locked eyes with Scathatch, his voice was suddenly stuck in his throat. Then, he tried to take a step back. However, there was not nearly enough space in the training room for Fafnir to move freely. "Scathatch." "No, I mean, Master Scathatch," Fafnir said with a hint of fear in his tone. I didn't know that you would be here. Are you perhaps friends with Asiatan?" As Fafnir spoke, he slowly reached up and removed Asia's panties from the horn on his snout. Then, he tried to sneakily hide them behind his back. Luckily, Scathatch was not interested in what he was doing. She was only interested in helping Asia empower her, balance breaker, even further. "Oh, you didn't know?" Scathatch asked in a flat tone. "Although she is not my disciple, I have been tasked with training her. And from what I have heard from Asia, your actions have been hindering her improvements." Hearing that, Fafnir's eyes widened. Then, he began to shiver in terror. Although he had never met Scathatch before she was bound to the land of shadows, he had heard about her feats before he was slain by the original Siegfried. "No. I would never do that," Fafnir denied. "I like Asiatan. I would never do anything that would make things harder for her." "Good," Scathatch said with a nod. "Then, why don't you help her integrate your powers into her, balance breaker? And I will observe to make sure nothing goes awry." "Yes, ma'am," Fafnir said in a dejected tone before returning to Asia's hands in the form of his dragon jewel. "Now, try injecting Fafnir's power when you activate your balance breaker," Scathatch said as she stepped away from Asia's side. "That overgrown golden lizard should not give you any more trouble." "Okay. Thank you, Master Scathatch," Asia said with a sweet smile on her face. Then, Asia closed her eyes and focused for a moment. In that time, the dragon jewel in her hand began to glow slightly. "Balance break," Asia said in a voice that resonated throughout the training room. A moment later, she was covered in a golden light. Then, once the light dimmed, Asia stood there in a golden dragon motif scale mail with red gems scattered over the armor. On top of that, a barrier was cast with Asia at its center. All those who were inside the barrier realized that their fatigue was disappearing. Not only fatigue, but any injuries, minor or major, were being healed. Twilight Saint Affection, the garden of charity held by the Holy Dragon Princess, Asia said in a calm tone. Asia opened her eyes after she spoke the name of her subspecies, Balance Breaker, then she looked at herself with excitement. "Very good, Asia," Scathatch said, once again approaching Asia. "Now, there should be no issue entering this state in the future. But if that lizard gives you any more trouble or does any more acts of sexual harassment, let me know." "Yes, Master Scathatch," Asia said excitedly. Then, she wrapped her arms around Scathatch with a smile on her face. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I'll be able to keep the people I care about safe and healthy." Smiling at the show of affection, Scathatch patted Asia on her back and smiled gently until the former nun calmed down and released her with a blush on her face. "What the hell?" See-You Chillin exclaimed. "Does Master have a thing for blonde girls? She treats Kunu and Asia so different from the rest of us." Bang. Gah. See-You Chillin groaned as the air was knocked out of his lungs and he fell to the floor. When Asia summoned Fafnir, it drew the attention of everyone else in the training room. So, everyone saw when Asia activated her balance breaker. They naturally also saw the gentle expression when Scathatch patted Asia's back. So, of course See-You Chillin was unable to keep his thoughts to himself. In response, Scathatch flicked her wrist and sent her spear flying towards See-You Chillin, hitting him in the stomach with its butt end. A moment later, the elevator opened, and James stepped out, followed by Irene. "Goddamn politicians," James muttered angrily. "The world would be a better place if they were all dead." James' feet came to a stop a few steps out of the elevator. Then, he quickly scanned the training room with his eyes. The first thing he noticed was See-You Chillin lying on the floor in pain with Scathatch's, as well as his own, spear on the floor next to him. Then, he noticed that most of the people near See-You Chillin were shaking their heads. After that, he saw Asia standing next to Scathatch with a blush on her face. With just those observations, James came to a conclusion about what happened. Lancer being Lancer, huh? James said disinterestedly. Anyway, I'm back. Now, let's have dinner. Then, I have to take Kuno home. We've all got school tomorrow, after all. Chapter 279, An Unexpected Confession. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The first week of the third term passed quickly. Aside from attending school, after-school activities, and training once they returned home, the residents of the Alaverus estate did not face anything out of the ordinary, other than Kokoa transferring into the first year at Kuo Academy. Even though Kokoa did transfer into the first year, she was the only one among the devils who found herself in a different class. And the reason for that was simple: Kaneko and Ravel's class was full. Another thing to take note of is the fact that the third-year club presidents have been stepping down and choosing their successors. And the Student Council, Occult Research Club, and MMA Club were no exception. During the second term, there were a few students who campaigned to be the new Student Council president. In the end, the race came down to Hanakai Momo and Zenobia Quarta. To the surprise of nearly half of the student body, Zenobia ended up winning the position of Student Council president during the election. Although she was quite quirky and lacked a lot in the common sense department, it was clear to anyone who took the time to look that Zenobia truly wanted what was best for the students of Kuo Academy. In the ORC's case, the handover was much easier. Ria simply passed the mantle of club president over to Asia, who was unsure if she would be a good fit, and made Yodo the vice president. Like the ORC, the MMA club's handover was relatively straightforward. However, instead of a simple handover, they had a tournament. And Mocha, the winner of the tournament, became the new president of the club. Then, she chose her best friend, Mizor, to be her VP. Today, the first Saturday of the new term, all of the residents of the Alaverus estate, Issei, Asia, Irina, Genturu, Dante, Lady, and Flora were sitting in the mansion's living room after training. Like they usually do, they were all broken up into smaller groups that either played video games, chatted, or played cards. The only exceptions were James, Scathatch, and Irene, who were meeting with an important guest in James' art studio. This mansion sure has grown since the last time I was here. Surzek said while looking at the works in James' studio. Yeah, your mom and dad went all out for my Christmas gift. James replied with a shrug. With that, the room fell into an awkward silence. After a few moments, Surzek felt that he should say something. However, James beat him to the punch. It looks like you finally understand why I said that you weren't worthy to be called a Satan of the underworld. James said, deciding that any more small talk would be useless. As much as my instincts are telling me that I should refute that statement with every fiber of my being. Surzek said before taking a deep breath to calm his agitation. Then, he spoke once more. I know now that you were right. But it really didn't hit home until Sarah said it, too. Boo. James exclaimed with a wince. You must have really done something stupid if Saratan said something like that. Yeah. Surzek replied. Then, he went on to explain what led Sarafal to say that. Well, I really can't say I feel any sympathy for you. James said with a small smile on his face. I'm not asking you for any. Surzek said with a slight frown on his face. But I really am sorry for the way I acted. Apology accepted. James said without hesitation. After another short silence, Surzek sat up straight. Then, he looked James in his eyes and spoke. So, why did you invite me here, James Sataniel? Surzek asked in a solemn tone. Ugh. That's gonna take some getting used to. James said with a wry smile on his face. Anyway, I called you here to see the team that will be looking for Rizavim. I also called Michael and Azazel. What about Lord Odin and Lady Yasaka? Surzek asked curiously. They are part of this alliance as well, right? I'll send the minutes for the meeting to Sarafal. James said with a shrug. Then, she can send them to Odin. I see. Surzek replied with a shake of his head. Although he wanted to recommend that James let bygones be bygones, he knew James' temper as well as, if not better than, most. He figured that the only reason James forgave him so easily is because of how long they've known each other. And Surzek was right about that. Odin, on the other hand, had no personal connection with James. On top of that, he came into his house, ogling his women and disrespecting him. And Lady Yasaka? Surzek asked, deciding that it was better to move the conversation forward. Well, she's gotta wait until she can leave Kyoto again. James replied. She spent 3 days here at Christmas. So, she can't leave the ley line so soon. Understood. Surzek said with a nod. Then, I guess she'll be attending via communication magic, right? Right. James replied with a nod of his own. Meanwhile, in the living room, Rias was sitting across a table from her mother. While Rias was staring at her questioningly, Venelana had a graceful smile on her face while she sipped from a teacup. The kiss on the cheek, then the lap pillow made me quite suspicious, mother. Rias said in a solemn tone. But you've only gotten bolder and bolder since then. You've even been competing with the other girls for a spot on James' lap. Mother, are you trying to cheat on father with my fiancé? Not only Rias, but James' other girls, excluding Scathatch and Yasaka, who were not currently in the living room, were curious to know the answer to that question. However, none of them believed that Venelana was cheating on Zeoticus for one simple reason. Leona's killing intent had not flared up during any of Venelana's attempts to seduce James. Over the past 2 weeks, Rias had tried to ask Venelana about it on several occasions. Unfortunately, something always came up and caused the subject to change. Today, however, seemed like a good time to try to bring this up again. No, I promise you, Rias. Venelana said after putting down her teacup. I am not cheating on your father. Naturally, that response left Rias even more confused than she already was. There was no way that she would have guessed that her mother and father had gotten divorced without telling her, after all. Then why have you been coming on to James so strongly since you started staying here? Rias asked with even more confusion and equal amounts of frustration in her tone. The only other reason I can think of is that you're just messing with me. If she only knew the half of it. Leona and Venelana thought at the same time. Unfortunately, there's much more to it than that. At that moment, James, Scathatch, Irene, and Surzex were making their way down the stairs from the second floor. When she heard their footsteps, Venelana smiled brightly and signaled Leona stealthily. Rias, there is a reason for that. Venelana said with a motherly smile on her face. And what would that be? Rias asked with a frown while crossing her arms under her breasts. James, Scathatch, Irene, and Surzex walked into the living room just in time to hear Rias' question, causing Venelana's smile to broaden. Because your father and I just finalized our divorce. Venelana revealed nonchalantly. And now that I'm single and free to mingle again, I've decided to pursue James. After that, the atmosphere in the room froze. James' mind came to a complete and sudden halt while his body froze mid-step. If it were not for Scathatch, he would have more than likely fallen to the floor, face first. Cough, cough. Surzex, on the other hand, stumbled forward a couple of steps. Then, he covered his mouth when coughed twice. Once he removed his hand from his mouth, he noticed that his hand had been splattered with blood. On top of that, there was a trickle of blood flowing from the left corner of his lips. Like James, Rias also froze in place. Luckily, she was sitting when she heard the news. Otherwise, there was a good chance that she would have fallen to the floor because everyone around her was also caught off guard by Venelana's declaration. Did you get it? Venelana asked excitedly. Yup, I got all their reactions on camera. Leona said just as excitedly. And they were gold. Good. Venelana said with a smile. Send them to me, and I'll send them to Zio. That short conversation brought most of the group back to their senses. Due to Venelana and Leona's little exchange, they could tell that the matter of Venelana getting divorced and pursuing James was a joke. Not a very funny one, but a joke, nonetheless. James being the sole exception. His mind had completely crashed, so he did not hear the conversation between Venelana and Leona. Even though this kind of joke isn't very tasteful, but at least it was just a joke. Rias said, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Like Rias, Surzex was also relieved when he heard the conversation between Venelana and Leona. Then, he pulled a handkerchief from the inner pocket of his jacket. After that, with a smile, he wiped the blood off his hand and mouth. Then, he destroyed the handkerchief with his power of destruction. Mother, Riatan is right. Surzex said as he walked toward his mother. That joke really was in poor taste. Oh, I can assure you, that was not a joke. Venelana said before taking another sip of her tea. Then, once she put the teacup back on the saucer, she continued. Zio and I really have broken up. The divorce was finalized a few days before Christmas. A moment later, a legal document appeared in Venelana's hand. She then placed it on the table so that everyone could see it. Naturally, the room went back into an uproar. Rias, when she saw the divorce document, opened her beautiful blue eyes wide. Then, her jaw dropped so fast that no one would be surprised if she had dislocated it. Surzex lost his balance mid-stride, resulting in him falling down and sliding across the living room floor for a little more than 3 feet. Approximate 1 m. At that point, James' brain finally rebooted. By now, Scathatch had sat him down on a sofa while Zest was helping him drink a glass of water, slowly. Auntie Venelana. James said in a tired tone. But he was interrupted. No, just call me Venelana. Venelana said with a charming smile. Why me? James continued, ignoring Venelana's proposal. I mean, I know I'm hot, strong as hell and hold a position of power. Wow. His narcissism switch got flipped. Mizor said with a chuckle. He's not lying, though. Mocha said before licking her lips. But that shouldn't have brought on something like this, right? James finished his question. Then, he continued to emphasize his point. I mean, you left your husband of centuries for this. You're correct, James. Venelana replied with a smile. Then, why? James asked once again. With James' question, the room fell silent. Then, everyone turned their sights on Venelana. They were also curious why Venelana would go this far. Meanwhile, Sirzex was looking at James as if he would challenge him to a duel any second. How did this kid get romantic interest from two of the three most important women in my life? Sirzex asked himself. Then, he glanced at Graphia, whose expression had not changed throughout the whole conversation. If he lays his hands on my Graphia, I'll fight him to the death. Guessing what Sirzex was thinking based on his constantly changing facial expressions, Graphia sighed. Although she had no romantic interest in any men, she had no idea what could happen in the future. But she did know that she did not want Sirzex popping up to ruin anything that could be. So, she glared at Sirzex with such intensity that his slightly dangerous thoughts were immediately frozen in his head. Unfortunately, Sirzex misunderstood the heat behind the glare. Sirzex thought that Graphia was glaring at him because she didn't want him to mess up her pursuit of James. When in reality, she was just trying to tell him that her life was hers to live, and she did not need him butting into it. You know, you're a lot like Zio was when he was younger. Venelana said, finally breaking the silence. He was strong for his age, talented, and confident. Of course, he was not as strong as you are. Nor did he work as hard. Like most devils, he did not train much at all. But his talent and confidence, as baseless as it was attractive. He just didn't have the drive. The rest of the room remained silent. So, Venelana continued. Zio had two of the three things I was looking for in a partner. Venelana said with a smile. He had the talent and confidence. But he lacked the drive to improve. But you, James, have all three of these things in spades. You're exactly what I've always wanted in a life partner. But you're ending a marriage for this. James said, still not understanding what's going through Venelana's head. Honestly, if I were still in love with Zio, then this would not be happening. Venelana said while shaking her head. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. So, Zest went toward the front door to answer it. Meanwhile, Venelana continued speaking. Zio and I had acknowledged that neither of us were still in love almost 10 years ago. Venelana continued. So, we talked about it. Then, we both decided, if either of us found someone else that we were interested in, we would end the marriage with no hard feelings or strings attached. Once again, the room fell into complete silence, and everyone had complicated expressions on their faces. Everyone except for Leona, Venelana, and Graphia, who knew about Venelana's plan to pursue James beforehand. However, the silence did not last long. A few moments later, Zest returned, and she led Azazel, Michael, and Gabriel into the living room. When the three entered the room and felt the awkward atmosphere, Azazel could only look at Zest awkwardly and ask a question. Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 280, Vala's new teammate. Human World, Japan, Koo. Although Azazel, Michael, and Gabriel's entrance did not catch anyone's attention, when Azazel asked his question, the atmosphere was broken. Everyone involved in the rather heavy conversation knew that they did not have the room to continue on that subject. So, James took another look at Venelana. Then, he glanced at Rias and Sirzex before returning his sight to Venelana. We'll talk about this later. James said in a solemn tone. While most of the other people in the living room wore concerned expressions, and the three newcomers were confused, Venelana, Rias, and Sirzex nodded in agreement. James then took a deep breath and replaced his solemn expression with a smile. Azazel, Michael, Gabriel, please, make yourselves comfortable. James said in a welcoming tone. When Azazel saw James' forced change of expression, Azazel put on his usual shit-eating grin. However, when he met eyes with James, he felt cold sweat forming on his back in the next instant. Although James was smiling, his eyes were telling Azazel that if he tried to pry into their business that he would become a wingless crow. Thanks for having us. Gabriel said with a cheerful smile on her face. Your house got a lot bigger. It's really nice. Thank you. James replied with a smile. My future in-laws upgraded it as a Christmas gift. So, are these all the members of the team? Michael asked, getting down to business. No. James replied with a shake of his head. We're still waiting on 2 teams. Both of which have a connection with our beloved, former Governor General. You actually got them to agree? Azazel asked curiously. How did you even get in contact with them? Well, I got Vala's contact info from the lazy cat that lives in my house. James said with a shrug. I'm not lazy, Naya. Kuroka protested. I just like my beauty sleep, Naya. Sure, if you keep telling yourself that, one day it will become true. James replied with a cheeky smile. Chiron, James is bullying me, Naya. Kuroka said in a feigned hurt tone. Is it considered bullying if James' knee is telling the truth? Kaneko asked while tilting her head cutely with a cookie in her mouth. Chiron is bullying me too, Naya. Kuroka said, dropping to her knees with lifeless eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot she lived here. Azazel said with a wry smile. Putting up with her must be hard. Nah, not really. James replied casually. As long as you keep her fed and give her a place to sleep, she stays out of the way. Plus, she can't pass any information to Valley unless we allow her to. Hearing that, Kuroka began to pout. Living in this house has made her look like an amateur when it comes to being a spy, and it has damaged her pride heavily. I see. Azazel said with a nod. And what about the other ones? Oh, last time I was in the underworld, I called Shamhazai and asked for their number. James said with a shrug. And he gave it to you, just like that? Azazel asked in a disbelieving tone. Yup, just like that. James replied. And after I got their contact info, I asked Master to convince them to join. She never told me how she did it though. And to be honest, I'm not sure I want to know. Azazel then glanced at Scathatch. When he made eye contact with her, he quickly turned his head away. When he saw the look in her eyes that said, if you ask me how I did it, I would be happy to show you, Azazel could feel a primal terror wash over him. I see, well I believe they'll be a great addition to the team. Azazel said with a cramped smile on his face. I agree. James replied with a smile. Excuse me. Gabriel said with a confused expression on her face. But who are you talking about? Oh, my apologies. James said with a smile. We're talking about one of Azazel's hidden cards, the / dog team. A group of humans led by a contender for the strongest human in the world. After that, James and Azazel told everyone about the members of the / dog team. Then, while they were answering question, a communication magic circle appeared next to James' right ear. When he glanced at it, he noticed that it was from Yasaka. So, he injected a bit of demonic energy into it. Yasaka, are you ready? James asked into the magic circle. Then, after a moment, he spoke again. Okay, I'll ask Master to patch you into the mansion's rune network. James then nodded in Scathacca's direction. A moment later, Scathacca's right index finger lit up with demonic energy and she used it to draw a few runes in the air. Then, when she was done, she stood up and walked over to James. When she arrived, she wrote a few more runes on the magic circle James was using to speak with Yasaka. After that was done, Scathatch clapped her hands. In the next instant, a magic circle lit up next to the sofa James was sitting on and a holographic image of Yasaka appeared above it. Good afternoon, everyone. Yasaka said politely. It's good to see you again, Lady Yasaka. Michael replied politely with a kind smile on his face. Hi. Gabriel said cheerfully while waving at Yasaka. Although it was not intentional, when Gabriel waved, her massive breast moved along with the movement of her arm, drawing the eyes of James, Azazel, and Issei toward them. While James caught himself quickly and stopped staring, it took Issei a moment longer to do the same. It seems that ever since Issei climbed the stairs to adulthood, his perverted tendencies have been reduced greatly. Azazel, on the other hand, continued to stare while muttering to himself, with a perverted grin on his face. If one were close enough, they would be able to hear him repeating the same words, over and over. Come on, Titty. You can do it. Come on, Titty. You can do it. It was obvious that he was hoping that Gabriel's breasts would liberate themselves from her outfit. Unfortunately for him, however, it seemed that holy magic in combination with Gabriel's innocence would never allow that to happen. I'd like to say it's good that you haven't changed, Azazel. Yasaka said while glaring at the fallen angel disdainfully. But I'd rather not lie so obviously. Hee, it's good to see you too, Yasaka. Azazel said with his eyes shifting straight to Yasaka's breasts. However, his gaze did not linger for long. As soon as his sight landed on Yasaka's breasts, he felt a chill on his throat. This feeling caused him to look around in panic. Eventually, his sight landed on a brightly smiling James, who at some point had materialized carnage and was tapping its hilt with his index and middle fingers. Ahem. Azazel cleared his throat forcefully to change the subject. So, when are they supposed to get here? Azazel asked. Soon. James replied. In fact, Valet and his team just arrived. Ding dong. Once again, the doorbell rang, and once again, Zest made her way toward the front door to answer it. Then, a minute or so later, Zest reappeared with the remaining members of the Valet team, Valet, Chiron, Biko, Arthur, Lufay, Virgil, and someone they had never met before. The new face, a young man, appearing to be in his late teens, with a pale skin tone, blue hair with bangs parted to either side around a white horn jutting out of his forehead, standing at 5 feet 11 inches, approximate 1.8 m, and wearing a dark blue robe with a high collar that covered the bottom half of his face, matching pants, a white sash, and a scarf that wrapped around his neck and shoulders. "Oh, a new guy, huh?" James said while scrutinizing the new face. "Mind introducing him, Valet?" "Not even a hello, James," Valet said with a grin. "You wound me. Dude, you brought an unknown into my house without informing me ahead of time," James said while rolling his eyes. "You're lucky I didn't greet you with my sword." Although James spoke in an uncaring tone, the killing intent he locked onto Valet made it clear that he was not happy with Valet's actions. On top of that, the aura he released made everyone, who had never felt his power or had not felt it for some time, shiver due to its immensity. Damn, he's gotten even stronger, Valet thought to himself. This boy's energy control is quite impressive. Chiron thought. He's released his energy enough that we can all feel it. Yet, it is controlled enough that it is not affecting his surroundings. This is no doubt due to Master Scathach's teachings. Chiron, impressed by the control James showed, glanced at Scathatch. When Scathatch noticed the glance, she looked in its direction. Then, the two trainers of heroes made eye contact and Chiron nodded in appreciation. Before Valet could recover from James' display of his power, Shuna and Cheyenne spoke in unison. "Sui, X2. Shuna and Cheyenne were staring at the newcomer with confusion in their eyes. Meanwhile, the new guy, Sui, was bowing politely toward Shuna. "Princess, it's good to see you again," Sui said in a flat tone. Although his tone did not sound too respectful, Shuna showed no signs of discontent. Sui was one of her guards when she was still living as the Oni princess. Although he was only a hidden guard and Shuna did not interact with him much, she knew that flat tone was the way Sui spoke to everyone. "Sui, what are you doing here?" Cheyenne asked with confusion in her tone. "As you are aware, I was raised from birth to be one of Princess Shuna's guards in the shadows," Sui said with little inflection. "However, when you and Princess Shuna left, I lost my purpose. So, I left the Oni tribe and began to wander the country. Then, the mainland. Eventually, I ran into Biko in China. Yup, and we had a fight, a good one," Biko said with a laugh. "When it turned out to be a draw, I thought the guy was interesting. So, I invited him to join our group. Yeah, on top of that, he's one of the few stealth-type Oni," Valis said. "And after undergoing Chiron's teachings, I bet he's even better than your little ninja." With that, the room fell silent. And the silence was oppressive. A moment later, without making any sound, Iam appeared behind Valet with a kunai pressed on his throat. "Would you care to repeat that?" Iam said in a cold tone while adjusting her glasses with her free hand. "That was badass," Issei whispered. "Skyadram, I should be able to do something like that if I travel through the shadows, right?" "As long as the shadow is behind the target, yes," Skyadram said in Issei's head. "But there's no way you could do it as quietly and with as few ripples as she did. You're too stupid to control your demonic energy that well." "Whose side are you on?" Issei asked with some irritation in his tone. Around that time, Valet regained his senses. "Just because you can sneak up on me, doesn't mean Sui couldn't do the same to your king," Valet said indignantly. At that very moment, Sui, who had been watching the situation, suddenly blurred out of existence. Then, he appeared behind James. However, different from Iam's appearance, James held the tip of carnage against Sui's windpipe. "Nice try, dude," James said with a smile. "But I've known that you were there from the beginning. That was a pretty good clone, though. She's still better than me, huh?" Sui said before putting his dagger away. Then, he bowed politely to James and spoke once again. "Thank you for your mercy." Ding dong. "It looks like the last of our guests have arrived," James said with a smile while sheathing his sword. While James spoke, Zest once again made her way toward the front door while Sui returned to Val's team. Chapter 281, Team DxD. Human World, Japan, Kuo. When Zest returned to the living room, she was followed by 5 young people, a black dog with red eyes, a hawk, a small white cat, and a small, masked, 4-horned beast. The first, a handsome young man with short black hair and pale gray eyes, stood at 5 feet 8 inches, 1.74 meters, had a lean build, and wore a bartender's attire. This was accused Tobio, the leader of the // dog team and the possessor of one of the 13 Longinus, the independent avatar type, sacred gear, Canis Lycaon, or Jean as Tobio calls it, took the form of the large, red-eyed dog that followed Tobio into the living room. Next was Lavinia Rennie, a beautiful, buxom young woman with long flowing blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, who exuded the vibe of a gentle older sister. She wore standard magician robes with a hood on her back and stood at 5 feet 7 inches, 1.7 meters tall. Like Tobio, she also wielded one of the 13 Longinus, absolute demise. Third, a beautiful, young woman standing at 5 feet 3 inches, 1.61 meters with a curvy figure, brown hair tied in a ponytail, and wearing what appears to be a secret agent's uniform. Her name, Managawa Natsum, and she is the wielder of an independent avatar type, sacred gear, that carries the spirit of Kyuki, the fiend of deviousness. Her, sacred gear, who she nicknamed Griffin, took the form of a hawk and sat on her shoulder. The fourth of the young people was Samejima Cookie, a handsome man who looked like your typical Japanese delinquent with a small white cat laying on his shoulder with its tail wrapped around his neck. Like Tobio and Natsum, he also wielded an independent avatar type, sacred gear. This, sacred gear, in the form of the cat laying on his shoulder carried the spirit of Takatsu, the fiend of ignorance. Though Cookie calls it Byakusa. The last member of the / dog team was a beautiful, young woman with European facial features, dark blonde hair tied in 2 ponytails, and heterochromatic eyes. Her left eye being black, while her right is light blue. In her arms, she carries a small, masked, 4-horned beast that she named Po. This beast, or Po, is yet another independent avatar type, sacred gear, and it carries the spirit of Taotetsu, the fiend of gluttony. After entering the living room, the 5 members of the / dog team scanned the room. Then, when they saw Scat Hatch, except for Lavinia, they all shuddered. Lavinia on the other hand smiled when she saw Valley. "Vakuin, you beat us here," Lavinia said as she rushed up and hugged Valley. "Let go of me, Lavinia," Valley said, struggling to free himself from the magician's grasp. "That's not very nice, Vakuin," Lavinia said with a slight pout. "You're supposed to hug me back and tell me how much you missed me." "So, you want me to lie to you?" Valley asked while continuing to struggle. "Vakuin, you're such a tsundere," Lavinia said with a bright smile. "That's not a sight I was expecting to see today," James said with a smirk while watching Valis struggle to free himself. Then, he shifted his attention to the rest of the / dog team and stood up. / dog team, I'm glad you came. I'm James Alav. Ugh. James Sataniel, the commander of this task force. As he spoke, James approached Tobio with his hand extended. At the same time, he paid attention to Jean, who was staring at him intensely. "It's nice to meet you, too. I'm accused Tobio." Tobio introduced himself as well, accepting James' handshake. "I hope we're not late." "No, you're not late," James replied with a smile. "There actually should be 2 more who have yet to arrive." After saying that, James then looked at Michael and Gabriel with a questioning expression. "I*, they should be here soon," Michael said. "He probably got distracted. So, we sent Griselda to bring him here." Ding dong. As if it were waiting for Michael to say that, the doorbell rang once again right after his words fell. Like she had done the previous 3 times, Zest headed to the front door to escort the visitors into the living room. At the same time, Graphia began preparing tea. While the tea was brewing, she headed to the kitchen to retrieve snacks for the guests. A minute or so later, Zest returned with Griselda Quarta, who most of James' peerage had met in heaven, and a handsome young man with blonde hair, green eyes, and wearing priest attire. On top of that, he had a halo floating over his head and 12 pure white wings on his back. "Dulio, please put your wings away," Griselda said. "There would be a lot of people in the living room, space is probably tight." "Sorry, Sister Griselda, I forgot." Dulio Gesualdo, the young man who just entered the living room said with a smile while retracting his wings. "So, this is Dulio Gesualdo, the Joker of the Brave Saints, and the wielder of Zenith Tempest, the 2nd-rank Longinus," James said while scrutinizing Dulio. Then, he looked at Michael and continued to speak. "But I thought he was only at the peak of ultimate rank, or a 10-winged angel." "Allow me to answer that," Dulio said with a gentle smile. "On my way here, while I was handing out food to orphan children, I felt the love of the Lord. Then, the number of my wings increased." "Ah. Sure," James replied awkwardly. "Go you." Most of the devils, other than Asia and Zenobia, felt about the same as James about Dulio's explanation. However, Asia and Zenobia felt as if they completely understood what Dulio meant. "Anyway, it's a good thing that your power has increased," James said with a smile. "Since I planned on making you the vice-commander of this task force, Dulio." James' declaration came as quite a shock to everyone in the room. "I would have bet all the money I have that you would have made Scat Hatch your second in command." Azazel said with his eyes wide open. James shook his head in response to Azazel's words. He could also see that everyone else was just as surprised. As much as I hate to admit it, even though she is one of my queens, Scathatch is by definition my servant. James said in an apologetic tone while looking at Scathatch. So, she is not suitable for that position. Instead, along with Irene and Evangeline, I will be looking to her as an advisor. That makes sense. Surzek said with a nod. But why did you choose Dulio? Not to say that he isn't worthy of the position. But with Chiron here. The last time we met Chiron, he made it clear that he only intended to train the next generation. James said, interrupting Surzek. So, it wouldn't be right to push him into a position that he clearly does not want. Hearing that, Chiron nodded at James appreciatively. Then, what about Valley? Biko asked while pointing a finger at Valley, who was still being smothered by Lavinia. Everyone else turned their attention to Valley as well. Then, when they saw him flailing his arms in Lavinia's embrace, they had to try very hard to not laugh aloud. There are two reasons, actually. James said, replying to Biko's question. The first, I don't want it to be known that the Valley team and the / dog team are part of this task force. It would be better if both of your teams sent us info secretly. That way, Rizavim wouldn't know when we were onto him. Everyone from both the Valley and / dog teams, other than Valley and Lavinia, nodded in understanding. And what's the second reason, Naya? Kuroka asked curiously. It's because Valley's personality sucks. James replied with a smile and a shrug. He's somehow too aggressive and emo at the same time. Not really great leader material. Once again, everyone nodded in understanding. James, you bastard! Valley shouted. Then, he looked at the rest of his team. And why are you bastards agreeing with him? I'm not emo. The rest of the Valley team looked away. They could not make eye contact with Valley at the moment. Anyway, how's Valerie? James asked, completely ignoring Valley. Yeah, how is Valerie? Gasper echoed. She is doing well. Chiron replied with a calm smile. She has improved in the use of her sacred gear. Plus, she is no longer as affected by the voices of the deceased. I'm so glad. Gasper said with tears in his eyes. Do you think she's good enough to bring one more person back to life? James asked with a solemn expression on his face. Perhaps. Chiron replied. But why do you ask? I'll explain it later. James said. Once we're done hashing out the details for our little task force. Chiron nodded in understanding. Then, the group's attention was turned back to the reason they were all called to meet. Like I said, our goal is to find Rizavim. James reiterated. Thanks to the Allfather, we know that he stole some research on Trihex's seal. If Rizavim is as unhinged as I think he is, he's probably using that information to find Trihexa. Why would he do that? Gabriel asked while tilting her head cutely. Trihexa is really bad news. Because my grandfather is a lunatic. Valis said, finally freeing himself from Lavinia. The only thing he cares about is causing suffering. That's what he thinks a devil should be, after all. Unfortunately, that's the same behavior he exhibited when he lived in the underworld as well. Surzek said in a solemn tone. Has Euclid Lucifuge said anything? James asked. Nothing. Surzek replied. The only thing he ever says anything about is taking Graphia away from a traitor like me. And how I must have deceived her into betraying the Lucifer clan. Did I hit him too hard? James asked himself aloud. When I bitch-slapped him, did he get brain damage? Is this my fault? Wait, you bitch-slapped Euclid? Valley asked incredulously. You're talking about that arrogant guy whose nose was always so high up in the air. You know his sister is standing right there, right? James asked, pointing at Graphia who seemed completely unfazed. And? Valley asked in a completely uncaring tone. Like I said, not leader material. James said, shaking his head. Just answer my question, damn it. Valley barked. Yeah, I bitch-slapped him. James replied. It was at the end of Crumcrutch and I's first fight. Euclid showed up, spouting some shit about half-breeds. Since I was tired of hearing shit like that, I kinda snapped and bitch-slapped him, breaking his neck in the process. Luckily, we have Asia. Otherwise, he would have died. Ah. That was a good fight, we should do it again. Crumcrutch said happily. And you, White Dragon Emperor, have you grown stronger? I would like to fight you again, as well. Valley could only grit his teeth with anger flashing in his eyes. The first time he met Crumcrutch, in the Teep's castle, he was absolutely devastated. Crumcrutch did not even take on any of his draconic traits. Yet, Valley was easily defeated. Granted, he was only at the ultimate rank back then and he did not have full control of his Imperio Juggernaut overdrive, either. Still, the defeat was quite humiliating for Valley. "Oh, we'll fight again," Valley said through gritted teeth. "And I'll show you how strong I've become. I look forward to it." Crumb-Crutch replied with a battle-thirsty grin. "Clap. Focus," James shouted. "Damn battle junkies." "Wow, really?" Mizor asked in an incredulous tone. "Hello, Kettle," Mocha said while putting her right hand to her ear as if she were making a phone call. "This is James. I'd just like to say, you're black." With that, the room descended into uproarious laughter. Then, after the laughter died down, they continued to discuss what the task force would do, how they would do it, scheduled joint training sessions, discussed where the entire group could train together, etc. "Wait," Cheyenne shouted, catching everyone's attention. "What are we calling this task force?" Everyone froze when they heard that question. And considering that one of the less intellectually gifted people was the one to think of it when no one else did, made the people that know Cheyenne feel a little depressed. After that, several names were thrown around before ultimately getting rejected. Then, Kaneko raised her hand. "How about DxD, meaning Draconic Defenders?" Kaneko said with her usual deadpan. "Why Draconic Defenders, Naya?" Kuroka asked curiously. "Because we have 4 of the strongest dragons of the world on this team," Kaneko said. "Now that you mention it, we have the Red Dragon Emperor, the White Dragon Emperor, the Crescent Circle Dragon, and the Chaos Karma Dragon on this team," Yasaka said with a nod. "Plus, we have the Gigantes Dragon, the Shadow Dragon King, and the Prison Dragon," Azazel said with his usual shit-eating grin. "The little kitten has pretty good naming sense." "Don't call me that," Kaneko said while giving Azazel the stink eye. "Only James Nee can call me that. Irene was also once a dragon," James said with a smile. "And she was about equal in power with the Dragon King, too. Good job, kitty cat." In response to James' praise, Kaneko smiled. Before she could be happy for too long, though, she was shaken. When she looked to see who was shaking her, she saw Ophis pouting at her. "Me too," Ophis said. "Of course," Kaneko replied with a nod. "We've got the Infinite Dragon God on the team, too." Then, Kaneko handed Ophis one of her snacks and the group continued to discuss the details of their cooperation. Chapter 282, Seraphall's Breakthrough. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Another week passed after the meeting and formation of the DxD team. Since then, however, they have not met again. In fact, they have not even started searching for Rizavim Levon Lucifer. The reason? Because they don't have a base of operations yet. Although they could use either of the Alaverus estates, James thought that would put his family in danger. So, instead of using an already existing location, James asked Ajuka to create a place for them in the dimensional gap. A place similar to the rating game boards. Naturally, Ajuka agreed to this proposal. However, it would take some time to complete, and he would require Scathatch and Evangeline's help to strengthen it to a point that James would not destroy it by accident. So, while Ajuka, Scathatch, and Evangeline were working on the new base of operations/training area for Team DxD, all the third-year high school students in Japan were taking a test that could determine the path of their futures. Today was the day of the college entrance exams. Like all other students, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora were also sitting in their exam venues with their number 2 pencils. Little did they know, however, a disaster was waiting for James' return at the Alaverus estate. So, after the exams were over, James and the girls walked back home with smiles on their faces. "Ah, I'm so glad that's over," Rhea said while stretching as the group entered their neighborhood. "It wasn't that hard, though," James said with a shrug. "Maybe not for you," Rhea retorted. "Not all of us went through Lady Venelana's demonic education." No pun intended. As Venelana's name was mentioned, James and Rias both grimaced. Then, they could not help but think back to the conversation they had with Venelana and Surzex after the members of Team DxD left the mansion. Flashback. For the second time that day, James and Surzex had returned to the art studio to discuss something of great importance. This time, however, they were accompanied by Rias and Venelana. When they were all seated, Venelana was the first to speak. "Surzex, Rias, I know this makes you uncomfortable," Venelana said with a gentle smile on her face. "They're not the only ones," James said with a wry smile. "I mean, you're my fiancé's mom. On top of that, I've always seen you like an aunt. It still feels like you were trying to steal my fiancé," Rias said in an agitated tone. "Actually, you'll find it more common than you think for mother and daughter to share the same man," Venelana said with a smile. You just have to give it a chance. You'll see that it's not as bad as you think. Besides, don't men love mother-daughter play? What do they call it in this country? Oyakodon. Oh, my Satan. Mother, please stop. That's not even the point. Ria said in exasperation. Well, maybe it is. I mean, the thought of sharing my fiancé with my mom is so weird, though. Not only that. Surzek said with a frown. What is Ria supposed to call James in the future? Should she call him husband or stepfather? Well, she already calls me daddy. James said offhandedly. Now is not the time, James. Ria shouted with a bright red face. Sorry, couldn't help myself. James replied with a wry smile. Cough, cough. While Venelana smiled with interest swirling in her eyes at that little exchange, Surzek, for the second time today, coughed up blood. Then, he looked at James as if he were ready to start another duel. Anyway, like I said earlier. Venelana said, stopping Surzek from doing something everyone knew he would regret. I know this makes the two of you uncomfortable. Once again, James was about to mention that he was also uncomfortable. However, before he could speak, Venelana raised her right hand, signaling him to stop. But, Rias, Surzek, I was not asking for your permission. Venelana said, not losing her smile. I was simply informing you of my decision. Neither Rias nor Surzek knew how to respond to that declaration. Even James, who almost always had something to say, fell silent. And as for you, James. Venelana turned her attention to the thoroughly confused new Satan. I know that you only see me as an auntie. And to be honest, I expected that. But I will make you change the way you see me, in that you can believe. Flashback end ===. 9 nay on the Enalanave. Aquino said as she pulled on Rhea's arm. Oops. Rhea said as she noticed the expressions on James and Rhea's faces. Anyway, I'm sure you'll be fine, Rhea. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. You stayed in the top 6 of our grade for all 3 years of high school. If you can't get into your target school, then I don't know what to tell you. I know you're right, Sona. Rhea said with a nervous expression. But I just can't help it. I'm always nervous after a test. Until I see my results, that won't change. That makes sense. Tsubaki said. But it's definitely useless. Yeah, being nervous is useless after the test. Flora said with a nod. It's not like being nervous will change your results. Anyway, so you all plan to go to Koa's University Division, right? James asked, finally snapping out of his daze. That's the plan. Sona replied with a nod. I will follow Sona. Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses in a way that they caught the light of the sun. I'll be going to Koa, too. Rias replied. So will I. Aquino said with an elegant smile. Me, too. Rhea replied with a nod. From the way you asked, it sounds like you're planning to do something different. Flora said inquisitively. I was thinking about studying abroad. James admitted. Or, simply not continuing my schooling. Why? Rias asked, a bit unhappy with James' decision. Because, I need to spread the net to find Rizavim. James explained. Rizavim's threat is much more important than getting a degree from a university. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to get one where I can also search for Rizavim. But Rizavim could be anywhere. Sona countered. There's no guarantee that you'll be able to find him. I know. James replied with a shrug. But it's better than doing nothing. Although Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora agreed, they weren't happy with the thought that they would be separated from James. And the expressions they wore made that fact quite clear. Don't pout. James said with a chuckle. This isn't a laughing matter. Rias said angrily. You all make it seem as if all of us can't teleport whenever we want. James said, looking at the 4 girls with an odd gaze. Seeing James' gaze, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Flora looked away awkwardly. You all forgot, huh? James asked with a cheeky smile. Of course not, X4. While the group of third years continued to chat and bicker, they finally arrived outside the Alaverus estate. When they did, James wasted no time opening the front door and stepping inside. I'm home. James shouted as soon as he crossed the threshold. At that moment, they all could feel a change in the atmosphere. Then, the air in and around the mansion began to tremble. What's going on? Rhea asked with concern. Are we under attack? Tsubaki asked, materializing her naginata. Jakuin. Screamed a female voice that everyone was familiar with. I guess it's about that time, huh? James said with a smile after hearing that voice. Is that my sister? Sona asked in a confused tone. A moment later, an ice-blue silhouette appeared in the hallway. When everyone looked closely, they could see the face of this ice-blue figure. Surprisingly, it was Serafal. What happened to Lady Leviathan? Aquino asked with her eyes wide open. Serafal, with her skin and hair colored in an icy blue, was slightly transparent, just like actual ice. Other than her color palette, she looked basically the same as she always does. Her hair was tied in twin tails, and she wore a frilly magical girl uniform. The only other difference that could be observed was that she had 4 short horns poking out of her forehead and temples. After Serafal appeared in the hallway between the mansion's entrance and living room, she paused for a moment. Then, when her eyes zeroed in on James, she shot forward like a bullet. An instant later, her legs were wrapped around James' waist while she pounded on his chest with her icy hands. Naturally, James was also surprised to see Serafal like this. However, he was almost certain he knew the cause. And he was pretty sure that it was his fault. Though, in the long run, this was a good thing. I hope Issa is okay. James thought to himself while he watched Serafal cry and hammer his chest. Underworld, Satan Territory, Leviathan Estate. About an hour before James and the girls returned to the Alaverus estate in the human world, Serafal was sitting in her office in her own estate in the underworld. For the past 40 minutes or so, she had been working on some paperwork she let pile up because she was recording the first few episodes of her Magical Girl series. Knock, knock. Lady Leviathan, I've returned with the thing you asked me to buy. Issa's voice rang out from the other side of her office door. Issa, who had just returned, had been running an errand for Serafal while she worked. And this errand superseded all others in importance. At least in Serafal's opinion. Because Issa was asked to buy this week's issue of the monthly manga magazine that James' works always appeared in. Oh, it's here, Serafal shouted with childlike excitement. Hurry up, bring it in here. With Serafal's permission, Issa pushed the door open. Then, with the manga magazine in hand, he approached Serafal's desk. As soon as Issa was close enough, the magazine disappeared from his hands without a trace. However, he did not panic. This was a common occurrence, after all. And just as he expected, the magazine he was holding just an instant ago was now in Serafal's hands. Good job, Issa-chan. Serafal said as she carefully opened the magazine's plastic wrapper. You can have the rest of the day off. Thank you, Lady Leviathan. No, call me Leviathan. Serafal said without looking up from the cover of the magazine. Ignoring Serafal's request, Issa bowed politely. Then, he turned on his heels and left the office, closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, Serafal had completely forgotten about Issa's existence in that short time. Instead, she was turning the magazine's pages until she stopped at the first page of this week's chapter of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. This chapter is the climax with the witch. Serafal said with a bright smile on her face. I know you can do it, Mommy-chan. Without another word, Serafal began reading the chapter. And as time went on, you could see that the tension was rising due to Serafal's expression. However, at a certain point, Serafal's expression froze along with all her movements. On the page she was reading, there was a panel that depicted something Serafal never expected to see. The character Serafal adored, Mommy, had her head bitten off. As Serafal processed what she was seeing, the temperature in her office started to drop drastically. First, it was the chair she was sitting in. Then, the desk in front of her. Following that was the floor. Then, the walls, the ceiling, and eventually the entire estate. In just a matter of moments, Serafal's entire estate was frozen in a layer of ice. Luckily, when Issa noticed the way that the temperature was dropping, he did not hesitate to teleport out of the mansion. When he reappeared, he was over 100 feet, approximate 30.5 m, high in the air. So, he was able to see the estate freeze over in real time. What the hell was that? Issa asked with fear and curiosity in his tone. The next moment, Issa saw a silhouette grow from the roof of the frozen estate. When he looked closely, he noticed that it resembled Serafal greatly. The only difference was that the figure was completely ice blue in color, and it had 4 horns on its forehead and temples. However, when the figure looked up and he noticed he was in its line of sight, Issa felt that his life was about to end. Then, the figure opened its mouth and howled. Jakuin. Give my Mommy-chan back. The figure howled with great lament. A moment later, the figure disappeared with a teleportation circle. James, what did you do? Issa asked with his body shaking in terror. Human world, Japan, Kuo. A moment later, Serafal's teleportation circle appeared in the Alaverus estate's living room. Jakuin. Where are you? Serafal shouted with great anger. Calm down, Serafal. Leona said calmly, having expected to see Serafal today. Like Serafal, Leona also read today's chapter of Puella Magi Madoka Magica. And although she was surprised, she enjoyed the twist on the magical girl genre. However, she knew that Serafall would be livid and feel betrayed. So, she asked Graphia to make a pot of tea that would help calm Serafall down when she inevitably arrived. "Where is he?" Serafall growled. "He's taking his college entrance exam," Venelana said with a gentle smile. "He and the girls should be back soon. Why don't you have a cup of tea and wait for them?" At that moment, Graphia appeared next to Serafall with a cup of tea in hand. Then, she presented it to the highly pissed off Satan. Since Serafall's anger was directed at James alone, she did not lash out at the other ladies. Instead, she accepted the cup of tea and sipped it. Then, as she drank more, her ice-blue body began taking on its natural color and her horns retracted into her head. Once she was back to normal, Serafall sat at the table with Leona and Venelana to enjoy some more tea. When James announced his return, Serafall's anger grew once again, and she returned to her ice-blue form. Luckily, Scathatch and Evangeline had returned and decided to join the ladies for tea. So, with Scathacca's runes, she was able to keep the Alaverus estate from freezing over like Serafall's estate had. Then, in a burst of speed, Serafall left the living room. Jacuin. To think, such raw emotion could push someone into their super devil form. Venelana said with quite a bit of interest in her tone. "I don't know if James is a genius or just an irredeemable prankster." Both. Leona, Scathatch, Evangeline, and Graphia replied in unison. Chapter 283, What's Most Important? Human World, Japan, Kuo. "Why would you do that?" Serafall asked in a tearful tone. Seeing how distraught Serafall was after Mommy's death in the manga, James felt a little guilty. However, he had no intention of showing it. It was a punishment. James replied in a solemn tone. "A punishment, for what?" Serafall asked, looking up at James with her teary eyes. "Because you told my secret during Parents' Day, remember?" James asked. "You told everyone in my class that I wrote Sailor Moon. Because of that, they all realized that I was Mangetsu no Shidada. And it didn't take long for that news to get around the school." Judging by Serafall's expression, it was clear that she did not understand what was so wrong with that. She had always wanted people to praise her for her role as a magical girl. So, the fact that James didn't want the attention did not register with her. After that day, no matter where I went in the school, and sometimes the town, I would have people approaching me for autographs or spoilers. James explained. Even when I was on dates with my girlfriends. Can you imagine how annoying that was? After that comment, Serafall began to understand. So, she lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. "Sorry." Serafall said apologetically. While James and Serafall were talking, Leona, Venelana, Scathatch, Evangeline, Graphia, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora watched them while drinking tea. Although they all seemed rather peaceful while sipping from their teacups, Rias and Sona were both unsettled. "Does she have to sit in his lap for this conversation?" Sona asked with her eyebrow twitching. That's right, after Serafall's rampage ended, James pulled her to a sofa in the living room so they could talk. And as soon as James sat down, Serafall plopped herself down on James' lap. Then she went on to complain about how wrong it was for Mommy to die to the witch. James then explained that there was a message behind the story, and she would have to read the whole thing to understand. The whole time James was coaxing Serafall to calm down, she sat in his lap and he patted her head. Naturally, having watched the whole thing, Sona felt uncomfortable. At the same time, just like what Rhea said in the past, Sona wanted Serafall to be happy. And if being with James would make her happy, then she would accept it, eventually. Rias, on the other hand, was still uncomfortable with Venelana's pursuit of James. Although she knew what Venelana said about mother-daughter pairs sharing a man was true in the underworld. However, as far as she had known, her parents had been happily married. So, when she heard that Venelana was divorcing her father to chase James, she could not help but feel uncomfortable. Feeling Rias' occasional glances, Venelana could only sigh. She knew that this was hard on Rias. But she too wanted to find her own happiness, even if it seemed unfair or wrong to Rias. Besides, she had no intention of stealing James away, all for herself. My daughter is so stingy. Venelana said in a tone of feigned grief. I should have taught her better about the importance of sharing. Hearing that, Ria's eyebrows twitched like Sona's had, not long ago. However, before she could retort, an unlikely voice of reason stopped her. You know, Lana, I don't think it's because she has to share my baby with you. Leona said with an exasperated smile on her face. Really? Then what is it? Venelana asked in genuine confusion. I mean, I remember how she acted when James brought Mizor home. And even though she wasn't as bad, she wasn't exactly friendly with Mocha either. Immediately, Rias blushed when she remembered how she acted in the past. Although it's true she was very selfish in the past, it's clear that she's improved since then. Leona said with a smile. Those were fun times, weren't they? Can we stop talking about that, please? Thank you. Rias asked with her face red. Right, back to what I was saying. Leona said, her smile turning into a serious expression. It's more than likely because of how sudden it was. Venelana lowered her head in thought after hearing Leona's hypothesis. I mean, what is a week's worth of hints compared to the 18 years she had experienced prior? Leona said, punctuating her point. I see. I guess that makes sense, Venelana muttered with a nod. However, she then raised her head and looked at Leona skeptically. But if you knew that was the issue, why did you suggest I do it like that? In response, Leona smiled brightly. Because it was funnier that way, obviously. Leona said with an even brighter smile. At that point, no one knew what to say. They could only look at Leona with blank expressions. I can't believe you hadn't expected something like that. James said incredulously. After James' comment, everyone looked at the brightly smiling Leona. Then, they looked at Venelana and shook their heads. I guess I wasn't thinking. Venelana said in a tired tone. In hindsight, I should have expected things to turn out this way. Rias just doesn't have as much life experience as I do. How do you not remember something like that? Rias asked in an agitated tone. Anyway. James interrupted before Rias could blow up at her mother. Master, Eva, did you finish stabilizing the space in the dimensional gap? Not yet. Scathatch replied. Yeah, there's a lot more to it than I expected. Evangeline said in a tired tone. If it wasn't for Ajuka's Kankara formula, it might take as long as a year to complete. Well, the Kankara formula is a cheat. James said with a shrug. So, what is the time frame looking like? If everything goes well, 1 more week. Scathatch said in reply. 2 weeks to make a fully functioned base in the dimensional gap. You 3 are something else. Leona said, butting into the conversation. Something tells me you have no idea what that takes. Evangeline said, narrowing her eyes at Leona. Nope, not at all. Leona said with a smile. But it sounds really impressive. Graphia, can I have another cup of tea? Oh, and can you add some whiskey to it? Graphia, please don't listen to the second half of that request. James asked, trying to make puppy dog eyes. I don't think anyone wants to deal with a tipsy mom right now. Graphia simply nodded in James' direction. Then, she prepared another cup of tea for Leona. Without adding any whiskey, she placed it on the table in front of her. Seriously? Leona asked incredulously. Whose side are you on, Graphia? The side that creates the least chaos. Graphia replied without changing her expression. Like that, they continued chatting and drinking tea. Meanwhile, Seraphal fell asleep in James' lap. Naturally, James and Sona felt helpless about it. But Seraphal's grip on James' shirt was so strong that there was no way to separate her from him without destroying his shirt. It looks like that last chapter seriously traumatized her. Leona said, sitting next to James and Seraphal after she felt she had had enough tea. Well, I guess I can see how it would send her over the edge. Most people would thank me for helping them break through. James said with a wry smile. But I get the feeling Saratan is gonna hold this against me for the rest of my life. Well, you did bastardize the thing she loves the most in this world. Sona said, sitting on the other side of James and Seraphal. The thing she loves second most in the world. James corrected with a smile. Everyone knows she loves you more than anything else in this world. Are you sure about that? Sona asked, glancing suspiciously at Seraphal who was sleeping in James' lap. In response, James rolled his eyes. Thump. Then he flicked Sona on the forehead. Ouch. Sona exclaimed while covering her forehead with her hands. What was that for? For saying something stupid. James said nonchalantly. Don't pretend that there is anything that Seraphal could ever love more than you. Sona lowered her head. Then, she glanced at James with a pair of upturned eyes. She may end up loving you more than she loves me, though. Sona muttered. In response, James raised an eyebrow. Then, he smiled mischievously. Wanna put that theory to the test? James asked. How? Sona asked curiously. Repeat these words in an aggrieved tone. James said before he leaned over and whispered in Sona's ear. After a few moments, Sona looked at James skeptically. Seriously? Sona asked in disbelief. Seriously? James replied with a nod. Right now? Sona asked in the same tone. Right now? James replied with a nod, also in the same tone. Sona then took a deep breath and looked at James skeptically once more. Then, she spoke. "Wani-chan, James is bullying me," Sona said in a tone so sad that everyone thought she would start crying at any moment. Immediately after Sona's voice fell, Serafal opened her eyes. Then, she began taking on her super devil form. And in the next instant, she was shaking James by his collar. "James, you bastard!" Serafal shouted. "What did you do to my Sotan? Your answer will determine how many limbs I freeze." See. Sona. I told you so. James struggled to say through all the shaking. "Ah. Sotan, what is he talking about?" Serafal asked while continuing to shake James. "It's nothing," Sona said with a blush. "Just let him go." "But he was bullying you, wasn't he?" Serafal asked in a confused tone. "No, he wasn't," Sona said. "Just let him go." As Sona ordered, Serafal let go of James' collar. Then, she glanced between James and Sona. A moment later, Serafal's eyes teared up. Then, she hugged Sona and began to wail loudly. "Sotan, James killed Mommy-chan." Serafal shouted with tears flowing from her eyes. "You should cancel the engagement. You shouldn't marry such a cruel man." "See, Sona?" James asked with a smile. "It's obvious that you are the most important thing in Saratan's life." Hearing that, Sona lowered her head in an attempt to hide the blush that was creeping up on her cheeks. However, while Sona was embarrassed, Serafal was shocked. "Sotan, why would you ever doubt that you're the most important to me?" Serafal asked while holding Sona by her face and looking her in the eyes. Sona hesitated for a few moments. She was even more embarrassed to answer her sister's question, especially since they were not alone. But she eventually gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. "I was afraid," Sona said quietly. "Afraid? Afraid of what?" Serafal asked in confusion. "I was afraid that you were starting to like James more than you like me," Sona said, lowering her head again with her entire face and neck red from an intense blush. Serafal was stunned into silence when she heard what Sona had to say. Then, she glanced at James and had to admit to herself that her feelings about James had been changing from those a girl would feel for a naughty little brother into something a woman would feel for a man they fancied. And she knew exactly when that change started as well. It was when she barged in on James and Sona during their first time sleeping together. However, even if that were true, her answer to Sona's doubts had already been decided. "I'll admit, I do like James," Serafal said in a much more mature tone than she usually spoke in. "In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say I love him." Hearing that, Sona gritted her teeth and tears began to well up in her eyes. But Serafal was not done yet. "But if being with James meant placing him above you in my heart, then I would leave him alone without hesitation. Sotan, you mean everything to me. You've made me so proud. You've grown up to be so strong and smart. And I'm sure that in a few years, you'll surpass me. And I'm so happy about that." Although she was surprised to hear Serafal speak those words aloud, Sona expected things to be this way deep inside. But since she had always felt inferior to her sister, especially since Serafal was so strong, beautiful, and all around amazing in her opinion. And when she found out that she would be the next head of the Citri house, the pressure she placed on herself to live up to her sister's reputation weighed more on her than she realized. After hearing Serafal's opinion about her and James, Sona's tears fell in torrents, and she cried into Serafal's chest while hugging her tightly. Serafal, surprised to see her sister's tears, could only hug her back while smiling gently and rubbing her head and back. At the same time, James stood up quickly when Sona started crying. Then, he picked up his mother, who was sitting next to him, and threw her over his shoulder. An instant later, he, Flash, stepped out of the living room. "James, what are you doing?" Leona asked in confusion. "I'm taking you away, Mom," James said in a hurry. "No matter what, I'm not letting you ruin their moment." "But James, I could see a field of forbidden lilies blooming behind them," Leona shouted as James distanced them from the living room. Chapter 284, Reunion in Wales. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Another few days passed after Sona and Serafal got closer. In fact, if it wasn't for her duties as a Satan, everyone who was present that day knew that Serafal would have suggested moving into James' house directly. Luckily, Serafal had her duties to worry about. Otherwise, after her confession, James knew that both he and Sona would have been smothered by Serafal at all times. After school, that Wednesday, James was sitting in his art studio trying to decide what he would draw next. While he was sitting at his desk in contemplation. "Knock, knock. Come in," James said, not looking away from his drawing pad. Entering through the door was Irene. When James saw her face, he was surprised by the expression she was wearing. For the first time since he met her, Irene looked apprehensive. Irene, is something wrong? James asked, putting his pencil down on the desk. Well. Irene stammered as she approached James. Then, when she took a seat near him, she let out a loud sigh. I want to go and see my daughter. Okay. James replied with a nod without changing his facial expression. That's it? Irene asked, caught off guard by James' nonchalance. Did you think I'd make it hard for you or something? James asked with an odd expression on his face. I mean, the reason you decided to join my peerage was so that you could stop being a dragon. Then, you could find your daughter and tell her the truth, right? That's true, but... Irene said, not sure why she was so nervous in the first place anymore. Then, what reason do I have to stop you? James asked with a smile. In response, Irene fell silent. She did not have the words or reasons to answer James' question. So, she took a deep breath. After releasing it, she looked into James' eyes and spoke. Thank you, James. Irene said sincerely. Don't worry about it. James replied, waving dismissively. So, when are you going? Since Scathatch won't be here much until next week, I'd like to know. I planned on going Friday evening. Irene replied. And I was hoping that you would come with me. Huh? James exclaimed in confusion. You want me to come with you? Isn't that an important meeting for you? It is. But I'm scared of how she'll react. Irene said meekly with a slight blush on her face. Damn, the gap between her usual confident appearance and her meek appearance is too much. James said internally with breathing speeding up slightly. I don't mind, but is it really okay? James asked, trying to move past the thoughts of Irene's meek and shy appearance. It's fine. Irene replied. Besides, with you there, it will be easier to explain things about becoming a devil. Hopefully, she won't hate me because of this, though. You have to stop being so pessimistic, Irene. James said with a wry smile. By the way, you haven't told me where we'll be going. Where is she, anyway? Well, she's in Human World, United Kingdom, Wales, Monmouthshire. Friday afternoon, at around 2 p.m. in a castle on the outskirts of Monmouthshire, Wales, a scarlet-haired beauty entered the Pendragon clan's training field. She stood at 5 feet 9 inches, 1.75 meters, with long straight hair that reached her lower back, brown eyes, and fair skin. She wore a seemingly custom-made silver armor that covered her torso and arms, diamond-shaped silver earrings, a blue skirt, and black boots. In her hand, she carried a long sword. At that moment, she was ready to begin her afternoon sword training. However, just as she lined up with a training dummy, she was interrupted. Miss Urza. A servant shouted from the entrance of the training ground. Lord Uther has requested your presence in the reception room. Frowning slightly, as she did not like having her training interrupted, Urza quickly relaxed her expression. Uther Pendragon, the head of the Pendragon clan, has done a lot for her ever since he adopted her into the Pendragon clan. Although she was unsure why she had been abandoned, Uther had assured her that her mother truly cared for her. He also promised that he would tell her about her mother, one day. Understood, I'll be there shortly. Urza said before turning away from the training dummy. After that, Urza exited the training ground, even though she had not been there for more than 3 minutes. As she walked through the Pendragon castle, the long sword in her hand disappeared in a flash of light. This flash represented Urza's magic, Requip. This, Requip magic, allows Urza to store armor, weapons, and clothing. Like her sword, Urza was also covered in a flash of light as she walked. When the light dimmed, instead of her armor, her torso and arms were covered in a white, long-sleeved blouse with a blue ribbon tied around her collar. Also, her black boots were swapped for a pair of black knee-high socks and brown loafers. With Urza's armor unequipped, Urza's slender yet voluptuous figure caused every male in the castle's halls to take a second look at her as she passed by. However, it seemed that Urza was completely uninterested in the gazes of those men and teenage boys. Ever since Arthur ran away, there is no one here that can push me hard enough for my swordsmanship to improve. Urza thought to herself. Maybe it's time that I left the castle on a journey of self-improvement. Although it is true that Arthur Pendragon, the heir of the Pendragon house, was the only one in the castle who was a match for Urza with a sword, that statement only applied to swordsmen in their age group. Urza had completely neglected Uther's presence, who was an even better swordsman than Arthur. At least, that's what the stories say. While thinking about where she should go and what she should do on her journey, Urza eventually reached the reception room. Then, she knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Lord Uther, I, Urza Scarlet, have arrived. Urza said, announcing herself. Come in, Uther Pendragon's voice replied from the other side of the door. Not wasting any time, Urza immediately pushed the door open. She wanted to talk about her journey of self-improvement with Uther, so the faster she handled the business she was called in for, the faster she could discuss leaving the Pendragon castle. However, when she entered the room, her thoughts came to a halt. In the room were Uther Pendragon, a good-looking middle-aged man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and facial features similar to his son, Arthur Pendragon's. Sitting across from Uther were a man and a woman who drew Urza's attention much more than Uther did. Both of them had auras much more powerful than any she had ever felt before. On top of that, the woman's features were extremely similar to her own. The same scarlet hair and brown eyes. And her facial features were just like Urza's, only more mature. Then there was the young man, who seemed to be the same age as her or even a bit younger. Yet his aura was the strongest in the room. On top of that, he was one of the most handsome men she had ever seen, plus, she could tell he was also a powerful swordsman. While Urza examined the new faces with her eyes, the newcomers, James and Irene, did the same. While James was interested in her level of skill with a sword, Irene was fighting back her tears. It had been 19 years since she left Urza with the Pendragon house, and she had not seen her since. "Urza, have a seat," Uther said calmly. Then, he waited until Urza was seated before speaking again. "I'd like to introduce you to our guests. First, this is Lord James Sataniel, the newest of the 5 great Satans." As a member of a prestigious family of mages and knights, even if an adopted member, Urza was knowledgeable about the important members of all the realms. So, she knew of James. Especially since his name had been quite loud in the supernatural world for the last half a year or so. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Sataniel," Urza said while bowing her head politely. "I've heard a lot about his skill with a sword. I wonder if he'd be willing to spar with me," Urza thought as she introduced herself. "It's nice to meet you as well, Urza Scarlet," James replied with a smile. "You're really quite impressive. You're only the 4th human I've met who could reach the ultimate rank before the age of 20. "Thank you for the praise," Urza said with a small smile on her face. "And this lady is Lord Sataniel's Queen, Irene Belzarian," Uther said, gesturing toward Irene. And before Uther could finish introducing Irene, Irene broke down in tears. Then, she reached forward and grasped Urza's hands in her own. "My Urza. My daughter. I'm sorry," Irene said between sobs. "I'm so sorry. But I was afraid. Afraid of what I might do. You are my mother," Urza asked with shock in her tone. Noticing that Irene and Urza would need some time to talk, James and Uther made eye contact before they both stood from their seats and quietly exited the room. Once the door closed, Urza snapped out of her daze. When she looked around the room, all she could see was Irene, who was holding her hands with her head lowered and tears running down her face. Both James and Uther were gone. Realizing that they gave her a chance to talk with her estranged mother alone, Urza took a deep breath to calm herself down as much as she could. "Are you really my mother?" Urza asked in as calm a tone as she could. Although she already knew the answer to that question, it was something she could feel as soon as she saw Irene, after all. Urza wanted to hear the confirmation from Irene's mouth. "Yes," Irene replied, still with her head down. "Please, tell me. Why did you leave me here all those years ago?" Urza asked in an agitated tone. Hearing Urza's question, Irene shook for a moment. Though she was terrified that Urza would hate her if she knew the truth, she also knew that Urza deserved to know. So, like Urza had done before, Irene took a deep breath to calm herself. Then, she produced a handkerchief to wipe her tears. When she was ready, she looked Urza in her eyes. "Before I begin, are you aware of the Dragon Festival?" Irene asked. "Yes, a war between humans and dragons that took place 400 years ago," Urza replied. "That's right," Irene replied with a nod. "Back during the Dragon Festival, I was the queen of a country named Dragnov. A country that no longer exists." From there, Irene went on to explain that in her country, there were many dragons who believed in coexistence with the humans. And one of them decided to teach Irene the magic of the dragons, Dragon Slayer magic, so that she could protect her kingdom during the Dragon Festival. During that time, Irene took a husband, a general of a neighboring country, to end a territory dispute. And shortly after they were married, Irene became pregnant with Urza. This naturally surprised Urza, who was only 19 years old. However, Irene's story was not done. Shortly after conceiving Urza, it was also discovered that prolonged use of Dragon Slayer magic would turn the human who used it into a dragon. And Irene was no exception. When Irene found out that she was turning into a dragon, she told her husband. But to her surprise, her husband had her captured and thrown in prison. Then, he spread that Irene had been a dragon, all along, throughout the kingdom, turning her citizens against her. After that, Irene's throne was usurped by her husband, while Irene was imprisoned and subjected to torture for 3 years. Eventually, when Irene could no longer take it, she fully transformed into a dragon and broke out of the prison, destroying her own country as she left Dragnov. However, there was still one thing that she did not know what to do about. And that was her pregnancy, which she had somehow been able to halt while she was imprisoned. At that point, she had grown to hate humans. And she knew that if she had given birth to her child, the chances that she would kill the child were extremely high. So, without coming up with a viable solution, Irene decided to keep the fetus in stasis. Then, over the centuries, she grew stronger as a dragon. Eventually, she even rivaled Dragon King in power. Over that time, she had even put down her hatred of humans. However, she had wished to become human again, as well. And when she remembered the child in her womb, she began scheming something nefarious. She thought of transferring her own soul into the body of her unborn child once she gave birth. Eventually, that day came. Irene gave birth to Urza. However, before she could perform the ritual to transfer her soul into the child, she saw Urza's clear, beautiful brown eyes. At that moment, she knew that what she was about to do would change her forever. She knew that she would lose the last of her humanity. But at the same time, Irene still had the desire to go through with the ritual. Eventually, Irene made up her mind. Shapeshifted into her human form, she approached the Pendragon castle and demanded to see the current head of the family, Uther Pendragon, while flaring her draconic aura wildly. Naturally, this caused Uther to come running, fearing that his Pendragon clan would be destroyed. When Uther arrived, Irene forced him to take in Urza, saying that she would return for her one day. Then, she left without giving Uther the time to say anything about the matter. By the time Irene was done with her story, tears were falling from her eyes again. "I don't expect you to forgive me," Irene said while crying. "But I want you to know I'm sorry. I'm sorry for abandoning you for all these years." While Irene cried and apologized profusely, Urza's eyes were also starting to mist over. Then, she took a deep breath and spoke one word that grabbed Irene's attention. "Mother," Urza said with a breathtaking smile on her face. Irene raised her face immediately and saw the smile on her daughter's face. "Thank you," Urza said with tears falling from her eyes as well. "Thank you for giving me the chance to live." Unable to take it anymore, Irene lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Urza. While the mother and daughter embraced, they both cried in happiness. Irene, happy that she could tell Urza the truth. And Urza, happy that her mother did truly care for her. Chapter 285, Sparring with Uther Pendragon. Human World, United Kingdom, Wales, Monmouthshire. Just after leaving the reception room, James and Uther made eye contact. Then, Uther gestured down the hallway and began walking shortly afterward. Naturally, James followed him. So, Uther began to speak, not really sure how to start the topic that was on his mind. "I'm almost sure I know what you want to say, Lord Uther," James said with a smile. *I** with the gap in power between us, it feels awkward to hear you call me, Lord Uther. Uther said with a wry smile. "But since you're probably right, have you run into my son?" "Not only your son, but your daughter as well," James replied. *I** if possible, could you not kill them if you come into conflict with each other?" Uther asked. James, though he did not stop walking, looked at Uther in surprise. "You know, I thought your information network would be better," James said with a wry smile. Hearing James' words, and seeing his expression, Uther's face paled rapidly. Then, the light in his eyes dimmed and an expression of sadness covered his face. And at that moment, Uther looked as if he had aged by a decade in less than a second. "You're jumping to conclusions," James said, maintaining his wry smile after seeing Uther's expression. "I didn't kill them. In fact, there is no reason for us to fight anymore." Uther's expression changed rapidly once again. Life returned to his eyes, he looked younger, and he smiled happily. "This old man is very expressive for a clan head," James thought to himself, amused by the vibrancy of Uther's facial expressions. "Does that mean they are no longer part of the Cows Brigade?" Uther asked in a hopeful tone. "That's right," James replied with a nod and a smile. "For all intents and purposes, the Cows Brigade no longer exists. Since the Hero faction and the Old Satan faction have both been destroyed." "I've heard the news," Uther replied with a nod. "But I haven't heard that the whole Cows Brigade was destroyed." As they chatted, Uther led James toward the training field that Urza had gone to earlier. "Well, before I finished off the last of the Hero faction and the Old Satan faction, they betrayed Ophis, the Cows Brigade's backer," James said with a shrug. "Before that, though, Valley, the leader of Arthur's team had asked me to watch over her because he was expecting something like that." "I see," Uther said. "But why would you have to look after someone as powerful as the infinite dragon god?" "Because she's too powerful," James said with another shrug. "With all that power, she doesn't see anyone as a threat." Therefore, she didn't even try to defend herself when she was attacked. So, without me, she would have fallen prey to their schemes. I guess that makes sense. Uther said with a nod. Just then, Uther had led James to the entrance of the training field. When James noticed, he raised an eyebrow. Were you hoping for a spar? James asked with a smile. I've heard many stories of your skill with a sword, Lord Sataniel. Uther said with a solemn expression. I'd like to experience it for myself, if you don't mind. Not at all. James replied. I'll even try to limit my power at the intermediate level of the ultimate rank, the same as yours. Thank you. Uther said while walking over to a weapon rack. Unfortunately, I don't have the weapon I am most familiar with. I passed it down to my son. I understand. James replied, materializing a training katana and sheath on his left hip. A moment later, Uther and James stood across from each other. Uther held his sword in both hands with its tip aimed between James' eyebrows. Meanwhile, James was standing in an Iaido stance. Once they were both ready, Uther stepped forward quickly, thrusting his sword toward James' throat. In response, James simply tilted his head and neck out of the sword's path. Uther then quickly retracted his sword and slashed diagonally from James' left shoulder to his right hip. Once again, James dodged the slash with little movement. While Uther was once again retracting his sword, James swung the katana on his hip upward from Uther's right thigh toward his shoulder, without unsheathing the blade. Reacting quickly, Uther blocked the strike. However, as soon as the sheath made contact with the sword, James unsheathed the katana, aiming for Uther's chest. With his eyes wide open, Uther leaned backward, arching his back, just fast enough to avoid the slash to the chest. Although they were both using training weapons, not only would that strike have been extremely painful, it would also have lost him the spar, had he been hit. Releasing the sheath in his left hand, James raised his left hand to the katana's hilt while reversing the blade. Then, he slashed downward at Uther, whose balance had been disrupted by the quick dodge. Instead of trying to right his posture, Uther chose to fall backward to the ground, once again narrowly avoiding James' strike. Then, he kicked off the ground and bounded backward and away from James before taking his stance again. As he was once again in a proper stance, James was already rushing toward him. This time, James led with a thrust, aimed at Uther's chest. Uther easily parried the strike downward. Then, because he was using a double-edged sword, he slashed upward towards James' chin without having to adjust his grip on the sword's hilt. James, following the momentum of his parried blade, stepped away from Uther's slash and returned one of his own. From then on, for the next 5 minutes, James and Uther exchanged innumerable slashes, thrusts, parries, blocks, and dodges. Throughout those 5 minutes, there were several times the match was almost decided. However, neither of the swordsmen were able to land a decisive blow. As the high-speed sword fight continued, Irene and Urza had finished their heart-to-heart. After they were done, they left the reception room and made their way toward James and Uther's auras, which were flaring somewhere in the castle. When they found them, Urza was mesmerized by the high-level swordsmanship James and Uther had put on display. While Urza's eyes were immediately captured by the spar, Irene looked at her daughter with a smile. Under that serious and strict personality, it looks like she enjoys a good fight. Irene thought to herself. I bet she's a bit of a troublemaker, too. Even if it's mostly unintentional. You know, if you come back with us, there will be a lot of people for you to spar against. Irene said with a smile. In Urza's ears, Irene's words sounded like the whispers of a devil, which they were. But since Urza was considering leaving the Pendragon Castle, anyway, she was very inclined to agree. Then, while they watched the spar, Irene told Urza about all the people she could spar with at James' estate. A holy demonic sword wielder, the wielder of Durandal, the wielder of Gibalg, several fist fighters and magic users, too. Urza thought excitedly. On top of that, Master Scathatch is in charge of everyone's training. Irene said, putting the icing on top of her persuasion. With that, Urza's thought ground to a halt for a moment. Scathatch was the idol of any girl or woman whose goal was to become a warrior. You mean, Scathatch, the immortal witch? Urza asked. But wasn't she bound to the land of shadows a millennium ago? Well, she is James' queen, now. Irene replied with a shrug and a smile. So, what do you think? And what does that say about James? Since the only way for the Geas to end was for Scathatch to die. In an instant, Urza realized that meant that James was able to defeat Scathatch in combat. However, an instant later, she looked at her mother skeptically. Aren't you Lord Sataniel's queen? Urza asked with confusion in her tone. Well, James is a little special. Irene said with a smile. He actually has 2 peerages under his command. I'm the queen of his second peerage. Urza had heard of the evil peace system the devils used, but from what she knew, each devil could only have 1 peerage. But if what her mother said were true, Urza may be able to spend enough time with Irene to make up for the 400 years she spent alone. If what you say is true, does that mean Lord Sataniel can still accept more into his peerage? Urza asked while she never took her eyes off the spar between James and Uther. Hearing Urza's question, Irene smiled. By mentioning the others in James' mansion and telling her that he has a second peerage, Irene had been leading Urza to ask that question. Like Urza, Irene also wanted to make up for lost time with her daughter. And in her mind, the best way to do that was to spend as much time together as possible. And once again, the best way to do that was for both of them to join the same family. When I put it like that, it feels like I'm offering both myself and my daughter up as a combination dish. Irene thought to herself with a slight frown. For some reason, the term Oyakodon popped up in Irene's head. But since she did not know what that word meant, she quickly shook the thought out of her head. Meanwhile, James and Uther's spar was reaching its climax. James, performing a side flip, avoiding another one of Uther's slashes. While he was suspended in the air, James' left hand flashed toward the ground and picked up his sheath. When James landed on his feet again, his katana was back in its sheath while his sheath was on his left hip. As Uther's next slash bore down on him, James unsheathed his katana, parrying Uther's sword away. Then, with his left hand, he swung the sheath, stopping it just before it struck Uther in the throat. At that moment, both James and Uther froze. Then, Uther exhaled a long sigh. I lost. Uther said with a smile. But I haven't had a match like that in at least a decade. Thank you, Lord Sataniel. No, I should be thanking you, Lord Uther. James said, removing the sheath from Uther's throat. I rarely fight with pure swordsmanship. So, I feel as though I've improved quite a bit. Though Master would probably scold me for not using everything I have. Your Master? Uther asked curiously. May I ask who that might be? The Queen of Dun Scaith, Scathatch. James said nonchalantly. Uther's jaw dropped in surprise. Instead of questioning how Scathatch was able to get away from the land of shadows, Uther closed his mouth, then looked at James and smiled. I guess my loss is justified. Especially if you were trained by one of the greatest trainers of heroes in history. Uther said. At that moment, Irene and Urza approached the two. When James and Uther saw the expressions the mother-daughter pair were wearing, they had different reactions. James looked at Irene questioningly, causing Irene's smile to broaden. Meanwhile, Uther sighed again, knowing that he was going to lose another promising member of the younger generation. And this time, there was really nothing he could say or do about it. Lord Uther. Urza said after she and Irene stopped walking. Then, she bowed her head. I would like to leave with my mother. I believe I would be able to further my training if I went with her. Plus, we have a lot of lost time to make up for. When she entrusted you to me all those years ago, she told me that she would be coming back for you someday. Uther said with a reluctant smile on his face. So, I've been prepared for this day. Go forth, Urza. And never stop improving. You are one of the most talented swordswomen I've ever met. Thank you, Lord Uther. Urza said before raising her head and smiling at Uther. I can never thank you enough for all you've done for me over these years. Just live well. Uther said with a smile. That is the best way for you to thank me. I need to thank you, as well, Uther. Irene said with a smile. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. I'll find a way to repay you, trust me. Think nothing of it. Uther replied, waving dismissively. Then, he looked at James once again. Lord Sataniel, is there a chance that you will see Arthur sometime in the future? Yeah, I'm supposed to see him tomorrow. James replied. Why? What's up? If that's the case, could I ask you to bring someone with you when you leave? Uther asked. Chapter 286, back with a guest and a new resident. Human World, Japan, Kōō. In the living room of the Alaverus estate, a few of the mansion's residents were sitting in the living room, huddled up on the sofas, and watching a horror movie. Though they couldn't easily be scared by supernatural things, they all enjoyed the jump scares. On the sofa, from right to left, were Venelana, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, Aquino, Sona, and Rias. The rest of the residents were in their rooms, having decided to rest early because they would go with James to see Team DxD's new base of operations in the morning. Just as another jump scare was coming on the TV screen, the light of a magic circle appeared in the corner of the room, behind the group of girls and women. Since the magic circle was behind them, they naturally did not notice its appearance since they were so invested in the movie. I'm back. James said energetically after the teleportation was finished. Kia. All the girls screamed in surprise. A moment later, they all turned their heads back to the sound of the voice in a mechanical manner. Naturally, James got a kick out of their reactions and wore a bright smile on his face. When most of the girls, namely the younger ones, saw James' expression, they gritted their teeth in annoyance. Meanwhile, Leona was sitting in place thinking how she could get him back for scaring her in the future. The one with the biggest difference in reaction, however, was Vanillana, who immediately jumped up, hopped over the back of the sofa, and flung herself into James' arms. "Welcome back, darling," Vanillana said with a happy smile on her face while hugging James tightly. Seeing everyone's reaction, Irene chuckled. However, when she saw Vanillana rushing to hug James, she knew that there would be some trouble coming soon. Meanwhile, Urza scanned the room and took note of the women sitting on the sofa. She was a little surprised after seeing two women with near-identical features, excluding the hair and eye colors. Then, when she saw Vanillana hugging James, she thought that this flaxen-haired woman must be his significant other. Unfortunately, that notion would be turned on its head soon enough. "Mother, what are you doing to my fiancé?" Rias shouted before rushing toward James and Vanillana to pull them apart. Urza's eyes opened wide when she heard that the flaxen-haired woman was the crimson-haired woman's mother. But the fact that the flaxen-haired woman was nuzzling herself on James, her daughter's fiancé, made her jaw drop. "What's the big deal, Rias?" Vanillana asked in a playful tone. "I told you I was going to pursue him, too. Besides, you don't get this angry when his other girlfriends get intimate with him. Do you hate your mother so much?" By the end of her last question, Vanillana's expression had changed into one of bitterness where tears could fall at any second. Rias, on the other hand, was gritting her teeth in annoyance while she continued to try and pull Vanillana off of James' chest. At the same time, Urza's expression had morphed into a frown. James having a lover did not bother her in the slightest. In fact, with his status, it made sense. However, seeing a pair of mother and daughter fighting over him and hearing that he had multiple girlfriends was more than she could take. "You shameless cur," Urza said with righteous indignation while, requipping, a long sword and pointing it at James. "Did you only allow me to follow you back to your mansion so that you could have another mother-daughter pair fighting for your affection? And what is the meaning of having girlfriends? Are you trying to complete some kind of collection? What kind of men are you?" After Urza's outburst, the room fell silent. At the same time, everyone looked at Urza strangely. Meanwhile, Irene could not help but facepalm. Ever since she cleared the air with her daughter and decided to have her follow her back home, she felt like she had forgotten to explain something to her straight-laced daughter. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she could not figure out what it was, until now. "Urza, I think you need to calm down," Irene said in a tired tone. "Things aren't as you imagine." "So, he has tricked you just as he has with the other women, mother," Urza said, not listening to what her mother was trying to say. "Then, for the sake of the women of the world, I will put him down." Without waiting for any more explanations, Urza sprung forward and swung her sword at James with extreme prejudice. Seeing the incoming sword, James sighed in exasperation. Then, he calmly separated Vanillana from himself and raised his right arm. Ting! Then, James clamped his index and middle finger around Urza's blade, stopping its momentum completely. Naturally, Urza was completely dumbfounded by this feat then, she looked between James' fingers and her sword with disbelief in her eyes. "I think you may be misunderstanding something, Urza," James said nonchalantly. "Though I may be a half-devil, I'm still a member of Devil Society. So, the rule of monogamy that you're so familiar with, does not apply to me. Second, I never tricked anyone. Everyone who I've started a relationship with knows that I had at least one other woman when they decided to join my harem. Third, I am not in a relationship with your mother. And last, but certainly not least, you are way too weak to challenge me in frontal combat like that." When James said that he was not in a relationship with her, Irene's eyebrow twitched. Even though she knew what James said was true, since she had never shown any intention of changing that, it bothered her how cleanly he explained it. Luckily, no one, except James, who was thoroughly surprised by that little twitch, had noticed it. In fact, ever since she had been betrayed by her ex-husband, 400 years ago, she had never even considered being with a man again. If James had not reincarnated her as a devil, giving her the chance to see her daughter again, she would have never even felt anything for James, either. Meanwhile, with her sword caught in James' grip, Urza did not know what to do. She knew what James said about her being too weak to do anything to him was correct, even if it annoyed her to admit it. On top of that, she had forgotten that James was not human when she heard about his multiple women, so she was also quite embarrassed. Eventually, Urza used her requip to store her sword away. Then, she lowered her head. "You're right, James," Urza said sincerely after she broke out of her stupor. "I jumped to conclusions and did something unforgivable. Please, I beg you to hit me as recompense." Once again, everyone looked at Urza strangely, and Irene facepalmed for the second time. "James, is this girl all right in the head?" Rias whispered after approaching and snuggling up to James' left side. ***, there's nothing wrong with her." James whispered back in an exasperated tone. She grew up among a clan of knights. And it appears that she's absorbed too many of their doctrines. Rias nodded in response. Then, she frowned as she noticed Vanillana trying to snuggle up to James' other side. So, her arm shot out in an attempt to keep her mother from hugging James again. Ah, Rias, you're so stingy. Vanillana whined in a playful manner. While the mother and daughter argued, James could only look at them with a wry smile. Then, he turned his attention to Urza, who was still standing still with her head lowered and waiting for her punishment. Raise your head, Urza Scarlet. James said calmly. I won't hit you for what you've done. You clearly did it because of the difference in culture. But I do think that you should try using your head before you attack someone like that. If it weren't because I'm much stronger than you, not only would you have seriously wounded me, but you would have wounded Auntie Vanillana, as well. Darling. Vanillana whined. How many times have I told you to just call me Vanillana? Or just Lana would be fine, too. Ignoring Vanillana, James watched as Urza raised her head with an embarrassed blush on her face. Then, Urza looked at Vanillana, who was playfully fighting with Rias and trying to get James to drop the auntie when he referred to her. She then bowed her head again. Miss Vanillana, please accept my apology. Urza said sincerely. Because of my reckless actions, I put you in harm's way. You may hit me as recompense. Simultaneously, everyone in the room let out a sigh. Ahem. James cleared his throat to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. Anyway, this is Urza Scarlet, Irene's daughter. Everyone, try to get along with her. Hearing the introduction, everyone nodded. However, James was not done. While all the ladies were nodding in agreement, James looked at his mother sharply. And Mom, don't prank her. James said sternly. Me. Leona said with an innocent expression on her face. I would never. Immediately, everyone rolled their eyes at the act Leona was putting on. However, James kept looking at her sternly. On top of that, the look in his eyes was telling her, I'm trying to get her to join my second peerage. If you mess this up for me, a prank where the likes that no one has ever seen will begin. TCH. Fine. Leona said with some bitterness in her tone. She then crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her head away before speaking again. I'll be good, for now. After getting his mother's confirmation, James smiled brightly. Then, he looked at Urza, whose head was still lowered, once again. Urza, raise your head. James said again. Since no one was hurt, everything is fine. Like I said before, think more before you act, and there should be no issue. With that, Urza raised her head. Then, she nodded in James' direction. James, who is the other girl? Mocha asked, pointing out the final person who returned with James, as soon as that debacle was over. When everyone looked in the direction Mocha pointed, they saw an elegant young lady, appearing to be in her early 20s, with black hair, green eyes, beautiful facial features, and the air of a proper young lady wearing a maid uniform. You got us another one? Mizor asked exasperatedly. Aren't Grafiosan and Zestsan enough? Oh, this is Elaine Westcott. James said, introducing the black-haired girl. And she won't be a maid here. I was asked to take her to see Arthur. She's the reason he ran away from home, after all. Hearing that and seeing the teasing smile on James' lips, Elaine's expression did not change. However, the slightest shade of red did appear on her cheeks. Lord Sataniel, I would think that teasing a maid, such as myself, would seem to be an act that is below your station. Elaine said calmly. Ignoring Elaine's rebuttal, everyone was curious to know what James meant. So, as to not keep everyone in suspense, James also ignored Elaine's rebuttal and explained what he meant. Well, it's true that Arthur ran away because he was afraid something would happen to you because he had feelings for you, right? James asked with an innocent expression on his face. I mean, that's what Lord Uther told me. Elaine's blush deepened as James explained her situation with Arthur. Meanwhile, all the younger girls began to squeal in excitement. Then, they all gathered around the British maid and pulled her into the elevator, no doubt to get more information about the situation from her. Once the elevator doors closed, James turned his attention to Irene. Irene, there should be an empty room next to yours, right? James asked with a smile. That's right. Irene replied with a nod. Then, why don't you show Urza to that room? James said. That will be her room from now on. Okay. Irene said with a smile. Come on, Urza. Let me show you to your room. Just a moment, mother. Urza said. Then, she looked in James' direction. Will I be allowed to join your peerage, as my mother has? Hearing Urza's question, James' smile was replaced by a solemn expression. Though I'm flattered that you want to join my peerage, this is a big decision, Urza. James said in a solemn tone. I would suggest that you take some more time to get to know me. You should determine if I'm a king with dedicating your life to. Take the time to see if the rest of the members of my peerages are people you wouldn't mind calling family. If the answer to those questions is satisfactory, then I wouldn't mind adding you to my second peerage. Nodding in response with a smile on her face, Urza looked at her mother once again. Okay, mother. Urza said happily. Let's go. Like that, Irene led Urza into the elevator. Meanwhile, James, Leona, and Vanillana, who was now clinging to James, were the only ones left in the living room. Sweetie, you need to hurry and get Urza into your peerage. Leona said excitedly. She's gonna be so fun to tease later. ****, you never quit, do you? James replied. And tomorrow, I'll be coming with you to see the new base. Leona said with even more excitement in her tone. Arthur, with his stoic personality, is gonna be fun to mess with, too. James and Vanillana could only shake their heads, feeling pity for Urza and Arthur. Chapter 287, Team DxD's Base. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. Mid-morning of the next day, the residents of the Alaverus estate, minus Scathatch and Evangeline, Dante, Lady, Issei, Asia, Irina, and Genshiru teleported into the middle of a wide-open grassy field. As they looked around, they noticed that there were other terrains such as mountains, forests, rivers, etc. Directly behind where they started, there was a large, 6-story building. Damn, they really went all out with this, huh? James asked as he scanned the surroundings with his eyes and perception. We can train for a fight in any kind of terrain here. There's even a fake cityscape if you go far enough that way. Seriously? Issei asked in amazement. The range of your perception is crazy as ever, James. Aquino said with a smile. How did they put all this together in 2 weeks? Sona asked while looking around this newly created space. Evangeline already answered that question before. Sona said with a shrug. A Juka Beelzebub is a cheat. That Kankara formula is unfair to any other mage. Indeed. Tsubaki said with a nod. It's quite the impressive ability. Being able to break down and analyze magical phenomena in such detail is any mage's desire. Humph. Irene snorted enviously. Then, she turned her attention to James. So, did you forget to get Tatsuya and Miyuki? No, they're having some issues with their aunt. James replied with a shake of his head. Then, with a wry smile on his lips, he continued. She's not exactly happy that the Yotsuba clan heir became a devil. So, what are you gonna do about that? Irene asked curiously. We'll be making a trip to Tokyo after we're done here. James replied with a shrug. She may be their aunt, but that doesn't mean that she can hold my people against their will. Does that mean I'm going with you? Irene asked curiously. Of course. James said with a nod. You're the queen of their peerage, after all. I see. Irene replied as she glanced at Urza, who was talking with the other girls. Don't worry, Irene. James said with a gentle smile. I won't keep you away from Urza too long. Irene could only sigh in response. Although she hated the fact that she could be read so easily, she would never deny that she wanted to spend time with her daughter. Clap. James clapped loudly once his conversation with Irene ended. Hearing that loud and crisp clap, everyone turned their attention toward him, as well. All right, everyone. James said with his voice raised. The others should be here soon, but until then, you can explore the subdimension as you please. After a short cheer and splitting up into smaller groups, most of the crowd took off in different directions. Then, James, Irene, and Elaine were left alone in the spot where they arrived. Then, the trio made their way toward the building that would serve as the office and recreational area for Team DxD. 6 floors, huh? Irene said as she observed the outside of the building. There's a basement, too. James corrected. The basement has a gym and a hot spring bath. I see. Irene replied with a nod and a smile after hearing that there was a hot spring in the basement. When the trio entered the building, they were amazed. They walked into a fully furnished common area. There were TVs, video games, pool tables, a bar, and a fully stocked kitchen visible just after entering through the front door. Whistle the council and the other Satans really went all out when it comes to comfort, huh? James said with an impressed expression on his face. Well, considering that we're gonna be the ones protecting the realms from serious threats, I think it makes sense. Irene replied. True. James said with a nod. Then, the trio began to explore the building. They decided to first go down to the basement and work their way up. And just as James said, there was a gym and a large hot spring pool that had been divided by gender in the basement. On top of that, there was a swimming pool on the side of the gym. This pool? Irene muttered. Yeah. James said with a blank gaze. Although the pool was set up next to the gym, it was decorated for recreation. On top of that, the decorations were so over the top, they did not know what to say. Everything was accented in gold. On top of that, there was a slide, a high dive platform, lap lanes, and other recreational pool activities set up. Let's just continue our tour, James said in a tired tone. Although he spoke in a tone like that, James was absolutely thrilled when he saw the grills and ventilation that was set up off to the side of the pool. Next, James, Irene, and Elaine made their way back up to the ground floor. And as they explored, they noticed that other than the common room, there was an office for both James and Dillio. Plus, using magic, there was quite the wine cellar behind the bar. Well, I'm not complaining, Irene said as she looked at all the expensive wines in the cellar. Just don't get too wasted, James said with a wry smile. You never know when we'll get called into action. Who do you think I am? Irene said with a scoff while resting her left hand on her waist. Someone who got so wasted that I had time to draw on her face with permanent marker, James replied. Irene immediately blushed in both embarrassment and rage when James brought up that incident. Meanwhile, Elaine was curious about the details of that incident, though she had no interest in experiencing it. After that, the trio walked up the stairs to the second floor. From here on, all the floors were more or less the same. The second to sixth floors all had a smaller common area with a kitchenette, a few card tables, and a big screen TV. They also all had a large number of bedrooms, which were all identical in dimension. Though, half of them were inverted in layout. There was one bedroom on each floor that was different, though. On each floor, there was a larger, more luxurious room at the end of each hallway. These were naturally for the leaders of the team. One of the details that the group discussed during their first meeting was who would be the sub-leaders other than Dillio. Although James would be the commander, and Dillio would be the vice-commander, it was agreed that both Valley and Tobio would be sub-leaders of the team since they already lead their own teams. So, James, Dillio, Valley, and Tobio would each get their own special rooms in the base. As for the fifth of the master bedrooms, Azazel had somehow inserted himself into the team as an advisor, claiming that Grigori's presence in the team was too small. That Azazel is one cunning crow, Irene said with a sneer. We all know that he only wants to be on the team so that he can research all the dragon-type, sacred gears. I know, right? James said with a chuckle. But at the same time, no one would debate his words. I mean, a leader-level powerhouse from both heaven and the underworld were part of this team. And other than / dog team, Grigori didn't have a presence in DxD. What about Valley team? Irene asked. Isn't Valley Azazel's adopted son? But Valley betrayed Grigori during the peace conference, James pointed out. So, Valley is technically an independent force. That's true, Irene said. However, before she could say more, both she and James looked in the same direction. Looks like the first group has arrived, James said with a smile. Though, I'm not thrilled about one of their arrivals. With that, James, Irene, and Elaine made their way out of the base. When they arrived near their own arrival point into the subdimension, they saw the / dog team, Azazel, and Barakiel. Yo, Azazel, James shouted as he approached the new arrivals. Hearing James shout, the group turned toward the source of the shout. While most of the group acknowledged James in some way, either with a nod or wave, Barakiel looked at James with discontent in his gaze. Seeing the hostility in Barakiel's gaze, Azazel could only shake his head. I beg you, Barakiel, don't provoke him, Azazel thought to himself. You were in the wrong last time for trying to slap Aquino. On top of that, it was also your fault for not trying to reach out to her in all those years. You didn't have the right to try and be a parent after all that. Father-in-law, why so serious? James asked with a slightly unhinged, yet friendly smile. You should smile more. Do you want me to help you with that? In the next instant, James was standing in front of Barakiel with Sixth Sense and Carnage's tip stuffed into his mouth. However, in a superb show of skill, the sword's edges and tip had not damaged Barakiel in the slightest. With these, I could put a permanent smile on your face, James said with a friendly smile. What do you think? With James' actions, the atmosphere around the group froze. Meanwhile, Barakiel could only look at James with fear. Now, James. I don't think that would be necessary, Azazel said with a smile. Though there was cold sweat running down his back. If Barakiel was smiling all the time, it wouldn't match his image, would it? In response, James stopped to contemplate Azazel's words. Then, after a few moments, he nodded in understanding. James then removed the swords from Barakiel's mouth in a smooth fashion without cutting him in the slightest. That's true, James said, materializing an oiled cloth in his hand. Then, as he began wiping down his swords, he continued with a bright smile on his face. But Barakiel, if you ever raise your hand to one of my women again, even if it is your own daughter, smiling permanently will be the last of your worries. Although Barakiel wanted to get angry and lash out, he simply nodded his head. He knew he was in the wrong for what happened last time he met Aquino. In fact, he had regretted it ever since. However, he had left such a poor impression on both James and Aquino that he doubted he would ever get the chance to apologize to his daughter. Now, father-in-law, you shouldn't look so gloomy," James said before patting Barakiel on the shoulder. "I've prepared quite the surprise for you, after all." James then turned away and began talking to Tobio and the rest of his team as if he hadn't just threatened one of the leaders of Grigori. Although the 5 youths of the /dog team were utterly confused, they still chatted with James in a harmonious manner. Meanwhile, Azazel approached Barakiel and patted his shoulder. "Just look at it this way," Azazel said with a smile. "At least you know he's strong enough to protect Aquino, right? I guess. That's all the positives I can take from this meeting," Barakiel said with depression in his tone. A moment later, while James and Irene chatted with the /dog team, and Azazel tried to console Barakiel, another teleportation circle appeared nearby. When it vanished, 7 people, 4 men and 3 women, appeared. Immediately after they appeared, 2 of the women, Scathatch and Evangeline, approached James. "So, I guess everything is taken care of," James said as Scathatch and Evangeline approached. "Correct," Scathatch replied. "It was more work than I expected to set the devices that stabilize and camouflage this space, though," Evangeline added. "Either way, I'm glad to have you 2 back full-time," James said with a smile. Then, he turned his head to the rest of the new arrivals. "Surzex, Ajuka, Serafal, Issa, it's good to see you again." While Surzex and Ajuka nodded in response, Serafal pouted at James with tear-filled, red eyes. At the same time, Issa could only sigh at his king. Since another chapter of Madoka Magica was released today, James could guess why Serafal was upset, though he chose to ignore her for the moment. Then, he looked at the last visitor. "So, you brought him, huh?" James said with a smile. "That's right," Surzex replied with a nod. "Though I can't imagine what you would need this criminal for." "You'll find out soon," James said with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he turned his attention to the criminal Surzex mentioned. "So, how has prison life been treating you, Yagaki, Masaomi?" Instead of waiting for Masaomi's reply, however, James flared his demonic energy, signaling everyone it was time to stop their explorations. "You're calling everyone back?" Irene asked. "Yeah, the rest of the team should arrive in a few moments," James replied with a smile. Over the next few moments, the groups that the Devil Peerages broke into returned. When Rias' group, which consisted of Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko, returned, however, they saw Barakiel, someone that they would rather not see. "What is he doing here?" Aquino asked with venom in her tone. "Calm down, Aquino," James said, appearing behind Aquino and wrapping his arms around her waist. "I invited him here." "Why would you?" Aquino began to ask before she was interrupted by another teleportation magic circle. When the newest magic circle disappeared, the Valid team appeared. However, there were 3 extra people who arrived with them. And these 3 people caused 4 of those present to freeze in disbelief. Then, the 3 unexpected arrivals shouted happily at the 4 stunned people. Gasper, Masaomi, Aquino, Barakiel. Chapter 288, Reunited. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. Gasper, shouted a beautiful woman, who had all the most beautiful traits of both vampires and humans, with short blonde hair and red eyes, wearing a white sundress and sandals, as she immediately dashed toward the androgynous damper. Masaomi, shouted another beautiful woman with gray hair and eyes wearing a light blue blouse, black skirt, and black shoes while standing in place as she covered her mouth with her hands. Aquino, Barakiel, shouted a third beautiful woman with long black hair tied into a ponytail and light brown eyes wearing a white kimono. She then, like the first woman, sprinted toward the 2 whose names she called out. Valerie. Gasper exclaimed in shock before being tackled to the ground by the excited blonde woman, Valerie Teeps. Valerie Teeps was the former leader of the Teeps faction, in name. She is the possessor of the Longinus, Sephiroth Graal, and the Damper Valley and his team rescued from Romania when they met Rizavim and the evil dragons. Gasper, I'm so glad to see you again, Valerie said excitedly as she rubbed her cheek on Gasper's while they lay together on the ground. Now, we can play dress-up again. Although he was confused, Gasper smiled happily and hugged Valerie just as affectionately. So, she's the reason he ended up like that, huh? Jmaze muttered to himself while watching the interaction between Gasper and Valerie. Meanwhile, Masaomi, after hearing his name, snapped out of his daze. Although he wanted to rush forward and wrap the gray-haired woman that called his name in his embrace, he knew that because he was a prisoner, he did not have the leeway to do so. "You can go, Yagaki Masaomi," Ajuka said in an impassive tone. "This is the reason you were brought here, after all." Masaomi turned his head toward Ajuka in surprise upon hearing his words. Then, he lowered his head sincerely. "Thank you, Lord Beelzebub," Masaomi said with tears beginning to run down his face. "You should thank Lord Sataniel instead," Ajuka said calmly. "He was the one who made this happen." "Yes, I will," Masaomi said as he raised his head. A moment later, Masaomi looked at James, who was still hugging Akino, and nodded gratefully. Then, he dashed toward the woman he had been missing since his resurrection. "Cleria!" Masaomi shouted while running. When he arrived near the gray-haired woman, Cleria Belial, Masaomi immediately wrapped his arms around her waist, picked her up off the ground, and spun with her in place. The whole while, he was smiling and shedding tears of joy. As previously mentioned, Masaomi and Cleria were separated by death because of their respective organizations, the Devil Council and the Church, because their relationship was considered forbidden. But now, since the two organizations were in an alliance, and they had been resurrected, there should be no issues with them being together. Meanwhile, Aquino and Barraquil were also stunned into inaction. However, that did not stop the beautiful mature woman from approaching. As she drew near, James released his arms from around Aquino and gently pushed her toward the woman who was approaching with tears in her eyes. The black-haired, mature woman, Haimji Mashuri, did not hesitate when she was close enough to envelope Aquino in a tight hug. Then, she smiled and cried simultaneously. At the same time, feeling her mother's warm embrace, Aquino also began to cry. She then wrapped her own arms around her mother. While the mother and daughter were hugging and shedding tears, Barraquil stood in place with disbelief swirling in the depth of his eyes. A moment later, James approached and patted him on the shoulder. "Though I'm still not happy about what you tried to do to Aquino back then, I still think it would be better if you joined them instead of just standing here, father-in-law," James said with a smile. Barraquil threw a complicated glance at James. Then, with unsure steps, he walked over to his wife and daughter. Without thinking much, he hugged them both when he was close enough. Although Aquino struggled when she realized that Barraquil was hugging her, his grip did not loosen as tears flowed down his stern face. "I'm actually surprised you encouraged him like that," Azazel said with his usual shit-eating grin on his face. Then, he elbowed James in the side a couple of times and continued, trying to gain some points with the mother-in-law. In response, James only shook his head gently. Then, he turned his head toward today's last reunion. After Valerie, Cleria, and Shuri reunited with the people they wanted to see, Elaine stepped forward and approached the Valet team calmly. At first, no one noticed her approach. But when they did, all the members of the Valet team looked at her curiously. Meaning, Arthur and Lu Fei noticed her as well. "Young master, young miss, it's good to see you are both well," Elaine said as she approached Arthur and Lu Fei. "Elaine," Arthur muttered in a daze as he stared at Elaine. "Big sister Elaine," Lu Fei said happily as she also approached Elaine. When Elaine and Lu Fei were close enough, Lu Fei hugged Elaine without hesitation. Then, with a smile on her face, she held Elaine's hand and pulled her toward Arthur. "Big brother, Elaine is here," Lu Fei exclaimed happily. "How? Why?" Arthur muttered in confusion without taking his eyes off Elaine. "Your father, Lord Uther, asked Lord Sataniel to bring me here so that I could meet you," Elaine replied elegantly. "I was tasked to take care of your daily needs and tend to you and your sister's well-being." Arthur was dumbfounded after hearing what Elaine had to say. "Father? Did?" Arthur asked in a daze. "Yes," Elaine replied with a nod. "As soon as Lord Sataniel informed him that you were no longer part of the Cows Brigade, he gave me this task." While Lu Fei was happy to have Elaine with them, Arthur had no idea what he should say in response to the news. However, he was not given much time to think about it as he was interrupted by another voice that he was familiar with from his time at the Pendragon Castle. "Arthur!" Urza shouted. "So, you really did come. Good, now you won't be able to run away. I challenge you to a duel." Before Arthur could respond to Urza's challenge, Urza was chopped on the top of her head by Irene. "Did the Pendragon House teach you nothing about tact?" Irene asked in irritation. "It looks like I need to go back to Wales and have a nice, long talk with Uther." "Mother, why did you do that?" Urza asked while holding her hands over the spot where she was chopped. "Can't you see that this is not the time for duel challenges?" Irene asked in an exasperated tone. "How would you feel if we were interrupted like that when we were reunited?" Urza immediately understood her folly. She then lowered her head toward Arthur, Lu Fei, and Elaine. "Please accept my apology for my blunder," Urza said sincerely. If you wish, you may strike me as recompense. Immediately, Irene, Arthur, Lu Fei, and Elaine sighed in unison. Big Sister Urza, it's good to see that you haven't changed. Lu Fei said with a wry smile. Smack. Before anyone else could say anything about Urza's actions, a loud slap resounded throughout the area. When everyone looked to the source of the sound, they saw Barakil standing there in front of a crying Aquino and an angry Shuri. So, not only did you not try to help Aquino after I died, but you even raised your hand to hit her when you were clearly in the wrong. Shuri said with the ferocity of a lioness protecting her cubs. It seems we need to have a talk about what it means to be a parent, Barakil. Shuri then stomped toward Barakil and grabbed him by the ear like a naughty child. Then, she looked in James and Azazel's direction. Is there somewhere private where we can talk? Shuri said with an intense gaze. James and Azazel exchanged glances. Then, after communicating with their eyes for a few moments, they both nodded. Then, James snapped his fingers, causing a teleportation magic circle to appear beneath Shuri and Barakil. A moment later, they both vanished with the magic circle. A moment later, Aquino was being comforted by the girls in Ria's peerage. Meanwhile, Azazel looked at James with curiosity. So, where did you send them? Azazel asked. Well, there are 5 master bedroom suites in the base. James said, pointing at the base building over his shoulder with his thumb. And each one is reserved for one of the 4 leaders and our advisor, you. As he spoke, Azazel felt like he didn't like where James was going with this. So, I sent them to one of those master bedroom suites. James continued. And since Barakil is with you, I just decided that room, the one on the 5th floor, will be yours. Hearing that, Azazel's face paled. Then, he grabbed James by the collar. Damn it, James. Azazel shouted. Do you have any idea what those 2 are going to end up doing? Of course. Yup, sure do. James replied. Aquino told me something about her parents' preferences. You don't. How could, Azazel continued before he registered what James said. If you knew, then why did you send them to my room? Because things are probably gonna get pretty kinky in there. James said nonchalantly while removing Azazel's hands from his collar. And you're probably the one who's most into that shit. Azazel wanted to disagree. However, he, and everyone who knew him well enough, knew that would be the lie of the century. So, he settled for glaring at James, instead. I wonder what a black light will show in that room after they're done. James said with a mischievous smile on his face. I hate you. Azazel said in a low tone. I love you too, Azazel. James said with a bright smile. You were always my favorite second favorite teacher at school. Before James could finish teasing Azazel, he felt an intense glare on him. Without even thinking, he knew that it came from Scathatch. He could only imagine the hell he would be put through in training had he finished that sentence. Since, there was no way that Scathatch would accept being anything less than her man's favorite schoolteacher. Anyway, why are the ones from heaven always late? James said in an attempt to change the subject. I'm sure Delio got distracted by something again, right? Humph. You tease me but you're afraid of your own woman, huh? Azazel said disdainfully. Immediately, Scathatch's scolding glare turned from James to Azazel, causing the former Governor-General to shudder uncontrollably and James to snicker quietly. Luckily, before Scathatch could begin ripping into Azazel for his comment, another teleportation circle appeared nearby. When it vanished, the figures of Michael, Gabriel, Dulio, and Griselda appeared in its place. Sorry we're late. Michael said, bowing his head politely. Yes, while I was walking around the human world, I stopped to help some orphan children. Then, I took them to have a good meal. Dulio said with a smile. It took me longer than expected. If this guy wasn't doing something objectively good, I'd have the urge to slap him upside the head. James said in a tired tone. Then, in a much brighter tone, he spoke to the crowd. Well, before we all go exploring the training areas, why don't we all get familiar with the base? We should probably allocate bedrooms, too. Everyone nodded in agreement with James' suggestion. However, before they could all start moving toward the base, they were stopped when Valis shouted at James. After that, we're gonna fight, James. Valis said with confidence while staring at James with fire burning in his eyes. And this time, I'll win. Maybe later. James said, waving off Valis' challenge dismissively. After we allocate rooms, I have to go and pick up 2 members of my peerage. But don't you worry, you'll get that ass kicking you asked for when I get back. With that, the members of DxD and the higher-ups of the Devils and Angels entered the base and began allocating rooms. In the end, James took the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and most of the Devils had rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. While the rest were sprinkled over the 4th and 5th floors. Dulio ended up with the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and Griselda's bedroom was the one closest to Dulio's. Valet took the master suite on the 4th floor while Tobio took the suite on the 6th. While their teams all chose floors on the same floor as their leaders. Chapter 289, Visiting the Yotsuba Clan. The Yotsuba clan, one of the 10 strongest magician families in Japan, not counting the 5 principal clans, is one of the magician community's most secretive clans. Other than their clan head and a few notable members, no one knows much about its other members. No one even knows what their preferred line of magical research is. Because of all the clan's secrets, many people have made it their goal to uncover these secrets. However, over the years, not one has succeeded. This, unfortunately, has led to a lot of clans and organizations losing a lot of their best personnel. And naturally, this led to a lot of enmities being formed against the Yotsuba clan. So, 30+ years ago, in an effort to cripple the Yotsuba clan's next generation, the heir to the family head position at that time, a 12-year-old girl, was kidnapped by a foreign organization. During the time of her kidnapping, that girl was not only subjected to inhumane torture, she was also *****D. By the time she was rescued, at the cost of her father's, the previous head of the Yotsuba clan's, life, that young girl, Yotsuba Maya, was left unable to have children in the future. From then on, it was decided that future heirs of the Yotsuba clan would grow up under a different surname. This generation, the surname chosen was Shiba. And the heir's given name was Miyuki. Miyuki, James' newest bishop, is the daughter of the current Yotsuba clan heads, Yotsuba Maya's deceased elder twin sister, Shiba, formerly Yotsuba, Miya. After going through the trouble of keeping the identity of her heir secret for 16+ years, Yotsuba Maya was less than thrilled when she found out that Miyuki had thrown away her humanity and become a devil. Though she did not mind losing Tatsuya, especially since she feared him as a weapon that could not be completely controlled. Thanks to Tatsuya and Miyuki's mother, Tatsuya had the majority of his emotions stripped from him due to Miya's unique magic. Without going into detail, the parts of Tatsuya's brain that were responsible for emotional responses were converted into extra space that would be used for magical calculations. In turn, he lost the ability to feel strong emotion, leaving only a strong desire to keep Miyuki safe. So, in essence, Tatsuya was left as a double-edged sword for the Yotsuba clan. With his powerful unique magics, disintegration and regeneration combined with the fact that he would point his blade at anyone he deemed a threat to Miyuki's safety, without question, he was nigh impossible to fully control. Either way, after finding out that Tatsuya and Miyuki had been reincarnated as devils, Maya had them imprisoned and all of the Yotsuba clan's resources were shifted to find a way to return them to normal. Human World, Japan, Tokyo. While James and the others were allocating bedrooms in the Team DxD base, Yotsuba Maya, a 45-year-old woman, who did not look a day over 30, full of feminine charm and elegance with raven black hair and facial features that strongly resembled Miyuki's, sat in her private chambers in the Yotsuba clan compound. Those kids really caused a lot of trouble this time. Maya said, still exasperated over the stunt her niece and nephew pulled. Hayama, has there been any progress? Unfortunately, there has not. Hayama, Maya's elderly butler reported as she entered the room while carrying a tray with a teapot and teacup on top of it. That girl only did this because her brother did it. Maya said exasperatedly. He's so much more trouble than he's worth. At that moment, Hayama arrived near Maya and placed the teacup in front of her before pouring the contents of the teapot into the teacup. Maya then picked up the teacup elegantly and inhaled the scent of the tea. Once she was satisfied, she then took a sip. And have we found out which devil's peerage they joined? Maya asked, placing her teacup down. No, neither of them has revealed the name of their king. Hayama said respectfully. Do you have any good news to report? Maya asked annoyedly. Although I'm not sure if it is good news, the siblings did say something about their king. Hayama said in the same tone. For some reason, I get the feeling that I don't want to hear this news. Maya said after taking another sip of her tea. Then, she held out her teacup so that it could be refilled. Well, let me hear it. Both of them said the same thing. Hayama said as he poured another cup of tea for Maya. They said that their king would be arriving today, since they had not reported in yesterday. After Hayama finished reporting what the Shiba siblings had to say and pouring Maya's second cup of tea, the room fell silent as Maya took a sip. Then, Maya continued to drink her tea. Once the tea in her cup had been drained, she set the cup down. This is going to be a long night. Maya said, realizing that whoever was able to reincarnate Tatsuya was more than likely stronger than herself. A moment later, a huge presence washed over the entire Yotsuba compound. The pressure that this presence gave off was enough to bring the weaker people resent in the compound to their knees near instantly. Meanwhile, the stronger people felt that breathing became more difficult while they began sweating uncontrollably. I want to retire. Maya said while shaking her head. Good evening, Yotsuba clan. A male voice said, sounding as if it had been spoken from just in front of everyone in the compound. I've come to thank you for taking such good care of my new pawn and bishop for the last few days. I really want to retire, Maya said after that voice rang out over the compound. Then, she looked at Hayama and continued to speak. Hayama, go greet our guest. Also, have Tatsuya and Miyuki brought to the main reception room. As you wish, Maya-sama. Hayama said while bowing politely. Then, he exited the room to carry out his newly assigned tasks. A few minutes ago, in front of the Yotsuba compound, a teleportation magic circle appeared. When it vanished, 3 figures, James, Irene, and Serafal, appeared in its place. Jakuin, why did you bring me with you? Serafal asked in confusion. I don't even know your pawn and bishop. Because I think that someone living here would make a perfect final villain on your show. James replied with a smile. Hearing that, Serafal's eyes lit up immediately. Then, she grabbed James by his left arm and began to swing it around like an excited child, just with much more force. Really? Serafal exclaimed excitedly. Let's go then. I have to meet them. Wait, is it a man or a woman? If I told you that, it would ruin the surprise. James said with a grin. Jakuin, you're so stingy. Serafal said with a pout. As fun as that sounds, I don't think those guards will just let us in if we walk up to the gates. Irene said while Serafal continued to pester James. James chuckled. Then, he took a step forward. As his foot fell, he stirred his demonic energy, spreading it through the entire compound while using it to pressure everyone inside. Good evening, Yotsuba clan. James said, letting his voice travel through his demonic energy so that everyone in the compound could hear it clearly. I've come to thank you for taking such good care of my new pawn and bishop for the last few days. With that, James stepped forward making his way toward the compound's front gate. Naturally, Irene and Serafal followed him while Serafal continued to pester him over their last topic of discussion. Then, just as they arrived in front of the gate, it opened, and an elderly man dressed as a butler greeted them. When the elderly butler, Hayama, saw who was standing on the other side of the gate when he had it opened, his eyes widened slightly. Then, he bowed politely. Lord Sataniel and Lady Leviathan, the Yotsuba clan is honored to receive you this evening. Hayama said respectfully. If you would follow me, I will lead you to where Maya-sama and Miyuki-sama are waiting. Call me Leviathan. Serafal said with a smile. Noticing that Tatsuya was not mentioned, James raised an eyebrow. However, he shrugged his shoulders shortly afterward. Then he traded glances with Irene and followed Hayama as he turned and walked into the compound. Meanwhile, Serafal pouted, because her request to be called Leviathan was ignored. Still, she followed Hayama with James, nonetheless. While Hayama led the visitors through the compound toward the main reception room, the members of the Yotsuba clan who saw them, along the way, looked at the 3 devils with curiosity and fear. After a few minutes, Hayama led the group of 3 to the reception room designated by Maya. Then, he knocked on the door twice before announcing their presence. Maya-sama, I have arrived with the guests. Hayama said respectfully. Come in. Maya replied from the other side of the door. With that, Hayama opened the door. Then, he gestured for James, Irene, and Serafal to enter. After the 3 entered, Hayama also entered, closing the door behind him before moving to pour tea for the guests. At the same time, as James, Irene, and Serafal entered the room, they saw Maya, Tatsuya, and Miyuki standing to greet them. From the expression on her face, it was clear to see that Maya was tense after seeing who it was that came to retrieve her niece and nephew. Unfortunately, she did not know which of the 3 were Tatsuya and Miyuki's king. While James and Irene smiled at Tatsuya and Miyuki, Serafal's eyes had been glued to Maya ever since she entered the room. And the more she looked, the more she liked what she saw. Lady Lev. Maya began to say, intending to greet her guests properly, however. Jakuin, Jakuin. Serafal exclaimed happily. Then, she hugged James excitedly before continuing. You were right, she is perfect. She would be everything I can ask for that role. Hearing that outburst, Irene, Tatsuya, and Miyuki felt a sense of déjà vu. At the same time, Maya and Hayama, who did not show it on his face, were thoroughly confused by Serafal's exclamation. James, on the other hand, was expecting Serafal to react this way. Then, after hugging James for a few seconds, Serafal bounded over to Maya and held her hands, confusing Maya even further. You're Yotsuba Maya, right? Serafal asked with stars in her eyes. Yes. Maya replied, taken completely out of her own rhythm. Good. Serafal said with a nod and a smile. You can call me Leviathan. Now that introductions are out of the way, would you like to? No, please join my peerage. You're perfect for the role I'm thinking of. I would assume you're talking about occupying one of the bishop pieces in your peerage, correct? Maya asked, slightly confused by the way Serafal phrased her last statement. No, that's not important at all. Serafal said, shaking her head from left to right, which caused her twin tails to follow the movements of her head. I want you to be the main antagonist in my magical girl show. Instantly, Maya's confused expression intensified. She clearly had no clue what Serafal was talking about. Even though she knew what a magical girl was, she never expected to be chosen as the main antagonist in a children's show. I'm sorry. Maya said, pulling her right hand free from Serafal's grasp before rubbing her temples. Could you repeat that? I'm not sure I heard you correctly. I want you to join the cast of my magical girl show, Magical Girl, Leviathan. Serafal said excitedly. Before she could speak any further, though, James pulled Serafal away from Maya, who had no idea how to react to that request. I think you should let me explain. James said, sitting Serafal on the sofa in front of Maya. You're overwhelming her with your enthusiasm. Although Serafal pouted when she was pulled away from Maya, she listened to James' suggestion. However, the burning gaze she looked at Maya with did not change at all. Good evening, Yotsuba Maya. James said with a smile after sitting Serafal down on the sofa and turning back to Maya. I'm James Sataniel, and this is my queen, Irene Belzerian. Tatsuya and Miyuki are members of my peerage. So, as I said before, I'm thankful that you've taken care of them for me over the last few days. Although James was smiling, Maya was clear that he was displeased with the fact that she held two members of his peerage against their will. On top of that, due to the vast difference in power, Maya's usually fierce demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Anyway, we can deal with that later. James said, maintaining his smile. First, let's deal with Saratan's matter. Maya nodded and James took a seat on the sofa next to Serafal. Then, Maya followed suit. After that, Irene gestured for Tatsuya and Miyuki to stand next to her, behind James and Serafal. Hayama then placed a cup of tea in front of James, Serafal, and Maya before standing behind Maya. Then, everyone waited for James to speak while he took a sip of the tea in front of him. Good tea. James said, although he was not well learned regarding tea. But he did enjoy the flavor. Then, after putting his teacup down, he looked at Maya and spoke once again. Saratan is completely serious about having you join her peerage and playing a role in her magical girl show. Naturally, that did not clear up any of the confusion Maya was feeling. Luckily, James was not done yet. However, that is not the most important thing here. James said with a smile. Yotsuba Maya, I've heard quite a bit about you. And after hearing about your past, even I felt quite the murderous rage at what they did to you. Maya barely reacted to what James said. Like Tatsuya, Maya's sister, Tatsuya, and Miyuki's mother, used her unique magic on Maya, converting her memories of that time into data, separating it from her emotional responses. But if you were to become a member of Saratan's peerage, there's a high chance that the damages to your womb would be healed during the reincarnation process. Unlike when James mentioned the darkest period of her life, Maya reacted to the possibility of having her womb healed. As a woman, even if she had no one she desired to have children with, there's a big difference between that and not being able to have children at all. Is that true? Maya asked with her eyes wide open. It is. James replied with a nod. But there is a chance of failure. So, you have to keep that in mind. With a serious expression on her beautiful face, Maya stood from the sofa. Then, she began walking toward the reception room's door. Hayama, come along. Maya said in a serious tone. We have work to do. As you wish, Maya-sama. Hayama said with a bow. Lord Sataniel, Lady Leviathan, if you would excuse me. I should be back in the next couple of hours. Maya said before leaving the room. Please, make yourself at home. And if you need anything, please ring the bell on that table. After pointing at the bell she mentioned, Maya left the room in a hurry with Hayama following behind her. An hour and a half later, there was a new Yotsuba clan head and Serafal had a new bishop and pawn. Chapter 290, James' First Peerage vs. Team Valley I. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After Yotsuba Maya returned to the reception room with Hayama, they were both quickly accepted into Serafal's peerage. Serafal was naturally surprised that Hayama also wanted to join. However, when she thought about it, it was not that surprising. Hayama had been Maya's personal butler for decades, so he was used to following Maya. So, following her to reincarnate as a devil was not a tough decision for him. Then, once the reincarnation processes were complete, James teleported the group of 7 back to the Team DxD base. When they arrived, they stood in the same place where James and his group originally appeared in the subdimension. To their surprise, however, they could feel a large amount of battle intent washing over the area. Is there a fight going on? Irene asked after feeling the battle intent. Before responding, James finished scanning the area with his perception. Then, he opened his eyes and smiled. Yeah, Dante and Virgil are fighting. James said. But since I don't sense any killing intent, they're probably just sparring. Let's go check it out. James then began walking toward the source of the battle intent, and the rest of the group followed. While Irene and Serafal simply walked alongside James, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Maya, and Hayama, who were visiting this space for the first time, looked around with curiosity. This is an impressive piece of work. Tatsuya murmured while looking around with his elemental sight activated. Yes, it is. Miyuki replied while also looking at the surroundings curiously. But I'm sure you could make something like this too, Oni-sama. No, I doubt that, Miyuki. Tatsuya said while shaking his head gently. Although I'm knowledgeable about many types of magic, I don't have enough control over any of them to make something like this. While Tatsuya and Miyuki discussed the possibility of Tatsuya making a space like this, Maya and Hayama simply watched their surroundings with awe. However, before they could comment on what they were seeing, the sound of metals clashing rang out through the area. Clang. When they looked toward the sound, Dante and Virgil, both in their devil trigger states with their wings extended, were exchanging sword strikes at high speed in midair. Over the span of 3 seconds, several hundred strikes were blocked, parried, or dodged before the twins separated. Dante then drew his silver pistol, Ivory, and began shooting at Virgil, who slashed every incoming bullet in half with little effort. Whistle they've both gotten a lot faster since I last saw them fight. James said with an impressed look in his eyes. And it looks like Virgil has also broken through to the minor god rank. Chiron's training is no joke either. How old are those boys? Maya asked after seeing 2 young men who seemed to be more talented than her nephew, who she feared as a freak. 22. James replied unsurely. When we met, I was 16 and Dante was 19. And I'll be 19 in less than 2 months. So, yeah, 22. Maya could only look on blankly. She was the most talented magician of her generation. At 22, she was on the verge of breaking through to the ultimate rank. Then, her niece and nephew came along who were even more talented. However, meeting 2 young men who were already at the minor god rank at 22 was mind-blowing for her. If it is not too rude, might I ask who those boys are? Hayama asked respectfully. Oh, they are the sons of the underworld's most infamous traitor, Sparta. Serafal said cheerfully. Sparta? Maya asked with her eyes wide open. The original Lucifer's most powerful general. Aha. Serafal nodded happily. As the group of 7 approached the larger group, Dante ended his bullet storm. Then, he holstered his pistol and charged forward. At the same time, Virgil spun once in place with his sword extended. When he completed his rotation, a wave spread from the sword's trajectory that left a black line in the air. Quickly, Dante lowered his altitude. A moment later, the wave Virgil fired passed over his head. When Dante looked up, he saw the shifting colors of the dimensional gap. What the hell, Virgil? Dante shouted. This is just a spar. Aren't we past trying to kill each other? Why are you getting so upset, brother? Virgil replied without changing his facial expression. I had faith that you, my little brother, would be able to dodge that strike that could even split space. And if you couldn't, it would just prove that you weren't worthy of being on this team. Asshole. Dante muttered as he slid through the air with his sword drawn back to thrust forward. Virgil readied his defenses as Dante approached. Then, he flicked the tip of Dante's sword once Dante thrusted forward, causing the tip of Dante's sword to fly just to the right of his right shoulder. However, Dante pulled his sword back and thrusted forward rapidly. At the same time, Virgil dodged the thrusts he could dodge and redirected those he could not. Virgil's swordplay has increased quite a bit in the last 3 years. James said, observing and trying to soak up as much as he could from Virgil's display of skill. Having Arthur as a sparring partner has increased his skill with the sword tremendously. Chiron said as he approached the group of new arrivals. When James and the group he arrived with heard Chiron's voice, they saw a group of 6 people walking toward them. Chiron, who had just spoken, Scathatch, Surzex, Ajuka, Azazel, and Issa walked together while also watching the ongoing sparring match. I would expect that. James replied with a smile. According to Uther Pendragon, Arthur is even more talented with the sword than he was. You actually arrived just in time. Scathatch said expressionlessly. Meaning? James replied with an eyebrow raised. Since Valley wanted to fight you so badly, it was turned into a team versus team event. Chiron answered in Scathack's stead. Right now, there are 2 matches going on. Oh, I am, and Sui are fighting too, huh? James said, remembering that they were both in stealth when he scanned the area earlier. That's right. Chiron nodded with a calm smile. The match is between the Valet team and your first peerage. You already know that Dante and Virgil, and Iam and Sui are paired up. The other fights will be between Kuroka and Shuna, Biko and Mizor, Arthur and Siyu Chulin, and finally, Valet and you. I see. James replied with a nod. I don't mean to belittle your skills as a trainer of heroes, Chiron, but I hope your team is ready to get spanked. Naturally. Scathatch nodded in agreement with James' words while Chiron maintained his calm smile. We shall see. Chiron replied, neither agreeing nor denying James' claim. Even still, I cannot wait to train that boy even further. Scathatch said, gazing at Virgil. Chiron is better known for his archery, bare-handed fighting, and mounted combat training. But when it comes to training melee weapon skills, I am far superior. I could make that boy quite the force to be reckoned with if given the opportunity. At the same time, Virgil parried a slash from Dante, who followed up with a roundhouse kick. However, for some inexplicable reason, Virgil shuddered, causing him to be a split second too late to defend himself from Dante's kick. The next instant, Virgil was sent plummeting toward the ground. Boom. Virgil slammed into the ground with great force. Due to the stability of the space, a crater was not created. However, that meant that the damage Virgil received was that much worse. So, Asia quickly sprinted toward Virgil and began healing him. A moment later, Dante landed next to Virgil and Asia with his devil trigger state dispelled. While Virgil was being healed, Dante looked down at him with a complicated expression on his face. What happened? Dante asked. You should have been able to defend yourself from that attack. I don't know. Virgil said with a frown on his face. I felt as if my life was in grave danger for a moment. Then, I stopped to find the source of that feeling. And you know how things went after that. It seems your concentration is lacking. Scathatch said as she approached with Chiron. Do not worry, though. During our training, that will be corrected. Dante immediately knew why Virgil felt that his life was in danger. Master Scathatch must have thought of training him while watching us fight. Dante thought to himself. In that case, Virgil's instincts are sharp. When Master Scathatch's training begins, his life will be in danger, a lot. Without saying a word, Dante looked at Virgil with a gaze filled with pity. Then, as he walked toward the rest of James' first peerage, while passing by Virgil, he patted him on the shoulder and continued walking. Virgil was confused by the pat on the shoulder and the pity-filled gaze he received from Dante. However, he did not think about it for too long. Instead, after Asia's healing was complete, he thanked her and walked toward the Valet team. When Dante arrived where James' first peerage was watching his fight with Virgil, he noticed that James had returned. James was talking animatedly with Mizor, who was just about to step forward to start her battle with Biko. Then, before she left for her fight, she gave James a quick kiss. Meanwhile, Irene took Tatsuya and Miyuki with her while she got an update about what happened while she was gone from the rest of James' second peerage. At the same time, Serafal excitedly introduced Maya and Hayama to everyone she came across. She then told them about the parts they would play in her show, whether they wanted to hear about it or not. So, how long has the game of hide and seek been going on between Iam and Sui? James asked curiously. About 45 minutes or so. Mocha said while snuggling up to James. I see. James replied while stroking his chin. Well, if she could win the fight in the next 5 minutes, I wouldn't mind rewarding her. Off in the distance, while Iam was planning her attack, she suddenly shuddered. Then, she looked toward the rest of James' first peerage. When she did, she made eye contact with James, who was grinning in her direction. Then, she read his lips. If you take longer than 5 minutes, you'll be punished later. Iam shuddered at the thought of being punished. At the same time, a blush covered her cheeks. However, after reading James' lips again, she was conflicted. But if you finish this in less than 5 minutes you'll be rewarded. After staying conflicted for a few seconds, Iam's eyes lit up like a spotlight. If I end this in 5 minutes or less, couldn't I be rewarded with a punishment? Iam thought to herself as her expression turned into one filled with determination while her eyes radiated with greed and desire. Sorry Sui, but it's time to end this. At the same time, Mizor and Biko were standing 30 feet, approximate 9.1 m, away from each other, waiting for the signal to start their match. As soon as Chiron gave the start signal, they both charged toward each other, Mizor with her hands clad in her ice claws while Biko wielded his staff. However, just before they clashed, they came to a screeching halt. Wow, that was faster than I expected. James said with a smile. Between Mizor and Biko, who were shocked and confused, Iam stood over the unconscious body of Sui, whose expression showed that he was completely unaware of Iam's proximity. On top of that, he fell in a way that made it clear that he intended to simply run past Mizor and Biko without alerting them to his presence in the slightest. Please excuse me. Iam said curtly. Then, I lifted Sui onto her shoulder and carried him over to Asia for treatment. After dropping off Sui, I wasted no time returning to the rest of James' first peerage. Although her expression did not change, I was smiling and jumping around in excitement inside her head. Punishment as a reward, get. I thought to herself as she made eye contact with James, who was smiling at her sadistically. Chapter 291, James' First Peerage vs. Team Valley 2. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After Iam's short interruption, Mizor and Biko were once again ready for their spar to begin. However, since the starting signal had already been given, they rushed each other as soon as they were sure no one was going to appear between them again. As soon as Mizor was in range, Biko lashed out with his staff in a wide arc. Mizor, having trained with Scathatch, Siyu Chilin, and Tsubaki, was used to fighting opponents who used long-handled weapons, so she used her ice claws to deflect the staff upward. However, because he was using a staff instead of a spear, he quickly swung his staff around and struck out once again using the opposite side of his staff. Despite the difference in fighting style, Mizor was not caught off guard, continuing to deflect the staff as many times as Biko swung it. And just like that, Mizor and Biko's first clash continued for around 45 seconds. "Damn it, don't you have anything else you can do besides swing that stick around?" Mizor asked in annoyance, unable to close the distance with Biko. In the next instant, Mizor thought she heard someone say, "Ooh, poor choice of words." But she decided to ignore it. "Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?" Biko replied with a chuckle while increasing the speed that his staff was flying at Mizor. "Fine, if that's how you want to play," Mizor said, changing her annoyed expression into a solemn one. In the next instant, several ice spikes appeared in the air around Mizor, each aimed at one of Biko's vital areas. Although Biko expected Mizor to do something like this eventually, his eyes widened, and he felt a chill running down his spine when he saw that nearly half of the produced ice spikes were aimed at his crotch. Then, when Mizor fired the ice spikes, Biko immediately stopped his offensive onslaught and began swinging his staff to deflect or destroy the majority of the incoming ice spikes, while putting on quite the acrobatic display to dodge the ones that he could not. "What the hell, woman?" Biko exclaimed angrily once he was free of all the incoming ice spikes. Like Biko, all the males present felt a chill when they saw how many ice spikes were aimed at Biko's nether region. Also, like Biko, they knew they would exclaim in anger, as well. Instead of responding, Mizor appeared in front of Biko with her right arm extended, trying to land a palm strike on Biko's chest. Luckily, Biko's reaction speed was just as fast as Mizor's, and he was able to block the palm strike with his staff. Unfortunately, a moment later, Biko noticed that the part of his staff that Mizor hit began to freeze over. However, before he could think about it for too long, a barrage of palm and finger strikes followed the initial palm strike. Like before, Biko was able to block all the incoming attacks. That led to a whole different problem, however. As Mizor's hands made contact with Biko's staff, more and more of it was frozen. On top of that, the ice was encroaching on the rest of the staff as time went on. "What kind of bullshit is this?" Biko asked incredulously. "What the hell is up with this ice?" Biko wanted to lash out with a kick, to create some distance when Mizor blocked or dodged. However, he thought better of it when he saw the state his staff was in. There's no way that ice wouldn't freeze flesh as well, Biko thought. Then, Biko took a quick step back, lowered himself closer to the ground, and spun in place, sweeping at Mizor's legs with his staff. This, naturally, caused Mizor to pause her assault for a moment. Using that slight opening, Biko rolled backward before somersaulting back a few times to gain distance. Meanwhile, at the same time as Biko's sweep, Mizor was able to nick Biko's left shoulder with one of her claws. Although he was able to gain some distance, Biko could only click his tongue at the part of his shoulder that had frozen over thanks to Mizor's little scratch. TCH. Didn't think I'd have to use this after going through Chiron's training, Biko said as he aimed the tip of his staff at Mizor. A moment later, Biko's staff grew wider, causing the ice that was coating it to shatter. Then, it returned to its normal size before the end that was pointed at Mizor began to extend at high speed. "Oh, shit," Mizor muttered as she noticed the end of the staff coming at her. Mizor then crossed her ice claw-clad hands in front of her chest, catching the tip of the staff between her claws. However, as the staff extended, Mizor was forced backward, leaving 2 shallow trenches in the ground where she passed. Eventually, Mizor was able to force the staff downward, causing it to be stuck in the ground. Then, she froze it to the ground. "Alright, now that that's taken care of," Mizor said, wiping a bead of sweat from her brow. Before Mizor could finish, though, Biko smiled at her. Then, he reverted the staff back to its usual size. "Oh, come on," Mizor shouted in annoyance. "Ha ha ha. You can't beat me, so why don't you just give up?" Biko boasted while spinning his staff before resting it on his shoulder. I'm not as good at it as James or Auntie Leona, but I guess I'll use it," Mizor said while determination filled her eyes. An instant later, Mizor vanished from her spot. Then, she appeared to Biko's right. Although he was surprised, Biko was able to dodge Mizor's claw strike with some impressive footwork. Then, he swung his staff with great force. However, Mizor disappeared once again, just before Biko's staff strike could land. For the next minute, Mizor and Biko's game of cat and mouse continued with Mizor using the flash step, while Biko reacted to her sudden disappearances and sneak attacks with counterattacks of his own. Eventually, after Mizor disappeared once again, Biko let the two ends of his spear extend into the distance. Then, he began twirling it, covering as many blind spots as he could. On top of that, he also began to rotate in place so that he could see as much of his surroundings as possible. Unfortunately, those rotations were what Mizor was waiting for. Shortly after Biko started spinning in place, the ground below him froze over, causing him to lose his balance while thinking. I thought she had to touch a solid object to freeze it. As he fell to one knee, Biko saw that it was not just the ground beneath him that froze. Instead, there was a path that he did not notice due to his high-speed rotation, extending into the distance where Mizor was standing. Damn, she tricked me. Biko muttered as his knee and other foot was frozen to the ground. Watching Biko slowly freeze over, Mizor smiled. Then, she approached to deliver the winning blow. However, when she was close, her eyes widened as she noticed the grin on Biko's face. A moment later, the tip of Biko's staff shifted slightly before extending toward her abdomen. Bang. While the end of the staff was approaching, Mizor exerted all her demonic energy on her ice. Then, when Mizor was struck and sent flying with blood oozing from between her lips, Biko was completely frozen over. And when Mizor landed in the distance, she had lost consciousness, causing all the ice she had created to quickly melt. Unfortunately, being flash frozen, left Biko unconscious as well. A draw. James muttered after seeing both Mizor and Biko fall unconscious. Still, that was intense. Dante said. It was. Cu Chillin nodded. If I were still at the peak of the ultimate rank, I don't know if I could beat Mizor anymore. I really want to fight, too. Cheyenne said with fire burning in her eyes. Yeah, but I feel sorry for Mizor. Mocha said with some sadness in her tone. Well, she didn't win, so I get it. Dante said. But a draw isn't that bad, right? Flora asked. It's not that. Mocha said. She let her guard down when she thought she won. So. Hearing that, Cu Chillin, Dante, Lady, Flora, Iam, and Shuna shuddered. Then, they all slowly looked toward Scathatch, while Cheyenne was still excited by the thought of having a good fight of her own. Although Scathatch's expression was still expressionless, they could all feel the anger and disappointment rolling off of her in waves. Well. Mizor is probably gonna die several times over the next several weeks. James said sadly. It'll probably be even worse, since she let something like this happen in Kyoto when she fought that Heracles guy, too. Mocha said, mimicking James' tone. Once again, the others shuddered. Before they could sink into their fears, though, James looked at Cu Chillin and Shuna. So, which of you is next? James asked curiously. Cu Chillin and Shuna then exchanged glances. It doesn't matter to me. Cu Chillin said casually with a shoulder shrug. I can go first if you want. Thank you, Lancer-san. Shuna replied gratefully. I'll go after you. Then I guess that means I'm last. James said. Of course, you're last. Mocha said with a mischievous grin. In what kind of third-rate story does the leader fight before his subordinates? Although you're technically right, I would never call my best friend and my lover subordinates. James said while shaking his head. And that's why we love you. Flora said, jumping on James' back while wrapping her arms and legs around him. Then, she kissed him on the cheek with a happy smile on her face. While James continued to flirt with Mocha, Flora, and Shuna, he also mercilessly ignored Iam, who loved it. At the same time, Lady glanced at the happy group of lovers. Then, she glared at Dante, who seemed to not even notice. Then, she kicked him in the shin out of anger. Damn it, Lady. Dante roared. What the hell was that for? For the shameless way you won. Lady said before looking away. I have to make sure you don't get even more cocky than you already are. What the hell? Dante asked in confusion. Your reaction was late as hell. While Dante and Lady continued to bicker, Cu Chillin glanced at them and shook his head. Seriously, you two really need to just sleep together and get it over with. Cu Chillin said in a tired tone. Shut the fuck up, Lancer, X2. As Cu Chillin drew the ire of both Dante and Lady onto himself, Asia finished healing Mizor. When the healing was complete, Mizor began waking up immediately. As Mizor opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Asia's smiling face. Mizor, I'm glad you're all right. Asia said happily. Ugh. Did I lose? Mizor asked, a bit downheartedly. No, it was a draw. Asia replied. Then, she clenched her fists in front of her chest before she continued. You fought really hard. Yes, you fought quite well, said a cold voice from the other side of Mizor. But what good is fighting well if you drop your guard in the end? Hearing that cold voice, Mizor froze while Asia smiled wryly. Then, Mizor turned her head toward the source of the voice very, very slowly. When she eventually laid her eyes on the speaker, she felt the world turn colorless. It seems this Scat-Hack's training is not intense enough if you continuously let this kind of thing happen. Scat-Hatch said emotionlessly. Worry not. I will endeavor with all that I am to fix this deficiency. Thank you, Master Scat-Hatch. Mizor replied with tears in her eyes. Nodding in response, Scat-Hatch then picked up Mizor by the back of her collar and stood her up on her feet. Now, return with me to the others and observe the rest of the matches. Scat-Hatch ordered. Seeing fights of this nature will help you improve your own techniques. Yes, ma'am. Mizor replied. Then, Scat-Hatch and Mizor walked toward the rest of James' first peerage. Master Scat-Hatch, I thought you would be watching the matches with Master Chiron. Mizor asked curiously while she walked alongside Scat-Hatch. I will. Scat-Hatch replied. But I need to put a seal on my disciples before they can fight their opponents. Otherwise, things will be too one-sided. Oh, okay. Mizor said with a nod. Once Scat-Hatch and Mizor reached the rest of the group, she slapped suppression seals on James and Siyu Chilin. Then, without a word of explanation, she turned and walked away. Naturally, Siyu Chilin was left dumbfounded, while James frowned slightly. Master, if it's only suppressing my power down to the minor god rank, I don't need this. James said, hoping to find out why Scat-Hatch decided to seal his power as well. Do not look at me like that, my disciple. Scat-Hatch said without turning around. We both know that you indeed intended to keep your power in the minor god rank. But we also know that you intended to bully that boy with your super devil form, as well. And these runes will prevent that. She knows me so well. James said while smiling at Scat-Hatch fondly. Chapter 292, James' First Peerage vs. Team Valley 3. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. Shortly after Scat-Hatch slapped suppression seals on James and Siyu Chilin rested his spear over his shoulder and began walking toward the clearing that was designated as the battlefield for this set of friendly spars. At the same time, Arthur also made his way toward the battlefield. When both young men were ready, Scat-Hatch gave the signal to begin the spar. Wasting no time, Siyu Chilin shot forth with his spear reeled back, ready to thrust it forward. Arthur, with his sword, Caliban, took a defensive stance. Then, just before Siyu Chilin's spear could strike its target, Arthur's left shoulder, Arthur swiftly made a half-circle with the blade's tip, redirecting Siyu Chilin's spear down to the ground with the flat of his blade. Off in the distance, when not only James, but all the sword-wielders of Team DxD saw this, they all narrowed their eyes slightly. He's better than I expected. James said with battle intent starting to burn in his eyes. He's probably even better than Uther. Although his first strike was redirected rather easily, Siyu Chilin was not deterred in the least. Instead of fighting against the momentum created when Arthur deflected his strike, he used it to make his next strike. After repositioning his left hand, Siyu Chilin swept his spear at Arthur's right leg, causing him to step back. After stepping back, Arthur thrust his sword forward. However, from what Siyu Chilin could tell, Arthur was too far away to land that thrust. To Siyu Chilin's surprise, however, a tear in space opened up in front of Caliban's blade. A moment later, another tear in space opened to Siyu Chilin's right, with the tip of Arthur's blade passing through the two tears and aiming at Siyu Chilin's right thigh. Damn! Siyu Chilin muttered as he pulled his right leg back. Arthur's sword, Caliban, also known as the Sword of Selection, is the fabled sword from the tale, the Sword in the Stone. The same sword that the original Arthur Pendragon drew before he was named the King of Britannia, was not only the world's most powerful holy sword, but also had the ability to manipulate and tear through space. After missing his sneak attack, Arthur drew his sword back. At the same time, Siyu Chilin rushed forward once again. I can't let him take distance like that, Siyu Chilin thought as he neared Arthur once again. Once in range, Siyu Chilin launched a barrage of thrusts and sweeps with his spear. Arthur countered this assault by deflecting nearly all of Siyu Chilin's attacks. The few that he dodged, however, were followed up by attacks of his own. As time went on, the speed at which the two young men exchanged attacks continued to increase. Eventually, everyone below the ultimate rank was only able to see a pair of blurs shifting around the battlefield. Eventually, Arthur was once again able to take some distance. From that distance, he began a sword dance. However, with each swing or thrust of his sword, a tear in space would swallow his blade. An instant later, a second tear would appear somewhere around Siyu Chilin. Thrusting his instincts, Siyu Chilin began twirling his spear, similar to the way Biko fought Mizor. With his instincts honed over the years with Scathatch, Siyu Chilin was able to block or deflect all of Arthur's attacks. Then, once he thought he figured out the pattern behind Arthur's attacks, Siyu Chilin tried something risky. After dodging one of Arthur's thrusts, before Arthur could pull his sword back through the tear in space, Siyu Chilin thrust his spear into the same spatial tear and withdrew it much faster than he had throughout the rest of the spar. Naturally, Arthur was caught off guard. However, he was able to sidestep the spear thrust. Unfortunately, he was unable to close the tear in space before Siyu Chilin could retrieve his spear. TCH. Siyu Chilin clicked his tongue in annoyance. I missed. And that won't work a second time. After Siyu Chilin's sneak attack, the fight returned to the state it was in before. The major difference being that Siyu Chilin did not dare to stab his spear through another one of the open tears in space. He knew that if the tear closed before he could withdraw his weapon, the chance of his spear being destroyed was quite high. Eventually, as Siyu Chilin felt he were being painted into a corner, he even considered using his more destructive and deadly techniques. However, remembering that this was just a spar, he decided against it. Even if there was a chance that Arthur would survive the soaring spear that strikes with death, the wounds that he would inevitably receive would be extremely difficult to heal. And don't even get me started about using the barbed spear that pierces with death. Siyu Chilin thought to himself while defending from Arthur's onslaught. He's simply not powerful enough to defend from that attack. After a few more minutes, Siyu Chilin came to the conclusion that he could not win without going all out. But going all out would result in either serious injuries or death for Arthur. The story would be different if his powers were not suppressed to the peak of the ultimate rank, but that is irrelevant at the moment. You win. Siyu Chilin shouted unwillingly. I can't win without going all out, but I don't want to kill you, so you win. As Siyu Chilin declared his defeat, he lowered his spear. At the same time, Caliban had just pierced through space, towards Siyu Chilin's left shoulder. However, Arthur stopped his thrust just before it could pierce Siyu Chilin's skin. Even so, Siyu Chilin could feel an uncomfortable sensation on his skin. Holy swords really are nasty pieces of work. Siyu Chilin said, moving Caliban's blade away with the shaft of his spear. As soon as Arthur withdrew his sword and sheathed it, Urza dashed out of the crowd with her own sword drawn. Now, fight me, Arthur. Urza shouted. Before she could get to close, though, Irene appeared behind her and dragged her back by the collar of her armor. Even though neither of them was hurt, can't you see that Arthur is exhausted of his magic power? Irene asked in exasperation. After hearing her mother's words, Urza concentrated on Arthur. Then, she noticed that what Irene said was true. Please forgive me for being so inconsiderate. Urza said while still being dragged away. If it pleases you, you may strike me as recompense. Seriously? Did she just ask him to hit her? Siyu Chilin asked, watching Irene drag Urza away from the battlefield. Where does James find these chicks? Isn't one IM level pervert enough? Although Siyu Chilin was unaware of what his offhanded comment had sparked, IM, unbeknownst to everyone, looked at Urza with a sharp gaze. No one will take the role as James Samaspet away from me. IM thought to herself with fierce determination. Just you wait, Urza Scarlet. I will show you what it means to be a masochist. Naturally, no one was aware of the fierce resolve IM had just built for herself. Even so, it would take the Alaverus estate by storm in the near future. Though, James would receive the brunt of the mental damage it would bring. You did well, my disciple. Scathatch said as Siyu Chilin left the battlefield area. But I lost. Siyu Chilin replied in a frustrated tone. That was almost inevitable. Scathatch said. All of your advantages were sealed in that match. Though I am disappointed that you did not use your runecraft before things became dire. Even if I had, I would have still lost. Siyu Chilin said while shaking his head. The spells that I have that were strong enough to finish that fight would have done too much damage. That is true, but you could have used runes to disrupt him, Scathatch reminded. Then, he would have not had such an easy time trapping you with his spatial abilities. I guess you're right. Siyu Chilin said after reflecting for a moment. Either way, I'm just glad that you're not gonna increase the intensity of my training after that defeat. Instead of responding, Scathatch stared at Siyu Chilin with her usual expression. I mean, you said I did well, right? Siyu Chilin asked, finding himself nervous thanks to Scathatch's silent stare. For another few moments, Scathatch continued to stare at Siyu Chilin. Eventually, Siyu Chilin could no longer take the pressure, and spoke once again. Master. Siyu Chilin asked, afraid to hear the answer by now. You lost, did you not? Scathatch asked emotionlessly. I did. Siyu Chilin replied. Then, you should be prepared. Scathatch said as she turned and walked away. As Siyu Chilin also turned away and began to walk towards the rest of James' first peerage, Skathaka's voice traveled into his ear. If he had not brought it up, neither would I have done so. Immediately after hearing those quiet words, Siyu Chilin slapped himself in the mouth. After the rest of James' first peerage saw Siyu Chilin's actions, they knew he had said something stupid once again. He's never gonna learn, is he? Mocha asked while shaking her head. If he did, he wouldn't be Siyu anymore. Mizore replied. I guess that's true. Mocha said with a wry smile. I mean, what would life around the mansion be like if he wasn't putting his foot in his mouth every other sentence? I wonder what he said this time, though. Flora said curiously. Who knows, but I'm sure we'll find out later. James replied with a shrug. But that's not all that important right now. Instead, Shuna, are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Shuna looked into James' eyes. Then, she nodded with determination. Good. James said with a smile. But don't underestimate Kuroka. Even though she acts like lazy cat at home, she's good at what she does. I would never. Shuna said with a shiver. Just the thought of the Hellmaster Scathatch would put me through if I lost because I underestimated my opponent. Is horrifying. Ha ha ha. James laughed a bit hollowly. I guess that's true. Anyway, come here for a second. Following James' request, Shuna took a few steps forward. Then, James wrapped her in a hug and kissed her on the lips, causing Shuna to blush in embarrassment. That's for good luck. James said with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Arthur was congratulated by the rest of Team Valley. He, however, did not feel much about his victory. He knew that Siyu Chilin was heavily restricted in their fight. On top of that, he also knew that Siyu Chilin's most powerful techniques could not be used in a spar. Congratulations, big brother. Lu Fei said with a big smile. Thanks, Lu Fei. Arthur replied, returning a smile of his own. Young master, allow me to help you wipe your sweat. Elaine said, approaching Arthur with a clean towel. That's not necessary. Arthur said with his face reddening slightly. Of course, it is, Elaine protested. As your maid, it is my duty. Then, before Arthur could protest any further, Elaine closed the distance and began wiping the sweat off Arthur's face and neck. Oh my, quite the dutiful maid. Leona said, appearing next to the trio without any of them noticing her approach. You two make a picture-perfect example of a maid and her master. By this point, not only Arthur, but even Elaine was blushing. Meanwhile, Lu Fei smiled at her brother and Elaine. Then, before anyone could disagree with her words, Leona vanished with the flash step. After Leona left, Arthur, Lu Fei, and Elaine fell silent. A few moments later, however, Lu Fei broke that silence. You two really would make a cute couple. Lu Fei said with a cute smile on her face. Then, she ran away. Don't tease your big brother. Arthur said, as he chased after Lu Fei, taking the opportunity to run away from the awkward situation. Meanwhile, Elaine watched Arthur chase Lu Fei half-heartedly. Then, she smiled brightly. So, you have the same thoughts as I do, young Miss Lu Fei. Elaine said to herself while her eyes never left Arthur's figure. Chapter 293, James' First Peerage vs. Team Valley 4. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. This next match should be interesting. James said with a smile as he watched Shuna and Kuroka move toward the center of the battlefield. Yeah, it's not every day that you get to see two people with such similar skill sets fight like this. Mocha replied with a nod. But I feel like Kaneko-chan will be the only one who truly understands the fight. Mizore said while pouting. You have no one to blame but yourself for that. James said, poking Mizore on the forehead playfully. Shuna offered to teach you how to use senjutsu and yujitsu. But you said using your racial traits was more than enough. I know. Mizore shouted, her pout deepening as she swept James' hand away. What makes it even worse is. Mocha added with a mischievous smile. Hearing that, Mizore's eyes opened wide. Then, she shot forward in an attempt to stop Mocha from saying any more. Mocha, stop. Mizore shouted, unable to catch Mocha, who ran away while giggling. When she came back to ask Shuna to help her learn senjutsu, Shuna told her that ship has already sailed. Mocha said, finishing the sentence that she started. Mocha. Mizore whined in an aggrieved tone. While Mizore and Mocha ran around their waiting area, Shuna and Kuroka finally made it to their designated starting locations. Then, without exchanging any words, they waited for the signal to begin their match. As soon as the signal to start was given, both Kuroka and Shuna coded themselves in Tuki. However, while Kuroka rushed forward to engage in close combat, Shuna shot back explosively to keep her distance. Seeing that Shuna had no intention of fighting her up close, Kuroka raised her right hand with her palm pointed at Shuna and fired off a blast of condensed senjutsu aura. Seeing this, Shuna was taken aback. However, all the training with Scathatch did not go to waste. She's firing her senjutsu aura or ki, like the characters from that manga Rias likes. Shuna thought to herself. Maybe I should give that a try as well. I wonder if I'll get any other ideas if I read the manga. Pumping her tuki into her legs, Shuna increased her speed and dodged the incoming projectile. At the same time, in each of her hands, appeared a blood-red orb of fire, each the size of a basketball. Without wasting any time, Shuna began firing smaller orbs from each of the larger orbs, causing the larger orbs to decrease in size over time. She added her senjutsu aura into her yujitsu, Kuroka thought as she watched the incoming attacks get closer. I never considered that. I should give it a try. Dodging the incoming projectiles, Kuroka looked as if she were performing a traditional Japanese dance. If she had been wielding a pair of fans, it would have been perfect. However, that was not all there was to Kuroka's evasive maneuvers. As she moved, a thin mist was ejected from the bottom of Kuroka's kimono, obscuring Shuna's line of sight, a bit more than slightly. However, that was not all there was to Kuroka's actions. As time passed, more images of Kuroka dancing around Shuna's attacks appeared in the mist. Illusions, Shuna thought to herself as she focused on the presences in the mist. However, after realizing that the entire cloud of mist was giving off the same aura as Kuroka, Shuna gave up on scanning the mist to find the real Kuroka. If I can't find the real one, I'll just get rid of them all at the same time. Leaving the two blood-red flames orbs she was holding to float in place and continue the barrage, Shuna spread her wings and flew into the air. Then, she raised both hands above her head and created an even bigger orb of blood-red flames above them. Ooh, Shuna is going all out. James said with a smile. A moment later, however, his smile disappeared. But she doesn't have enough battle experience. What do you mean? Flora asked curiously. ****, you'll see in a second. James said, already able to see how things would turn out. Once Shuna was satisfied with the amount of energy she managed to pack into her attack, she swung her hands down. This, in turn, caused the large blood-red orb of flames to be sent hurtling toward the mist Kuroka had created. Once the attack made contact with the ground, a large explosion that nearly blew away everyone below the ultimate rank occurred. At the same time, Kuroka's unconscious body flew out from the explosion and landed on the ground in front of Scathatch and Chiron. However, neither of them even gave Kuroka more than a glance. Instead, they looked behind Shuna. In fact, the Kuroka that landed in front of Scathatch and Chiron was only another illusion made of Kuroka's senjutsu aura, so there was no need for the two masters to give it a second glance. Shuna on the other hand was breathing heavily thanks to the amount of energy she used on that last attack. Then, when she saw Kuroka flying out of the explosion and landing in front of Scathatch and Chiron without moving, she released her tension. However, when she did not hear the match being called, she looked at Scathatch and Chiron once again. Noticing where they were looking, a bad feeling began to well up from the pit of her stomach. Then, she turned her head so that she could look over her shoulder. Noticing that the end of the match had not been called, everyone, except James, who was also looking behind Shuna, looked at the judges of this match, Scathatch and Chiron, and noticed that they were staring at the space behind Shuna. So, after looking in the same direction, they were just in time to see Shuna turn her head back. Unfortunately, she was too late, as Kuroka's fist, covered in tuki, smashed into Shuna's back. Due to Kuroka's attack, Shuna was shot downward at high speed. Before she could hit the ground, though, James caught her. Naturally, everyone was surprised that James would interfere in the match. However, when James landed, they all realized that Shuna was already unconscious. You did well, Shuna. James said before kissing the unconscious Shuna on her forehead. Even though you've had about half a year to train with Master, it just wasn't enough to make up for the gap in experience. Kuroka is the winner. Chiron said, bringing an end to the fifth match in this challenge. A moment later, Kuroka landed next to James. With some concern in her eyes, she looked into Shuna's face. Is she okay, Naya? Kuroka asked. I know she was originally an Oni, so I hit her pretty hard, Naya. Don't worry about Shuna. James said with a smile while walking toward Asia with Shuna still in his arms. She only lost consciousness because her head whipped so hard. It's just a little concussion. She'll probably have a mean bruise on her back, though. Hearing that, Kuroka breathed out a sigh of relief. Living in James' house, over time, she grew close with most of its residents. On top of that, Shuna had created quite a few absolutely gorgeous kimonos for her. So, the thought that she had seriously injured someone she had grown to consider a friend was eating at her. A few moments later, James and Kuroka reached Asia's side and James dropped off Shuna with the group's healer. Then, James turned toward the battlefield once again. When he did, Valley was already standing there with his arms crossed and a confident smile on his face. Is he confident because he knows my power will be sealed? James asked himself as he began walking toward the battlefield. Or does he have something up his sleeves? Whatever, I guess I'll find out when we fight. A few moments later, James stood in front of Valley, looking at him curiously. Well, you seem really confident, so let's see what's got you feeling that way. James said. Don't worry, I'll show you. Valley replied without losing his smile. Begin. Scathatch commanded at that moment. Immediately, Valley shot forward with Divine Dividing on his back. In response, James manifested the boosted gear on his left arm. Then, when they were in range, Valley threw a left jab at James. Unlike the Valley of the past, however, instead of a punch that Valley threw out with all his might, in an unrefined way, this jab was sharp. Much sharper than anything Valley had shown James in the past. However, James was unbothered, deflecting Valley's jab with his right arm. Divide. Boost. Not even reacting to the drop in his power for an instant, James returned a jab of his own that Valley tilted his head to avoid. Unfortunately, James had much more experience with hand-to-hand combat in a structured fighting style. So, James quickly followed up with a straight, causing Valley to back off. Before Valley could regain his bearings, however, James extended the index finger of his right hand and a small red orb of draconic aura appeared at its tip. Dragon shot. James muttered as the orb was fired toward the retreating Valley. Without even thinking, Valley equipped his vanishing dragon scale mail. Divide, x10. Having the power of James attack 10 times in an instant, Valley took no damage at all when it struck on the chest. However, Valley was once again caught off guard when James, clad in his slim-fitting red, black, and silver shihakusho, appeared in front of him and kicked him in the chin, shooting him up into the air. An instant later, James appeared behind Valley and wrapped his arms around Valley's arms and torso. Then, he flipped them around and began spinning as they shot toward the ground. Seriously, you're doing this again? Valley asked angrily. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. James replied with a laugh. Isn't a drop, for the win. All the while, Valley and James were both using their sacred gears abilities. So, James' power was continuously being halved and restored in short order. Meanwhile, Valley's power was constantly going over what his body could handle, so a lot of power was being ejected through the Divine Dividing's wings. Unfortunately, no matter how much of James' power he stole, Valley could not loosen James' grip. So, deciding that he would rather not have his head slammed into the ground, Valley began chanting at high speed. A moment later, James was forced away from Valley when he was covered in a silver light. Well damn, I guess I should have expected that, huh? James said with a wry smile before starting his own chant. Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive. When James and Valley's power spiked, without anyone noticing, Ophis appeared next to Leona and also began watching the fight between James and Valley. Within a moment of each other, Valley and James appeared in their upgraded forms. While Valley was clad in an armor that was similar to the Balance Breaker form of Divine Dividing, with a silver color scheme instead of white. James was wearing the same slim shihakusho with a sleeveless haori that had the name Satanil written on the back. Even the name changed, huh? James said, looking over his shoulder. Not bad. I think you have more important things to worry about than the name on your back being correct. Drake said in an exasperated tone. Don't worry, I got this. James replied, lifting his left hand. Bang. Just as James lifted his hand, Valley's armor-clad fist slammed into it. Then, his body was rocked by the hook James threw to his ribcage with his right fist. Gah. Valley coughed as the wind was knocked out of his lungs and his armor cracked. James then released Valley's fist and threw a left hook that connected with Valley's head. James then followed up with a straight, a left hook to the body, and a right uppercut that knocked Valley into the air once again. Before James could move, however, Valley recovered and fired a blast of demonic energy toward James. Deciding that he didn't need to do anything fancy to stop this attack, James fired a thinner blast of demonic energy at Valley's attack. Penetrate. With that, James' attack shot right through Valley's, coincidentally making a hole in the attack that left James safe from Valley's blast. Reflection. However, before James could make his next move, his attack was returned back to him by Valley's/Albion's ability. Drake, you never told me that Albion had an ability like that. James complained as he lifted his left hand toward the reflected attack. Heido number 81, Danku. Sorry, I forgot. Drake admitted in an embarrassed tone. It's been a while since I met one of Albion's hosts that could use it. Before Drake's words finished, James' reflected attack was blocked by a translucent rectangular wall. A moment later, James vanished from his spot in a burst of speed. Then, with the sound of penetrate ringing out repeatedly, Valley was ragdolled in the air for the next 2 minutes. When James was done, Valley, with his armor dispelled, fell from the sky. "I'll admit you've gotten better, Valley," James said, watching Valley fall toward the ground. "But I've been going through systematic training for much longer than you have. On top of that, if we fought all out, you're just not strong enough yet. I can't wait till we're at the same level though. That should be an epic fight." As James lowered his altitude, he came to a complete stop and his head snapped up toward the sky. Then, at the end of his line of sight, a spatial tear began to open. Chapter 294, Great Red. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After Vala fell to the ground, unmoving, both Scathatch and Chiron raised a hand into the air. "James Sataniel is the winner," Scathatch and Chiron said simultaneously. With that, the winner of this challenge is the Sataniel peerage. While most of the people surrounding the clearing that served as the battlefield were ready to congratulate James and his peerage, or console Valley and his team, a few noticed that James had not lowered himself to the ground. The few to notice were those who had reached the minor god rank or higher. "What is that / Seraphal asked in a tone filled with curiosity. "It's a tear in the dimensional boundary that was set up to isolate this space from the rest of the dimensional gap," Ajuka explained, the Kankara formula spinning above his right palm. "How could anyone come here so fast?" Serzex asked. "Do we have a mole?" Before anyone could speculate any further, Ophis appeared next to James, who was still floating in the air. When she appeared, she was glaring into the rapidly widening tear in space. "Ophis, do you know what's going on?" James asked while placing his left hand on Ophis' head and patting it gently. Ophis, with her eyes narrowed in pleasure, nodded her head in acknowledgement. Then, she opened her mouth to say 2 words. "Dummy Red." Ophis said with obvious loathing in her flat tone. "You mean Great Red?" James asked in shock and confusion. "As in the Dragon of Dreams." Once again, Ophis nodded her head in acknowledgement. "Help me beat up Dummy Red," Ophis said, turning her head to look up at James. Unfortunately for Ophis, James replied the same way he did the last time she requested him to do so. "Nope." James replied simply. "I die before I knew what happened if I tried." Although she expected that answer, it still caused Ophis to pout. Not dwelling on it, however, Ophis turned her attention back to the rapidly widening spatial tear. As the tear widened, more of the spectators began to notice that something was wrong. Then, one by one, they began to look up into the sky. When they saw the widening spatial tear, most of them began to show signs of worry. However, the more experienced members of the crowd remained calm. For whatever reason, they could feel no malice coming from the tear in space. Eventually, the tear stopped widening. When it did, a massive horned snout pushed through the opening. A few moments later, an equally massive, red, western, draconic head with golden eyes pushed through the tear. When part of its neck also came through, it stopped. Then, it looked around the Team DxD base's subdimension. "That's Great Red," Azazel muttered in awe. At this time, Barakiel, with his clothes out of order, carried Shuri, who looked refreshed toward the crowd. However, when they saw the large draconic head in the sky, they both paled instantly. "It's so big," Shuri said as she and Barakiel landed near the Satans and Azazel. "That's what she said," Leona muttered absent-mindedly. If the others in the group were in the right state of mind, they would have been staring at Leona with gazes that said something along the lines of, "Now is not the time." Finally, after scanning the entire subdimension, Great Red turned its attention toward the most powerful presence in the area, Ophis. After holding eye contact with the Ouroboros dragon for a few moments, Great Red turned its attention to James. Then, it looked at Valley, who was just now regaining consciousness after the beating he received from James. After scanning the hosts of the heavenly dragons, Great Red looked at the only building in the Team DxD base with curiosity. "What do you want, Dummy Red?" Ophis asked, moving into Great Red's line of sight. With its line of sight obstructed, Great Red glared at Ophis in annoyance. Then, the visible parts of its body began to glow. A moment later, the glow receded through the tear in space. Once Great Red's head was no longer there to keep the spatial tear open, it began to close slowly, causing everyone present to breathe a sigh of relief. "I guess Great Red was just curious," Serzex said with some color returning to his face. "Otherwise, things could have gotten really bad." Simultaneously, Ajuka, Seraphal, Azazel, and Issa nodded their heads in agreement. Although Great Red had seemingly left, Ophis was still glaring into the slowly closing spatial tear. James then flew next to her and began patting her head again. "What's wrong, Ophis?" James asked curiously. "Dummy Red isn't gone," Ophis said. "Coming back / soon." Although she did not speak loudly, somehow, everyone in the subdimension was able to hear her voice. However, before anyone could question her, and just before the spatial tear closed completely, a figure floated through it. This figure was a stunningly beautiful woman with healthy wheat-colored skin, golden eyes with slitted pupils, and long red hair tied into a single braid that reached the middle of her thighs. Standing at 5 feet 11 inches, 1.8 m, she wore a red, single-shouldered dress that highlighted her massive breasts, slim waist, wide hips, and large backside. On the left of the dress, there was a slit that started at the top of her hip and ran down the length of her dress, showing off her sexy left leg and thigh. While her feet were adorned with a pair of red high heels with straps that crisscrossed up her calves. "I don't know who she is, but that girl knows how to dress," Leona said with obvious appreciation in her voice. In response, all the women present nodded their heads in agreement. After the tier closed behind her, the red-haired woman floated toward Ophis and James. However, she looked quite uncomfortable, constantly moving her arms and legs as if she were trying to test her range of motion. "I don't know how you can stand to be in this humanoid form, Pipsqueak," the red-haired woman said to Ophis after she stopped in front of Ophis and James. After speaking, the red-haired woman winked at James, who was staring at her, captivated by her beauty and bombastic body. A moment later, James realized what he was doing and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Seeing this interaction, Ophis' brows furrowed slightly, then she grabbed James' arm protectively. "What are you doing here, dummy red?" Ophis asked aggressively. After hearing Ophis' question, everyone opened their eyes wide. Then, they looked at the woman floating in front of James and Ophis with shock. "Are you telling me that stupid hot chick is that massive dragon?" Dante asked in amazement. A moment later, he recoiled and grabbed his shin in pain. "Ow. Damn it, lady. Why did you kick me?" "Humph." Lady snorted angrily, refusing to even look at Dante. "Seriously, can you two just sleep together and get it over with?" See you chillin' asked. This time, although Dante and Lady glared at him, the rest of James' first peerage nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, back in the sky, Great Red smiled at Ophis. "I felt the auras of the heavenly dragons clashing," Great Red said in a sultry tone. "So, I came over to see what was going on." "You've seen," Ophis said. Then, she waved her hand, shooing Great Red away. "Now leave." "No, I'll pass," Great Red replied with a smile. Then, she floated closer to James and placed her right hand on his left cheek. "Why don't you give me a tour of that building? There seem to be quite a few interesting things in there that I've seen in people's dreams." Stuck between Great Red's gaze filled with anticipation and Ophis' gaze that was filled with unwillingness, James simply shrugged his shoulders. Then, he patted Ophis on the head again. "Fine," James replied. Then, he looked at Ophis. "I'll grill some food to celebrate Team DxD's first day in the base for dinner." While Great Red smiled brightly at James accepting her request, Ophis wore an expression that said she was unsure whether she should pout or not. Although she was unhappy about Great Red not leaving, she was happy that James patted her head again and that he was going to grill something. "All right, everyone should get cleaned up for dinner," James said, projecting his voice toward the crowd on the ground. "Meet me at the pool. After giving our guest a tour, I'll be putting some food on the grill for dinner. Oh, and if you want to take a dip, don't forget your swimsuits." With that, James dismissed his transformation. Then, he, Ophis, and Great Red flew toward the base building. Scat Hatch and Irene, as James, Queens, quickly followed behind them. Meanwhile, everyone else was still a little dumbfounded at what just happened. Eventually, Azazel was the first to regain his senses. "We should have known this would happen," Azazel said in a tired tone. The clash between James and Valen not only attracted Great Red's attention, but even Ophis showed up from the human world. More importantly, is it okay to just let Great Red roam around like this? Surzex asked with a solemn expression on his face. "Whether it's okay or not, what can you do about it?" Azazel asked with a mischievous smile on his face. "The fact of the matter is, we can't force her to leave. No one here has the ability to do that, except Ophis. And if she tried, this space would be obliterated faster than we could ask them to stop," Ajuka said while shaking his head. "The good thing is that Great Red seems to have taken a liking to James," Azazel added. "So, as long as no one does anything stupid, we should be fine." "I hope you're right," Michael said with an unsure expression. "Enough talking about this." Leona butted into the conversation between the faction leaders. "We should just do what James said. He's gonna put some food on the grill. If you're okay with missing that, that just means more for me." With that, Leona began walking toward the base building, snapping most of the group, especially those who had experienced James' wizardry on the grill, back to their senses. Then, everyone made their way into the base building. However, Azazel still seemed unhappy while he stared at Barakiel and Shuri. Did you two clean up after you were finished? Azazel asked with his eyes narrowed. While Barakiel looked away after hearing Azazel's question, Shuri smiled bashfully. You might want to take a shower in either the gym or pool locker room. Shuri said. We'll let you know when your room is cleaned up. Instead of flaring up in anger, Azazel, who had expected an outcome like this, could only curse James in his mind, while exhaling a sigh. Fine. Azazel said before rushing away from this S&M couple. About an hour later, everyone had congregated at the pool. While James was manning the few grills set up by the poolside, everyone else was either chatting, swimming, or helping James prepare ingredients. While cooking, James wore a content smile while he listened to the multiple conversations going on around the pool. However, he was caught completely off guard when he heard his mother teasing Barakiel. Wow, to think such a stern battlefield commander is a super M. Leona said with a mischievous smile on her face. I wonder what your enemies would think if this news were to get out. Era, I doubt anyone would ever believe it. Shuri said while using a hand to cover her smile elegantly. Sigh that's probably true. Leona said while shaking her head in disappointment. I'm sure that if I were to testify about it, people would believe you, Auntie Leona. Aquino said while covering her smile much like her mother did. Although the mother-daughter pair made near-identical gestures, Shuri's smile was one filled with happy emotions. Aquino's, on the other hand, was filled with dark emotions. She still had not forgiven Barakiel for not coming to find her after Shuri's death. Nor had she forgiven him for trying to slap her several months ago. Another conversation that caught James' attention was the one between Great Red and Ophis. Though it could not really be called a conversation. Instead, Great Red was bombarding Ophis with questions about her time outside of the dimensional gap. Since Great Red did not like taking a human form, she never spent any time outside of the dimensional gap. Like Ophis, if she were to appear in any of the realms in her true form, her aura alone would destroy any realm she entered. Luckily, condensing the aura into a human form somehow lowers the effect it has on the realms. A concept that James could not even begin to understand. Now I understand why Ophis said she wanted her silence back after Great Red took up residence in the dimensional gap. James said to himself with a smile on his face as he flipped a steak. Then, he raised his voice, addressing everyone present. Okay everyone, food's ready. Chapter 295, In the Baths. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After the impromptu grill party was finished, everyone was ready to take a relaxing bath then head to bed. Even though only a few members of James' first peerage and most of Team Valor fought, everyone was a bit worn out after the excitement the day's events brought with it. So, after everyone was done helping clean up after dinner, they split up by gender and made their way to the baths. After a quick shower, James was the first to enter the bath. Ah, this feels great. James said in a relaxed tone. A moment later, Azazel and Issei entered together with perverted expressions on their faces. All I'm saying is that you should try pressing them like a button. Azazel said with a lecherous smile on his face. Trust me when I say, she'll make the most wonderful sound. Really? Issei asked, sinking into contemplation for a moment. I never even considered that. Trust me, ISE. Azazel said, wrapping an arm around Issei's shoulders. It's just like pressing a doorbell. I see. Issei said, an expression of enlightenment showing up on his face. A moment later, Valley also entered the pool, looking at Issei and Azazel with a bit of disgust. I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking this, but what are they talking about? James asked as Valley took a seat not far from him. They're talking about breasts. Valley said. Now, don't act like that, Valley. Azazel said, making his way over to the hosts of the heavenly dragons. Breasts are filled with the hopes and dreams of mankind. Please, stop, Azazel. Valley said, interrupting his adoptive father. You've been trying to sell me that same song and dance for as long as I can remember. For as long as you can remember? James asked in curiosity. Yeah, in fact, on the first day he picked me up, he began preaching to me about the greatness of breasts. Valley said in exasperation. But my preaching always fell on deaf ears. Azazel said in a disappointed tone. I really failed in my teachings. At that, Valley deadpanned. At the same time, the rest of the male members of Team DxD began to also enter the baths. But I'm sure that James can appreciate my teachings, right? Azazel said, trying to wrap his arm around James in the same fashion that he had with Issei. Before Azazel could do so, however, James raised a hand and stopped him in his tracks. Of course, I can appreciate what you're saying. James said with a sagely nod. The female form, as a whole, is a wonder to behold. I mean, those curves and soft body lines are incredible. Oh ho. Azazel said with interest. But it would seem that breasts are not the part of a woman you find the most irresistible. With that, all eyes were now focused on James. Even the less perverted members of the group like Yuto were curious to know what he thought. Barakiel was even glaring at him. Akino's father was fully aware that her breasts were her most standout feature. Before I answer, how many of you are boob guys? James asked, scanning the other men in the bath. A show of hands, if you don't mind. Without hesitation, Issei and Azazel's hands shot up as if they were afraid no one would know they were boob guys. The others, however, seemed to have a greater sense of shame. As they exchanged glances, several of the boys raised their hands sheepishly. First was Tobio, then Cookie, Siyu Chilin, Biko, and finally, Gasper. Gasper, really? Issei asked curiously. Then, like Azazel had done to him, Issei approached the skittish damper and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. I knew there was a reason I always liked you. In response, Gasper lowered his head with a blush on his face and began pushing the tips of his index fingers together in a clearly feminine way. Now we just have to work on making you more masculine. Issei said awkwardly. Okay, now we know who the boob guys are. James said with a smile after seeing the raised hands. The next question is, do we have any but guys? Surprisingly, Yuto was the first to raise his hand. Although, he did not wear a perverted expression. Following Yuto was Genshiro and, once again to everyone's surprise, Valley. Kiba, you like butts, huh? James asked with a smile. I'm sure Momo and Tsubasa would be interested to know that. Senpai, don't tease me. Yuto said with a wry smile. I'm just participating in the conversation. Sure, you are. James said, continuing to smile. Then, he looked at Genshiro and nodded. But when he looked at Valley, he smiled even brighter. Butts, huh? Considering how close you seem to be with Lavinia, I would have been sure it was boobs. Humph. Valley snorted and turned his head away. Say what you want, you should be happy I even joined in on a conversation like this one. I see. Azazel said, stroking his goatee. Then he smiled at Valley understandingly. So, that's why my teachings never got through to you. You were on the opposite side of the spectrum. Don't look at me like that, old man. Valley said, annoyed by the look Azazel was giving him. Don't worry, Valley. Azazel said, approaching Valley and patting him on the shoulder. I've got a lot of reading material back at my place. I'll hook you up with some good magazines. I don't need your damn magazines. Valley barked back. Now, there's no need to be shy. Azazel said with his usual shit-eating grin on his face. While Azazel and Valley continued to argue, the rest of the group looked at them with interest. However, after a few moments, Issei snapped back to his senses. Then, he looked at James with great intensity. Senpai, don't try to change the subject. Issei said. You have yet to answer the question. What part is your favorite? Calm down, Ise. James said, gesturing with his right hand for Issei to calm down. I never had any intention of dodging the question. My favorite part is. As James spoke, he leaned forward as if he were about to reveal a great secret. Naturally, being drawn into the atmosphere he created, the rest of the men also leaned forward, so that they would not miss the secret. You better not say something cliché like I love every part. Azazel said, thinking he was putting a stop to James' nefarious scheming. In response, James scoffed at Azazel and looked at him as if to say, what kind of low-level villain do you take me for? After seeing James' expression, Azazel gestured that he was sorry before gesturing for James to continue. Once James was sure that he had everyone's attention, he smiled brightly. I'm a legman. James exclaimed proudly. As he continued to speak, the enthusiasm in his tone only grew further. I love thighs, calves, and ankles. Laying your head on a pair of thighs, whether they are firm and muscled or soft and full, is one of life's greatest pleasures. Naturally, everyone was taken aback with James' declaration. However, James was not done. And the tactile sensation of rubbing a pair of calves between your palms and fingers is to die for. James said, getting lost in a fond memory. And watching a pretty pair of ankles as they stick out of a pair of shoes is heavenly. For the next 3 minutes, James explained why a woman's legs were so wonderful. And once again, the rest of the group was sucked into his pace. Such passion. Azazel said, wiping a tear from his eye. Your love is awe-inspiring. Thank you. James said with a smile while shedding a single manly tear. After that short exchange, however, Azazel looked at James and Valley skeptically. Although it's not as epic as the debate between boobs and butts. Azazel said with a smile. The debate between legs and asses is a time-old debate as well. Where does the butt end and the leg begin? Sages have argued this question for millennia. The two of you are truly worthy rivals. While James nodded in understanding, Valley looked at Azazel with his eyes and mouth wide open. Meanwhile, the rest of the group began to chuckle. Eventually, Valley came back to his senses and glared at Azazel. What the hell are you talking about, old man? Valley asked angrily. Before Azazel could reply, however, another voice cut in. Does that mean, from now on we should call them? Biko said with a monkey-like smile on his face. The Leg Dragon Emperor and the Butt Dragon Emperor. With that, the chuckles turned into full-blown roaring laughter. However, James and Valley were less than amused. Valley was upset because he did not like being made fun of. James, on the other hand, was frowning because Drake began to roar in his head. If you let that name stick, don't ever consider using my powers ever again. Drake roared angrily. How dare that little monkey mock me, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination? Yeah, I got it. James replied internally. An instant later, without causing the water to ripple in the slightest, James moved to Biko's side, swatted him in the back of the head, and returned to his seat. Then, when James was back in his place, Biko's face slammed into the hot spring pool, causing a large splash to drench everyone in the bath, except James. After seeing that, everyone looked at James with their mouths hanging open. Any disrespect to the Red Dragon Emperor will be met with retaliation. James said casually while shrugging his shoulders. And that was a warning. As James let his eyes scan the rest of the group, when he made eye contact with them, they all nodded in understanding. Once he had a nod from everyone, James nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Dante. James said while glancing at Dante. You did not raise your hand to either boobs or butts. So, what's your favorite part on a woman? Like hell I'll tell you that. Dante fired back with a scoff. Why would I willingly open myself up to the teasing that will inevitably come with it? While James shrugged in disinterest, Siyu Chilin looked at Dante with disdain. It's not that hard to figure out. Siyu Chilin said. It's whatever lady's best asset is, obviously. That means he's not a boob guy, then. Issei said with a contemplative expression on his face. She's got a nice ass, though. Azazel said with a lecherous smile. With that, the group began discussing Dante's possible preferences while Dante was left unable to say anything. He wanted to deny Siyu Chilin's statement, but he found himself thinking about a certain part of Lady's body subconsciously. Eventually, the group of boys left Dante alone and continued to chat. Then, after another half an hour, they all decided to get out of the bath and head to their rooms to call it a night. Everyone except Azazel, that is. His room was still in need of cleaning, after all. Meanwhile, half an hour ago in the women's bath. So, because Gasper was so cute and I didn't have any girls my age to play with, I started dressing him up in cute clothes. Valerie said, ending her story about how Gasper started cross-dressing. And that's exactly how I expected that story to go. Leona said, sounding disappointed that there was nothing juicier to Valerie's story. Meanwhile, during their whole bath, the women could hear loud, energetic voices coming from beyond the wall that separated the men's and women's bathing areas. Those boys sure are noisy. Ria said in a curious tone. I wonder what they are talking about. It's probably something stupid and or perverted. Mio said while crossing her arms, emphasizing her large breasts. I mean, that perverted idiot and the perverted crow are both in there. You're probably right, Mio. Leona said with a nod. Then, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Asia and Ruruko. But more importantly, why don't you tell us about your first times with Issei and Genshiru? Immediately, Asia and Ruruko blushed up to their ears while the other women looked at them, interested in their stories. No matter what, women love their gossip. And relationship gossip was at the top of the list. After torturing Asia and Ruruko for the next half an hour, the women also decided to end their bath and make their way to their own rooms, as well. Chapter 296, a full-time resident at the base. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD base. After a nice relaxing soak in the baths, Team DxD made their way up to their respective bedrooms to sleep. The exception being Azazel, whose room was still in a state of disarray due to the punishment Barakil received from his wife Shuri. So, Barakil and Shuri slept in Azazel's room while Azazel headed back to Grigori's HQ. But not before attempting to set James ablaze with his glare. I don't know why he's so mad. James said with a shrug and an innocent expression on his face after the flash from Azazel's teleportation dimmed. I mean, he should be responsible for his subordinates' actions, right? First of all, you know exactly why he's so pissed off. Mocha said, poking James in the cheek. Yeah, there's no way anyone will want to sleep in that room after what those two probably did. Mizor added with a smile. On top of that, he's not even Barakil's superior anymore. Sona said while adjusting her glasses. He's not. James asked with a feigned expression of shock. With that, the girls stopped trying. It was clear that James knew exactly what he was doing. It was also clear that if given the opportunity, he would do it again, too. Anyway, I'm gonna go to my own room tonight, Rhea said with a smile. Then, her smile turned seductive. I want to see how comfortable the bed is. But you're welcome to join me, James. Damn, she just said what everyone else was thinking. Aquino said with a pout. How did she manage to get it out first? Because the little red-headed exhibitionist has the least shame out of all of us. Flora said with a smile. But the offer is open for me, too. After that, all of James' girlfriends, with the exception of Rossweiss who still thought it was a bit too early to be intimate like that, clamored to have James visit their room for the evening. Sorry girls, James said with a wry smile. I want to see how comfortable my bed is, too. But I'd be glad to take you up on your offers next time. Pouting in response, the girls did not make a fuss. Instead, they all gave James a kiss goodnight and made their way back to their own rooms. As the girls walked away, James was left standing in the corridor. On each of his sides were Ophis and Great Red. So, are you two going back now? James asked, turning to look at the two strongest beings in this universe. No, I like it here, Great Red said with an unintentionally seductive smile and sultry tone. So, I'll be living here from now on. There are so many things to do here, after all. Go home, Dummy Red, Ophis said in her usual monotonous voice. Too noisy. Don't be like that, Ophis, James said, patting Ophis on the head. It's better to get along. Plus, if they started fighting here, I have no doubt that everyone would die faster than I could snap my fingers. James thought to himself, cold sweat running down his back at the thought of those two dragons starting a fight here. I'll prepare a room for you then, James said with a smile, looking back at Great Red. There's no need for that, Great Red said before she started walking in a certain direction. I already know which room I want to sleep in. Subconsciously, James' eyes fell on Great Red's swaying hips as she walked away. I hate to see her leave, but I love to see her walk away, James thought absent-mindedly before he snapped back to his senses and followed Great Red. As they walked, Ophis naturally followed James while watching Great Red warily. Eventually, they stopped in front of a certain door, causing James to smile wryly. This is where I'll be sleeping from now on, Great Red said with a smile. Then, I guess I better go prepare a room for myself, James said awkwardly. The room Great Red had chosen was the master suite that had been assigned to James earlier in the day. Knowing that fighting her for it was a fool's errand, James chose to give up the room. I guess I'll be going back on my word, James thought to himself. But whose room should I go to? Before James could give it any real consideration, Great Red approached even closer. Then, like she had done before he gave her a tour of the building, she placed her right hand on his left cheek. Now, that won't be necessary, James, Great Red said, licking her full, luscious lips. I would never be so rude as to kick you out of your own room. From now on, this will be our room. James was completely taken aback by that declaration. Before he could come back from his daze, however, Great Red reached into his personal storage space and pulled the key to the room from it. Then, she unlocked the door and dragged James into the room. Ophis was also dragged along as she was holding onto James' arm even before Great Red made her declaration. By the time James came out of his daze, he was seated on the side of his bed with the two dragon gods staring at him. Ophis with her blank stare and Great Red with an amused smile. I've seen the dreams of those girls for a few years now, Great Red said with a bit of excitement in her tone. So, I've always wanted to try this. Before James could ask what she was talking about, Great Red took a step forward before sitting side saddle on James' lap. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself onto his chest. Meanwhile, James was marveling at the softness of Great Red's chest. She easily had the largest pair of breasts he had ever seen. And now, he could add felt to that description. This naturally caused him to wonder how they would feel in his hands, as well. This is quite comfortable. Those girls did not exaggerate the feeling in their dreams, Great Red said with a smile. Then, her smile became even more seductive before she started speaking again. And it would seem that you're enjoying this as much as I am. As she spoke the last sentence, Great Red began wiggling her hips on the hard object that was pressing against her from below. A moment later, she unwrapped her arms from around James' neck and pulled his arms around her waist. But you'll have to be stronger than me before I even consider mating with you, Great Red said, whispering into James' ear before licking his earlobe. What the hell? James exclaimed in his head while he felt his pants getting a little tight, especially after the sensation Great Red's tongue brought to his ear. I thought the strongest being in this universe was supposed to be a dragon. So, why is a succubus sitting in my lap? At that instant, Maria, who had just laid down in her bed, sneezed. I wonder who is talking about me. Maria said with a smile before getting comfortable under the sheets. Meanwhile, Ophis was staring at Great Red with annoyance. She had just stolen Ophis' favorite seat in all the realms. However, her eyes lit up when she remembered that James' lap was actually her second favorite seat. She then disappeared in a burst of speed. An instant later, Ophis reappeared, sitting on James' shoulders. Then, she looked at Great Red, who shifted her eyes toward her when she appeared, with large amounts of pride and smugness in her eyes. I see, I guess that would be the perfect place to sit for such a childlike body. Great Red said with a smile. Although there was no malice hidden in Great Red's words, Ophis felt as if an arrow had stabbed her in the heart. She had noticed long ago that most people treated her like a pet or a child, if they were not absolutely terrified of her identity. And she had also realized that it was due to the form she took this time around. Anyway, I'm sure today has been a long one for you, James. Great Red said, standing up from James' lap. So, why don't we get some sleep? A moment later, Great Red bent over and began unwrapping her heel straps from around her calves. Then, she kicked them off and began stripping out of her dress in the next instant. Once again, James was stunned into silence. His first instinct was to ask Great Red what she was doing. However, he knew that he would receive a response like, humans don't usually sleep in their clothes, right? So, he just kept his mouth shut and watched her take her clothes off. What's wrong, James? Great Red asked playfully, having noticed that James was just watching her undress. You're not going to bed? Or do you need help getting undressed? Shaking his head with a wry smile on his face, James stood up before taking Ophis off his shoulders. Then, he began to undress as well. Although the thought of having Great Red help him take off his clothes was tempting, he knew that she was just teasing him. A few moments later, James and Great Red had both stripped out of their clothes. And James, who was only wearing a pair of boxers, could not help but be amazed by Great Red's body, who was only clad in a lacy, purple pair of boys' horts. Like what you see? Great Red asked playfully as she leaned forward slightly and placed her hands on her thighs while simultaneously pressing her breasts together with her upper arms. Let's just go to bed. James said, ignoring the boner that was quite visible in his boxers. Great Red giggled in response but decided not to tease the young man in front of her any further. Besides, getting in bed would let her try something else she had seen in the girl's dreams. After allowing Great Red and Ophis to climb into the bed, James flicked the light switch by the door and walked toward the foot of the bed. When he arrived, he could see Great Red patting the space between herself and Ophis with her hand while smiling at him. Sighing once again, James climbed onto the bed and crawled to the spot indicated by Great Red. Good night, James. Ophis said, lying on James' left. Like she always does, Ophis lay on her back with her hands clasped on her abdomen, looking like a corpse, while she slept. Night, Ophis. James said, patting Ophis on the head. Good night, James. Great Red said in a sultry tone as she pulled James' right arm and pressed it between her breasts and thighs. Then, she laid her head on James' shoulder. Night, Great Red. James said before closing his eyes to sleep, trying his best to ignore the heavenly sensation that could match what he felt when Gabriel pressed his arm between her breasts. Instead of closing her eyes, however, Great Red pouted and glared at James. Feeling Great Red's glare, James opened his eyes and looked at her with a helpless expression on his face. Do you want me to pat your head, too? James asked. Instead of replying verbally, Great Red nodded her head, looking surprisingly cute, causing James to smile. Then, he reached across his body with his left hand and patted Great Red on the top of her head. Good night, Great Red. James said with a smile while patting the surprisingly cute dragoness head. Immediately, Great Red's pout melted away and a content smile escaped her lips, tickling James' chest. Then, she looked at James with a happy smile. Island. Great Red said. Come again. James asked. Call me Island. Great Red, or rather Island said. That's my actual name. Everyone only calls me Great Red because they don't know my real name. I see. James replied with a nod and a smile. Then, good night, Island. Island's smile widened. Then, she closed her eyes while thinking. When he's strong enough, I'll make him my mate. Just like that, the trio closed their eyes to sleep. However, while James and Island slept, Ophis opened her eyes. Then, she looked at Island with a complicated gaze. A moment later, those eyes were filled with determination before her form was covered in a black light. The next morning, James awoke in a situation he was quite familiar with. He was sandwiched between two women. On his right was Island sleeping with a content smile on her face. However, he was not quite sure who was on his left, since Ophis should have been sleeping there. Instead of a cute young girl lying next to him like a corpse, his left arm was enveloped in soft flesh and what he guessed were stocking-clad thighs. Something he would not usually complain about. But he had to figure out who was lying next to him before he could fully enjoy this feeling. Turning his head to the left, James saw the top of a head of black hair with a dark blue tint that was probably long enough to reach the woman who was clinging to his left arm's calves. Looking down, he saw a slender figure with relatively large breasts wrapped around his left arm. And as he suspected, a pair of legs wearing black, thigh-high stockings with lace lining the top of each stocking held his hand between them. Feeling James beginning to stir, the unfamiliar woman on James' left also began to wake up. Then, she tilted her head upward and looked into James' eyes, which were still examining her. When she tilted her head, James could see facial features that were similar to Ophis, except they looked much more mature. On top of that, her eyes were golden instead of gray like they were the night before. But the longer he looked at her, the more he felt that this was Ophis. "Good morning, James," the woman said. "What's for breakfast?" Hearing that question, James lost any doubt that this woman was indeed Ophis. I guess Island's comment about being a child really struck a nerve, James thought to himself. Before James could reply, however, the door to his bedroom was kicked off its hinges. When he and Ophis looked in the door's direction, they saw a pale blue-haired beauty standing there with anger on her face. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" Tiamat, who should have been in the human world guarding the estate, roared. "We're supposed to be out shopping for jewelry. You're not trying to go back on our deal, are you?" This roar also woke up Island, who was still sleeping on James' right. And James could feel the irritation she was emitting. So, instead of answering Tiamat's question, James simply looked at her with pity. Chapter 297, Tiamat's Punishment. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. In James' master suite, half an hour after Tiamat burst in, James, Ophis, and Island were seated on the foot of the bed while Tiamat was seated on the floor in the Siza position hanging her head. If one were to look closely, both Tiamat's eyes were swollen shut and a trickle of blood was leaking from her nose. While Aslan was still glaring daggers at Tiamat for disturbing the best sleep she had ever experienced, James could not help but chuckle at what just happened. Flashback. Do you have any idea what time it is? Tiamat, who should have been in the human world guarding the estate, roared. "You're not trying to go back on our deal, are you?" This roar also woke up Island, who was still sleeping on James' right. And James could feel the irritation she was emitting. So, instead of answering Tiamat's question, James simply looked at her with pity. "What's with that look?" Tiamat asked, getting even angrier after seeing the expression on James' face. What James found hilarious was that Tiamat's greed had clouded her judgment that she failed to recognize the draconic auras coming from the two women sharing the bed with him. "Fine, if you're gonna go back on your," Tiamat said, starting an angry tirade. However, before she could finish her sentence, a spike in aura so powerful that the entire subdimension shook was released from Island, immediately silencing the angry Chaos Karma Dragon. "Would you shut the hell up?" Island roared, causing the subdimension to shake even harder. "How dare you wake this dragon god from her sleep? Have you been living for too long and wish for suicide by the Red Dragon God Emperor's claws?" After hearing that title, Tiamat paled instantly. Having finally awakened from her greed-induced rampage, Tiamat finally noticed the auras lying on either side of James. "No way," Tiamat muttered, feeling that her life would be ending soon. "Why are they here? And why are they sleeping with James? Don't tell me they both took him as their mate." A moment later, Island was standing in front of Tiamat with her nearly nude body on full display. Naturally, James admired the view for a few moments before looking at Tiamat with schadenfreude. Then, for the next 28 minutes, exactly, James and Ophis watched Island beat up Tiamat viciously. Meanwhile, Ophis had crawled into James' lap and placed his right hand on the top of her head, letting him know that she wanted her head patted while they watched the show. Flashback end. How did things end up like this? Tiamat asked herself while Island lectured her about how foul an act it was to wake people up while they were sleeping soundly. Today started off so good, too. Flashback. Tiamat, who was sleeping while hugging the necklace James had bought her last month, woke up with a happy smile on her face. She knew today was the day for her second shopping trip with James. She was looking forward to seeing all those treasures again. Not to mention all the new treasures they would have surely received over the last month. On top of that, she had come up with some new ways to sneak some treasures into her personal storage that James hopefully would not detect. The day prior, James had given her and Crumb Crutch their first order as his familiars, which was to protect the house. Naturally, not stealing any of the treasures in the estate fell under the umbrella of protecting it. However, she did not mind all that much. Stealing from the one who provides for you is at the height of stupidity, anyway. While Crumb Crutch spent the entire day in the gym, improving his strength, Tiamat spent the day eating and watching daytime TV. Something she had grown to enjoy over the weeks since her arrival in the Alaverus estate. Then, when night fell, she curled up in her bed and enjoyed a good sleep and a nice dream about all the treasures she would see tomorrow. However, she did not expect to wake up 2.5 hours earlier than their scheduled departure time. So, after spending an hour and a half getting herself ready for the trip, she ended up bored and impatient waiting for James to come back. After another half an hour, her patience finally ran out and she decided that she would get James moving a little earlier than planned. So, using the connection she gained thanks to the familiar pact, she locked onto James' location. Then, she created a teleportation magic circle that would take her directly to his side. Unfortunately, built into each bedroom in the Team DxD base, was a barrier that did not allow direct teleportation into the bedrooms. Already annoyed from having to wait, Tiamat kicked in the bedroom door and began to shout at James at the top of her lungs. After that, well, everyone knew what happened. Flashback end . Clap. Little blue dragon, are you listening? Island asked in an annoyed tone. I wonder if she picked that up from watching mine or Auntie Venelana's dreams. James asked himself amusedly. Yes ma'am, I'm listening. Tiamat replied dejectedly. Good. Island exclaimed with a satisfied nod. Now that you understand what you've done wrong, it's time for punishment. Stopping to think for a moment, Island then looked at James with a smile. Seeing that smile, James could only pity Tiamat even more. For some reason, he knew things weren't going to end well for her. For the next 100 years, you will fulfill your end of the familiar pact, without receiving any of the monthly exchanges with James. So, in other words, no jewelry shopping for 100 years. Immediately after Island's sentence fell, Tiamat tried to open her eyes wide, which James found hilarious due to the swelling, and let her mouth hang open in complete and utter shock. No, you can't . Tiamat began to shout before a glare from Island shut her up. Oh, so 100 years isn't long enough for you? Island asked with both malice and mischief in her tone. Should I make it 200? I'm sorry. Tiamat replied, bowing her head to the floor so forcefully that it cracked the reinforced floor. Good. Island said, once again nodding in satisfaction. Then, let me see the magic circle that signifies your pact. Oh, you too, James. Hesitantly, Tiamat stood up and approached Island. Then, when she was only an arm's length away, she turned around and moved her hair from behind her. When she did, a small magic circle at the base of her neck became visible. Meanwhile, James, who was seated right next to Island, simply extended his right hand toward her. A moment later, Island simultaneously tapped both pact symbols with the nail on each of her index fingers. Flash. After a short flash of light, both of their magic circles changed slightly. There. Island said, nodding in satisfaction for a third time. Now, that new clause has been written into your pact. Immediately afterward, Tiamat's shoulders slumped, as she could feel the changes to the pact. At the same time, James examined his pact circle with interest. Okay, little blue dragon, you can go back now. Island said, shooing Tiamat away. Without a word, Tiamat walked out of the room in a daze. Then, once she was past the room's threshold, she teleported back to the Alaverus estate in the human world. Once Tiamat was gone, James waved his hand and repaired the broken door and wall that Tiamat had destroyed. Although he was not good at using devil magic, he was skilled enough to fix something of this level with it. As soon as James was done, Island wrapped her arms around him and pulled him back toward their previous location on the bed. Now that your schedule is freed up, you can cuddle with me in bed all day, right? Island said with a smile. This was your plan all along after Tiamat burst in here, right? James asked with a deadpan. You weren't even that mad about her waking you up, right? It's not like you even need sleep, after all. Tee-hee. Island giggled before sticking out her tongue cutely. Instead of being drawn in by Island's cute gesture, James simply rolled his eyes while obediently letting himself be dragged back to bed. Not like there was anything he could do about it anyway. Besides, he was grateful that he didn't have to go shopping with Tiamat for the next 100 years. Over the next 100 years, I think I should find a way to buy all of the human world's jewelry businesses. James thought to himself. That way, I won't have to go anywhere. I can just have her look at a website or something and make a selection from there. While Island and Ophis used James as their personal hug pillow, James considered as many ways as possible to get out of going shopping with the greedy dragon. Lying in bed with Island and Ophis, the day quickly passed, and it was time for the members of Team DxD to return to wherever they were before yesterday. However, during the day, they were put through some of the most rigorous training they had ever experienced, with both Scathatch and Chiron seeing to their training simultaneously. Luckily, since James was scheduled to be away, no one found his absence out of the ordinary. However, this would be the last time for the next 100 years that he was able to laze around during one of Scathatch's training sessions. My team will win next time. Vala said, just after the // dog team teleported away. Good luck, I believe in you. James replied with a smile. Go, you. James' teasing made Valley almost challenge him to another duel on the spot. However, before he could, Arthur activated Caliban's space manipulation and Team Valley, along with Elaine, vanished from the subdimension. James then looked at Valerie, who decided that she wanted to stay with Gasper. Are you sure about this? James asked. Weren't you comfortable with them? I was. Valerie replied with a smile and a nod. But now that I can be with Gasper, I don't want to be separated ever again. After saying that, Valerie wrapped her arms around Gasper and smiled happily. Why does it feel like she just found her favorite toy and doesn't want to lose it again? Everyone left in the subdimension thought simultaneously. After that, Eileen approached James with a seductive sway in her hips. Then, like she had done twice before, she placed her right hand on his left cheek and smiled. Don't forget to come and see me. Eileen said in a sultry tone. I won't. James began to say. I can't afford the consequences of pissing you off, after all. James thought while he spoke. I plan to come here every weekend to train with the team, after all. James said, finishing his sentence with a smile. I'll hold you to that. Eileen replied with a smile. I wouldn't want to accidentally destroy this subdimension due to loneliness and boredom. Not only James, but everyone else present, other than Scathatch, sweat dropped at the blatant threat. Anyway, it's about time we got going. James said, surprising Eileen by taking the initiative to give her a goodbye hug. Although she was surprised, Eileen did not freeze up for long. Instead, she wrapped her arms around James and returned the hug. See you soon. Eileen said, releasing the hug and waving at the group. Bye. Most of the group returned the goodbye before they were teleported back to the human world. A moment later, Eileen smiled before turning around and returning to the dormitory building. Feeling the warmth of another is much nicer than I expected. Eileen said to herself while she walked. Then with a sweet smile, she continued. I'm looking forward to the next time you come here. Human world, Japan, Kuo. A moment later, everyone found themselves in the living room of the Alaverus estate. From there, everyone, except for James, either went home or to their rooms to get some rest after a long day of grueling training. Along the way, Leona, Venelana, and Grafia found Tiamat in the bar, drinking her sorrows away. She then told the trio, who headed straight for the bar after arriving in the mansion, that the monthly shopping trips with James had come to an end for the next 100 years. However, she refused to tell them why. James, on the other hand, looked for Genkai and Yusuke, who also stayed at the mansion, since they were not members of Team DxD. He had an idea for a fun time in the near future. Yo, Master Genkai, Yusuke. James said with a smile when he found them in the training room. How were things without us here? Quiet. Genkai replied. Now get to the point, don't waste my time with small talk. She will forever be one of my favorite anime characters of all time. James thought to himself with a smile. I'll get to the point then. James said. I've asked you about this dark martial arts tournament before, right? I know that you need 5 members on your team. And I was hoping I could join if you don't have enough members. Immediately, Genkai started glaring at James. Now, don't look at me like that. James said, raising his hands disarmingly. First of all, I would wear a seal that would suppress my power to somewhere in the high rank. I'm sure that no one there will be stronger than the peak of high rank, anyway. Hearing that, Genkai's glare softened a bit. However, it had yet to disappear completely. And second, being suppressed that much would help me gain greater control of my body. James continued. On top of that, the seal to suppress my physical strength will be a gravity seal. That way, I can improve my body's power as well. I almost destroyed my body when I used my Super Devil form and the Tyrant Dragon Domination Drive when I fought Acnologia. So, you intend to strengthen your body so that doesn't happen again? Genkai asked. That's right. James replied with a nod. I'll talk to Master Scathatch about it. Genkai said, thinking if it might be possible to change her plans. Then, I'll let you know when we've decided. Thanks for considering it. James said with a smile. Then, I won't disturb your training anymore. Then, just like that, James returned to the elevator and left the training room. Wouldn't having him on the team be a good thing? Yusuke asked, finally speaking up. Shut up, dimwit. Genkai scolded. Get back to your training. Don't worry about things that are above your pay grade. As Genkai ordered, Yusuke returned to his training. However, he couldn't help but grumble. Pay grade, huh? I'm a freaking spirit detective and I've never been paid for any of the cases I've solved. So, what is this crap about pay grade? Chapter 298, A Surprise for Daihazer Belial. Human World, Japan, Kuo. The following day, James, Scathatch, Rossweiss, and the other Co-Academy students returned to school like they normally would. Like that, the next 2 weeks went by without a hitch. Then, the day the group returned to the Team DxD base for training, James was stopped by Urza right before their departure time. "James, can I have a moment?" Urza asked in a solemn tone. Over the last 2 weeks, though it was not easy, James was able to convince Urza to drop the Lord Sataniel and just refer to him as James. On top of that, she found herself fitting in with the other residents of the mansion rather easily. "Yeah, what's up?" James asked casually. "After living with you for these 2 weeks and getting to know you and your peerages, I'm surer than I was the last time I asked you this," Urza said as she dropped down to one knee. Seeing Urza take a knee, James began rubbing his temples in exasperation. He honestly liked Urza's straightforward personality. And finding out how much she loved strawberry shortcake was really cute, too. He could also tell that she was fiercely loyal to those she considered friends and family, which was also a big plus. But still, he thought she was too prone to jumping to conclusions. And this night's etiquette she often displayed was too much for him. And something told him that getting her to stop it would be a tall order, if not outright impossible. "Please allow me to join your second peerage," Urza said, not noticing the state James was in since her head was bowed. "If that's what you want," James said, ignoring the potential headaches this decision may cause. From what he could tell, Urza was just like Dante in the way that they never paid attention to the collateral damage they may cause when they fight. Even though James had never seen Urza in a real combat situation, during their last training session in the Team DxD base, she nearly destroyed an entire city block in the cityscape training area. "Thank you," Urza said, using her requip magic to materialize a sword before presenting it in front of James with both hands. James just let out a long sigh after seeing Urza's actions. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was giggling and gossiping about those actions. "Is she treating this like a knighting ceremony in the medieval times?" Rias asked curiously. "I gotta admit it's pretty rare to see something like this in real life." "Pretty rare," Sona replied while adjusting her glasses. "Outside of her, I doubt you'll ever see something like this in real life again." "You think so?" Rias asked curiously. "Yeah, I think Sona is right," Flora said with an awkward smile. "She takes not only being a knight but even herself way too seriously. Yeah, she should learn how to take it easy, like me," Mizor said with a bright smile. "Says the girl who is still receiving punishment from being careless," Mocha pointed out. "Ugh. Don't remind me, I'm still having trouble raising my hands over my head," Mizor whined. "No matter when, my whole body always feels like it's under pressure." "That's because it is," Scathatch replied. All the girls immediately turned their attention back to Scathatch after that. "After you passed out during your first increased intensity training session, I placed a seal like the one James and Satanta used to wear on you," Scathatch explained. "So, in order to do anything at all, you have to exert your demonic energy and physical strength to their maximum at all times." All the other girls shuddered at the punishment. Although James and Cu Chulin made it look easy for years, they could see the toll it was putting on Mizor after only 2 weeks. It would probably not be a problem after a week or 2 more, but for now Mizor was absolutely miserable. "Hopefully, this will help you to remain cautious until an altercation has come to its conclusion," Scathatch said as Mizor's expression fell. "But if you look at it positively, you will more than likely be the next to make it into the minor god rank." Hearing that, all the mansion's residents looked at Scathatch with intensity. Mizor, on the other hand, perked up immediately. "Really?" Mizor asked, full of expectations. Before Scathatch could respond, however, the rest of the residents began asking to have that seal placed on them as well. However, none of them noticed the slight arching of Scathatch's lips while they clamored. And eventually, they would come to regret their enthusiastic pleas. Meanwhile, once the girls changed subjects from Urza's behavior to Mizor's punishment, Irene was left with an awkward expression on her face. Although she knew what the girls were saying about her daughter being too rigid and taking herself too seriously was true, that did not change the fact that she did not like hearing people say things like that about her daughter. "Irene, you really shouldn't mind it too much," Leona said with a smile. "I mean, look at mine, Lana, and Ria's children. They all have some weird quirks. 2 terrible siscons, an exhibitionist, someone who is usually too strict, and a serious prankster. I can only imagine how the bun I have in the oven will end up." "Oh, that's right, you're pregnant," Irene said, glancing at Leona's stomach. "I guess that's why Master Scathatch has let you skip out on training. Now that you mention it, you are starting to show." "Yup," Leona said with a happy smile. "I can't wait to see what they'll be like." "Do you know if it's gonna be a boy or a girl?" Irene asked. "Nope, we won't know till they make their debut in this world," Leona replied. "We did the same with James, too." While the mothers in the group chatted, James finally asked Urza to stand up. Urza, even though I'm the king of this peerage, I'm not a real king, James said as Urza stood to her feet. So, there is no reason to bow and kneel to me like that. Understood, Urza said, still presenting the sword in front of her. And put that sword away, James said in an exasperated tone. It's completely unnecessary. Awkwardly, Urza stored her sword with her magic. Then, she stared at James in confusion. I guess she never learned about how a devil reincarnation works, James said, materializing the suitable pieces in his right hand. 2 pawns, and a knight, huh? Well, knight, it is. With that statement, the pawn pieces vanished, leaving James holding the knight piece. Then, before she could react, James approached and pressed the evil piece into the center of Urza's chest. When Urza felt the tactile sensation on her chest, her eyes opened wide, and she was ready to curse James as a shameless pervert for copping a feel. However, before she could open her mouth, she felt the changes her body was going through. At that time, Akino and Tsubaki both teleported back into the living room in succession. Along with them, they brought Issei, Asia, Irina, and Genturu so that they would not be left out of the training session. I wonder if she'll still bitch at me for touching her chest, James said, tired before even beginning his training. Did you just add Urza to your second peerage? Akino asked after hearing James' remark and seeing Urza's current state. Damn, Senpai has all the luck with all the hot chicks, Issei said enviously. After hearing Issei, both Asia and Irina pinched him on either side of his waist. Ow, 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 Issei yelled in pain. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. After Issei's exclamation, Asia and Irina let him go. While Asia pouted at him, Irina looked at him with a complicated gaze. Am I not enough for him? Asia asked herself. Then, she clenched her fists in front of her chest with determination burning in her eyes. I'll just try harder. I hope Lord Michael is able to make that room that will allow me to be with Issei, soon. Irina thought as her wings and halo appeared and began to flicker. Ignoring Irina's usual display, everyone waited for Urza transformation to finish. While they waited, they noticed that her aura that was at the initial level of the ultimate rank was rising. A few moments later, it stabilized at the intermediate level. Then, she opened her eyes as her wings sprouted from her lower back. By now, Urza had completely forgotten her complaints about James touching her chest. After feeling the increase in her strength, she smiled brightly. Then, she grabbed James around his neck and pulled his head into her bosom. Clang. Ow. Motherfucker, that hurts. Smack. Watch your language, young man. If the little one picks up your bad habit of cursing, you'll have hell to pay. Although she only intended to show her appreciation with a hug, Urza completely forgot that she was already wearing her armor. So, James ended up cursing in pain after his head was slammed into Urza's magical metal chest plate. Naturally, Leona reacted to his outburst by slapping him upside the head, causing his pain to increase. Urza, on the other hand, quickly let go of James with an awkward expression on her face when she heard his pain-filled exclamation. Then, when she saw Leona hit him for it, her expression turned even more awkward. Oops. Urza muttered, realizing that she was the reason for that whole exchange. While everyone else in the room giggled at James' misfortune, he waved it off dismissively. All right, let's get going, James said with his hand glowing green while rubbing his forehead, trying to heal the red mark the collision with Urza's chest plate left. Everyone should be arriving soon. With that, even though everyone was still giggling, they all gathered around James in an orderly manner. Then, James' teleportation circle appeared underneath the group. A moment later, they all disappeared from the living room. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City, Lilith. Just as the members of Team DxD began arriving at their base, the rating game champion, Dihauser Belial, was making his way through the halls of the Devil Council building. For some reason, unbeknownst to him, he had been summoned to appear before 4 of the 5 great Satans. As one of the few top-rated players of the rating games, who had not been using a king piece, Dihauser suffered no negative repercussions from that scandal when it came to light. So, he had no idea why the Satans would call for him. Do they know that I had been working with Rizavim so that I could take revenge on the corrupt councilman who caused Cleria's death? Dihauser thought to himself without changing his expression as he walked. No, that can't be it. If that were the case, they wouldn't summon me to the council building. Instead, they would storm the Belial estate. As he walked toward his destination, many ideas were drawn up and discarded in Dihauser's mind in short order. However, no matter how he thought about it, none of them were reason enough to be called in by the Satans. Whatever it may be, I'll find out when I arrive, Dihauser thought as he drew nearer to the room where the Satans usually met. Either way, I plan to turn myself in for working with Rizavim in the past. So, while I'm here I can do that as well. With that, Dihauser stopped stressing over the question he had no answer for. Instead, he picked up his pace and made it to the Satan's meeting room in only a few minutes. Once he arrived outside the door, Dihauser took a moment to make sure his clothing was in order. Then, after he made sure he was presentable, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Dihauser Belial has arrived in accordance with the Satan's summons. Dihauser said, announcing himself through the door. Please, enter. Surzek said from the other side of the door. Taking a deep breath, Dihauser turned the doorknob. Then, when he pushed it open, he was completely shocked at what he saw. Even though Surzek, Ajuka, Serafal, and Falbium were seated in the room, Dihauser did not even register their presence. Nor did he notice the human standing in the room. Instead, his eyes immediately locked onto the gray-haired woman standing in front of him with tears running down her face. In fact, he was so focused on her that he did not even realize when his own tears began to fall. Dihauser, I'm back. Cleria said in a voice that was shaking due to her emotions. Cleria. Dihauser said in just as shaky a voice while walking toward his cousin, who he had lost years ago. Is this a dream? A moment later, Dihauser reached Cleria's front and gingerly touched her face. Realizing that she was real, Dihauser's tears began to fall in torrents. Then, he wrapped his arms around her and cried emotionally while Cleria did the same. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room smiled at the happy reunion. Chapter 299, Dihauser Belial's Information. Dimensional Gap, Team DxD Base. After a day of grueling training under Scathatch and Chiron's direction, Team DxD, _//Dog Team, who was out investigating a potential hideout for Rizavim, were relaxing in the common room on the first floor of the dormitory building. What in the underworld were we thinking asking for these seals? Rias asked, rubbing her sore muscles. I think I'm gonna fall apart before I reach minor god rank. I know, right? Mocha said, not doing much better than Rias. On top of that, my power has dropped to the initial level of the ultimate rank, too. Ugh. Can you two be quiet? Sona asked, adjusting her glasses with a frown on her face. I'm too tired to deal with your whining. Shut up, Sona. Rias whined. Thysis my coping mechanism, deal with it. With that, Rias and Sona began one of their usual arguments. From what everyone else could tell, they were just blowing off steam and the argument was helping them relax. Meanwhile, the members of Team Valley and the Angels were looking at the devils with confusion. Then, Dulio noticed Irina. Thinking she knew what was going on, he went over and asked her about it. Hey, Irina, do you know what they're talking about? Dulio asked curiously. And why do they seem a bit weaker than usual? I'm not completely sure. Irina replied. Honestly, all I know is that Master Scathatch put a seal on them. But what the seal is for, I have no idea. Meanwhile, Valley was asking Chiron about the same thing. But being more knowledgeable than most, Chiron had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Chiron, do you know what those women are going on about? Valley asked, annoyed to hear all the whining. If I'm seeing things correctly, they are wearing seals that suppress their magic and physical abilities. Chiron said, scanning the states of James, Rias, and Sona's peerages. Most of them are wearing seals that require them to exert 100% of both their demonic energy and their physical power to move at all. It's really quite ingenious for training. With that seal. As soon as Chiron started to drone on about the seal, Valley immediately started tuning him out. He understood what the seal the girls were talking about did, and that was enough for him. As for asking Scathatch to put a seal like that on him, not in a million years. I definitely want to get stronger and teach James a lesson. Valley thought to himself while tuning out Chiron. And I don't mind putting myself through hellish training to do it. But when I get the chance to rest, I want to actually be able to rest. And something tells me that they have no say on when those seals come off either. Like Valley, the rest of his team also shook their heads at the thought of wearing seals like that. And overhearing Chiron's explanation, the Angels had similar thoughts. Unfortunately for the Devil girls, none of them realized that Scathatch was guiding their thoughts into asking for a seal. It was almost like a fly willingly flying into a spider's web. There was no way the spider would let the fly go until it got all it wanted from its prey. I pray to Satan that this will get easier over time. Rias said while pulling on her crimson locks. You rang. James said, appearing behind the sofa Rias was sitting on. Don't worry, as you get used to it, it won't feel so burdensome. But you didn't need to pray to me for that. I would have told you if you had asked normally. As James spoke, his hands landed on Rias' shoulders and began to massage them gently. Naturally, Rias began to melt under his touch, even if the pressure on her body did not decrease, she felt as if her fatigue was disappearing. Rias moaned in pleasure. That feels otherworldly. Seeing Rias' reaction, all his girlfriends looked at James as if he grew a second head. Since when can you give massages like that? Sona asked, voicing the thoughts of all the other girls. Well, the last time Master and I had some alone time, she taught me some new techniques. James said with a smile and a wink. Oh, and she gave me a couple of books about massage and techniques to relieve tension. Hearing that Scathatch taught James some new techniques, the thinner-skinned members of James' harem began to blush. Meanwhile, the other girls looked at him with anticipation. However, when they heard that the massage techniques he was using were not part of those new techniques, all of them looked at him with a deadpan. Narcissism aside, why did you make it seem as if she taught you those techniques? Flora asked curiously. No reason, I just wanted to say something about how great the last night we spent alone was. James replied with a cheeky smile. Instead of dignifying that statement with a response, the other girls simply rolled their eyes and ignored James. Everyone except for Rias, that is. She was too busy melting under James' massage to care what he was talking about with the others. A few minutes later, the light of a teleportation magic circle could be seen near the entrance to the dormitory, drawing everyone's attention toward it. When they looked, they could see it was Surzek's magic circle. Seeing that, they wondered what it was that he wanted, showing up at this time of the day. A moment later, Surzek's, Ajuka, Serafal, and Falbium appeared before the magic circle vanished. James, right there, do it harder. Rias moaned. Hearing that pleasure-filled moan upon arrival, Surzek's eyebrow began to twitch violently. Then, he snapped his head in the direction his sister's voice came from. What in the underworld are you two doing? Surzek shouted as he turned his head. At least have some decency. When he saw what was going on, however, his words were caught in his throat. Then, with confusion written all over his face, his mouth hung open while his eyes opened wide. What are you talking about, brother-in-law? James asked, his cheeky smile reappearing on his face. What did you think we were doing? You really shouldn't always have your mind in the gutter. Hearing James and seeing his smile, Surzek's eyebrow began to twitch again even more violently, this time. Oh my, Surzex, I know you'd rather not hear James call you that. Venelana said with a mischievous smile on her face. Don't worry, though, I'm working on getting him to call you stepson, you just have to be patient. Cough, cough. While James made Surzek's eyebrow twitch in irritation, Venelana's follow-up caused him to cough up blood. Even James' cheeky smile disappeared as he adopted the role of having his eyebrow twitch. In fact, Venelana's words were so impactful that Rias was pulled out of her pleasure-induced stupor. With that, the room fell into silence. No one knew how to respond to it in this situation. However, there was one person in the room who had never been able to read the mood. Wow! Serafal exclaimed, having heard that Venelana was pursuing James, but never saw it with her own eyes. So, it's true. You're really gonna TTA, huh? With Serafal's words, the silence in the room became deafening. On top of Venelana's teasing, which left everyone speechless, Serafal's exclamation added a level of confusion on top of it. TTA. James asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Yeah, tap that ass. Serafal explained, nodding her head in satisfaction. Pretty good, right? Thud. Cough, cough. Surzex fell to his knees and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Just the thought of his mother talking dirty with James almost killed him. Seeing Surzek's state, most of the people in the room were concerned about his well-being. Leona, on the other hand, loved every second of his suffering. Although James had forgiven him for his transgressions, Leona had not. And she probably would hold a grudge for a long time. Unfortunately, there was not much that she could do after James became a Satan. If she did anything to Surzex, it would ruin James' image. And she would never do anything like that. Ahem. Ajuka cleared his throat, trying to change the awkward atmosphere. I know it's late, but we have something that we thought Team DxD needed to hear. All at once, all eyes were focused on Ajuka, most of them with hints of gratitude in them for dispelling the awkward situation. Today we summoned Dihauser Belial to the Satan's meeting room. Ajuka continued when he had everyone's attention. Originally, we had only called for him so he could be reunited with his recently revived cousin. Hearing that, everyone nodded, thinking that it was good for the reigning, rating game, champion. However, their expressions changed instantly when they heard Ajuka's next words. At first everything went well. However, after a tearful reunion, Dihauser had something he wanted to report. Ajuka said, his voice growing solemn. Apparently, after he found out about why Cleria was killed in the past, he began working with Rizavim to avenge her. Hearing that, the lingering awkwardness from before was swept away in an instant, replaced by a much more solemn one. What information were you able to get from him? James asked in a serious tone. Several hideouts and equipment caches. Ajuka replied. What about the names of those working with the son of Lucifer? Dulio asked. He only knew of two. Ajuka said. The first is someone James has already fought and defeated, Acnologia. And the second could be a real problem. Who? James asked, narrowing his eyes. A reincarnation of the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Ajuka said in a solemn tone. Are you absolutely sure? James asked with a frown. From what I've heard, even the reincarnations of that guy are all stupid strong, without exception. Yes. Ajuka replied with a nod. Dihauser mentioned that he witnessed him using the Gate of Babylon. Well, shit. James said, before ducking his head on reflex. Surprisingly, Leona's usual slap to the back of his head was nowhere to be found. But Gilgamesh, even if it's just a reincarnation, would never work with someone like the son of Lucifer. Griselda said skeptically. That leads us to the next piece of crucial information. Ajuka said without changing his expression. His goal. Waiting for Ajuka to continue, everyone leaned toward him subconsciously, as to not to miss anything. He wants to unseal Trihexa. And from what Dihauser said, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. Especially after getting his hands on Rosweiss research. Ajuka said. And he asked Gilgamesh to help in controlling it so that they could take over the realms and even what lies beyond the dimensional gap. Because of my research. Rosweiss asked in shock and confusion. We can discuss that later. Either way, that's not good. James said with a shake of his head. That will just result in chaos in the end. Gilgamesh won't follow Rhizavim's orders fully. And if he gains control of Trihexa, it will be even worse. They are both fools. Island said. Trihexa cannot be controlled. It is a mindless beast of destruction. Its only purpose is to bring an end to everything. Well, it looks like we got some plans to make. James said. Then, he looked at Ajuka. Any word on how long we have before shit hits the fan? Around the time of your graduation. Sirzek said, finally inserting himself into the conversation. So, about a month and a half. Asterisk sigh asterisk I got it. James said, taking a deep breath. Then, he looked at Scathatch. Master, I need you to contact Tobio and his team, tell them to increase the intensity of their search. We need to find Rhizavim, yesterday. Understood. Scathatch replied and began contacting Tobio immediately. Then, James turned his attention to Valley. Valley, I need you to join Tobio in searching for Rhizavim. James said. Damn it, I hate taking orders from you. Valley complained. Now is not the time, Valley. Chiron scolded. I know. Valley replied. Luckily, I want to find Rhizavim, too. Good. James said, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, and take Kuroka with you for this mission. She's probably the best among us in infiltration. What will the rest of you do? Falbium asked, sounding as if he would fall asleep any second. We'll train like our lives depended on it. James said. If we start looking, Rhizavim will be cautious. So, we won't be looking at all. But when he's found, we'll be stronger than we've ever been. Then, we'll kick his and his collaborators' asses. Chapter 300, The Prelude. Human World, Japan, Kuo. After Dihauser turned himself in and the Satans relayed the information they received from him to Team DxD, Team Valley, and / Dog Team went into overdrive investigating all the leads they currently had about Rhizavim. The fact that Rhizavim wanted to unseal Trihexa was something that they had to stop at all costs. The fact that no one would be strong enough to handle Trihexa by the time Rhizavim was expected to release it was one reason. The other being that if the two beings who could handle it were to do so, all the realms would be in danger. On top of that, they would more than likely not do anything to stop it in the first place. Even though they both enjoyed their current lives, all three of the Apocalypse-class beings have a purpose in the universe. While Ophis is meant to simply exist as the concept of infinity, Islan embodies the concept of dreams. Meaning, if everything were to end, she would simply fall dormant until the next beings capable of dreaming came into being, once again. Extinction level event aside, a week passed since the Satans met and James put their operation in motion. In the meantime, two things of great significance were coming up. The first, today, was the day when the results of the college entrance exams were released. Jmaze and the other 6 girls in their third year at Ku Academy did very well, as expected. A spot in any university that wanted to attend would be open for all 7 of them. And the next day is the day that most boys in Japan both look forward to. A day filled with chocolate and thoughts of romance, otherwise known as Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is so much harder for us than it is for everyone else. Ria said, while she and the rest of James' girlfriends were sitting together in the living room of the Alaverus estate. What do you mean? Rosweiss asked curiously. Yes, I can understand why you would say that. Scathatch said with a nod. Yeah, he's such a weirdo. Aquino said with a pout. But it's kinda cute, isn't it? Sona asked with a small smile. What's cute? Rosweiss asked, growing more confused by the minute. That's right, Rosweiss-san started living here after Valentine's Day passed last year. Shuna said with a giggle. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Flora said with a smile. But I gotta say, I thought he was joking when I first heard about it. With that, everyone began to discuss one of James' unique traits. Everyone except Rosweiss, that is. Eventually, hearing the others speak in such vague terms, she snapped. Can someone please tell me what it is you're talking about? Rosweiss shouted. That shout silenced the rest of the girls. Then, they all looked away sheepishly. They felt a bit guilty for going on with their own conversations even after Rosweiss had asked about it twice before. Well, the thing is. Sona said, adjusting her glasses. The short pause Sona added for dramatic effect was driving Rosweiss crazy. Her curiosity was already on overdrive, and this was not helping in the slightest. James doesn't like chocolate. Sona finally continued after a moment. Like, at all. Hearing that, Rosweiss looked on in disbelief. She did not know what to say at all. She simply sat in place while blinking her eyes in confusion. Doesn't like is a gross understatement. I am said while shaking her head. According to James Sama, he can't even stand the smell of chocolate. While most of the girls nodded their heads and Scathatch smiled, Rosweiss began to shudder violently. Then, as the conversation was about to pick up again, she began pulling on her silver hair with despair written all over her face. Are you kidding me? Rosweiss screamed in a desperate tone. Naturally, this caught the others off guard. So, they all looked at Rosweiss questioningly. For half a month, I spent all my free time learning how to make homemade chocolate. Rosweiss screamed in frustration. What am I supposed to do now? There's no time to learn how to make something else. Looking at Rosweiss with pity, the other girls could not help but feel bad for her. Because they all knew about it, they did not think to tell Rosweiss about it. Especially since they thought everyone else living in the mansion knew about it. Eventually, after exchanging glances for a while, Sona approached Rosweiss and placed her right hand on Rosweiss' left shoulder. Calm down, Rosweiss. Sona said in a soothing tone. I'll be making some caramel-covered strawberries to give him tomorrow. Why don't you join me, and we'll make them together? Hearing that, Rosweiss slowly lifted her head and looked into Sona's eyes. Then, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Sona and began to thank her profusely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rosweiss said, burying her face into Sona's modest chest. I swear to serve you with all that I am for the rest of my life. Why does it sound like Sona just saved her from a fate worse than death? Flora asked, whispering her question into Akino's ear. I don't know, but that girl was always. How did James put it? Extra. Akino replied similarly with a whisper. Meanwhile, up in Ravel's room, Kaneko, Mio, Maria, and Cocoa were seated in a circle on Ravel's bed, discussing the same topic. So, you're all giving James chocolate? Ravel asked curiously. While Mio, Maria, and Cocoa nodded in response, Kaneko shook her head. Really? Ravel asked in surprise after seeing Kaneko's response. But you like him so much. Why wouldn't you give him chocolate on Valentine's Day? After realizing that Kaneko shook her head, the other girls also stared at her in curiosity like Ravel was. Because James Nee hates chocolate. Kaneko said in her usual tone. Is that possible? Maria asked curiously. I thought everyone liked chocolate. It is. Kaneko replied with a nod. A moment later, her facial expression turned into a smile. You should see the disgusted face he puts on when he eats it by accident. Why would you smile about that? Cocoa asked with an eyebrow raised. Because it's funny. Kaneko said. I still remember the time someone gave him some peppermint bark and he took a big bite of it. He had no idea that peppermint bark was a piece of chocolate coated in peppermint candy, and... He. Just remembering how James' face scrunched up before he ran off to spit the candy in the trash, Kaneko could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the other girls looked at her, waiting for her to finish her story. Finishing the story, Kaneko tried to contort her face into the expression James made when he tasted the chocolate in the peppermint bark, causing all the other girls to laugh uproariously. Eventually, they all calmed down. When they did, Mio spoke up, getting to the meat of the matter, immediately. If he hates chocolate, then what do you give him for Valentine's Day? Mio asked, worried since she had bought some expensive chocolate as a gift so that she could finally confess her feelings. Right. Maria said with a nod. Even though I only plan to give him friendship chocolate, I don't want to give him something he hates. Cocoa simply nodded in agreement. While Ravel waited for Kaneko to answer the question. He likes caramel. Kaneko replied. Hearing that, Mio shot off in order to buy a caramel-based gift for James. Kaneko, Ravel, and Cocoa watched Mio's back before it disappeared behind the door of Ravel's bedroom in surprise. Maria, on the other hand, nodded in understanding. Well, she did buy a pretty expensive piece of chocolate. Mio said with a knowing smile. I guess she has to find something to replace it with. I see, the three other girls replied in an understanding tone. I guess I should go get some caramel for James' knee, too. Maria said with a shrug. I'll go with you. Cocoa said. After a nod, Maria stood up from Ravel's bed with Cocoa in tow. Then, they both left the room calmly. My gift is already ready. Kaneko said, stretching like a cat. So, I'll just wait for tomorrow. What will you do, bird girl? Humph, Ravel snorted. Not that it is any of your business. But if you must know, I will be baking a caramel cookie recipe I came across a few months ago. So, if you'll excuse me. Around the same time, Leona was seated with Grafia, Irene, Evangeline, Kalua, and Urza at the bar, while Venelana was playing the role of the bartender. They had just explaining the way the Japanese celebrate Valentine's Day. Irene, Evangeline, Kalua, and Urza all found the difference in culture interesting. In Western countries, it was customary for the men to spoil the woman on Valentine's Day. But in Japan, the opposite was the case. So, on March 14th, White Day, the guy gets the girl something 3 times as expensive in return. Kalua asked. I guess I better go find the most expensive chocolate I can. That would be a bad idea on 2 fronts. Leona said with a smile. My baby is a bit weird in that regard. What do you mean? Evangeline asked curiously. Immediately, Venelana began to giggle while even the corner of Grafia's lips curled a bit. Meanwhile, Leona maintained her smile while answering Evangeline's question calmly. James hates chocolate. Leona replied. I mean, he really hates it. Like, even the smell will make him leave a room. And he can smell it through most wrappers. So, you'd be wasting your money on something he hates if you did that. The 4 women who had known him for less than a year were naturally surprised by that information. Most people had at least a low-level like of chocolate. But hearing someone who hates it that much was something new for all of them. It was good for me, though. Leona said happily. I never had to worry about him stealing my chocolate. But he had to worry about you stealing his strawberries and cream candy, though. Venelana said with a smile. Not anymore. Leona said with a slight blush on her face. Seeing Leona blush, everyone became curious about what happened. I think that's a story I'd like to hear. Irene said with a smile. As would I. Urza said, chiming in with her mother. Well, after giving Leona her 5th warning about stealing his candy, a warning that Leona did not heed, James made a video of himself taking all the chocolate Leona had around the house. Venelana said, trying to hold back her laughter. Even the expensive stuff she hid away for special occasions. Then, he took all that chocolate, while still recording, and... Ha ha ha. At that point, Venelana could no longer hold back her laughter. Unfortunately, for the listeners, she was unable to gain control for quite some time. Luckily, as she did not want to leave them hanging, Grafia picked up where Venelana left off. After leaving the house with the chocolate, James rounded up a large number of rats and mice. Grafia said, continuing Venelana's story. Then, with a solemn expression on his face with all the rodents in the background, he said, did you know that rats and mice are the only mammals in the human world that can metabolize theobromine? This makes them unique in the fact that they can consume chocolate nearly as efficiently as humans. Then, You, rats. Kalua said, not a fan of rats. No way. Evangeline muttered, having figured out where this story was going. He didn't. Irene muttered as well. Meanwhile, Urza did not comment. She just wanted to know if the story would finish the way she thought it would. Threw the chocolate, by the handful, into the group of rats and mice. Grafia said, finishing the story. After that, he sent the video to Leona. While laughing, Venelana kept her eyes glued to Leona's expression. And as Grafia got closer to the story's conclusion, and when she saw Leona's lips and eyebrows twitching uncontrollably, she began to laugh even harder while pounding her fist on the bar top. After Venelana's laughter died down, they explained that caramel is usually substituted for chocolate on this occasion. Then, they all began ordering caramel to be delivered the next day while James and the others were at school. Meanwhile, the last woman living in the mansion that intended to give James candy for Valentine's Day, Cheyenne, was several stories under the training room in the special kitchen that was made just for her in the last round of upgrades to the house. James, I know you don't like chocolate. Cheyenne said with a brilliant smile on her face. But this year, I'll make some chocolate that I know even you will love. Then, after you eat it, I'll tell you that I love you.